Teacher. Suppressed laughter rippled through the classroom. You've been dug up. Someone called out. Lu Changming stared up at the sky screen, grinding his teeth. And up there they say you were a lying flat freeloader, that the only reason you were called sage teacher by later generations was because you basked in the reflected glory of us useless students. He muttered a curse as time rewound to 10 minutes earlier. Smack. Lu Changming slammed his palm against the lectern. Once again dead last in the entire nation. He jabbed a finger toward the students below, spittle flying as he roared. You really are something. 3 years. A full 3 years. Back then, I was the liberal arts top scorer of Longwa martial Dao, fought over by several elite martial academies, and I refused them all. I came here to teach you. And this is how you repay me. He slammed a thick blood Danki test sheet on the lectern again and again. These 3 years when you lacked resources, I scrimped and saved just to buy you demonic beast flesh and blood. As for martial theory, I broke it down piece by piece, chewed it to mush, and fed it to you all, but prying open your mouths to stuff it in. And the result? Even a pen full of pigs given such treatment should have broken through 100 points of blood Danki in 3 years. And you, in the end, you're still dead last nationwide. Truly, pigs are better than you. No one dared respond. In the first row, a student lowered his head and picked at an eraser, the shavings piling into a tiny hill. In the second row, someone propped up a martial theory textbook, only half a head visible behind it. In the third row, a student sat ramrod straight, yet his neck shrank bit by bit into his collar. At the back by the window in the king's hometown of seats, a soft snore drifted out. Oh ho, we have a brave soul. The entire class turned to look in that direction. Lu Changming's hand froze in midair. Grinding his teeth, he shifted his gaze to the very last row. Yi Chuho lay sprawled over his desk, half his face buried in his arm. His hair was slightly long, hanging down to shadow his forehead, leaving only a sliver of chin exposed.
The giant's goal was achieved. Its massive single eye in the middle of its forehead suddenly widened, and a crimson light surged madly. In just an instant, a red beam as thick as
Yi Chuho. Yi Chuho did not move, slumbering in perfect peace. You as class monitor are leading the way by sleeping. Yi Chuho remained motionless. The longer Lu Changming stared at him, the more his fury mounted. Our class being dead last, your contribution is indispensable. Yi Chuho simply changed arms for a pillow and went on dozing. Lu Changming's composure shattered on the spot. Fine, very fine. You're going to play deaf with me, is that it? He pinched off a piece of chalk from the chalk box. If I don't knock a lump on your head today, I'll write the name Lu Changming backwards. The chalk left his fingers and flew. Though his cultivation was mediocre, his aim was wickedly uncanny. Throughout 3 years in Class 9, anyone who drifted off during lessons ended up with a blossoming forehead. Privately, the students had given this move a name, Lustile Guided Strike. The chalk arrowed straight toward Yi Chuho's brow. In the next second, it inexplicably swerved in midair. Snap! It landed on his deskmate's notebook. The girl beside him fumbled, slapping her notebook closed, then quickly pulled a martial practice workbook from under the desk, pretending nothing had happened. Only then did Yi Chuho slowly lift his head. He rubbed at his eyes, and the blurred shapes before him gradually came into focus. An enraged old Lu classmates watching the spectacle, and his deskmate sneaking glances at him. That nap really lasted a long time. The corners of Yi Chuho's lips lifted faintly as he gently clenched his fist. He could feel that if he exerted just a little more strength, this world's cosmos would be crushed in his grasp. Not bad. His strength remained. The cultivation of a celestial emperor had returned with him. My dear classmates. His gaze swept over the familiar faces in the classroom. Let your celestial emperor class monitor lead. Before Yi Chuho could even finish his inner monologue, the smile at his lips suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto the boy in the first row who had turned his head to look back at him. Wait. Old Long, his vice monitor. What was that trace of dragon chi being suppressed within his body? And another thing. How had he never noticed that the boy's mouth was that crooked? Yi Chuho swiftly scanned one familiar face after another, before he transmigrated to another world and cultivated until none in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could rival him. These classmates like him had all been worthless good-for-nothings. But now, the Dao heart that had remained unshaken for billions of years suddenly rippled faintly. The vice monitor suppressing dragon chi, the hygiene committee member playing with silver needles, the sports committee member hiding a small green bottle inside his body. The information committee member using his phone to transmit spicy sticks, the labor committee member wrapped in killing intent so dense it had almost taken shape. Even his stuttering little deskmate had a pillar of fortune towering over her, shining bright as Digga. Well, very well indeed. In this nationally last place trash class, if he had never transmigrated, had he been the only one truly worthless. Yi Chuho let out a breath somewhere between anger and laughter. The fatigue rising in his heart was fiercer than what he had felt even after ending the dark turmoil. Seeing him awake, and even wearing a helpless expression, Lu Changming's fury flared higher. Yi Chuho, what are you laughing at? What are you helpless about? Are you resenting me for disturbing your elegant slumber? No, old Lu, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the bunch of old sixes in this class. Yichuho immediately pulled his deskmate's notebook over and sat up straight. Hey you. Xing Yao, his deskmate, spoke weakly, but one glance from Yichuho made her purse her lips and fall silent. Seeing him still fooling around with a female classmate at a time like this, Lu Changming nearly choked on his own fury. You, smack. He slammed his palm against the lectern once more. So all my worrying over you has been fed to the dogs. You lot. Before he could finish, someone suddenly stood up in the middle of the classroom. The psychology committee member clutched the desk with both hands, his whole body shaking violently. Suddenly he shouted, I can't tell. I really can't tell. Everyone in class turned their heads again. Lu Changming was about to curse when the hygiene committee member had already leapt from his seat. This is bad, he's having another episode. The hygiene committee member yanked a straw doll out of the desk compartment, swiftly plucked out the silver needles from it, then spun around intent on stabbing them into the psychology committee member. The psychology committee member suddenly jerked his head up, his fingers stabbing toward the window. The sky has split open. Yichuho had been preparing to go back to sleep. At those words, Yichuho paused. The light by the windows dimmed. With a thunderous boom, a colossal sound rolled down from the heavens, as if it also burst from every chest. Desks shuddered. Chalk dust cascaded from the blackboard. The entire city seemed to have its pause button pressed. Outside the classroom, students running laps on the field tumbled in heaps. In the corridor, the grade director held a thermos cup, its lid not yet screwed on. Boiling water splashed over his shoe. Lu Changming dashed to the window and looked up. The sky had been torn open by a gigantic rift stretching across the heavens. Within it unfurled an immense light screen blanketing the entire firmament. Cars screeched to emergency stops on the streets. Mall escalators froze mid-floor. Over 70 billion people worldwide all lifted their heads. The light screen brightened. A young man jumped into the frame. He wore overalls and a center-part hairstyle, holding a microphone decorated as a basketball. He waved vigorously at the camera. Hello, my treasures. Hi, everyone. I'm your martial archaeology specialist, AI Cohen. My friends, today's event really isn't clickbait. My legs are honestly going weak right now. The camera swung around. Half of a stone gate protruded from the earth. Instruments crowded all around its staff in protective suits, bustling back and forth. AI Cohen lowered his voice, though the excitement in it could not be suppressed. If we haven't mistaken the identity of this tomb's master, then today will be the most explosive day in the history of martial archaeology. Without exception. Based on the clues on site, the owner of this tomb is very likely that most singular educator of the lost martial era. The one later generations called the sage teacher, Lu Changming. In the classroom, Lu Changming's eyes widened. His expression was first one of astonishment. I died. That's my grave. Then it turned into excitement. Future generations call me the sage master. I have achieved eternal fame. Excellent. But as soon as he realized, his excitement immediately faded. Damn it, those later descendants are digging up my grave. Laughter rang out from the class. Who? Lu Changming swept his gaze, glaring fiercely at the whole room. Which little bastard laughed? Get out. Immediately, everyone suppressed their laughter, behaving like obedient children. Unable to find a target for his anger, Lu Changming could only snort and turn his gaze back to the sky screen. Yichiheo leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Lu Changming's back. Sage Master. Old Lu turned out pretty well in the future. No, wait. His grave was dug up. Not that impressive after all. On the sky screen, AI Cohen continued. Everyone must have heard of the Sage Master. What he is most famous for is not how many fights he won, but the class he taught. The legendary mythological class. The 9th class of Senior 3 at Jinling Martial Arts Middle School. Dragon King, War God Divine, Dr. Desolate Emperor. These formidable figures who later entered history books, legends, and even elementary school students must memorize ancient martial verses, were all students of that class. But hey, raise the question. How did they actually grow up? What did the Sage Master teach? Why did the martial arts civilization at its peak 5,000 years ago suddenly break? These things are almost blank in history books. AI Cohen took a deep breath. And today we are likely to touch the edge of the truth for the first time. The classroom fell silent again. Everyone in Class 9 simultaneously looked at the classboard at the door. Senior 3, Class 9. That's right. It's them. Lu Changming slowly turned around. He looked at these students who had never broken through triple digits in their chi and blood tests, his lips moving for a long time, but he couldn't utter a word. On the right side of the sky screen, the barrage comments were already flooding. Brother Cohen, don't scare me. Did you really dig up the Sage Master's tomb? The legendary class from history books actually exists. TSK Tisk, a class produces Dragon King, War God Divine, Doctor. Even that desolate emperor, this class teacher's ancestors' graves, must be smoking like crazy. Upstairs, mind your words, Brother Cohen is currently digging his grave. Ha 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 ha, if the Sage Master himself knew, would he come back to life? Unofficial history says the Sage Master just coasted students carried the teacher. Coastal Dog confirmed. Don't blindly hate being able to keep a group of monsters in one class for 3 years is ridiculous in itself, okay. Streamer go inside, quickly, I want to see the Dragon King. The 3-year period has come, welcome the Dragon King to his throne. The war god part is also absurd and listed at 16, deified at 18. The 2 years in between are directly skipped in history books. And that 3 realms chat group, what is it? The Desolate Emperor is the most mysterious. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say undefeated? I've memorized this fragment of text until now and still don't know who said it. I am the Emperor, and I shall suppress all enemies in the world. Streamer dig to the death. The barrage comments were dense, covering half the sky screen. AI Cohen quickly waved his hands. Babes, don't rush, really don't rush. The situation inside the tomb is complex. I can't take the live stream inside for now. But I promise as soon as there is a new discovery, I will start streaming immediately. Next I will show you the evidence I can sort out bit by bit. The truth of that mythological class from 5,000 years ago we will restore one by one. Stay tuned for the first legendary figure to be revealed. Snap! The sky screen image cut off. But it didn't disappear. The huge black curtain still hung in the sky like a wound that would not close, hanging over everyone's heads. The classroom was silent for a full 3 seconds. Finally, Lu Changming spoke first. He looked around the class, his lips moving several times before he forced out a sound. Me, the Sage Master. He pointed to his own nose. Me, the Coastal Dog. He then pointed to the class. You, the Dragon King. You, the War God. You, the legendary figures. Lu Changming let out a laugh. The laugh sounded worse. I knew it. How could a class rank last for 3 whole years, unable to even beat the combat pigs raised by the neighboring sports school? He flicked the report card into the air. Pages fluttered everywhere. So you're not trash. You're all true dragons. The only trash is myself, right? No one in the class dared to respond. The vice class monitor bent his head to read a book. He didn't even notice the book was upside down. The sanitation committee member silently slipped the silver needles back into her sleeve. The sports committee member tugged his collar up, covering the talisman, pasted on his body. The information committee member looked down at his phone, tapped a couple of times, then immediately flipped the screen down. The psychology committee member lay back on the desk, muttering to himself. Yichiheo leaned back in his chair, arms resting on the edge of the desk, lazily watching it all. Desolate Emperor. Could it be referring to him? Probably. After all, he had used that title before. He really looked forward to the expressions of these old classmates when they discovered their identities. Isn't this more interesting than camping the fountain of the red-haired old monster? Yichiheo propped up his textbook to hide half his face. Lu Changming grabbed the ruler and banged it on the podium. Who was the Dragon King? The vice class monitor turned his head to look out the window. Who was the war god? The labor committee member silently put away the tiger tally he had been playing with in his palm, not answering. Who was the divine doctor? The sanitation committee member's back stiffened, then she lowered her head to arrange her textbooks, arranging them very seriously. Lu Changming's gaze shifted. And that desolate emperor. The ruler pointed to the last row. The one who sounds the most awesome. Stand out. Yichiheo silently raised his textbook another 2 centimeters. His deskmate Xing Yao suddenly turned her head, looking at the piece of chalk lying quietly on her desk. She had just seen it. This piece of chalk had suddenly turned in midair. It was as if it had been deflected by an invisible force field. She looked back at Yichiheo. Yichiheo put down his book and winked at her. Why are you looking at me? In the nationally recognized trash class monitor. Give it back. Give it back. Xing Yao stared at him for 2 seconds, pouted, and took back the notebook he had. Lu Changming continued calling names from the front. No one admits it, huh? Fine. He adjusted his tie and gripped the ruler tighter. They'll ask one by one today. Start with the class monitor. The whole class immediately cleared a line of sight. Yichiheo. No way. You guys betray your class monitor this skillfully. Yichiheo was just about to use a little bit of the great forgetting power to erase everyone's memory of just now when the black curtain in the sky suddenly lit up again. Aikon's image popped up again. He was clearly just out of the tomb, dust still clinging to his hair, but the excitement on his face couldn't be hidden. Fam. Breaking an urgent break-in. I know I said see you next time, but if I don't show this thing, I won't be able to sleep tonight. He reached into a sealed bag and produced a worn booklet. On the cover was a line of ancient characters, student records of Senior 3 Class 9 Jinling Martial Arts Middle School. AI Kuan carefully opened the first page. The camera zoomed in. In the name column the ink had faded, but the characters were still legible. Streamer, what does it say? I can't read the ancient Dragon Kingdom characters. Is there any expert to translate? I specialize in ancient Dragon Kingdom script. This seems to be a student record. Holy crap, is it really that class? AI Kuan nodded vigorously. That's right. This babe got it. What I'm holding right now is precisely the student records of Senior 3 Class 9 Jinling Martial Arts Middle School. His voice suddenly rose. The name recorded in the first position is Long Outyin. The barrage instantly exploded. Long Outyin. This name doesn't sound ordinary. Could it be the Dragon King? Definitely the Dragon King. The 3-year period has come. Welcome the Dragon King to his throne. Stop spamming, I already have the voice in my head. The Dragon King's real name is Long Outyin. Is that reasonable? Too reasonable. Streamers say it is he the Dragon King. AI Cohen took a deep breath, trying not to grin too obviously. Our team just made a preliminary comparison. The name Long Outyin with 90% probability corresponds to that Dragon King in later legends. The barrage went even crazier. Welcome the Dragon King to his throne. Welcome the Dragon King to his throne. Welcome the Dragon King to his throne. So what is the 3-year period? Why is he called Dragon King? Streamer, don't tease, I'll send you gifts. If you break off here, you'll be cursed. AI Cohen quickly stepped back half a step. Babes, there's too much material, I really can't say casually now. At most one day, he'll sort out the relevant materials of this Dragon King. Next live stream, we will reveal Long Outyin, the legendary life of the suspected Dragon King. Click the reservation button at the top left. Babes, be there, or be square. Reserved. You better have real stuff. Lu Ming halted in his tracks. The wind and snow hit his shoulders, but he did not turn back. Zheng Chong's eyes turned red. He stood on the... Everyone looked at the vice-class monitor Long Outyin. His body suddenly stiffened. His fingers quietly slid down, trying to take off the ring on his hand. Lu Changming stood in front of Yi Chehao's desk, still holding the ruler. He turned his head to glance at Long Outyin, then recalled the magnified student record on the sky screen. His expression was complicated, as if he wanted to laugh or wanted to curse. In the end, he said nothing. Yi Chehao leaned back in his chair, his gaze pausing on Long Aotian's back for a moment. A slow smile curled at the corner of his mouth. My vice-class monitor is the Dragon King. Huh. This emperor hasn't found things this interesting in a long time. Time to pull up a little stool. Ready to eat the melon. After the sky curtain extinguished, Class 9 of the 3rd year was eerily quiet. All eyes were on Long Aotian. His fingers lingered at the edge of the ring. Should he take it off? Taking it off would seem guilty. Not taking it off would seem like acquiescence. Lu Changming did not come over. But Long Aotian heard a faint sound from the wooden ruler in his palm. Old Lu only held the ruler so tightly when he was unable to suppress his anger. Yi Chuhua leaned against the back row, half closing his eyes, the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress a smile. Interesting. So very interesting. The mighty Dragon King unexpectedly exposed by this world's little heavenly Tao, or rather it should be called the sky curtain, opening the box. This piece of news was worth losing half a class. And the name Long Aotian affected far more than just Class 9. It first crashed into the adjacent classroom. Then it burst out of the school gate. Ultimately, it penetrated the ears of everyone around the world who was looking up at the sky curtain. In the adjacent Class 8, chalk broke on the blackboard. The martial arts theory teacher stared at the sky curtain, half of the chalk falling into his sleeve. Someone in the back row suppressed a laugh. Long Aotian. Is he the vice monitor of Class 9? The one with over 80 in the Chi blood test? The Dragon King. Him. This sky curtain is too boastful, saying the last strength class produced a Dragon King, then our class must produce a martial god. The laughter just started but quickly subdued, because everyone knew that this sky curtain from the future would not name someone for no reason. At the school gate, the edges of the pancake on the iron plate were already charred. A student buying pancakes urged, Grandpa, is my pancake ready? Coming right up, coming right up. The old man replied with a smile, but his other hand reached for the black communication jade inside his apron. Xuanwu. The identity of the Dragon King has been exposed. Immediately notify the 12 Dragon Guards to enter Level 1 alert. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communication jade. Then a hoarse voice sounded softly. Understood. The communication jade went dark. The old man bent down again to flip the pancakes, still wearing the smile of a pancake vendor. The pancakes are ready. Here you go, little brother, come again, next time. After sending off the student who wanted pancakes, the old man looked up at the sky curtain with a worried expression. This is not good. The Dragon King has exposed himself at such a critical juncture. In the center of Jinling City, in a private club, Zhou Hao was reclining on the sofa with a female companion pouring him wine. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. Young master. Something's happened. Zhou Hao's expression darkened. Get in. The bodyguard pushed the door in, dripping with sweat. Young master, that son-in-law of the Lung family has been called the Dragon King by someone on the sky curtain. We've humiliated him so many times before, should we? Zhou Hao froze for half a second. The next moment he laughed so hard that wine spilled out. What nonsense, Dragon King. If Long Aotian was the Dragon King, could he have been washing dishes for the Lung family for 3 years? If he were the Dragon King, could he let me scold him to his face without daring to utter a word? The female companion also covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Hao kicked the coffee table. Go tell the people below how to continue suppressing the Lung family. A useless son-in-law, can he really turn the tide? The bodyguard opened his mouth, but ultimately did not dare to advise further. Meanwhile, in Longdu, in the highest conference room of the Martial Arts General Administration, a middle-aged man, with golden dragon patterns on his epaulets, gazed at the darkened sky curtain with a serious expression. He directly picked up his phone and dialed out. Notify the 1st Division of the National Defense Army to immediately seal off Jinling Martial Arts High School. No external personnel above the half-step Grandmaster level is allowed within 3 kilometers of the campus. Additionally, inform the Jinling Martial Arts Association to connect all monitoring arrays to the General Administration. Finally, find out. Investigate all files of Long Aotian. From birth onwards, I want to know all his information. Yes. He hung up the phone, and the secretary beside him spoke nervously. Director, the sky curtain involves events 5,000 years later. What about the national leader? The middle-aged man rubbed his brow and sighed. It's already alarming. From now on, every student in Class 9 of Jinling is a high-level protected individual of the Dragon Nation. The storm was growing stronger. However, when it reached the Lung family villa, it only brought about the crisp sound of mahjong falling on the table. Lung's mother sat at the mahjong table, the gold bracelet on her wrist shimmering. The rich lady across from her looked up at the sky curtain and suddenly laughed. Hey, the Long Aotian mentioned in the sky, wouldn't that be your son-in-law? Is it the one who drags the floor and washes the dishes every day? A Dragon King. Can he even kill a Lung's mother scoffed and slammed the tiles on the table. Bam! She rolled her eyes. A Dragon King. He can at most be called the Dragon King in the kitchen's sewer. The table of rich ladies burst into laughter. The more Lung's mother spoke, the more excited she became. That useless thing has been in my house for 3 years and doesn't even dare to speak loudly. If he were really a Dragon King, I would eat this mahjong table. Just as her words fell, the sky curtain lit up again. Hello there. Hello, my darlings. Wearing familiar suspenders with a middle-part hairstyle and a basketball microphone, AI Cohen sat in a room resembling a news broadcast station. Behind him was a giant electronic screen. The barrage instantly filled half the sky. Host, stop talking nonsense. Start already. I specially fired the boss for you. I didn't go to the morning class just to wait for the Dragon King. AI Cohen looked at the barrage, both amused and helpless. Okay. To not disappoint my darlings, let's get started right away. He stretched out his hand. A staff member outside the screen handed him a transparent sealed box. AI Cohen carefully held the box up to the camera. Darlings, can you see it? The moment the sealed box was lifted, Long Aotian's body trembled slightly. Inside the box lay a ring. Its design was crude. It was somewhat ugly. The most outrageous part was that it was too new. New enough to look like it had just been bought from a street vendor. Is this a ring? Host, did you buy it for $9 with free shipping? How could it still be this new after 5,000 years? Are you kidding me? Identification complete. It was unearthed last week in Iwu. Ha, modern merchandise unearthed from the St. Master's tomb. The camera gradually focused. In Class 9, everyone's expressions changed. That ring, they were too familiar with it. Long Aotian wore an identical one on his hand. Isn't that the ring the vice monitor has been wearing? Yes. It's so ugly it must be his. What the heck, is it really you? His deskmate, the Life Committee member, Yin Sung, slapped Long Aotian on the back. Not bad, old Long, you've hidden it well. Seeing that he could no longer hide the matter, Long Aotian decided to stop pretending. Crack. He leaned back and the chair legs scraped loudly against the ground. He directly propped his legs up on the table with the corners of his mouth curling up. I'm sorry for all this time I've been interacting with you all as an ordinary person, causing you to misunderstand me unnecessarily. Now that the thing in the sky is exposing me, I don't need to. Yin Sung's expression suddenly changed as he pressed down on his head. Old Long, get down. Whoosh. A chalk eraser flew past Long Aotian's scalp and smashed onto the podium. Bang. Chalk dust exploded into the air. A glint of coldness flashed in Long Aotian's eyes as he instinctively gripped the edge of the desk. Who? Which bastard dared to provoke me? He abruptly turned his head only to see Lu Changming approaching with a ruler in hand. Lu Changming smiled a smile that sent chills down the spines of the entire class. So you're the Dragon King. Acting like a waste before, huh? Feasting on my demon beast meat for 3 years, were you? Long Aotian's grip instantly relaxed. Old Lu. He felt the seal within the ring and awkwardly turned his head. Give me some face. There's still half a day left. Only then would his 3-year seal be completely lifted. Moreover, old Lu was right. He indeed ate that demon beast meat for 3 years. Although that little resource meant nothing to him. But Lu Changming didn't know. Lu Changming had genuinely bought it piece by piece from his own salary. Give you some. Lu Changming swung the ruler towards Long Aotian's head. Have you ever given me any face, you little brat? Crack. The ruler came down and Long Aotian bowed his head. Crack. Another hit. This future Dragon King, who would make envoys from 100 nations, Neo, remained silent at this moment. Long Aotian covered his face, silently enduring. Only half a day left until the self-imposed seal is lifted. Ooh, I cannot be impulsive. If I act impulsively, all my previous efforts will be in vain. Besides, I am indeed at fault. Endure. Endure. Yin Song quietly shifted to the side, leaving only half of his butt on the chair. He looked at Long Out Yin with sympathy. Old Long, it's not that my brothers won't help you. I just can't expose myself. Over 100 goddesses in my contact list are waiting for my greetings. I still haven't fully reaped the benefits of my breakthrough. The classmates in the room instinctively shrank back, even daring not to look this way, fearing they'd catch the eye of the furious old Lu and be implicated. Only Yi Chuho rested his chin on his hand, watching with keen interest. Tisk, 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 interesting, so interesting. This is much more engaging than fighting and killing. Xing Yao secretly glanced at him, then turned aside, and quickly wrote a line in her notebook. Class monitor's current state suspected to be gloating, smiling like a mastermind behind the scenes. In the sky, Icon's voice came again. Hold your laughter for now, my treasures. Honestly, seeing such new burial items in a tomb over 5,000 years old, my thoughts are the same as yours. I even suspect that the master's tomb has been visited by grave robbers. These items seem to be provocations left intentionally for future generations. However, after professional testing and environmental verification of the master's tomb, we confirm that these items indeed date back 5,000 years. Anchor, my education level isn't high, don't lie to me. +1. 5,000 years without oxidization. Is martial civilization really that ridiculous? This ring can't be a divine artifact, right? Iquin shrugged. When the appraisal report was presented to me, my first reaction was disbelief. But hey, race the problem. We have unearthed more than a dozen burial items in near pristine condition. The comments exploded. More than a dozen. All divine artifacts. Did the Dragon King give all these to the master? In the classroom, Lu Changming paused with the ruler in hand. He glanced at Long Out Yin, the anger in his eyes slightly dissipating. This kid, who usually treats school discipline as a joke, frequently skips class, and is one of the most troublesome students for him, unexpectedly remembered his homeroom teacher after his death. Lu Changming's heart softened a little. He then scanned the whole class. Students instantly became busy. Some were looking down at their books. Some were organizing silver needles. Some pretended to tie their shoelaces. Some stared blankly at their notebooks as if pondering an extraordinary skill. Only Yi Chuho winked at him. Lu Changming's temple twitched. He tightened his grip on the ruler. Yi Chuho, you better not let me catch you. Just as Lu Changming was about to turn towards the last row, Ikuin added a line. No, only this one is the Dragon King's. Every other item came from different students in that legendary class. Lu Changming's footsteps halted. The emotion on his face instantly froze. Awkward. Very awkward. Oh, so every person gets one. Master pinching the clown's nose. Anchor, stop being sentimental, hurry up and tell us about the Dragon King. I want to know what the Dragon King's experiences are. Ikuin put down the sealed box and raised his hand to point in the void. The projection screen beside him lit up. A yellowed form appeared before everyone's eyes. Discipline record of Class 9, Senior Year, Jinling Martial Arts High School, Duty Student Xing Yao. Monday, Vice Class Monitor skips class, Class Monitor sleeps, Study Committee Member breaks stone, Psychology Committee Member has a breakdown. Tuesday, Vice Class Monitor skips class, Class Monitor sleeps, Hygiene Committee Member makes voodoo dolls, Sports Committee Member and Library Committee Member draw symbols. Wednesday, Class Monitor sleeps, Information Committee Member Life Committee Member, Discipline Committee Member play on their phones. Thursday, Vice Class Monitor skips class, Class Monitor sleeps, Safety Committee Member sharpens a dagger, Publicity Committee Member scams. Friday, Vice Class Monitor skips class, Class Monitor sleeps, Arts Committee Member listens to Music League Secretary draws. The entire Class 9 froze. Xing Yao's hands holding the notebook trembled. It's over. How did her duty log get dug up? Yi Chuho slowly turned his head to look at her. Classmate Xing Yao, you remember quite well. Xing Yao shrank her neck. She was short and the sleeves of her school uniform always hung out a bit, making her round eyes look extremely innocent. But the notebook she clutched to her chest was clearly anything but innocent. I was serious about my duty. Definitely no personal complaints included. Yi Chuho raised an eyebrow. I haven't even asked if you had complaints. Xing Yao, help me. The comments in the sky were already cracking up. What the heck? Is this the legendary class? Class Monitor sleeps, Vice Class Monitor skips class, Psychology Committee Member is mentally unhealthy. Study Committee Member breaks stones, Hygiene Committee Member makes voodoo dolls. Is this reasonable? In a certain sense, this class is indeed legendary. Anchor, so who is the Dragon King? The Class Monitor. I bet the Safety Committee Member. The Dragon King sounds like a great fighter. I bet the Class Monitor sleeping every day must be practicing a divine skill in dreams. Ikuin shook his head with a smile. None of you are correct. The Dragon King is the Vice Class Monitor who skips class every day. The whole class turned to look at Long Out Yin again. Long Out Yin closed his eyes. Lu Changming turned his face away, his ears slowly heating up. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. This yet-to-be-appointed master had his reputation thoroughly stripped away by the descendants of 5,000 years later. At this moment Long Outyen raised his hand. The other hand pressed down hard on the phone in his pocket. On the screen calls from Xuanwu wife, Zhu Chue, and others kept popping up. Homeroom teacher, I would like to ask for a leave of absence. No. Lu Changming suddenly turned his head, his gaze fierce enough to devour someone. No one is allowed to leave this classroom today, especially you. Long Outyen fell silent for a moment, quietly turning off his phone. Yi Chuho rested his chin on his hand, his gaze returning to Xing Yao. Little stutterer, Xing Yao cautiously hugged her notebook tightly. What? What are you looking at me for? Yi Chuho smiled gently, his eyes curving without a hint of aggression. It's nothing. Seeing how much you love to remember when I sleep, why don't you check what I've written in my notebook? Xing Yao's fingers stiffened momentarily. For a brief moment, she genuinely wanted to hand over her notebook. This class president in front of her usually appeared lazy, as if he had just woken up. Yet when he smiled earnestly, he looked like someone out of this world. How to describe it? It was as if a celestial beauty from the immortal realm was smiling at her. The next second, the golden aura that only Yi Chuho could see surged wildly around Xing Yao. She suddenly jolted awake. When Xing Yao looked at Yi Chuho again, her body involuntarily shivered. She immediately hugged her notebook tighter, shaking her head like a rattle. And no, this is my privacy. Yi Chuho withdrew his hand and gently sighed. The fortune surrounding this girl was absurdly abundant. It was astonishing that she could extract herself from a bit of affinity emanating from this emperor's soul. Interesting. Very interesting. In the sky, AI Cohen continued. At first, I couldn't connect a person who skipped class every day to the Dragon King from the Legends of the Future. Until we excavated another relic. He swiped his hand. The discipline chart on the projection screen disappeared, replaced by a video. Dear viewers, please watch the VCR. The screen shook. It was a drone's perspective. Below the lens was an endless desert. Yellow sand rolled, and the sky and earth were desolate. Host, where is this? Why are we suddenly looking at a desert? What does it mean? Isn't the Dragon King from Jinling? In the classroom, as Long Outyen saw the desert, his fists tightened slightly. Others couldn't tell, but he recognized it immediately. That place was North Africa. It was where he had lived for 10 years. It was also the true location of the Dragon King Palace. The video continued. The drone began to descend. Deep in the yellow sand, some black dots appeared. As the camera zoomed in, everyone could see that those black dots were the tips of buildings buried in the sand. Under the ruins, there were dense figures digging. Finally, the image froze. A dark golden plaque emerged halfway from the sand. It bore 3 large characters. Dragon King Palace. Dragon King Palace. I am a geographer. Based on the terrain and wind direction, this place is likely in North Africa. What does North Africa have to do with the Jinling vice class leader? Skipping class to go to North Africa every day. Is that reasonable? AI Cohen looked at the barrage, his smile gradually becoming excited. Dear viewers, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Today we will unveil the first layer of this Dragon King's legend. The Dragon King's real name is Long Outyen. This big shot's first 20 years can be said to have squandered a great hand of cards. What does it mean? Genius start. Isn't he a family dropout? The classmates of Class 9 perked up their ears. Even Lu Changming stopped tapping his ruler. AI Cohen raised a finger. As we all know, 5,000 years ago the martial arts realm was divided into 9 ranks. Martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, great martial master, half-step grandmaster, grandmaster, great grandmaster, celestial, and earthly immortal. Desolate Emperor. Could it be referring to him? Probably. After all, he had used that title before. He really looked forward to the Everyone can take a guess. At what realm was the Dragon King at 18? The barrage immediately rolled. An 18-year-old martial artist is already excellent. The Dragon King's words, martial master to start. That's too narrow. He must be a great martial master. Be bolder, half-step grandmaster. 18 years old and half-step grandmaster. No way. Lu Changming watched as the guesses in the barrage became more outrageous, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. The next second, he suddenly turned around. Long Outyen. Long Aocean's body shook. Here. Lu Changming narrowed his eyes. You've got some skills now, huh? Come on, tell us yourself. What realm are you at now, Dragon King? The whole class held their breath. Long Outyen fell silent for a moment. What? Lu Changming's teeth ground together, afraid that being too high will scare this useless teacher of mine. Not high. Long Outyen looked up at the sky, his aura renewed like a blade that had just been unsheathed. His gaze swept over everyone in the class, and he could no longer suppress the arc of his lips. It's just... At the same time in the sky, AI Cohen suddenly slammed the table, his voice echoing throughout Blue Star. Grandmaster. AI Cohen's voice crashed down from the sky. Lu Changming's hand gripping the ruler shook violently. The tip of the wooden ruler struck a classmate's desk with a thud. What the hell, 18? Grandmaster. Host, don't scare me. Dragon King. This is the Dragon King. In the sky, AI Cohen slammed his palm on the table. Dear viewers, Grandmaster, 18. Notice not 80 years old nor 38 years old, but 8. This Dragon King big shot at the age of 18 had already entered the upper echelon of the martial arts world at that time. The barrage rolled too fast. Whites, reds, and golds one layer over another. Grandmaster. Lu Changming stared at Long Outyin, his throat feeling as if it were blocked by something. A Grandmaster. Fewer than 100 registered in the entire Dragon Nation. Each one of them was a powerful figure capable of maintaining order in a region. Governors would invite them to sit in the main seat. The Martial Arts Association would open special files upon meeting them. In emergencies like beast tides, the military would even actively invite grandmasters for assistance. And now this vice-class leader of his who skipped class every day, never submitted homework, and whose physical tests never broke 100 was recognized as a national waste, was actually a grandmaster. Lu Changming felt a surge of electricity rush through his spine to the top of his head, leaving his scalp tingling. Grandmaster. His voice carried a hint of respect. Dragon. Mush. Long Aocean's lips curled up, directly interrupting him. Old Lu, mind your words, am now a grandmaster. Lu Changming's mouth twitched. The words, Long Outyin, you little brat, stuck in his throat. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, Classmate Long, you really are a grandmaster. The entire class. The moment Classmate Long was mentioned, the gazes of everyone in Class 9 shifted towards Lu Changming. They were not surprised by how powerful Long Outyin was, but rather that it only required reaching the master level to automatically switch old Lu into polite mode. TSK. This guy shouldn't be allowed to show off all by himself. Yan Zong touched his phone, somewhat envious. Why not work a bit harder these days? Try to achieve a breakthrough to master level and reap the rewards. Oh, in the third row by the window, the information committee member, Su Huang, leaned on the desk with her chin resting on her hand, casually twirling a piece of spicy stick with her fingers and lifting her eyes. Watching the scene before her, she lightly curled her lips leisurely, bringing the spicy stick to her mouth, wiping the red oil from her hands, and opened her phone to click on a chat window named Three Realms Chat Group. At Jinling Wuzhong in Class 9 of the final year, Yin Song's smile froze on his face. Lu Changming's mouth twitched. Principal Gu Shanhe was also silent. Yichuho sat at the back row, still propping his chin with half-closed eyes. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting a gentle glow on his slightly longer black hair, adding a faint sheen to his relaxed face. He watched the class erupt in excitement, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Master Realm. He hadn't heard that term in a long time, long enough that it felt like a title from some mundane old dream. In his former world, a master probably couldn't even defeat a toddler just weaned. Yichuho thought for a moment, then corrected himself in his heart. No, it should definitely be that they could not win. Forget it. Watching the show is far more interesting. Beside him, Xing Yao, who had been quietly observing everything, began her exclusive recording. She pressed her notebook against her arm and wrote quickly. Today's record, the vice-class monitor, is confirmed as the Dragon King, an 18-year-old master. The homeroom teacher's attitude has noticeably softened, and the class monitor is grinning smugly, but seems completely unaware. After finishing, she secretly glanced at Yichuho. Yichuho was still propping his chin watching the show. Xing Yao paused her pen for a moment and added another note. Supplement: the class monitor looks at the homeroom teacher and the vice-class monitor as if watching a kindergarten teacher giving small red flowers to children. Dangerous. Am I not a master? Long Outyin stood up, straightening his back. He walked step by step to Lu Changming's side, each step feeling like stepping on the grievances head endured for 3 years. The cold family's disdain. The teacup his mother-in-law had dropped at his feet. His wife's words, "You really make me lose face." And the whispers at school. The vice-class monitor skipped class again. And, look, that's the cold family's useless son-in-law. All of these were crushed in an instant by the 2 words master. Long Outyin raised his hand and patted Lu Changming's shoulder. Old Lu, oh old Lu. He smiled crookedly, a reckless grin on his face. Do you think I have any need to deceive you? Saying this, he raised his hand to point at the sky. See, those descendants in the heavens have already proven it for me. Can this be wrong? Lu Changming's eyelids twitched. The ruler had instinctively risen. In the next second, he forcibly held it back. Master. This is a master. The majesty of a master cannot be insulted. Although this master skips class every day, hasn't done his homework, and even dares to pat the homeroom teacher's shoulder. But after all, he is a master. The corners of Lu Changming's mouth twitched. Endure. I will endure. How dare I question classmate Long? Lu Changming forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. The entire class fell silent again. Yin Zong clutched his chest. It's over. I want to be a master too. Long Outyin felt so good that it was as if all the pores of his body had opened up. Hearing classmate Long was even more exhilarating than everyone in the Dragon King Hall, calling him Dragon King. This feeling was different. So different. He even felt the sunlight becoming brighter and everything in the classroom turning beautiful. A suppressed laugh came from the back row. Lu Changming shot a glance, and several heads quickly ducked down. But Lu Changming suddenly spoke. Long Outyin raised an eyebrow. But what? Lu Changming took out his phone from his pocket, his fingers swiping across the screen. Since you're a master, you should quickly go register at the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association. Once registered, you can receive master subsidies, training resources, independent martial arts permissions, and exemptions for local crisis orders. Also, he lifted his head. In the future, for further studies, military service, or establishing a sect, you can take the Green Channel. If you find it inconvenient to go, I was once the academic champion in martial arts in Dragon Country. I can be your witness and submit the materials to the Martial Arts Association. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone, activated the camera function, and aimed it at Long Outyin. Come on. You only need to release your true energy for 3 seconds to prove your master status. Long Aoshin's smile froze on his face. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Long Outyin. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He simply couldn't do it. The sky was not wrong. According to historical records, Long Outyin did indeed reach the master level at 18. But now there was still half a day until his 18th birthday. There was still half a day until the seal from 3 years ago was lifted. Half a day. Just this half a day. For the first time, Long Outyin felt that time was moving so slowly that he wanted to smash the wall. Classmate Long. Lu Changming raised his phone. Classmate Long. Long Outyin snapped back to reality. He silently withdrew the hand he had placed on Lu Changming's shoulder. Then he cleared his throat. Old Lu. I just broke through to master today, and my realm is still a bit unstable. Let's wait until tonight. He raised a finger. Tonight I'll show you again. In the last row. Yichuho couldn't hold back. Xing Yao quickly wrote in her notebook. Today's observation supplement, the vice class monitor, seems to be forcing a show-off, and the class monitor with a high laughter threshold has already broken character. Lu Changming furrowed his brow. Who is he? The top scholar in martial arts theory in all of Dragon Country. Just broke through with unstable aura, of course that exists. But that usually appears in those with insufficient foundation forcing a breakthrough. An 18-year-old master, could his talent be lacking? Moreover, he didn't make Long Outyin fight others in a life-and-death battle. He only asked him to release his true energy to record a video. If he can't even do this. Lu Changming's gaze gradually changed. Long Aoshin's heart sank. Cough, cough. Old Lu, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to my seat. Wait. Lu Changming grabbed his wrist. True energy flowed into Long Aoshin's meridians through his palm. Long Aoshin's expression suddenly darkened. Old Lu, what are you trying to do? Before the words finished, Lu Changming's true energy had just probed half an inch in when it was blocked by a heavy seal. That seal lay deep within his meridians. The source was the black ring on Long Aoshin's hand. Lu Changming's eyes widened suddenly. As expected, he stared at the ring, his expression serious. Long Outyin, you haven't reached master yet, have you? The entire Long Outyin fell silent for a moment. Finally he nodded. I still have half a day. Lu Changming was so angry he laughed. You dare to show off with half a day left? Should I say you have guts, or should I say you're a foolish pig? Long Outyin turned his head away without saying a word. The classmates in the classroom were all dumbfounded. Just now he was the 18-year-old master. Now he is still half a day away. What's going on? Only Yi Chuho chuckled softly. Breaking through the mundane. Lu Changming looked at the bewildered faces in the classroom and felt a sudden weariness. He raised his hand and knocked on the podium. Everyone look at me. During class you either skip or sleep. Not a single one listens seriously, and you think I'm lecturing to harm you. Now it's good. You can't even understand the spectacle. A murmur of small voices rose from below. Learning this stuff doesn't help me with picking up girls. Learning this can't help me bargain with immortals either. I learned it in advance, but later forgot. I didn't forget, I just didn't want to listen to it a second time. Lu Changming's temples throbbed with blue veins. Everyone shut up. The classroom fell silent in an instant. Lu Changming picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard. Master path. Let me explain again the 3 paths to breakthrough into a master. First, the water grinding method. Using time, resources, and techniques to gradually accumulate. It is the slowest, most expensive, but also the most stable. Many masters nurtured by prominent families take this path. He wrote down the second line. Second, the slaughter method, gaining rebirth from desperation. This path is the most dangerous and only suitable for those with exceptional talent and rich backgrounds. Lu Changming paused for a moment. For example, the god of war from the north, who suddenly disappeared a year ago. He is a typical example of breaking through to become a master through slaughter. By the trash can the labor committee member lowered his head, silently gripping the tiger talisman under the table. The edge of the tiger talisman pressed into his palm, yet he seemed unaware. Lu Changming did not notice his small action and continued writing the third line. Third, the mundane breakthrough method. He turned to look at Long Outyin. This is the path that this kid is taking. This path has the lowest threshold, theoretically anyone can walk it. At the same time, the probability of breakthrough is the lowest. Yen Song immediately raised his hand. Teacher. Lu Changming glared at him. Speak. Yen Song's face was serious. The second path sounds more dangerous, so why is the mundane breakthrough the least likely? Many students nodded in agreement. Right. Sealing cultivation to experience life sounds quite relaxing. I also think so, at least you don't have to go to the battlefield. Lu Changming sneered. Because those who fail on the second path usually have no chance to record their failure. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Changming continued. When you buy a parachute online, how many bad reviews have you seen? The whole class fell silent. Yen Song slowly gave a thumbs up. Teacher, that's a hell of a joke. Lu Changming couldn't be bothered to respond. Although the desperate breakthrough is dangerous, the pressure from demonic beasts creates a stable environment in the military. Every year martial artists break through to become masters on the battlefield. The mundane breakthrough is different. His voice grew serious. This path requires sealing your own cultivation to return to being an ordinary person. Eating, sleeping, going to school, being scolded, being humiliated, being misunderstood. Refining one's heart amidst emotions, waiting for a day when a great insight appears to break through the mundane chi. The classroom became a bit quieter. Many finally understood. Long Outyin lowered his eyes. His fingers gently rubbed the black ring. 3 years. A full 3 years. He indeed lived like an ordinary person. Even more constrained than an ordinary person. Yen Song raised his hand again. Teacher, this still sounds not very dangerous. Lu Changming looked at him. Yen student, focus on the key points. Sealing your own cultivation. Completely returning to being an ordinary person. He emphasized word by word. Those who have come this far, who doesn't have a few enemies. What do you think? What if during the sealing period you were discovered by your enemies? What would happen? Yen Song's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up abruptly. Old Long. He turned to look at Long Outyin. Do you have enemies? Long Outyin nodded. Yen Song felt a tightness in his throat. Many. Long Outyin thought for a moment. Not bad. Yen Song pressed further. Are they tough? Long Outyin paused for a moment. Super tough. With a whoosh. Yen Song sat down. He began to pack his bag, moving so fast that shadows appeared. Class teacher. He shouted while shoving books into his bag. My mom just messaged saying my sister is about to be tricked away by a yellow-haired guy, and I need to rush home to demonstrate the bloodline suppression of the firstborn. Hearing his nonsense, Lu Changming gripped the ruler in his hand tightly. Yen Song didn't care about that. He had already packed his bag. Before leaving, he turned back to take a deep look at Long Outyin. That gaze was complex. There was farewell. There was reluctance. And a kind of painful sentiment of, brother, I will always remember how you are today. Old Long. I'm sorry. Someone is coming to catch you. Brother will go and brush off some danger first. When I grow stronger, he'll come back to avenge you. Yen Song turned around in grief. Just as he took a step, a figure had already rushed to the door faster than him. Yen Song's eyes widened. What the hell? Hanli, why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Wait for me. Hanli, carrying an outrageously heavy backpack, nearly scraped the ground with his shoes as he flew. He didn't even look back and shouted. He'll go ahead to scout the way. Yen Song cursed. Scout what route? You call that fleeing? Lu Changming watched this farce, but did not stop it immediately. Because he understood. The sky curtain had already exposed Long Aocean's position. Dragon King Hall. North Africa. Young master. Once this information falls into the hands of the attentive Jinling Martial School, will soon become the center of a storm. Although these students from Class 9 are troublesome, the sky curtain 5,000 years later has already proven that each of them may become a legend in the future. Letting them leave may be the more prudent choice. Lu Changming took a deep breath. You all should leave too. The entire class was stunned. Lu Changming said solemnly, I will grant you a half-day leave. The school may not be safe from now on. As for Long Outyin, he took out his phone. I will contact the principal now to report to the higher-ups of the country. Lu Changming looked at Long Outyin, his tone unusually serious. Please trust the country. We will never let any citizen be harmed. Beep, beep. The call did not go through, but there was a sound at the door. Ding-ling-ling. Yen Song, who had just stepped out, froze in midair. Hanli also stopped. A cane tapped on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. At the door stood an old man with graying hair. His old-style Zhongshan suit was washed to a pale white, yet he stood very straight. When his eyes swept across the classroom, Yen Song's feet unconsciously retreated. Lu Changming was stunned. Principal. Gu Shanha nodded his cane. No need to notify. I have already. All students from Class 9. Return to your seats. Yen Song panicked. Principal, Old Long's enemies are coming soon. He has no cultivation right now. Are we just going to wait here for them to make dumplings? Gu Shanha repeated his earlier words. Return to your seats. Yen Song turned his head. Hanli, say something. This old fool. Cough. The principal may not realize how dangerous it is. As he spoke, halfway the space next to him was empty. Yen Song suddenly turned his head. Hanli had already returned to his seat in the back row. His backpack was on his lap, his hands properly positioned and his back straight. What danger? Hanli blinked. Isn't it safe now, eh? Yin Song was on the verge of grinding his teeth. You're just selling out your teammates. Gu Shanha entered the classroom and patted Yin Song's shoulder. Don't worry. You stay here, and I guarantee no one can harm you. Yin Song's mouth twitched. Principal, it's just you alone. Even if you are a half-step master, how can? Boom. Suddenly a dense sound of helicopter blades came from above, and the glass of the entire teaching building shook gently. What the hell? Yin Song was stunned and turned to look. What the hell? In the next second, he rushed to the window, his eyes wide. In the distant sky, armed helicopters broke through the clouds heading towards Jinling Martial School. On the ground, military trucks drove one after another into the perimeter of the campus. Fully armed soldiers quickly disembarked, sealing the school gates and establishing a defense line. The black and gold dragon flag unfurled in the wind, fluttering loudly. At that moment, the entire Jinling Martial School felt as if it was protected in the palm of a giant steel hand. Yin Song's throat moved. That is. His voice changed. The National Guard. Gu Shanha leaned on his cane, standing by the window. Yes. Yin Song was silent for 2 seconds. Impressive. He turned back to Long Aotian's side, wrapping an arm around Long Aotian's shoulder. Old Long, today brother and I will survive together. Long Aotian glanced sideways at him. You seem to have run away just now. Yin Song coughed lightly. That was a strategic retreat. Long Aotian responded. Oh. Yin Song patted his chest. Isn't that right? I Yin Song have always been chivalrous. Long Aotian glanced at him. Isn't it because the National Guard has arrived? Cough, cough. Yin Song coughed. It's the same. It's all the same. On this side, the two good brothers' backstabbing drama did not attract Yi Chua's attention. He rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window, finally showing a bit of interest. Oh, a few young children with some real power have come. Boom. 3 powerful presences simultaneously descended upon Jinling Martial Arts School. Yin Song, who had just been boasting by the window, froze in his smile. He stared out the window, his voice filled with excitement. They're stepping through the air. This is the human realm. And there are 3 of them at once. Everyone in the classroom turned their gaze toward the window in unison. Xing Yao, who had been taking notes, paused at Yi Chuhang's vague remark. She followed Yi Chuhang's line of sight. In midair, boom, the air outside the window seemed to be trampled by something. In an instant, 3 figures appeared in everyone's sight. On the far right stood an elderly man in a dark tang suit. His white hair was neatly combed and his hands were clasped behind his back with 9 golden needles hovering at his palms, their tips exuding a faint chill. On the far left was a thin old Taoist. He held a whisk, his eyes half closed as if he had just woken up, yet the air beneath his feet rippled in circles. In the center stood a middle-aged man in a blood-red uniform. He made no unnecessary movements. Simply standing there was enough to suppress the winds above the school. The 3 exchanged glances. In the next second, whoosh, 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 the 3 beams of light dispersed. The tang-clad elder descended towards the east building. The thin old Taoist stood at the west gate. The man in the blood-red uniform stepped into the center of the playground. Boom. 3 pillars of light shot into the sky. Light blue runes ascended from the school boundary, quickly spreading along the walls, treetops, and classroom buildings. In the blink of an eye, a massive light blue barrier enveloped the entire Jinling Martial Arts School. The fluorescent lights in the classroom gently swayed. The glass windows emitted a faint vibration. Yin Song leaned against the window, his eyes nearly popping out. An 8-level formation. At least 8 level. He suddenly turned around, slapping Long Aotian on the shoulder, visibly relieved. Old Long, we're secure now? With 3 human realm experts from the National Guardian team and an 8-level protective formation, it's going to be hard for you to die today. Long Aotian shot him a sidelong glance. You were just about to run away. Yin Song's expression turned serious. I already said that was a tactical retreat. Long Aotian. Meanwhile, in the back row of the classroom, 3 individuals simultaneously froze in their actions. The health committee member Lin Fan was focused on crafting a scarecrow. The tiny figure in front of him, no larger than a palm, already had over a dozen silver needles inserted into it. But upon seeing the tang-clad elder, the needle in his hand halted midair. That old man. In a corner against the wall, the library committee member Zhuge Wanya, dressed in a faded Taoist robe, was yawning while tossing coins. As the coin fell back into his palm, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Master. The safety committee member Yi Chun wore a nonchalant smile. He had his hands behind his head with his chair balanced on only 2 back legs swaying. But when he saw the middle-aged man in the blood-red uniform, his smile instantly froze. Old man. In a few short words, the classmates barely caught what was happening. But who was Yin Song? The well-known gossip radar of Class 9. He perked up suspiciously, looking at the 3. Huh, what did you just say? Lin Fan remained expressionless, continuing to work on the scarecrow. Nothing. Zhuge Wanya yawned again, tossing the coin. I was just calculating if there are chicken legs in the cafeteria. Yi Chun remained the calmest. He leaned back again, counter-questioning, did I shout? Yen Song looked at the three. Did I really hear it wrong? It shouldn't be, should it? Why does it feel off? In the back row, Yi Chuhang rested his chin on his hand, a slight smile at the corners of his lips. It's more than just feeling off. Any random person from this class could write a biography in any small world. Yet in this world, they all played the role of the underdog. Interesting. Watching them gradually exposed, it was truly fascinating. Xing Yao silently lowered her head, quickly jotting down notes. Due to the vice class leader's identity being exposed, the National Guardian team entered the school, and 3 human realm experts appeared. The Health Committee, Library Committee, and Safety Committee reacted unusually, suspecting that the 3 have a special relationship with the human realm experts. She paused her pen here, adding, the class leader watched the drama unfold, a smile, still teasingly annoying. Yi Chen's calmness lasted only 3 seconds. He quietly slid his chair back half an inch, pulling out a tattered cloth pouch from under his feet. Then he elbowed his deskmate Hanli. Hey, old demon Han. Hanli did not look up. What? Just to be clear, I'm not lending money. Who asked you for money? Yi Chen's lips twitched. He lowered his voice, pushing the tattered pouch over. A half-step Beast King Demon Core, can you swap it for a talisman? Can it work? Han Li's expression shifted. What kind of talisman? The kind that can hide one's presence and alter appearance. Han Li narrowed his eyes, stared at him, deeply asked nothing, just nodded. I have it, but I need to check the goods. All right. Yi Chen removed his hand from the tattered pouch, gesturing for him to proceed. Han Li didn't grab it immediately. Instead, he pulled out a piece of talisman paper as thin as a cicada's wing from his sleeve, pinching the tattered pouch through the talisman. He opened it. A dark red demon core was revealed. Within, the remnants of a fierce beast's soul could be faintly seen. Han Li glanced at it and quickly wrapped it up again. It's genuine. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. So, Han Li took out a grayish-blue talisman from his pocket. The talisman was wrapped in 3 layers of waterproof bags with a small label attached outside. Level 7 Concealment Talisman Stock 99 Yi Chen. How much stock do you have? Do you need to categorize and manage it like this? Han Li handed over the talisman, concise and to the point. Level 7 Concealment Talisman, usable 30 times. As long as a human realm expert isn't watching and checking you, you basically won't be noticed. Yi Chen immediately took it, infusing it with true energy, and his eyes brightened. Good stuff. Han Li stuffed the demon core into his waist talisman pouch, zipped it up, and finally patted it twice. Welcome next time. The 2 exchanged glances, sharing a smile. One smiled casually, the other smiled cautiously and professionally. Xing Yao lowered her head, quickly recording in her notebook. The Safety Committee and Physical Committee seemed to be engaged in an underground market transaction within the school. Transaction items unknown due to being obstructed. Note: Han Li's source is a mystery suggested for close observation. Writing to this point, she quietly glanced at Yi Chuhang. Yi Chuhang still rested his chin on his hand, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Just then, the voice from the sky drowned out the roar of the propeller. Snap! Just as she finished writing, a sound of a folding fan opening suddenly echoed in the sky. Ha ha ha! AI Kun's laughter once again resounded through the heavens. Babies didn't expect this, did you? I didn't expect it either. Everyone's attention was drawn back to the sky. In the live broadcast room, 5,000 years later, the comments exploded. Wait a minute. The Dragon King was an adolescent master at 18, and how could that be considered playing a good hand and ruining it? The might of a master cannot be insulted, not to mention he is still a young master. Shouldn't the ancient Dragon Kingdom provide full protection when such a peerless prodigy emerges in their country? I'm just as confused. Oh, where's the flaw? Streamer, stop keeping us in suspense, hurry up and explain. AI Kun shook his finger. Don't rush. Today we'll clarify exactly what is good about the Dragon King's hand and how it was ruined. He spoke as the projection behind him shifted. Yellow sand. A ruined hall. A dark golden plaque. The 3 characters Long Wang Dian reappeared before everyone. From the material we just reviewed, everyone can see the Long Wang was no ordinary fighter. He was the helmsman of an underground power. AI Kun grew unusually serious. We consulted 37 relic records to piece together the broad outline of Long Wang Dian. Long Wang Dian once stood in a desert somewhere in North Africa. At that time, it was one of the world's foremost underground organizations. Its core structure was simple. 1 Long Wang, 4 great protectors, 12 dragon guards. Beyond these branch halls existed rows of comments streamed past the screen. AI Kun smiled. By chance we unearthed a stone slab at the Long Wang Dian ruins. He continued, I think the line carved upon it is enough to describe Long Wang Dian standing in those days. The projection enlarged. A battered slab filled the center of the dome. The ancient script on it was weathered and incomplete, yet the fierce arrogance it exuded remained plain. AI Kun pointed to the slab and translated each character with deliberate care. On Blue Star, the lands belong to the nations. He paused, voice rising. The underground belongs to the Long Wang. The comments on the feed erupted at once. Yen Song listened with shining eyes. Old dragon, is your power really that formidable? Long Out Yin could not quite suppress the grin at the corner of his mouth. Stay Loki, he said. Yin Song rolled his eyes. Your face is practically pointing at the sky. Loki, my foot. Long Out Yin ignored him. At that moment, he felt a surge of pride. Long Wang Dian was his root and his greatest assurance. Even now, with his cultivation sealed, sitting in this classroom being struck by old Lu's ruler, mocked by classmates, scorned by the Long family. Yet every line on the dome seemed to tell everyone plainly Long Out Yin had never been worthless. He had once stood before the throne of the underworld. He had been called Long Wang by countless people. Then Ai Kuen's tone shifted. He had somehow acquired a folding fan in his hand. With a crisp flick it opened. He looked every bit like a storyteller. However, he said, Long Wang Dian's greatness also brought the Long Wang a tremendous trouble. The comet feed flooded the screen once more. Ai Kuen closed the fan, his expression turned more sober. This brings us to another force, the Zhongshan Alliance. The dome's image changed again. The projection switched to a ruined temple built deep in the mountains of North America. Broken statues littered. Some of the statues still bore the faded outlines of wings. The Zhongshan Alliance, headquartered in North America, Ai Kuen said. In that era, it was the only underground force that could meet Long Wang Dian head-on. Both sides vied for the title of the world's strongest underground power. Resentments had festered for years. The spark that ignited them could no longer be traced. All we know is that after that year, the two sides tore each other apart. Ai Kuen's voice dropped. Later records encapsulated that battle in 8 words: the gods fell, the true dragon bled. The comments fell silent for a heartbeat, then roared back to life. Ai Kuen waved a hand. The true dragon mentioned there is not the Long Wang we speak of today, but the previous generation Long Wang. According to texts excavated from Long Wang Dian, after that battle, the old Long Wang clung on for months before finally perishing. Of the 4 great protectors, 2 fell in battle. Of the 12 dragon guards, only 1 squad remained. In the classroom, the smile on Long Out Yin's face faded. He unconsciously rubbed the black ring on his finger. At that moment, long-forgotten images rose before his eyes: an old man's gaunt hand, a dragon banner, stained with blood, lines of figures kneeling in the yellow sand. Young master, they had said, from this day forth you are the new head of Long Wang Dian. Those words had weighed on his shoulders for many years. The comments lagged noticeably. Ai Kuen shook his fan. You little one are thinking too small. Long Wang Dian was indeed severely damaged, he continued, but what was broken was its peak fighting force, not its foundation. He raised the folding fan like a narrator and tapped the screen. The 4 great protectors, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Zhuke, were all in the Tianren realm. After that battle, 2 protectors survived. The remaining Dragon Guard's captain was also a grandmaster. The other members were at least half-step grandmasters, not to mention branch masters and peripheral members in places that did not take part in the war. Even so, diminished Long Wang Dian remained one of the world's top forces. It had merely lost the right to contest for the top spot for a time. Ai Kuen snapped his fan shut. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. A heavily wounded Long Wang Dian is still a top-tier power. As long as the new Long Wang steadied the situation, gathered the remnants, and allowed them to recuperate, a return to the summit would be only a matter of time. The comments revived once more. Ai Kuen suddenly stopped. He looked into the camera and clicked his tongue, expression complex. Herein lies the problem. Just as Long Wang Dian had recovered a little of its vigor and was preparing to rally, our Long Wang made a decision that countless later scholars could not comprehend. Class 9 all turned at once to look at Long Out Yin. His face darkened slightly. Hey, old Long. Yin Zong slung an arm around Long Out Yin's shoulder, pointed at the dome, and struggled to hold back a laugh. Don't tell me what he's about to say is that you went and became that idiot at the Long house, coughed the son-in-law. Long Out Yin's face went black in an instant. Yin Song. His voice dropped a few degrees. Don't joke about Long Cici or... Yin Song immediately raised both hands. All right, I want, Yin Song said. But I just don't understand, of all the women in the world, why do you have to hang yourself on the Long family's tree? Isn't he bored if he doesn't taste something new every day? Long Ao Tian fell silent for a moment, gently stroking the black ring, his tone filled with melancholy and deep emotion. She once gave me a bowl of porridge. At that moment, Yin Song looked bewildered. 10 years ago, my family was annihilated, and I almost died in Jinling. Everyone feared causing trouble, but she was the only one who handed me that bowl of porridge. I have remembered that bowl of porridge for 10 years. At that time, I vowed in my heart that if I succeeded in martial arts in the future, I would ensure she lived a worry-free life. And I believe that one day she will be touched by my deep affection. Yin Sung's facial features twisted in discomfort, as if he had taken a bite of something unpleasant. It's over. There's really no hope. I wish Lin Fan could give you a shot to see if it could cure your love-struck brain. In the sky, Ai Kuen snapped his folding fan shut. What this dear one said is quite right. Later our Dragon King indeed had many wives and concubines, truly a walking pile driver. But that was all later. Moving forward, I will specifically release an episode ranking legendary figures and their partners, he continued. But today let us finish discussing the Dragon King. He took a deep breath. Our Dragon King at the time when he most needed rest and recuperation in the Dragon King's hall left the core power circle. He went to a small family in Jinling. He became a son-in-law. The bullet screen exploded. What the heck? What kind of operation is this? The Dragon King's hall is in disarray, and he goes to be a son-in-law. Does he love the world, or a beauty? Dragon King, for you, I can give up the world. Hey, get out of here upstairs. With the world at hand, is there still a lack of beauties? I really can't understand this operation. In the classroom, all eyes were suddenly fixed on Long Aotian. Long Aotian wore a blank expression, but a vein throbbed at his temple. Yin Song covered his mouth. He tried very hard, really hard, but in the end he couldn't hold it back. Long Aotian shot a cold glance at him. Yin Song immediately sat up straight. I'm sorry, I have undergone strict training and usually do not laugh, Yichen added beside him. Unless I— ha ha ha. Long Aotian. Lu Changming stood on the podium, his expression somewhat complex. He looked at Long Aotian wanting to scold him, but felt it wasn't the right time. After all, this kid would become a master in half a day. But this matter certainly sounded worthy of a scolding. In the sky, Ai Kuan also wore an expression of confusion. According to the records, the Dragon King found a seemingly reasonable excuse for this departure. The bullet screen— what excuse? To end the alliance of the gods' stronghold. To recruit talent. To search for the lost inheritance of the Dragon King's hall. Ai Kuan shook his head. No. Breaking through the mortal realm. Upon hearing these 4 words, Lu Changming frowned. Long Aotian lowered his gaze. Ai Kuan continued. You all should remember that there are 3 paths to breaking through to master. I know we have exams every day, it's hard to forget. The grinding method, survival and desperation, and breaking through the mortal realm. I've already memorized it. That's right. Ai Kuan nodded. The Dragon King took the path of breaking through the mortal realm and left North Africa to come to Jinling. At first glance it seems there is no problem. After all, he indeed became an 18-year-old young master later. But the problem is at that time the Dragon King's hall could not afford such risks. The projection showed a stone tablet with lines of annotations thoughtfully attached. With the Dragon King's talents and resources, he originally had safer and more reliable ways to break through, but for some unknown reason, he chose the path of breaking through the mortal realm. The path of breaking through the mortal realm requires self-sealing of one's cultivation, completely returning to an ordinary person. To protect the Dragon King who had sealed his cultivation, our remaining high-end combat power was forced to disperse long-term, secretly guarding Jinling. And because of this we lost the best opportunity to continue suppressing the alliance of the gods. The content of the stone tablet ended here, and Ai Kuan's tone gradually became heavy. When the Dragon King finally awakened and wanted to reorganize the Dragon King's hall, he continued, the alliance of the gods had already recovered and was even stronger than the Dragon King's hall. That's why I say the Dragon King had a good hand, but played it poorly. The bullet screen fell silent momentarily. Then an argument erupted. Brothers, I suddenly feel a bit disillusioned. Isn't this just being love-struck? But it can't be said like that. He went to break through to master. But this operation is indeed absurd. For a woman to get the old guardians and dragon guards killed. There are many ways to break through. Why did he choose the most dangerous and burdensome one? He is the Dragon King. So many people rely on him. I support the Dragon King. Powers can be rebuilt, but some people once missed are truly gone. Damn. If you have the ability, say it again, and it'll come through the network cable to smash your love-struck brain. What are you in a hurry for? At least the Dragon King found true love. The price was just a few unimportant subordinates. You wouldn't be calling out because you have none, would you? What a romantic love this is. Do you understand how to appreciate it? Damn, is this something a human can say? Ai Kuan looked at the nauseating bullet screen with a frown. Administrator. Ban these 2 IDs strawberry soft candy, and I don't eat cilantro permanently. Also, if similar distorted views appear in the bullet screen later, impose the same punishment. Okay. The administrator immediately responded in the bullet screen and swiftly imposed a permanent ban, one that couldn't be bypassed by changing accounts. Well done. As expected from someone who can turn my dislike into support. Justice has been served. Justice has been served. After resolving this matter, Ai Kuan finally relaxed his brow. I do not agree with the statements of those mindless individuals just now. The old guardians and dragon guards of the Dragon King's hall watched the Dragon King grow up. They are not blood relatives, yet are closer than blood. From the ancient books we organize these days, we learned that the Qinglong Guardian once carried the young Dragon King out of encirclement. The Zhuke Guardian also blocked 3 fatal assassination attempts for him. The last Dragon Guard treated the Dragon King as a younger brother to care for. They fought to the end for the Dragon King's hall, and should not be dismissed by a single irrelevant remark. Damn, those two aren't human. And neither is the Dragon King. Exactly. Is the Dragon King brain dead? Abandoning his own family. What a waste. I'm out of here pure malice. Family, I've switched my allegiance. I'm betting on the war god. Me too. And Long Aotion's fingers gradually clenched the ring, digging into his palm. He did not speak, but that face, usually carrying a hint of a lopsided smile, was now terrifyingly solemn. These 3 years he thought he could control everything. He believed that breaking through the mortal realm was just a temporary departure. He thought the remaining people in the Dragon King's hall were enough to hold the fort. But he forgot. The enemy would not wait for him to grow, nor would they show mercy. Why didn't he think of this back then? Yin Sung also put away his playful smile. He looked at Long Aotian, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to start. Lu Changming stood beside the podium, his brow tightly furrowed. He wanted to scold, "Are you an idiot?" But seeing Long Aotian's current expression, those words eventually got stuck in his throat. Xing Yao lowered her head, silently writing. Sky evaluation: the Dragon King left during a time of great disarray in the Dragon King's hall for a woman, leading to the tragic sacrifices of his old subordinates in the future. Personal reaction: silence. Supplement: silence is scarier than rebuttal. In the last row, Yi Chuhua looked at Long Aotian, his smile fading a bit. In his impression, his deputy classmate liked to show off, liked awkward remarks, but could not possibly be that fool. The only possibility. Yi Chuhua slowly raised his head, looking into the void, his expression slightly cold, a trace of the aura of an immortal emperor emanating, instantly filling this universe. The sky flickered abnormally twice, then the entire scene froze. No, not only was the scene frozen, but the entire 9th class, the entire blue star, the entire universe was paused at that moment. Yi Chuhua reached into the void, grasping a glowing orb covered in black patterns in his palm. Little heavenly Tao, you dare to scheme against my deputy classmate. And master, it's not me. Yi Chuhai heard intermittent murmurs in his ears, struggling to speak. Oh, he squinted slightly, staring at the black patterns on the orb of light. Interesting, so you have been invaded, huh? Yi Chuhai could sense that the aura emanating from the patterns on the orb did not belong to this world. Yizai, I can hardly hold on, please, master. No rush, let me finish watching the show first. Besides, allowing my people to suffer like this means that the little heavenly Tao has some responsibility as well, doesn't it? Alright, finish what you have to say and get lost. Yi Chuhai waved his hand impatiently, tossing the orb back into the void. In the next moment, as if a mirror had shattered, the entire frozen universe resumed its motion. The people in the classroom also began to move. In the corner of the room, as Han Li regained consciousness, he was hit by a strong smell of something burnt. He was stunned for a moment, then abruptly unzipped his school uniform to look inside. The talismans plastered all over his body were burning down to mere ashes one by one. Seeing this scene, Han Li felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly fainting from it. But he quickly suppressed it with great willpower and cautiously observed his surroundings. Just a moment ago, there must have been a master who appeared, otherwise my thousands of talismans couldn't have been reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Han, the old demon. Yi Chun met his gaze, proactively whispering seriously, damn it, all my demon cores have turned to dust. A master just passed by. Not necessarily just passing by. Han Li narrowed his eyes and scanned the classmates, whispering, this master is very likely hiding among us. No way. Han Li's voice grew heavy. Do you remember what the heavenly canopy said about the desolate emperor? Damn, who is that old scheming bastard? I want him to compensate me for my demon cores. I don't know. Han Li shook his head and continued looking at the classmates. Yi Chen followed his gaze and began to check one by one. Long Outyin and Yin Song were still watching the heavenly canopy, showing no signs of abnormality. The class monitor, the only normal waste in the class, directly ignored. The hygiene monitor Lin Fan was trembling, his broken silver needles hovering above a straw doll, unable to fall. The library monitor Zhugo Wang looked grave as he stared at the shattered copper coins on the table, saying nothing. The information monitor Su Huaying ignored old Lu and the principal, still in the classroom, holding her phone up to look for signals. None of them seemed like it. Who could it be? So hard to guess. Yi Chuhai's lips curled slightly as he casually watched the heavenly canopy. From the heavenly canopy, a more complex voice of AI Cohen was heard. Of course, if it were just like this, future generations wouldn't argue for thousands of years. After all, the Dragon King indeed stepped into mastery because of this. And he did indeed settle accounts with the Divine Alliance in the years that followed. But the most ironic part is, AI Cohen paused. All the viewers of the Blue Star held their breath, as, in Class 9's classroom, everyone also temporarily put aside their doubts. Long Outyin suddenly raised his head, an ominous feeling surging in his heart. AI Cohen looked at the camera and spoke each word clearly. The true love you speak of, in the end, did not end up with the Dragon King. In the classroom, an instant silence fell. Long Aotian's pupils suddenly constricted. Meanwhile, the image on the heavenly canopy slowly switched to a high-definition, restored photograph. In the photo, a man and a woman stood side by side. The man's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp. Even though it was just a restored old photo, it could not suppress that aura of overlooking the world. The woman wore a white dress, her features exquisite, yet her expression was as cold as frost. Below the photo, two large characters stood out prominently. Divorce certificate. The comments exploded immediately. Is this the Dragon King? Damn, this level of handsomeness is only half a step behind me. Get real, the Dragon King's looks are light years ahead of you. Did anyone notice how the woman has a seam of face? This photo should be the Dragon King's marriage certificate, right? How did they get married when the woman looks so unwilling? Hey, did you not see the two big characters' divorce certificate below the photo? Being divorced in the end means that this woman was not even aiming for marriage, so why would she have a good expression? Tisk calling her the one who harmed the Dragon King's palace. All I can say is she truly deserves to be divorced from the Dragon King. Why are you all saying it's the woman's fault? So it's all the fault of us women, right? In Class 9, Yin Tsung stared at those two characters for 3 seconds, then suddenly threw an arm around Long Aotian's shoulder. Not bad, old dragon. His tone carried a sense of paternal pride. Have you finally gained enlightenment? Not bad, finally realizing that there are countless women in this world, and you shouldn't hang yourself on one ice mountain tree. Not bad. Lu Changming also glanced at Long Aotian. He maintained a serious expression, and after a long pause managed to squeeze out a sentence. It's not entirely hopeless yet. Many students in the class nodded in agreement. Although Long Aotian's previous actions were outrageous, at least being able to divorce her showed that he still had some sense left. Long Aotian said nothing. His gaze was fixed firmly on the heavenly canopy, his knuckles gradually turning white. Meanwhile, Jinling. At the Cold Group in the president's office. Cold CC stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, still holding a cooperation proposal in her hand. The heavenly canopy illuminated the entire city. It also illuminated her frozen face. The female assistant behind her clutched the documents, her brain short-circuiting, and she inadvertently blurted out, "See, Cold. Cold President, you have been divorced." The moment the words left her mouth, her entire face turned pale. "I'm sorry." The female assistant hurriedly bowed, her voice trembling. "Cold President, I didn't mean that, I just..." "Prepare the car." Cold CC interrupted her. The female assistant suddenly raised her head. "Cold President." Cold CC turned around, her gaze as cold as ice. "Go to Jinling Wuzhou. Go now." At the Cold family villa, sitting at the mahjong table, Cold Lan's expression had shifted from disdain to a deep shade of anger. Just a moment ago she was still calling him a waste and a drain king. Now that the heavenly canopy exploded, Long Aotian became a young master and the lord of the Dragon King Palace. The rich ladies at the mahjong table were struggling to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking. One woman in a purple qipao couldn't help but speak. "Lanlin, actually this could be a good thing. Haven't you always looked down on that Long Aotian? It's good to be divorced." She smiled as she picked up a tile. "My daughter just happens to be unmarried. Didn't you just say he was the Drain King? This kind of drain my family wouldn't mind." "Shut up." Cold Lan suddenly looked up. "Dragon King Palace. Young Master. Global Underground Forces." These words clanged chaotically in her mind. She slammed the table and shouted, "Shut up. Liang Huiji. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting." She stood up, her face twisted in anger. "You think you can steal my family's golden son-in-law? Not a chance." Liang Huiji raised an eyebrow. "Cold Lan, do you still have any shame?" Mahjong tiles scattered all over the floor. Who was it that just couldn't stop complaining? Who was it that just said he was the Drain King? Now that his identity has been revealed and your daughter has been divorced, you're eager to backtrack. Where's your pride? Cold Lan's eyes turned red as she lunged forward. "Liang Huiji, I'll fight you." The next second, two wealthy ladies who had just called each other sisters a moment ago were suddenly entangled in a chaos in the living room where chickens and dogs were flying everywhere. The two other ladies nearby wanted to advise them, but couldn't hold back their laughter, so they could only pull them apart while watching the spectacle. The entire Blue Star believed that it was Long Aotian who had written that letter of divorce. Even Long Shishi, sitting in the car, thought the same. She gripped the armrest of her seat tightly. Divorce? How could she, Long Shishi, be divorced by that man? Absurd. But just then, in the sky, AI Cohen let out a long sigh. Alas, if it really was the Dragon King who divorced that woman, the host wouldn't be so unhinged today. The barrage of comments instantly paused. What do you mean, DUI? Oh no. Host, you can't be trying to extinguish the last bit of admiration I have for the Dragon King, right? Oh my god, no. Host, please stop talking. AI Cohen closed his folding fan, his gaze complex. This letter of divorce was not written by the Dragon King. It was written by Long Shi to the Dragon King. Boom. This sentence hit everyone like a heavy hammer. No, that's impossible, right? What gives that woman the right to divorce the Dragon King? Could it be that she is hooked up with the god of war? Inside the car, her future self divorced Long Aotian. Long Shi's breath caught. The anger in her eyes dissipated for a moment, replaced by a faint trace of guilt. But that little guilt was quickly suppressed by her. Even if I divorced him, so what? What about the Dragon King? If he was not at fault, why would my future self make such a choice? Long Shishi lifted her chin, her gaze hardening once more. She would not be wrong. At least she would not allow herself to be wrong. Inside the Lung family villa, Lung Lan and Liang Huiji, who were entangled together, suddenly stopped. Liang Huiji, with her hair disheveled and a red mark on her face, suddenly burst into laughter. Lung Lan, oh Lung Lan, you truly gave birth to a wonderful daughter. Now I don't even have to dig the wall, as she kicked the Dragon King away herself. Lung Lan's face was covered in scratches, but she couldn't care less about the pain. She pushed Liang Huiji away and dashed outside madly. Old Yang, prepare the car. Go to Jinling Wuzhong. She ran while screaming. Lung Shishi, you little brat. Are you trying to ruin the Lung family? Liang Huiji sat on the ground laughing until her tears almost fell. She waved to the other two ladies. Come on. Sisters, let's go watch the show. At Jinling Wuzhong in class 9 of the final year, Yin Song's smile froze on his face. Lu Changming's mouth twitched. Principal Gu Shanhe was also silent. Long Ao Tian lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his shoulders shaking violently, as if he were being suppressed by something and was trying to break free. Old dragon. Yin Song opened his mouth. He was the kind of person who could find a topic to discuss at any time, but at this moment he didn't know how to begin. In the back row by the window, Yi Chu Hao rested his chin on his hand, a faint golden light flashing in his eyes. A glimmer of amusement crossed his gaze. In his sight, deep within Long Ao Tian's soul, countless black threads were trembling. Those black threads were entangled with guilt, obsession, blindness, and self-deception. They acted like invisible hooks, dragging Long Ao Tian down a wrong path. But now the sky was violently tearing apart the bloody future. The dragon energy that had been silent within Long Ao Tian for many years finally surged. Crack. The first black thread snapped. Crack, crack, crack. The second one. The third one. More and more black threads were torn apart by dragon energy. Yi Chu Hao glanced at the entire class. Lin Fan had some. Zhuge Wang had some too. Yi Chen had some as well. Even Xing Yao had a faint strand entangled with her. Each person's body was to some extent influenced by these foreign black threads. Yi Chu Hao's lips curled slightly. Interesting. In the sky, AI Kun's voice rang out again. The host knows that the viewers don't believe it. Come, let's see the evidence. He gestured. The photos on the screen slid down. The so-called divorce letter appeared fully in front of everyone. It even had a thoughtful annotation for future translations. Excavated document, divorce letter, translation, notice of marriage dissolution. Our marriage from start to finish was just a transaction. To deal with my family's pressure to marry, I needed you as a shield. The prenuptial agreement was very clear: live together, but sleep apart. You sleep on the floor, no marital relations. After 3 years I will pay you 5 million as per the agreement. I have never breached the contract, nor have I owed. Now that the 3-year contract has expired, I formally notify you to dissolve the marriage immediately. During these 3 years you only cooked, did housework, and remained content with no ambition. You were stable, obedient, and that was all. You provided no help, enhancement, or value to my career, life, or future. In these 3 years I, relying on my own abilities, have led the Lung Group out of difficulties, and my career resources and horizons have already distanced from you. We are no longer people from the same world. I have already confirmed my new marriage partner, who is the chairman of a multinational group. This marriage can bolster my career, elevate my resources, and is truly a suitable match that can help me reach a higher level, while you can only be trapped in the mundane, unable to keep up with my life. The transaction ends, and we part ways with a clean slate. From now on we will have nothing to do with each other. Don't entangle, and wish each other well. Drafter Long Shishi, June 3, 2026. The entire network fell silent for a few seconds. AI Kuan tapped the table. Have all the viewers finished watching? Don't you think it seems like there's nothing wrong with it? He spread his hands. Contract marriage, 3 years expiration, the woman pays the compensation. Now she can stand on her own and has found a suitable match who can help her. It's a classic scenario of a strong woman finding a successful man, ultimately joining forces. Divorcing a contract husband who only knows how to cook, is it reasonable and lawful? The barrage hesitated. Although it seems indeed right. This Lung Shishi doesn't seem to have done anything wrong, and also hasn't owed the Dragon King anything. The Dragon King has his faults. Oh, why hide his identity so thoroughly? Why not just reveal his identity? AI Kuan swiftly opened his folding fan. This viewer has hit the nail on the head. This matter, the Dragon King also has responsibility. He hid his identity too well and revealed his heart too foolishly. Do you remember the question we started with? Why is the Class 9 vice class leader who skips class every day the Dragon King? The barrage instantly filled the screen. From what the host said, I guess the Dragon King skips class to deal with Dragon King's Hall affairs, right? He must be secretly giving orders. With such a large underground force, he surely can't be ignoring it, right? In the classroom, Long Ao Tian's shoulders shook even more violently. Yen Tsung's expression changed. No way, old dragon. In the sky the next second, AI Cohen completed the sentence he had not finished. The Dragon King skips class to deliver lunch to Lung Shi. The barrage exploded. Someone bring me a bottle of pesticide. Pour it all into the Dragon King's mouth. AI Cohen raised his hand and drew the first red line on the divorce letter. Come, let's go through it one by one. Firstly, in her eyes, the Dragon King only knows how to cook and do housework, which does not help her future. Secondly, the Lung group has grown stronger over the past 3 years, and she feels that she and the Dragon King are no longer from the same world. Thirdly, she found a suitable match who could provide career assistance. AI Cohen closed the folding fan with a snap. Next, let's see how outrageous this divorce letter is. Let's start with cooking. AI Cohen pointed to the first point. We found remnants of the Dragon King's diary in the ruins of the Dragon King's hall. The original document is severely damaged and will not be displayed here. According to later scholars, the general content is that Lung Cece worked under high intensity for a long time and suffered from severe stomach issues. The Dragon King skipped class every day just to cook medicinal food for her stomach. Those ingredients were extremely difficult to obtain in the market at that time. Some even needed to be transported across countries by the Dragon King's hall branches. He paused and added, by the way, the Dragon King and the later Divine Doctor actually share a half-master-disciple relationship. The Divine Doctor's master taught the young Dragon King 2 techniques while traveling the world. Thus, the Dragon King's skill in treating ailments far exceeds that of ordinary doctors. Lung Cece's stomach issues were completely healed through these 3 years of medicinal cuisine. The barrage fell silent for a moment, then began to scroll wildly. So she says the Dragon King only knows how to cook. This meal can save lives, sister. She didn't miss a single bite and didn't give any credit for it. AI Cohen tapped the table. And what does everyone think Lung Cece attributes all of this to? Hospital? Or her extraordinary physique? Did her stomach issues just leave on their own? AI Cohen sneered. She believes she has the fortune of martial arts, that luck is on her side, and even her ailments have been driven away. I can't believe it. What a fortune to chase away illness. The Dragon King serves medicinal cuisine while she holds a bowl of metaphysics. This sister is truly oblivious. In class 9, Yen Tsung covered his heart. I really can't believe it. Old Long, your meal delivery is worse than takeout. Long Aotian did not lift his head. He just gritted his teeth tightly. In the classroom, AI Cohen continued to draw the second red line. Our General Long says that she has become so successful now that Long Aotian is no longer worthy of her. Ha ha ha. What an image of a broadcaster. AI Cohen sneered. Do you all know what industry Lung Cece is in? Beauty products. Do you think we are in this era? I guess it's related to martial arts. AI Cohen nodded. The Lung Group specializes in martial arts auxiliary medicinal liquids. At that time, the low-end medicinal liquids on the market could only help ordinary people get closer to the martial apprentice level faster. They were expensive with mediocre effects and considerable side effects. Having heard it all, one sentence remains: the Dragon King is a clown and Lung Cece is nothing but a gold. At this moment, aboard a transport plane headed for Jinling Martial Academy, a group of old dragon guards sat in a circle. They initially held a mindset of watching their own Dragon King scandal. Upon hearing this, everyone turned in unison to look at the stern middle-aged man leaning against the wall of the plane. In less than a second, a whole circle cleared around him. The stern middle-aged man's brow twitched. What are you looking at me for? I only found out about this today as well. The expressions of several old dragon guards became even stranger. The stern middle-aged man remained silent for 2 seconds, then coldly said, if you keep staring, I'll kick you out. Everyone immediately lowered their heads. Icon's voice lowered. This must be the tribulation one must endure to become the Dragon King. 3 years of humiliation in exchange for 1 moment of awakening. Looking back again, there are no friends or family left by my side. The barrage of comments also quieted. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Counselor, I feel unsettled. Streamer, what comes next? What of the story after the Long Wong awakened? AI Cohen shook his head. This section is the most complete record we possess. The subsequent materials are severely damaged. We could only piece together that Long Wong began in Jinling and first wiped out a minor clan called the Zhou family. Then he set out on the path of vengeance for the massacre of the Long family. Afterwards, the Zhongshan alliance returned in force. The old Long Wong's protectors and dragon guards fell on the battlefield one after another. Only 4 characters remain in the documents. The remnants all perished. Silence fell beneath the sky screen. AI Cohen continued. What comes later seems to have been deliberately erased by some power. The streamer speculates that Long Wong later sought help from other legendary figures from his former class to jointly exterminate the Zhongshan alliance. As for why that chapter is unrecorded and what secrets it hides, we do not yet know. The scrolling comments on the screen would not relent. What? It's over. I still want to hear Long Wong's revenge. Who's the next episode about? AI Cohen stood and waved at the camera. My dears, today's Long Wong revelation draws to a close. Next time we shall tell the tale of another legend. The God of War. Set your reminders. Well, see you next week. With a swoosh, the sky screen went dark. The sky returned to normal. The broadcast noise that had pressed on everyone's minds vanished completely. In the classroom, the fluorescent tube swayed gently. Outside, the pale blue protective formation still shrouded Jinling Marshall High. Yi Chihao glanced toward the spot where the sky screen had disappeared and let out a low laugh. Has the energy been spent? His gaze returned to Class 9, pausing a second on the labor monitor by the trash can. Then it settled on Long Outyin. Long Outyin kept his head bowed. Yin Song drew in a breath. He looked at Long Outyin and finally spoke. Old Long, don't blame me if what I say next sounds harsh. Long Outyin did not look up. Yin Song ground out, the you on that screen was a damned fool. You nearly squandered your foundation for a woman. You cooked for her, tended her body, wrote prescriptions, gave her research, and in her eyes it was all her own doing. Do you find this endless groveling meaningful? Yin Song's voice grew more heated as he spoke. The worst has not yet come. The old protectors remain, the dragon guards remain, the Long Wong Hall has not yet been dragged down entirely. You still have a chance. Leave her. Return to your Long Wong Hall. Do not let those who treat you as family die for your pitiful obsession. When those words fell, many in Class 9 nodded. Lu Changming glanced at Yin Song. For the first time he thought this boy, despite his mouth, had some decency. A soft click sounded. A faint crack issued from Long Aotian's body. Then, crack, crack, crack. Bones sounded as if shackled. Yin Song leapt back in alarm. Hey, Old Long, don't be like that. I only shouted to wake you. Are you trying to silence me? No. Gu Shan's expression turned abruptly grave. He's about to break through. Lu Changming finished in a low voice to Grandmaster. Long Outyin suddenly laughed. Ha ha. The laugh was low, threaded with bitterness and self. There was also a clarity that came from being torn open. He drew a small vial from his breast. A folded prescription was tied to its body. It was the new prescription he had meant to give Lung Cece. He stared at the vial for 2 seconds, his gaze cool. So in your eyes, I had no value to you. Snap. The vial shattered in his palm. The medicine, porcelain shards, and the prescription were ground to powder by Golden Jinshi in an instant. Yin Song hurried forward. Old Long, are you all right? Long Outyin slowly raised his head. The face that usually wore a rakish, crooked smile was streaked with 2 lines of tears. Yin Song stood dumbfounded. Really? Old Long, is that necessary? It's just a woman. Tell me the type you like, and I'll find one for you. Gentle, fiery, aloof, dominant, lowly. He stopped himself. Long Outyin wiped his eyes with his hand. He buried his sadness at the bottom of his gaze. When he looked up again, his eyes were sharpened to a frightening edge. He fished out his phone and dialed a number. Outside the school gate, the old flatbread seller crouched behind his stall. His phone vibrated. He glanced at the incoming caller ID. His cloudy eyes narrowed. The next second, his fingers trembled as he answered. Long Wong. In the classroom, Long Aotian's voice was low. Uncle Ching Long. Silence answered. After a long while, the old man's voice, hoarse, said, Long Wong, speak. Long Outyin closed his eyes. When he opened them, the killing intent was like a blade. Summon all of Long Wong's retinue. I will slaughter gods. Outside the school gate, Uncle Ching Long wept. He straightened his bent back. The air of age seemed to peel away inch by inch. Long Wong. We have waited for this day far too long. Long Outyin tightened his grip on the phone. Forgive me, Uncle Ching Long. Thank you for waiting. The call ended. A roar erupted as Golden Jinshi surged from Long Aotian's body. A small golden dragon coiled out from his chest. Its dragon cry shook the entire teaching building. Everyone fall back. Lu Changming seized Yin Song and shouted. But when he looked back, his face froze. The students of Class 9 sat immovable. Lin Fan continued to spin his needle. Zhuge Wang kept his head bowed over a coin. Xing Yao bent her head, feverishly taking notes. Han Li winced as he checked talisman ash. Yi Chen leaned against his chair and whistled lazily. Even Yin Song looked puzzled. Old Lu, why are you dragging me? This breeze won't blow me away. Lu Changming's mouth twitched. Get lost. He nearly forgot, aside from him, almost everyone in this class would become a legend. Of course, apart from the class president, who might actually be blown away. A clear dragon cry suddenly detonated. The golden wormling burst from Long Outyin and shot for the roof. Boom. It tore a large hole through the top of the teaching building. In the next instant, Long Outyin had vanished from the classroom and reappeared atop the roof. He stood on the shattered concrete edge. The black ring floated with a pale light, Golden Jinshi coiling about him. Long Outyin lowered his gaze toward the school gate. His eyes were ice cold. Outside, the sound of many rushing winds rose. Someone's coming. Yin Song leapt to the window. At the same moment, the entire building pressed to the panes. Holy! Yin Song's eyes bulged. Outside the gate, the vendors, the flatbread seller, the milk tea vendor, the mechanic, the stall owners, had wiped the city smiles from their faces and surged toward the cordon with feverish, fanatic eyes. Inside, the gate security guards, cleaners, the canteen uncles, even the discipline head clutching a thermos silently walked in the same direction. Lu Changming's mouth twitched. Director, you do this part-time too. At the entrance of the school, a light blue protective array still enveloped Jinling Martial School. The team guarding the gate took a step forward. The sound of swords clashing echoed. No entry ahead. The team leader drew his long knife with a cold tone. No one is allowed to approach Jinling Martial School. His gaze swept over the crowd on both sides, his expression gradually darkening. 500 people. At least 500. All of them at the lowest Grand Martial Master level. What was worse, the old man selling pancakes was slowly approaching, shedding his aged aura. With each step he took, the protective array glowed. A celestial. One celestial can match an entire team. The team leader's throat tightened. Who are these people? The Divine Alliance. The Dragon King Palace. No one could be certain, but military orders are absolute. Class 9 students must not be harmed. Team 2 Internal Defense. The team leader commanded sternly. Team 1 guard the main entrance with me. Yes. The elite team responded in unison. The long knives were drawn, shining coldly in a line. Just as the team leader was about to step out, an old, yet strong hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Stop! An elderly man in Tang attire appeared beside him. The team leader abruptly halted. Old Lin. The elderly man in Tang attire fixed his gaze on the old pancake seller, his expression complex. Qinglong. Long time no see. Qinglong did not speak. He merely looked at the golden figure atop the teaching building, tears welling in his murky eyes. Old Lin let out a gentle breath. They are not enemies. Today I guarantee they will not harm any student from Class 9. The team leader swallowed hard. Only then did he sheath his knife. Let them pass. Old Lin said in a deep voice. Yes. The members of the Guardian team moved aside the protective barrier. Qinglong crossed the caution line. When he passed by Old Lin, he paused for a moment. There were no pleasantries, just a nod. Then he headed straight into the campus. The team leader watched the group enter the school gate and quietly asked, Old Lin, who are they? The Dragon King Palace, Old Lin replied. The captain's pupils contracted. Old Lin sighed softly, a mix of relief and a hint of late realization in his eyes. Old Dragon King. It seems this kid has ultimately not disappointed you. Just as the words left his mouth, a black sedan abruptly stopped outside the school gate. The car door opened, and Lung Cece stepped out quickly. She was still in her sharply tailored professional outfit, her complexion pale, a suppressed anger visible in her eyes. Everything that had just happened in the sky felt like a thorn in her heart. She couldn't believe it. She also didn't want to believe it. How could the soft rice man who brought her meals, did house chores, and always called her Cece, be the Dragon King? Lung Cece clenched her fists. In the next moment, she forcibly suppressed her discomfort and walked towards the caution line with a cold expression. Step aside. The team leader glanced at her, brow slightly furrowed. Was she the CEO of the Lung family mentioned in the sky? Miss Lung, the team leader said in a serious tone. Jinling Martial School is currently under lockdown. Oh, no outsiders are allowed inside. Lung Cece's eyebrows knitted together. I said step aside. The team leader remained expressionless. I also said that no outsiders are allowed inside. Lung Cece took a step forward. Do you know who I am? The team leader gave her one last warning. Cross the line again, and you'll be treated as an intruder. Lung Cece did not stop. Crack. The pressure from a grandmaster descended. Her knees buckled, and she was forced to the ground outside the caution line, her clothes covered in dust, hair falling beside her face. You? Lung Cece gritted her teeth, her face turning pale. She looked up, her expression showing vulnerability for the first time. How dare you treat me this way? The team leader looked down at her, his gaze unwavering. I already warned you in advance. Lung Cece gritted her teeth, her voice trembling, yet still carrying an air of arrogance. I am the CEO of the Lung Group. Do you know what you're doing? The team leader smiled, looking at her with pity. The sky said you're full of yourself. Oh, I thought it was an exaggeration. Now it seems it was an understatement. I suggest you go to the hospital and get checked out. Another black sedan suddenly screeched to a halt. Lung Lan opened the door and hurried over. Mom. Lung Cece looked up, anger in her voice. Quick, call the mayor. I want them to pay the price. Lung Lan saw her daughter in such a miserable state, and just as she was about to explode, her gaze suddenly swept to the school gate. The black dragon flag, standard, long knives, and martial artists lined up in formation. Looking at this display, had the military taken over? She felt a pang of fear in her heart. But thinking of the Dragon King's son-in-law in the sky, and the powerful ally the Lung family was about to connect with, that fear was forcefully pushed down. I am the head of the Lung family. Lung Lan raised her voice. My daughter is the wife of the Dragon King. You've got the wrong person. The team leader sneered. Madam Lung, there are no exceptions under the lockdown order. Lung Lan's expression darkened. Do you dare stop me? Believe it or not, I can make a call and have all of you locked up. The team leader's gaze turned icy. Notify the brothers inside the school. Our reinforcements at the main entrance. The nearby team member immediately responded. Yes. In less than 10 seconds, the once sparsely populated school gate suddenly saw hundreds of members of the Guardian team appear. The black dragon flag fluttered in the wind, the long knives gleaming ominously, their presence like a wall. Not far away, a luxury van quietly stopped by the roadside. Two wealthy ladies leaned against the car window, peering outside. "Weiji, why don't we move closer to watch the show?" One of them squinted. "That little girl from the Lung family is already on the ground. It must be quite a spectacle." The smile on Liang Huizi's face had faded. She stared at the black dragon flag, her voice lowered. "If you want to seek excitement, don't drag me along to risk my life." They were taken aback. "What's wrong?" Liang Huizi took a deep breath. "You all know my family member works in the unit, right?" The two beside her nodded. "Yes, your family member is not the second-in-command of Jinling, right?" "MHM." Liang Huizi nodded, pointing at the fluttering black dragon flag. "Do you see that flag? My family member told me that the black dragon flag is the exclusive banner of the Guardian team." Suddenly the car fell silent. Their voices changed. "The Guardian team. The one that trains Grand Martial Masters and created the Northern Region War God." Liang Huizi nodded. "So if Lung Lan really dares to cause a ruckus today, even if the Lung family calls, the mayor won't be able to protect her." At the school gate, Lung Lan had already dialed the phone. "Mayor Lu, there are unidentified armed forces sealing off Jinling Martial School. My daughter wants to go in to save my son-in-law, the Dragon King, and is now being held down by someone." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. In the next instant, the roar was almost shattering the receiver. "The Divine Alliance, my foot. That's the Guardian team. Lung Lan, get lost. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Beep. A phone call ended. Lung Lan froze in place. Her hand, clutching the phone, began to tremble. As she gazed once more at the black dragon banner, the arrogance on her face slowly fractured and crumbled. The squad leader cradled his saber, a cold sneer curling his lips. "What's wrong? The people you summoned haven't arrived yet. We've been waiting." Lung Lan's mouth twitched. She forced a brittle smile. "General, sir, it's a misunderstanding. Entirely a misunderstanding." At that very moment, a voice thundered across the entire campus from its depths. "Where are the Dragon Sovereign's guards?" Lung Lan's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. She hurried forward eagerly. "Sir, please see. The flood has swept into the Dragon Sovereign's temple. My son-in-law is the Dragon Sovereign. My daughter and I merely wish to enter and visit family. Surely that's permissible." "Mom." Lung Cece's expression darkened. She could not bear witnessing her mother grovel so abjectly. Lung Lan whirled around sharply. "Silence. You wretched girl. How dare you sever ties with the Dragon Sovereign? Do you wish to doom the Lung clan?" Lung Cece paled, yet her voice remained icy and resolute. "That is my future self. And if he truly possesses all this power, why did he conceal it from me for 3 years? Must I alone bear blame for reaching that future?" Rage choked Lung Lan, dimming her vision. You. The squad leader's lips spasmed uncontrollably. This mother and daughter, had their heads truly been crushed beneath the door? He turned to Elder Lin. "Elder Lin." Elder Lin paused in silence for a long moment. "Let them enter. If that young man is to reclaim his true position, he must first sever this old karmic debt." "Yes, sir." The squad leader deactivated the formation suppression field and commanded coldly, "Once inside, do not wander recklessly." Lung Cece pushed herself up from the ground, poised to unleash another scathing retort. Slap. Lung Lan struck her across the face. "Lung Cece, I warn you. If you dare throw another tantrum today, I'll strike you dead where you stand. Hurry, beg Aotian not to leave. Fail, and the entire Lung clan will perish with you." Lung Lan dragged Lung Cece toward the campus gate. The moment they entered, several more vehicles pulled up. A middle-aged man strode out swiftly. 2 attendants carried a stretcher behind him. Upon it lay a young man battered beyond recognition, his face swollen like a pig's head. "General, sir." The man bowed deeply, his deference bordering on abject humility. "I am the patriarch of the Jinling Zhou clan. Might you grant us entry, to offer our deepest apologies to the Dragon Sovereign." As he spoke, he discreetly slid a black card forward. The squad leader scoffed. Before identities were revealed, these men had trampled others most ruthlessly. Now that status was unveiled, they flocked like dogs begging forgiveness. Truly, fortune turns on its axis and spins with astonishing speed. The squad leader didn't even glance at the card. Instead, he turned to seek Elder Lin's approval. Elder Lin gave a slight nod. Only then did the squad leader respond, voice glacial. "Enter." Sweat beaded profusely on the Zhou patriarch's brow. Yes. Many thanks, General." The Lung and Zhou clans entered the campus one after the other. But as they reached the edge of the sports field, they halted in unison. For they beheld a sight seared forever into memory. Atop the Senior 3 teaching building, Long Aotian raised his right hand. Behind him, a spectral golden dragon reared skyward and roared. "Where are the Dragon Sovereign's guards?" "Holy, isn't that Uncle Xiaobing? Look, isn't that the security guard? Why's the Dean of Discipline here too?" Heavens above! What on earth are they doing? In the next breath, while students stood collectively stunned, three voices rang out sharp and unwavering. Qinglong pays homage. Xuanwu pays homage. Baihu pays homage. And from high above a woman's voice descended, crystalline, cool, and commanding. Zhuke pays homage. Every student tilted their heads skyward. There a crimson-haired woman plunged downward like a meteor. Her long hair streamed in the wind, her black uniform clung taut and sleek. She was a falling conflagration incarnate. Flanking her descended numerous dragon guards clad identically in black uniforms. Long E pays homage. Long Air pays homage. Long San pays homage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They landed in perfect formation atop the Senior 2 teaching building's roof. Over 1,000 students watched, mouths parched, scalps prickling. Holy hell! Yin Tsung slammed his palm against the windowsill, electrified. They leapt from that height and landed without injury. Every single one is at least a grandmaster. Old Long's entourage is absurdly grand. At the Dragon Sovereign Hall's summit, Qinglong knelt first, on one knee. Xuanwu, Baihu, Zhuqiwe, and the dragon guards followed, kneeling as one. Their eyes blazed with fervent devotion upon that radiant golden figure. Then, like a tidal wave, their cry erupted across the campus. Welcome back, Dragon Sovereign. Welcome back, Dragon Sovereign. Welcome back, Dragon Sovereign. Inside classrooms, students shivered, spines tingling. Even Yin Tsung joined the roar, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Welcome back, Dragon Sovereign. Lu Changming shot him a stern glare. Yin Tsung instinctively shrank back. The moment demanded it. All were swept into that surging, incandescent tide. After all, who among them hadn't dreamed of exactly this? Only the Lung and Zhou clans stood at the periphery, chilled to the bone. Each kneeling figure radiated power, so overwhelming they dared not meet their gaze. And Long Ao Tian, the boy they'd once scorned, now stood atop the roof, a sovereign returned in full majesty. Long Ao Tian lifted his gaze westward, the direction of the Pantheon Alliance. His eyes gleamed with the lethal sharpness of a drawn blade. Dragon Sovereign's guards, heed my command. Every dragon guard lifted their heads in unison. We march today. His voice, though quiet, hushed the entire campus. Slay the gods. Understood. Boom. A sonic shockwave detonated. In the next instant, Long Ao Tian leapt from the rooftop, plummeting straight down. When he neared Class 9's window, he halted midair, inverted, his eyes locking onto Lu Changming's. Master Lu. His tone was calm, unruffled. I request leave of absence. Duration unknown. I humbly ask for your approval. Lu Changming's throat tightened. He stared at this former truant, the boy who'd once dodged class, now transformed into the Dragon Sovereign revered by thousands. At last he exhaled softly. Stay safe. A faint wry twist touched Long Ao Tian's lips. Understood. He resumed his descent. Yin Tsung pressed against the window, shouting, Old Long, come back soon. I'll treat you to a foot bath. Long Ao Tian didn't look back, only raised a hand mid-fall, waving once. Boom. Dust exploded upward. Then, hands tucked casually in his pockets, he strode forth from the swirling cloud. Behind him marched the Dragon Sovereign Hall, a river of black uniforms, whose sheer presence silenced every onlooker. Suddenly the PA system blared an electrifying drumbeat. Tum, thum thum. Each beat synced precisely with their synchronized steps, igniting the campus' collective pulse. Who's providing the soundtrack? Yin Tsung whipped around, only to find Tong Jingqing's seat empty. A muscle twitched at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, it's him. Long Ao Tian strode steadily toward the main gate. Lung Lan spotted him, and instantly rushed forward, plastering on a dazzling smile. Fine son-in-law. Where are you off to? When will you return? You and Cece are just young lovers quarreling. Mother will scold her for you. Her words died mid-sentence. Long Yi blurred, then stood behind her. He gripped Lung Lan's shoulder gently, yet inexorably, guiding her aside from the path. She shrieked. What are you doing? I'm the Dragon Sovereign's mother-in-law. Elsewhere. The Zhou Patriarch dropped to his knees with a thud. Dragon Sovereign, our Zhou clan failed utterly to recognize your majesty. Grant us but one chance to atone. Without awaiting Long Ao Tian's command, the dragon guards moved. Figures flashed. Then the Zhou Patriarch, his entourage, and even the unconscious Zhou Hao upon his stretcher were unceremoniously dumped roadside. Only Lung Cece remained standing alone in the center of the road. The dragon guards exchanged glances. None stepped forward. After all, by past formal designation, she was still the Dragon Sovereign's consort. Lung Cece stood there, her breath tightening. Long Outyin, she called out. Long Outyin halted, but did not speak. His gaze fell on her. There was no anger, no pain, nor the tenderness he could not hide when he saw her before. That look was too calm. So calm that it made Lung Cece's heart race. She had prepared many words. She wanted to question why he had concealed his identity and why he had made her embarrassed in front of the world. She wanted to question that future divorce letter which had become evidence for everyone to judge her. Yet when she truly stood before Long Outyin, she could not utter a single word. In her memories, Long Outyin would stand under the Lung family building holding a thermal container. When she had a stomach ache, he would softly ask if she wanted some porridge. After being scolded as useless by Long Lan, he would still be in the kitchen making medicinal dishes until dawn. She had always believed that these were the things he should do for her. Sometimes she even found his actions bothersome. But now the young man, still shining with golden light, stood before. Behind him were the four great guardians, the Dragon Guards, and the Dragon King Hall, capable of shaking the global underground forces. His gaze towards her felt like looking at a stranger. You? Lung Cece's voice was hoarse. Why didn't you tell me? Why not say anything? Why do this? Long Outyin interrupted her. Lung Cece froze all over. This was the first time he called her by her full name in such a strange tone. Long Outyin walked past her, the hem of his clothing stirring up a gust of wind. His voice was as light as a final farewell. I have been married for 3 years. The debt of that bowl of porridge has been settled. From now on we owe each other nothing. Lung Cece stood frozen in place as the crowd of the Dragon King Hall parted, avoiding her. No one bumped into her. No one scolded her. But that feeling of being completely isolated was more painful than any humiliation. She slowly turned around, but could no longer see Long Aotian's face. All she could see was the silhouette being escorted away by the Dragon Guards. Her heart suddenly ached. Lung Cece raised her hand to press against her chest, her face turning pale. How could this be? She should have been angry. She should have found it absurd. But why did she feel as if she had lost something that could never be retrieved when she heard those 4 words, owe each other nothing? Miss Lung. A cheerful female voice sounded. Zhuke stood before her, her red hair gently lifting in the wind. She handed over a document. Official notice. You have been divorced by our Dragon King. Lung Cece's pupils constricted. Zhuke handed the document to her, her smile deepening. The penalty fee will be covered by the Dragon King Hall. 3-year contract terminated early. Sign it. Lung Lan screamed as she rushed over. Upon seeing the words divorce agreement, her expression changed instantly. If this was signed, the Lung family would never be able to associate with the Dragon King again. She reached out to snatch it. Bang! In the next moment, Lung Lan was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Zhuke retracted her leg, her smile growing colder. Do you really think our Dragon King Hall is easy to bully? If it weren't for the Dragon King's protection these past 3 years, the grass on your family's grave would have grown tall by now. She looked back at Lung Cece, handing her a pen. Miss Lung, sign it. Don't make things difficult for us. Also save some face for yourself. Lung Cece remained silent for a moment before finally stiffly taking it. She once thought Long Outyin could not live without her. She once believed that as long as she turned around, he would always stand at the same spot. But now, he was gone. Gone cleanly. Lung Cece grasped the pen, her fingers trembling. She wanted to refuse. But upon seeing the coldness in Zook's eyes and the dark figures gradually moving away in the distance, she finally lowered her head and signed her name at the end of the agreement. Lung Cece. The moment the 3 characters fell, she felt as if all her strength had been drained. Zhuke collected the agreement and turned to leave. Master Zhuke, our Zhou family is willing to make amends. Any amount is fine. We just asked the Dragon King to show mercy. Zhuke paused, glancing back at him. What the Zhou family has done over the years is clearly recorded in the Dragon King Hall's accounts. She smiled lightly. If you want to repent, go to jail. After saying this, she swiftly followed the Dragon King Hall's procession. In the next moment, the Zhou family head's phone vibrated furiously. One call after another. He trembled as he answered. Head, it's bad. The company has been sealed. The second call came in immediately. Husband, come back quickly. Someone is here to take us for investigation. The third call. Mr. Zhou, we've decided to withdraw our investment. The cooperation is terminated. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. The Zhou family had clutched his phone, collapsing to the ground. It's over. The Zhou family is finished. Direction of the school gate. Long Outyin did not look back. He walked out of Jinling Martial Arts High School. Qinglong Xuanwu Baihu Zhuqiwe and all the Dragon Guards followed closely behind, getting into a series of well-hidden luxury cars. The black dragon flag unfurled in the wind as the troops stood on either side, watching them depart. Old Lin gazed at the stream of cars receding and softly said, "The Dragon King has returned. This sky is about to change." Yin Song leaned on the window, unable to withdraw his gaze for a long time. "Old Dragon, you must come back." In the back row by the window, Yi Chuhang propped his chin up, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. He watched Long Aotian's departing figure with a slight smile. "The Alliance of Gods, huh? I hope you can show me something interesting." The Dragon King Hall's convoy had vanished outside the school gate. Yet the glass of Jinling Martial Arts High School still trembled gently. Yin Song returned to his seat, staring at the empty spot beside him, unable to speak for a while. Clearly he skipped class every day, and this empty seat was more frequent than when it was occupied. But this time, Yin Song felt an inexplicable blockage in his heart. He opened his mouth intending to curse. Old Dragon is really good at pretending. But the words got stuck in his throat, and he could only stifle a sound. Fisk. This feeling felt a bit off. Could this be what those aunts and uncles online talked about every day? The price of growing up. Yin Sung rubbed his arms, quickly suppressing the chill. I'm still young, I'm still young. In the back row by the window, Yi Chuhang withdrew his gaze from the school gate. The drama of the Dragon King's return was quite enjoyable, but it ended too quickly, not satisfying enough. Should I urge the updates offline for little Dao? If I don't push, there might be no more updates. With that thought, Yi Chuhang lazily turned his head. Xingyao was lowering her head, writing rapidly. That familiar little notebook was once again spread open. Today has been quite eventful. The vice class leader got so furious after watching the dismissal letter that he smashed the ceiling. I wonder if the school will make him pay for it. Immediately after, with a grand gesture reminiscent of the malicentric novels I used to secretly read, a large group of people gathered around. They almost clashed with the elite of the nation, but were stopped by an old man in traditional attire. Behind them, the ex-wife of the vice class leader and his former mother-in-law came to stir up trouble at school. I couldn't hear what they were specifically saying, but judging by their expressions, it seemed to be a case of trying to show off, but ending up slapping themselves in the face. Yes, that must be it. For some reason, the elite of the nation let them in again. Oh right, there was also an uncle accompanying them along with a young boy, being carried on a stretcher. I guess they were the Zhou family that Tianmu had mentioned. The following developments were so thrilling that even I, who usually don't read malicentric novels, couldn't help but feel excited. Thousands of people rushed in from all directions, some even descending from the sky. They all knelt on the ground and shouted to the vice class leader, "Welcome back, Dragon King." The vice class leader waved his hand grandly and commanded Dragon King, "Listen up. Today we slay the gods." His coolness in my heart soared several ranks. However, I felt a bit uneasy about how the matters concerning the Lung and Zhou families were being handled. If I were the vice class leader, I would have slapped them hard. However, the vice class leader must be rushing to fight the alliance of gods. I hope he can return. Yi Chuho finished reading and slightly raised the corner of his lips. The next second, a voice whispered in Xing Yao's ear, "Little stutterer." Oh! Xing Yao jumped in shock, nearly dropping the pen in her hand. She quickly turned her head to find an excessively handsome face before her. But all Xing Yao could feel now was how infuriatingly attractive that face was. "You." She hurriedly hugged her notebook to her chest and shrank back, her eyes turning red. "Class leader, what are you doing?" Yi Chuho rested his chin on his hand, smiling innocently. I'm appreciating your diary. By the way, may I ask," he lazily blinked, "where do I rank in your heart in terms of handsomeness?" You. Xing Yao's chest heaved with anger. How could he be so brazen in admitting to peeking? Seeing her eyes truly turn red, Yi Chuho's smile faltered for a moment. He cleared his throat and quickly averted his gaze. "Well, little stutterer, I'm going to take a nap for a bit. When Lao Lu comes, remember to wake me up." He squinted his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "If you don't wake me up." Xing Yao's little face turned pale. Before she could retort, Yi Chuho had already laid his head on the desk, breathing steadily, as if he had fallen asleep. In reality, his soul had quietly left his body, heading straight for the heavens. Of course, he had to personally handle such matters regarding urging updates. Xing Yao stared at him for quite a while. She raised her hand to wipe her eyes, glaring angrily at Yi Chuho. She muttered softly. But when her gaze fell upon Yi Chuho's now tranquil face, she felt her cheeks inexplicably heat up. Xing Yao bit her lip. They'll downgrade you for bullying me." She reopened her little notebook, quickly flipping to one of the pages. On that page, a few small words were written. "The handsome ranking of boys in Class 9 of senior year Xing." Yao picked up an eraser and angrily erased Yi Chuho from the first place. Then seriously, she wrote the name in second place. After finishing, she stared at the ranking for 2 seconds. The first place was blank. The third place was blank. The fourth place was blank. All the way to the 10th place, all were empty. Only in second place, there was a solitary 3-character name, Yi Chuho. Xing Yao's face turned even redder. She snapped the notebook shut. Just then, footsteps echoed from the classroom door. Lu Changming returned to the podium, slamming his ruler heavily on the desk. "All right, the whole class stop looking. Sit back down. Especially you, Yi-chun. What are you trying to do with that snakeskin bag?" Swish. All eyes in the class turned towards the back door. Yi-chun, carrying a snakeskin bag, had already half a foot outside the classroom, wearing an awkward smile. Cough. "Lalu, I think this matter has come to an end." Yi-chun patted the snakeskin bag. "Besides, there are only 2 minutes left until school ends, and I have something urgent to attend to." Bang. Lu Changming slammed the ruler on the podium. "What do you think you're doing? Everyone sit down." Yi-chun glanced around, his eyes catching sight of Gu Shanhe standing at the back door. Looking outside, the figures of the elite of the nation were still patrolling the corridor. If he didn't reveal his cards, this path wouldn't work. Yi-chun pursed his lips reluctantly, shoving the snakeskin bag back under the desk. All right. If I have to sit, then I'll sit." Lu Changming took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Then he stepped aside, allowing the principal to take the podium. Gushana nodded and walked up. He scanned the classroom, and with one glance aside from the unusually high looks, all these students had an overwhelmingly ordinary aura. So ordinary, it was outrageous. So ordinary, they looked like a group of true underachievers. Gushana couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for Tiamat's exposure as principal, he might not have known until the college entrance examination ended. This class, which caused headaches for all the teachers in the school, surprisingly hit a group of top-notch prodigies. "Where's the class leader?" Gushana called out. No one in the class responded, but all their gazes silently turned towards the back row by the window. Gushana followed their line of sight. In the back row by the window, Yi Chuho lay on the desk sleeping peacefully. "Gushana, Lu Changming." Lu Changming's face flushed instantly. "Yi Chu Ho." A roar erupted. Several students near the podium quickly covered their ears. Yen Song clicked his tongue in amazement. Old Lu's lion's roar technique is at least half a step grandmaster level. No wonder he was the top student in liberal arts back then. However, Yi Chuho showed no reaction. Xing Yao's face turned pale. "It's over. He just asked her to wake him up. She didn't wake him up. Would he be bullied terribly?" Xing Yao anxiously felt her eyes redden again, hurriedly poking Yi Chuho's waist with her pen cap. Class leader. Wake up quickly. Class leader." Yi Chuho remained still. Lu Changming had already darkened his face and walked down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xing Yao watched as Lu Changming's figure approached closer, utterly despairing. Lu Changming stood firm. Lu Changming clutched his chest, his breathing becoming heavier. He closed his eyes as if swallowing down a belly full of anger. He felt that his future as a holy teacher might not stem from having taught a legendary class, but rather purely from being exasperated by this group of students. "Yi Chuho." He gritted his teeth. "The principal wants you to come up." "Oh." Yi Chuho leisurely stood up, walked to the podium, and yawned. "Principal, what do you need me for?" Gushana looked at him. The young man appeared lazy, his aura unremarkable. On the surface, there was indeed nothing unusual about him. But the more it seemed that way, the less assured Gushana felt. He spoke in a low voice. "Class 9 of the 3rd year has now been classified under the highest protection protocol. The Heavenly Curtain says that you all will be legends in the future. As the class leader, how much do you know about your class?" Yi Chuho stroked his chin. "I don't know. You have to ask someone else about that. I usually sleep a lot." Lu Changming couldn't help but, "Principal, there's no need to question this kid. I've taught him for 3 years. Apart from sleeping all day, there's nothing strange about him. If there's a normal waste in the class, it must be him." Gushana didn't immediately respond. He continued to stare at Yi Chuho. "The Heavenly Curtain mentioned that Class 9 will have an Emperor of Chaos in the future." As soon as this was said, the classroom fell silent. Hanli looked up. Yichen also stopped his action of studying the escape route. Yen Song's eyes brightened. Xing Yao subconsciously tightened her notebook. Gushana spoke slowly. "Yi Chuho, your class vice-class leader is the Dragon King Soyu." Gushana narrowed his eyes. "As the class leader of Class 9, does your name have nothing to do with this?" "Principal." Yi Chuho stretched. "I am nationally recognized as the waste class leader. No matter how you doubt it, you can't pin it on me, right?" Gushana narrowed his eyes, staring intently at him, without speaking, attempting to apply pressure as a master to force him to reveal a flaw. Yi Chuho remained unfazed. "Besides that Emperor of Chaos has the surname Huang, and I have the surname Yi. There's no connection at all. How could you suspect me? It hurts." Yi Chuho clutched his chest, pretending to be, "Just because I'm a waste means there's no love, right? If you don't believe me, you can investigate personally." Saying this, he extended his hand towards Gushana. Gushana had the same intention. He remembered that during the last martial arts entrance test, Yi Chuho was the only one in the country who had no meridians. Yes, not blocked meridians, nor damaged ones, but simply none at all. Even ordinary people have them, yet he doesn't. A unique case in the entire world. If the detection results showed the meridians were normal, then Yi Chuho would definitely be a prime suspect. Gushana placed his hand on Yi Chuho's hand, channeling true energy. Crack. The true energy was blocked outside his body, unable to penetrate. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li withdrew his gaze. "Looks like it's not him." Yichen also sighed in relief, refocusing on his escape plans. Lu Changming immediately regained his confidence. "Principal, I told you so. I've taught these students for so long. Which one am I not familiar with? If Yi Chuho were the Emperor of Chaos, I could have been the national martial arts champion myself." Lu Changming had over half of his meridians blocked since birth, and despite exhausting all means, he had only reached the late stage of a warrior. As these words were spoken, the last traces of doubt in the class dissipated. Gushana nodded, withdrawing his hand. "You have a point." Yi Chuho lazily smiled. "I told you you don't suspect so many strange classmates in the class, but you suspect me. That health committee member always playing with silver needles during class. And his patient, the mental health committee member who always shouts nonsensical things. The safety committee member whose snake skin bag rattles all day like a bottomless pit that can produce anything. You don't check them, but you check me. Yi Chuho shook his head, wearing an expression of a child untutored. All right, continue. Gu Shanha narrowed his eyes. Clearly these students all had major issues. The classmates who were named twitched their lips. Damn class leader. You think you can sell us out just because you're barefoot and not afraid of the one in shoes. And also, Yi Chuho stroked his chin. That life. Slap. Yin Sung suddenly stood up, rushing to the podium, covering Yi Chuho's mouth with his large hand, while awkwardly smiling and dragging him down. Ha. Principal, this kid is talking nonsense, don't believe him. At the same time he made eye contact with the classmates in the class. The health committee member Lin Fan nodded. Yes, the class leader has a history of epilepsy, and he often asks me to give him acupuncture, saying he can't feel comfortable without 2 needles. Right, the things in my snake skin bag were all thrown in by him. Exactly. Gu Shanha and Lu Changming watched this scene, their lips twitching. These guys really think they are fools. Forget it if you don't want to say I won't force you. Gu Shanha looked at them helplessly, then his expression turned sharp, snorting coldly. Anyway, since the heavenly curtain has exposed this, let's see if you waste group can continue to act. Yi Chuho also returned to his seat. He rested on the desk, the corners of his lips slightly raised. Xing Yao secretly glanced at him. For some reason, she always felt something was off. But she couldn't pinpoint it. Yin Sung raised his hand immediately to divert the topic. Principal, now that we've finished asking questions, can we leave school? Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang perfectly. Yin Sung's eyes brightened. See, it's fate. Gu Shanha glanced at the light blue array curtain outside the window and shook his head. Listen to the arrangements. Huh. Yin Sung was taken aback. Yi Chen's heart suddenly sank. The next moment, a calm, middle-aged male voice came from the broadcast. Hello, students. I am the headmaster of the National Guardian Academy, Yi Long. Yi Chen's body stiffened. This voice, memories of being rigorously trained by Yi Long in his childhood, surged up. Midnight weight-bearing runs, ice lake, bread-holding beast-tide combat training. And that phrase he had heard since childhood. Yi Chen, do it again. Yi Chen's temple twitched. This is bad. He had finally sneaked away and absolutely could not be caught back. The broadcast continued. Due to special circumstances, to ensure the safety of all faculty and students and prevent external forces from infiltrating Jinling Martial Arts School, is temporarily taken over by the National Guardian Academy. From now on, all faculty and students will implement a boarding system. Duration until the college entrance examination ends. This order has been approved by the Martial Arts General Administration. Parent notifications will be sent out uniformly by the school. All courses, exam preparations, and accommodations will be jointly guaranteed by the National Guardian Academy and Jinling Martial Arts School. As the words fell, the entire Jinling Martial Arts School erupted. Especially in the first and second year teaching buildings, the resentment surged to the ceiling. What? This matter is clearly caused by that group of old folks in class 9. Why do we also have to stay in school? I want to go home. My mom is still waiting for me to eat. I haven't logged into my game yet. Confused footsteps quickly echoed in the corridor. Someone rushed out of the classroom. The next second, crack, the sound of electric guns being loaded rang out in unison. Outside the front and back doors of class 9, a soldier from the National Guardian Academy stood. Wearing black combat gear, holding a specially designed rifle, their expressions were stern. Immediately after, screams rose and fell throughout the school. Oh, don't shock me. I'm going back. I'm not running anymore. Yin Sung's lips twitched wildly. Is this really a big deal? If someone didn't know better, they would think our school is some kind of scam den. The broadcast did not stop. Yi Long's voice remained steady. Please rest assured, students. The temporary dormitory building will be expanded within a day, enough to accommodate all faculty and students. All basic living supplies will be uniformly provided by the National Guardian Academy. At this point, the resistance diminished significantly. After all, those who had rushed out just now were now lying on the ground convulsing. Yi Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. Lockdown. Boarding. National Guardian Academy taking over. This was simply a tailor-made capture scene for him. He looked down at his snake skin bag, beginning to seriously consider whether it was possible to escape through the sewer. The voice on the broadcast rang out again. Lastly, to prevent information leaks, all faculty and students, including staff, will have their communication devices registered and stored. After the college entrance examination, they will be returned uniformly. The entire school erupted once again. Huh. Teachers too. I have dozens of gigabytes of study materials on my phone. You're cutting off my path to progress. I need to inform my girlfriend. You have a girlfriend? Isn't a newly met online friend fine? In class 9 of the third year, the reaction was even greater. A soldier from the National Defense Academy walked into the classroom holding a box. You have 1 minute to contact your families and explain the situation. After that, hand over your communication devices. Yin Sung suddenly stood up. No, absolutely not. He covered his pocket as if protecting his lifeline. Is it not enough to impose control? You want to take our phones too? I still have dozens of younger sisters waiting for my comfort. You're cutting off my right to choose a partner. If I can't pass on the family line, can you bear the responsibility? The soldier remained expressionless. Yet Yin Song felt a genuine sense of urgency. His phone was the core tool for maintaining relationships with hundreds of goddesses. It also related to his core business that couldn't be discussed in detail. Without a phone, his efficiency would drop by at least 90%. Could he endure this? He was in the front row. Discipline committee member Li Juefeng adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses. I also disagree. His tone was very stern. I deal with hundreds of billions of funds every minute. Without phones, can you bear the losses? Yin Song leaned closer to him, whispering, "Oldly, stop exaggerating. It's hard for me to respond." Li Juefeng glanced at him. "I'm speaking the truth." Yin Song fell silent, deciding not to engage further. "I also disagree." Information committee member Su Huaying stood up. Her expression was serious. "I still have cross-sector orders to handle. The clients there, strictly speaking, aren't under Blue Star's jurisdiction. Every transaction is related to the peace and development of both worlds. Can you bear the responsibility for this level of diplomatic incident?" The classroom fell silent for a moment. Yin Song opened his mouth. "You guys are all ridiculous." At the back door, cultural committee member Tong Jingsheng had snuck back in at some point. He weakly raised his hand. "I can't hand it in either. My new song releases at midnight tonight. Being offline will affect the chart performance." Lu Changming glowered, tossing his phone into the box. "Shut up, all of you. Asking you to hand in your phones, and each reason is more absurd than the last. Passing on the family line. 100 billion business in a minute. Cross-sector diplomacy. Releasing a new song." Lu Changming grew more and more furious. "Can you come up with a more realistic reason? Hurry up. No more nonsense. Hand them in." The soldier holding the box began collecting from the front row on the right side. That was by the trash can where Labor Committee member Lu Ming usually sat. Classmate handed over. Lu Ming sat quietly, remained silent for 2 seconds, and when the box was handed to him, he finally lifted his eyes. "The phones from this class do not need to be collected." The soldier frowned. "Military orders state that everyone must." He couldn't finish his sentence. He saw Lu Ming's face, and his whole body stiffened, his eyes instantly brightening. "War." Lu Ming looked up. In that moment, the usually taciturn Labor Committee member seemed to radiate brilliance. "Do you understand?" The soldier's Adam's apple bobbed, his body tense. Another soldier saw this and immediately walked over. 003, what are you doing? This is a task personally assigned by the commander you. As he approached, he also saw Lu Ming's face. The next second, he instinctively saluted. Lu Ming stood up and pressed down on his wrist. "I am Lu Ming." The two soldiers trembled in unison, then reacted. The war god was trying to conceal his identity. "Classmate Lu Ming." Soldier 003 suppressed his excitement, his voice a bit tense. "This is Commander, yes, order we." Lu Ming's voice was not loud. "Just tell Yi Long that the communication devices for Class 9 will be temporarily withheld. I will take responsibility." The two soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. The others in Class 9 also turned to look at them. Yin Sung squinted. Yi Chen stopped reaching for the back door. Han Li lightly tapped the table with his fingers. Lin Fan looked up. Zhuge Wang also paused with his feather fan. Xing Yao quietly opened her small notebook. Lu Ming looked at Soldier 003. 003, go report to Commander Yi. You should know how to say it. Soldier 003 took a deep breath and stood at attention. Understood. He turned and quickly left the classroom. Yi Chen squinted his eyes. The National Defense Academy soldier, what was the word? He almost shouted. War. God. No way. The one who was always used by his deadbeat father as a comparison, as in look how that person does things, was right beside him. Yes. Soldier 003 suddenly saluted and rushed out of the classroom. However, the elite soldiers from the National Defense Academy, known for their strict discipline and quick actions, stumbled over their left foot as they crossed the threshold of the back door, nearly falling over. He scrambled away. The remaining soldier at that moment stood with his legs straight and his back as stiff. He gazed fervently at Lu Ming, who sat beside the trash can with eyes like a fanatic seeing their living faith. The classroom was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze turned to the back row. There was shocked gasps of horror and a knowing understanding of, as expected. Lu Changming stood at the podium, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He felt a burning pain in his face. No way. The positive example he used to criticize this group of underachievers was actually sitting in his class. And this guy was even the labor committee member who took out the trash every day. Gu Shanha walked up to Lu Changming and heavily patted his shoulder, his tone complicated. Changming, your class truly has hidden talents. Lu Changming forced a smile, looking worse than crying. Principal, I never expected this either. At this moment, it was nearly the time for school to end in the afternoon. The orange sunset streamed through the window, casting a slanted light on Yi Chuhao's face. He lazily rested his head on the desk, half closing his eyes to look outside. At the school gate, a large construction team had already entered with various heavy machinery rumbling. On the playground, the cooking class of the National Defense Academy had set up several large pots, and the aroma of the food wafted into the teaching building with the evening breeze. At that moment, a steady and powerful sound of footsteps came from outside the corridor. Each step seemed to stomp on people's hearts, carrying a suffocating aura of bloodshed. Yi Chen's face instantly turned pale as he sat in his seat. Han Li silently turned his head to look at the back door. Standing in the doorway was one of the 3 people from 3 days ago, a middle-aged man in blood-stained clothes. Yi Long. Damn, it really is that old bastard. Yi Chen roared in his heart, frantically pulling out the tattered breath-holding talisman from his pocket. Damn that wasteland emperor. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise you won't have a good end. He bit his tongue and desperately infused his true energy into the remaining talisman. Yi Chen's heart raced like a drum as he dove behind the towering pile of books on his desk, muttering repeatedly, "You can't see me. You can't see me." A fragmented talisman ignited a faint, eerie glow surging swiftly along his meridians. Within less than a second, the delicate bones of his formerly handsome face emitted subtle cracking sounds as his features shifted and reformed. Even the unique bloodline aura inherited from the Yi clan was ruthlessly sealed beneath an unremarkable mortal shell. The once fearless young Master Yi, unafraid of heaven or earth, now cowered like a mouse evading a cat. Fortunately, when Yi Long strode into the classroom, his gaze swept past everyone else without pause. He marched straight to the trash bin, locked eyes on the silent youth, and his own lit up with sudden intensity. Slap! Yi Long brought his palm down hard on Lu Ming's shoulder and burst into hearty laughter. "You vanished for an entire year. We scoured the northern frontier from end to end, yet couldn't find you. Turns out you'd hidden yourself away in this forgotten corner. To think, I nearly feared the worst." Yi Long's eyes flickered with lingering dread. "Had you not left word before disappearing, I'd have assumed you'd been ambushed and slain by those horn-furred beasts." "Sir." Lu Ming lifted his head, and a wry, resigned smile softened his usually stern face. "My apologies. I've caused you all undue worry. Hey, what nonsense is that between us?" Yi Long slung an arm around Lu Ming's shoulders and hauled him upright. "Come on, let's catch up properly." Hidden behind a stack of books, Yi Chen peered out with only one eye, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "Good heavens, who exactly is his real son? I sneaked off for 3 years, and he never sent a single soul searching for me." "Wow." Yen Tsung sat nearby, eyes bulging like bronze bells, jaw slack with disbelief. Our normally taciturn class labor committee head, is actually—" He cut himself off mid-sentence and clapped a hand over his mouth. Yi Long, still laughing, steered Lu Ming out of the classroom. The remaining soldier took a deep breath, stepped onto the podium, and announced loudly, "Students, please follow me in an orderly fashion to the playground for dinner." Whoosh! For the first time in ages, Class 9 erupted in jubilant cheers. Tribal war gods or celestial beings be damned. Dinner remained a sacred priority of every high schooler. Charge! Yi Chen shot up from his seat like a spring released, racing toward the rear door like a gust of wind. Yen Tsung blinked. Normally this boy dragged him along to the cafeteria every single time. Today he dared sneak off alone. Unacceptable. Yen Tsung sprinted after him, roaring down the corridor. "You little turtle brain, wait for your father." That bellow, deep, resonant, and thunderous, shook the entire hallway. Ahead, Yi Long, already 10 meters beyond the doorway, froze mid-stride. He whirled around sharply. Yi Chen, just clearing the classroom threshold, turned rigid, frozen solid as stone. "Damn it. Yen Tsung, I'll curse your ancestors." Inside, Yi Chen seethed, blood boiling in silent fury. The corridor's air thickened, suspended in absolute stillness. Yi Long's hawk-like gaze fixed upon his face, yet saw only an utterly ordinary, unfamiliar visage, its spiritual resonance pathetically feeble. Yi Chen stiffened head to toe, cold sweat drenched his back, his breath ceasing entirely. Same name. Yi Long's brow furrowed, a glint of icy suspicion flashing in his eyes. "That brat had better pray I don't lay hands on him again, or I'll train him to death. And if I doubt my name isn't Yi Long." Lu Ming cleared his throat softly. "Master, shall we go?" "Humph." Only then did Yi Long withdraw his gaze and stride forward once more. Phew. Not until that suffocating pressure dissolved completely did Yi Chen exhale, a long, ragged breath as though returning from the very gates of hell. "Son, why rush so fast? Don't leave your father behind." Yen Tsung caught up and hooked an arm around Yi Chen's neck. Thud. Without a word, Yi Chen pivoted and drove a brutal fist straight into Yen Tsung's gut. "Gah!" Yen Tsung's eyes bulged, clutching his abdomen. He dropped to one knee, gasping through clenched teeth. "Yi Chen, what the hell? Why such lethal force?" "Why, oi!" Yi Chen sneered, raising a fist the size of a sandbag. "You nearly got me dragged back and flayed alive. What do you think I'm doing?" "When did I ever, eh?" Yen Tsung looked up, cradling his stomach, and froze at the sight of that face. "Wait, brother, who are you?" "Who am I?" Yi Chen grinned savagely, knuckles cracking like dry twigs. Come on, I'll jog your memory, son. That tone, that posture. Undeniably Yi Chun, no doubt about it. But why disguise himself? And why blame him? A memory suddenly surged through Yin Tsung's mind. The boast Yi Chun once made. My old man's a monster. He tortures me with inhuman methods daily. I fled just to survive. Back then Yin Tsung thought it was pure exaggeration. But now, after the celestial veil lifted, Class 9 held not a single ordinary soul. Yin Tsung glanced toward Yi Long's retreating figure at the corridor's end, then back at Yi Chen's transformed face, and swallowed hard. That crimson-robed uncle. He's your... What do you think? Yi Chen's grin widened, knuckles popping again. Wah! Murder! Yin Tsung scrambled upright and bolted tumbling headlong down the hall. Yin Tsung, you will die here today. Yi Chun roared, giving chase. Their frantic pursuit turned the corridor into a chaotic whirlwind of chaos and clamor. Back in the classroom, students filed out under the soldiers' guidance heading toward the playground. Noise faded into distance, leaving the vast room silent save for two figures. Xing Yao hugged her small notebook, rising, then paused, catching sight of Yi Chuhao motionless at his desk. She bit her lower lip, hesitated, then sank back down, fingers nervously tracing the notebook's edge as she summoned courage to whisper. Yum, class rep, shall we go eat? Yi Chuhao remained slumped over his desk, eyes half-flitted, voice languid. You go ahead. I'm not hungry. But that's impossible. Xing Yao blurted out, suddenly fluent. Skipping meals hurts your stomach. Yi Chuhao turned his head, tone sharpening. Why fuss so much? Go eat, I said so. Annoy me further, and I'll snatch that notebook and burn it to ash. You. Xing Yao's eyes instantly welled with tears. She clutched her notebook tighter, stood abruptly, cheeks flushed. Humph. Who'd bother caring about you anyway? Starve to death then. She spun and headed for the door, yet paused at the threshold, glancing back one last time. But Yi Chuhao didn't look at her. He simply rested his chin on his palm, gazing silently past the window, toward the school gate. Their parents, barred outside by the 1st National Garrison, pressed against the fence, urgently calling to their children passing through, clothes, eyes brimming with love and sorrow. Xing Yao bit her lip and vanished beyond the door. The classroom fell utterly still. Yi Chuhao watched that tender scene of reunion, his lazy expression fading, replaced by profound, quiet desolation. He was an orphan. Even having ascended to the immortal emperor's throne and reborn, on this azure planet he remained utterly without kin. No one waited for him at the school gate. No one passed him a coat through the railing. Truly, Yi Chuhao sighed softly, curling a self-mocking smile at the corner of his lips, growing old. I can't bear such sentimental scenes. Better nudge Xiao Tiandao again. Hurry up and roll out the next act. Just as Yi Chuhao drifted into reverie, a tousled head poked cautiously through the rear door. Xing Yao returned, eyes redrimmed, tiptoeing back like a kitten afraid to disturb its master. She slipped silently into the seat directly before Yi Chuhao. Following his gaze, she glanced at the bustling crowd beyond the window, her heart aching. Others didn't know, but she did. They'd both come from the same orphanage. When she first transmigrated into this strange world, terrified, lost, trembling, it was this seemingly indifferent boy who stood unwaveringly before her, shielding her from harm. Though her soul was older, he'd protected her so fiercely, she felt more like a child bride than a peer. You haven't changed a bit. Xing Yao sighed inwardly. She knew. This outwardly indifferent young man always ached quietly whenever he witnessed families reunited. Without turning, she rested her cheek on her folded arms and murmured, soft, tender, barely audible. You're not alone. I'll stay with you always. In this realm deep within the void, there is a small room without doors or windows. The four walls seem to be formed by golden laws, with intricate runes flowing slowly along the surfaces. Whenever a corner of the runes lights up, flashes of mountains, oceans, and cities from the blue star would appear on the walls, including the noisy Class 9 of the 3rd year at Jinling Martial Arts School. However, this golden light is not pure. In the corners of the walls, dark lines crawl like a disease gnawing at the world. In the center of the room, Yi Chuhai lounged on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Before him, a small golden figure covered in black lines knelt on the ground, its forehead pressed against the floor, trembling, as if just pulled from an icy pit. Did you hear that? Yi Chuhai tapped the armrest of the sofa with his finger. Update the sky curtain for me. Yes, yes, yes. The small golden figure bowed repeatedly. Update. He'll make sure to put all my effort into arranging the most spectacular show for you. Yi Chuhai nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. All right, nothing else. Then I'll be leaving. The small golden figure suddenly raised its head, its golden face filled with anxiety. You mentioned that after watching that scene you would help me. Yi Chuhai paused, turning back to glance at it. The black lines on the small golden figure were slightly lighter than last time. It was subtle, but indeed lighter. Yi Chuhai smiled. Don't you have a way to resolve this? The small golden figure stiffened and quickly lowered its head. My methods are insignificant compared to yours. Without your intervention, I would eventually still be. Enough. Yi Chuhai interrupted it. He raised his hand, and a glimmer of golden light appeared at his fingertips. It was very small, as tiny as a speck of dust. But at the moment it appeared, the entire golden room fell silent. The black lines on the walls shrank in unison, as if encountering some kind of natural enemy. The small golden figure's pupils constricted sharply, its breath halted. That was the imperial light, a wisp of it bearing Yi Chuhai's celestial emperor's mark. For Yi Chuhai this consumption was negligible. But for this small Tao of heaven that had been eroded, it was like a pot of fire being delivered in the depths of winter, a fire that would never extinguish. Consider this your reward. Yi Chuhai flicked his finger. The golden light entered the small golden figure's body. In the next moment the black lines on it retreated wildly. Wherever the golden light passed, the black lines shrank back like the tide finally being forcibly pressed against the heart, unable to expand outward even a fraction. The small golden figure was stunned. Then it collapsed onto the ground, its voice tinged with tears. Thank you for saving me. Yi Chuhai waved his hand. Don't just keep thanking me. Update it well. Yes. The small golden figure suddenly raised its head, its eyes shining brightly. I will work hard until the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, just to ensure my lord is entertained. As for why not to clean it all at once, the reason is simple. If a web novel author suddenly received billions, would they continue to update honestly, to preserve life? Leave some pressure. Only then can productivity remain stable. Yi Chuhai was always very understanding of sustainable development. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the golden room. In the classroom, Yi Chuhai's eyelashes fluttered lightly as his spirit returned. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Xing Yao from the front row leaning on her desk. The girl was still hugging a small notebook, her head bobbing downwards, clearly on the verge of falling asleep. Her forehead was about to hit the edge of the desk. A hint of amusement flashed in Yi Chuhai's eyes as he raised his hand, casually resting it on the edge of the desk. Smack! Xing Yao's forehead landed in his palm. There was no expected pain, but it was this warm touch that jolted her awake. Xing Yao opened her eyes wide, just in time to meet the smiling gaze of Yi Chuhai. She froze in place. Awake! Aye. Xing Yao stood up abruptly, her cheeks blushing. That! I wasn't waiting for you. I was just passing by. And then it was quieter here, so I just sat for a bit. The more she explained, the more flustered she became, nearly crumpling the small notebook in her hands. Yi Chuhai raised an eyebrow. Passing by my desk. And you fell asleep? Xing Yao held back for a long time, her ears burning red. It's not like I was waiting for you. All right. Yi Chuhai didn't expose her. He stood up and reached out his hand to her, the motion familiar, as if it were years ago in the orphanage. Back then the little stutterer always liked to shrink in the corner. During meal times, Yi Chuhai would reach out like this, pulling her out from the shadows. Let's go. Xing Yao looked at the hand extended towards her, and she froze in place. Her heart suddenly raced. This guy, did he think it was still like when they were kids? How old were they now, still reaching out to hold hands? Didn't he feel ashamed? Yi Chuhai waited for 2 seconds, but didn't feel the warmth of her palm. He looked down. Xing Yao was staring at the ground, her face so red it looked like it was about to smoke. Yi Chuhai couldn't help but chuckle. Well, that's true. The little stutterer has grown up now. As he said this, he prepared to retract his hand. But you can't act like you did when you were younger. No. Xing Yao suddenly became anxious. Smack. She grabbed Yi Chuhai's hand with a bit too much force. Yi Chuhai was taken aback. Xing Yao lifted her head, her eyes slightly red, but her expression was serious. Just the same. She bit her lip and spoke firmly. I will always be like I was when I was young. The classroom fell silent for a moment. Yi Chuhai looked at her. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Uffed. All right, just the same. He reached out to ruffle Xing Yao's hair. Xing Yao's shoulders stiffened slightly, her fingertips clenched tightly around the edge of her notebook. In that instant, she felt as though she was back in the narrow hallway of the orphanage. The little boy who always stood in front of her would ruffle her hair like this, then say not to be afraid. How long had it been since he had touched her head like that? It seemed that after starting middle school it had become rare. Xing Yao lowered her head, not speaking, her face even redder. Yi Chuhai quickly realized. For him, this was merely a habit from a long-ago memory. But for this little stutterer before him, this moment was probably 6 years in the making. If he continued to pet her, she might truly malfunction on the spot. He withdrew his hand and coughed lightly. Let's go. If we delay any longer, we'll miss our meal. Xing Yao softly replied with an yet her hand did not let go. Yi Chuhai looked down for a moment. Xing Yao glanced at him as well, and her face flushed even more. Yet she still didn't let go. Yi Chuhai smiled and didn't expose her, leading her out of the classroom. The two of them walked out one before the other, with the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. Meanwhile, in the administrative building's conference room, the sound of the playground was immediately blocked outside as the soundproof door closed. The setting sun bathed the campus in golden light, yet the atmosphere inside was somewhat oppressive. Lu Ming sat on the couch holding a cup of tea that he hadn't touched for a long time. The steam rose, gently obscuring his vision. Yilong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with his hands behind his back. He had changed out of his blood-colored uniform and now wore the regular attire of the National Defense Academy. However, the oppressive aura that seemed to have emerged from a sea of corpses still made the entire conference room feel heavy. After a moment of silence, Yilong spoke up. Minger, you said you wanted to disappear for a while to find someone. He turned around to look at Lu Ming. Have you found them now? Lu Ming tightened his grip on the teacup, causing the tea to ripple slightly. No, Yilong looked at him, his gaze complex. He didn't blame him, but there were some things he had to say. In the year you were absent from the northern border, the monster beasts attacked 3 times. Lu Ming's breath hitched slightly. Your Uncle Huang and Uncle Yang took the National Defense Army to provide support. In the end, they stayed outside the northern border to fend off the beast tide. In the conference room, the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Lu Ming lowered his head, the tea mist stinging his eyes. Uncle Huang, Uncle Yang. The 2 names felt like blunt knives cutting into his heart. Suddenly, many years' worth of memories surfaced in his mind. That year he had just been sent to the National Defense Academy, covered in injuries and as thin as a stick. A sturdy man had stuffed a chicken leg into his bowl, laughing heartily while patting his chest. Little Lu, from now on, if anyone bullies you, just report it to your Uncle Huang. He'll smash him. The tall, thin man next to him scoffed. Stop bragging. Then he ruffled Lu Ming's hair. Kid, I pulled you back from the river. You better cherish this life. You must cherish it. Lu Ming closed his eyes as older memories flooded back. A dilapidated alley, a moldy garbage bin, and a dirty little hand tightly gripping his clothes. That was his younger sister. They scoured through trash on the streets together, hid from the rain, and ran from wild dogs. Whenever danger loomed, she would hide behind him. She was so small, trembling fiercely, yet she never let go of his shirt. Later they encountered a group of human traffickers. He pushed his sister into a narrow alley, urging her to run. He turned around and charged at them. He remembered the pain of fists landing on him, the cold blade, and the suffocation as he was thrown into the river water, filling his lungs. When he woke up again, he saw Uncle Yang. From that day on, he grew up in the National Defense Academy. At 16, he requested a transfer to the northern border. At 18, he beheaded the first Beast King-level monster during the Beast Tide. From then on, a new name was added to the Northern Border Army, War God. In 2 years, he ascended from a great martial master to a grandmaster. The world called him the War God of National Defense. But only he knew that when he first picked up the sword, it was merely to someday find that sister who had gone missing on a rainy night. Lu Ming opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. Uncle Yi, I will return. I have never let go of the northern border. But her only lead is this one left. Just give me a little more time. Yilong looked at him for a long time. This commander, decisive in battle, finally sighed. He walked over to Lu Ming and patted him on the shoulder. I'm not forcing you. It's just that those kids in the northern border need you. They need the War God. Lu Ming swallowed hard and remained silent. Yilong withdrew his hand and suddenly smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go. Let's see if the cooking skills of our National Defense Academy have changed. Lu Ming looked up. Uncle Yi. Hey. Yilong interrupted him, directly wrapping his arm around Lu Ming's shoulders as they walked out. By the way, you haven't had the National Defense Academy's large pot rice in a long time, have you? You'd better eat your fill this time. Otherwise, who knows when the next time you'll get to eat is. Lu Ming looked at him, and a faint smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right. As the two reached the edge of the playground, Yilong suddenly raised an eyebrow. It seems there's something lively happening ahead. On the other side of the playground, a large crowd had already gathered. Yi Chihao, holding Xing Yao's hand, had just come downstairs and also noticed the commotion. It was loud. There were also many people shouting unfair. His eyes immediately lit up. Let's go, let's go. Let's go watch. He pulled Xing Yao into the crowd. Xing Yao stumbled a bit as he tugged her, the temperature that had just dropped around her ears rising again. Slow down. You have to eat the gossip while it's hot. They squeezed their way to the front row. The edge of the playground was already filled with students. In the inner circle stood a group of soldiers from the National Defense Academy, temporarily clearing a space. In the center, Yin Song and a disguised Yi Chen stood side by side. Opposite them was a group of burly men from Class 8, all muscular and with expressions full of defiance. The leader was nearly 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than an ordinary student's thighs, glaring with red eyes in the direction of Class 9. Yi Chihao patted a nearby student's shoulder. Dude, what just happened? The student didn't even turn his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Look over there, do you see that new cafeteria? Yi Chihao followed his gaze. The cafeteria was not large, only about the size of a classroom. But the aroma wafted out a mix of meat and spiritual energy. Several students from Class 9 were sitting inside playing on their phones while devouring meat. Han Li was quietly shoving meat into his mouth. Lin Fan was quickly scooping rice as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Zhuge Wang was leisurely fanning himself with a feather fan while picking out the tenderest pieces of meat. Yi Chihao raised an eyebrow, and then the student's voice immediately escalated. Those soldiers said that place is the exclusive cafeteria for Senior 3 Class 9. Other classes aren't allowed to enter. Yi Chiheo blinked. So that's what caused the commotion. Of course it's not just that. The student grew more agitated as he spoke. Didn't you see? That bunch from Class 9 is eating better than us. I heard it's all meat from half-step Beast King level monsters. They can scoop more after finishing. What are we eating? He raised his own bowl. Inside lay 2 lonely pieces of meat. Beast General level, and we can only take 2 pieces each. Isn't that infuriating? Yi Chiheo didn't answer immediately. He quietly leaned closer to Xing Yao's ear and whispered, "Little stutter, how are beast ranks divided?" Xing Yao shivered the warm breath near her ear, almost making her lose her balance. She bit her lip, trying to keep her voice steady. It's similar to human ranks with a total of 9 tiers. Beast Soldier, Beast General, Beast Monarch, Great Beast Monarch, Half-Step Beast King, Great Beast King, Celestial Beast, Beast Sage. Yi Chiheo pondered. Oh. He leaned back toward the student. Bro, isn't that just 2 ranks apart? Is there a big difference? The student almost jumped up. Is it a matter of realm? It's a matter of money, of cultivation, of life. A pound of Demon General meat costs 500 on the market. Do you know how much a pound of half-step Demon King meat costs? Yi Chiheo displayed an expression of surprise. How much? The student extended 5 fingers, gritting his teeth. 500,000. Just 1 bite can save you over 10 days of hard cultivation. Do you think the difference is significant? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. What's even more frustrating is that they don't have to hand in their phones. Why is that? It can't be this biased. Yi Chiheo looked towards the cafeteria. Yin Sung's phone was plugged into a nearby power bank, the screen still lit, probably busy replying to several messages from girls. Li Juefeng ate with one hand while using the other to manage funds on his phone. Tong Jingcheng was wearing headphones, probably still staring at the new song charts. Outside, students from other classes were holding their food trays, their eyes almost turning red. Yi Chiheo stroked his chin. It's a bit hate-worthy, isn't it? That's for sure. The students seem to have finally found a kindred spirit. Class 8 has always been the top in the grade. They usually look down on Class 9 with their noses in the air. Half a day ago, Class 9 was still the worst in the country. Now they suddenly enjoy the highest treatment. It's a wonder they can accept it. A strong man from Class 8 stepped forward. His name was Wang Hu, an 8th-level martial artist. Among senior students, he was already quite formidable. Where's your class leader? Where's your vice-class leader? Bring them out. Yin Sung picked at his nose, looking utterly disdainful. What's wrong? You don't accept it. I don't accept it. Wang Hu pointed at the small cafeteria, his eyes reddening. How can you worthless bunch eat half-step Demon King meat? Why can Class 8 only eat Demon General meat? Oh, worthless. Yin Sung turned to look at Yi Chun. Old Yi, what's the number for our Dragon King's vice-class leader? I need to call our Dragon King's vice-class leader. Just say that someone from Class 8 publicly questioned the Dragon King, saying the Dragon King is at most a golden little loach. Yi Chun raised the corner of his mouth, playing along quite expertly. I have it right here. Shall I call now? Wang Hu's eyes twitched violently. Wait. All the students fell silent. The Dragon King, Long Aotian, the man who had just broken through to the Grandmaster level, leading the Dragon King's palace out of school, shouting about slaughtering gods. If he really got called back. Wang Hu swallowed hard and mustered his courage, saying, I called for the class leader first. Why are you calling the vice-class leader back? Bring your class leader out. I want to see what qualifications the Class 9 leader has to enjoy this kind of treatment. Yin Sung showed a thoughtful expression. Class leader, huh? He looked at Yi Chun. Old Yi, who did the principal suspect our class leader to be just now? Yi Chun pretended to ponder for a moment. Then he clapped his hands. I remember. I think it was something like the Emperor of Desolation. The air fell silent for half a second. Wang Hu's mouth twitched. The Emperor of Desolation. The one who seemed even more absurd than the Dragon King. Wang Hu's eyes darted around, suddenly spotting Lu Ming approaching from the other side of the crowd, and his eyes brightened. His eyes lit up. He recognized this person. The Labor Committee member of Class 9. He had once easily overpowered him during a class competition. Usually you couldn't get a peep out of him. This is the one. Hey you. Wang Hu pointed with his hand. It's you. The Labor Committee member of Class 9. Come out. The crowd looked in the direction of his finger. Lu Ming and Yi Long had arrived at the outskirts at some point. Yi Long crossed his arms, watching the scene with great interest. Lu Ming stopped in his tracks. He was already feeling a heaviness in his heart. Now being pointed at and called out by a small martial artist, his gaze gradually turned cold. In the past, he didn't want to reveal his identity to find his sister. Now that the National Defense Academy had taken over the school, it no longer mattered whether he hid or not. Yi Long stood beside him, slightly raising an eyebrow. He did not intervene. Lu Ming stepped out of the crowd. Are you looking for me? Wang Hu grinned maliciously. What about looking for you? He said, looking at the team leader from the National Defense Academy beside him. Officer, what you said just now counts, right? As long as I defeat anyone from Class 9, the entire school gets to enjoy the same treatment as them. The team leader's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Ming step out. He instinctively wanted to salute. Lu Ming shot him a glance, and the team leader forcefully suppressed his hand. He held back a laugh, his voice booming. National Defense Academy, speaking with authority. Wang Hu was overjoyed. Good. He turned back and waved his hand. Everyone from Class 8 stepped back. Swish, swish, swish. A large area instantly cleared behind him. Wang Hu assumed his starting stance, his energy sinking into his dantian. According to the rules of the martial world. Unknown. Wang Hu, 8th level martial artist. Please advise. Cheers erupted around them. Go Tiger brother. Show the might of Class 8. Let Class 9 know the value of being the top in the grade. Yen Tsung covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently. A few seconds later he whispered again, this guy is really brave. Yen Tsung nodded. Brave to the point that I feel a bit sorry for him. A few seconds later he whispered again, this guy is really brave. Yen Tsung nodded. Brave to the point that I feel a bit sorry for him. Among the onlookers, Xing Yao quietly opened her notebook. Yichihaya's eyes sparkled. This drama is quite good. In the arena, Lu Ming stepped forward step by step. His steps were light, yet with each step the air on the playground grew heavier. The wind stopped. The aroma of meat faded. The surrounding students suddenly felt a chill. Someone looked up in a daze. Is it snowing? Under the setting sun, fine white snowflakes floated down from the sky, landing on the playground, but not melting. Immediately after the scene before, everyone's eyes changed. The green playground vanished, replaced by a blood-soaked battlefield. Tattered battle flags stuck in the ground, fragments of human armor scattered everywhere. In the distance, the remains of towering demon beasts lay on the ground, blood slowly oozing from the corpses, flowing to the feet of the crowd. Blood. So much blood. Ugh. Where is this place? Save me. There are demon beasts over there. The soldiers of the National Defense Academy immediately stepped forward, releasing their true energy to protect the students' minds. The team leader commanded in a low voice. Don't panic. This is a battlefield projection. Stand firm. Even so, many students turned pale, their legs trembling. Wang Hu, who stood at the center of the projection, was completely frozen in place. In front of him, the former labor committee member of Class 9, who he had once forced back with a punch, had already changed. Lu Ming was clad in blood-red armor, carrying a broken battle sword on his shoulder, with giant demon beasts lying dead at his feet. His gaze held no anger, only the indifference of someone who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wang Hu's starting stance crumbled little by little, cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Lu Ming stopped 3 steps away from him, his voice low, yet silencing the entire playground. Lu Ming, late Grandmaster, please advise. Wang Hu's face turned pale, his eyes nearly popping out. An 8th level martial artist. How many layers were there between challenging a late Grandmaster? He couldn't count. All he knew was that for the first time in his life, he was this close to a social death. Wang Hu's lips trembled. I admit. Before he could finish speaking, the sky suddenly shook. Everyone instinctively looked up. The sky that had already disappeared reappeared once more. A golden light curtain spanned the heavens. The familiar live broadcast room frame slowly emerged. In the next second, AI Kun's excited voice breaking resonated throughout Jinling Martial High. Dear viewers, it's coming. After a week of preparation by the broadcaster, the information about the war god is ready. Friendly reminder for those who smoke, be sure to prepare more cigarettes before watching this live stream. On the playground, Lu Ming slowly raised his head, dispelling the illusions. Yichiheo raised the corner of his mouth, stretching lazily, finally updated. P.S. Sorry brothers, because the author went to work today, the update is late. Although I have a few manuscripts saved while coding today's plot, the author was reduced to tears. I forgot to update. I will set a fixed time in the future at 12 o'clock at night. Oh, the streamer has finally gone live. How did my week go, you ask? Did I walk here? Or perhaps I died and came back. Don't make me slap you while I'm the happiest. This time he was holding a folding fan in his hand. With a gentle shake of the fan, the familiar smirk returned to it. All right. The streamer will tell you the story of the war god in the most straightforward and blunt way. Haha. But soon the playful glint in his eyes faded away. He snapped the folding fan shut with a... In that instant, the lights in the live stream seemed to dim slightly. He raised his hand to beckon to the side. Staff, bring out the artifact. A hand wearing a white glove slowly reached into the frame, presenting a transparent sealed box. Inside was a half of a tiger talisman, entirely black gold. The tiger head was raised, exposing its fangs. The edges of the talisman bore traces of fire damage, with a layer of dark blood congealed in the grooves. 5,000 years later, that bloodstain still hasn't faded. I'm cool, so handsome. On the playground, a person's rice bowl crashed to the ground, with a bang soup splattering onto their shoes. They didn't even bother to look down and trembled as they spoke. You guys, look. That tiger talisman looks a bit like the one hanging from the waist of the Labor Committee member of Class 9, doesn't it? No one responded, as everyone's gaze had already fallen on Lu Ming's waist. There, tied with a black string, hung a complete tiger talisman. The tiger head fangs and talisman patterns were almost identical to the fragment seen in the livestream. The only difference was that Lu Ming's talisman was intact, its black gold surface polished to a shine from years ago. Outside of Class 9, all the other students swallowed hard. They didn't dare to think further, let alone accept that answer. Just half a day ago they thought Class 9 was the worst class. Now Class 9 had produced a Dragon King, and now another war god had emerged. Who could handle this? At the same time, on the deck of a giant cruise ship heading towards the North American waters, the sea breeze howled. Long Out Yin stood at the bow looking at the majestic tiger talisman on the screen, then down at the black ring. He remained silent for 2 seconds before turning to Zhuke. "Aunt Kay, after this operation get me a better-looking ring." Zhuke leaned against the railing, her red dress fluttering in the sea breeze. She tossed her hair and smiled charmingly. "Sure, whatever our Dragon King wants, Aunt will arrange it for you." Suddenly, she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "However, Dragon King, there's something Aunt wants from you. Actually, the Dragon King ring is quite unique." He calmly turned aside and walked towards the cabin. Actually, the Dragon King ring is quite unique. No need to make another one." Zhuke froze in place. The sea breeze blew past. She watched Long Ocean's rapidly receding figure, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Little brat, truly lacking in romance. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, pulling out her phone. "Feng Wei, continue to suppress the Long family. But don't kill anyone. Make it as disgusting as possible." Yilong also gazed at the barrage on the sky. He was not angry, merely elevating his eyes in silence. It's quite good that people 5,000 years later can still make such jokes. At the very least, they had not seen the true North border. They had not witnessed the battle flags being dragged back through the snow. They had not seen one young person after another handing letters to their comrades, smiling as they walked up the city walls. AI Kuan looked at the barrage, his mouth twitching. The treasures in the live stream really do have creative thoughts. Alright, let's not joke anymore. The next moment, a stirring piece of pure music suddenly echoed in the live stream room. The beat fell heavily like a war drum. AI Kuan swiftly opened his folding fan. We all know that the Dragon King reached the level of master at the age of 18. Such a talent at that time was an unprecedented genius in 1,000 years. But AI Kuan's voice suddenly soared. "Our war god. His talent surpasses even that of the Dragon King. I'm intrigued. No way. Is there another expert?" On the playground, the soldiers of the National Defense 1st Division involuntarily straightened their backs, looking at the young man in the center with respect in their eyes. AI Kuan waved his folding fan, his voice clear. "The war god hails from the National Defense 1st Division. At the age of 16, he joined the North Border Army, arriving at the front lines to fight against the beast horde. He chose the path of proving his Tao through slaughter. However, on that meat grinder-like battlefield, there was no shortage of geniuses. When he first entered the North Border Army, he was like a drop of rain falling into the ocean, causing not a ripple. His taciturn nature and reckless training meant that Lu Ming, who had just joined the North Border Army, was not well received by everyone. But gold will shine wherever it is. The stage belonging to the war god was soon built. AI Kuan closed his folding fan, his gaze growing somber. That battle is referred to in the excavated documents as the chaos of the demon fox. The chaos of the demon fox. Is it that kind of troublesome fox that can shapeshift? Could it be? Smirking upstairs, the hero has some insight. On the edge of the playground, Yilong looked at the teasing barrage, his brow slightly furrowing. What floated through his mind were the villages and towns outside the North Border that had been ravaged by the demon fox. The broken doors. The extinguished hearths. Children waiting in vain for their parents to return home. After a moment, he slowly relaxed his brow. That was a world 5,000 years later. People 5,000 years later could already treat these as jokes. This is good. Yilong chuckled softly. It's fine. Let the suffering and hardships end with our generation. He looked up at the sky, his voice low. We have finished the fight, so the next generation will not have to. Several soldiers from the National Defense 1st Division straightened their backs beside him. No one spoke. Lu Ming also remained silent, just slightly trembling his shoulder. In the sky, AI Kuan's smile treasures 5,000 years ago, the demon fox was completely different from the images we see in today's film. Now we have input the documents from the era of the chaos of the demon fox into the latest artificial intelligence, generating a video. Let us see how great the differences are. The screen behind AI Kuan lit up. The video began to play. The first scene was an aerial shot of the North Border Great Wall. The vast wall stretched across the edge of the earth. The towering walls were covered in claw marks, dents, and patches of dried black blood. The camera lowered. Outside the wall lay a sea of wreckage. A thin mist of blood hung over the snowy plain, lingering for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of rushing wind echoed. Several red figures flashed across the screen. The view rose again. The entire battlefield outside the border was fully revealed to everyone. Dense red shadows were rapidly approaching the border, but the guards on the border appeared oblivious, continuing their patrols dutifully. No way. Are the guards blind? How can they not see so many beasts invading? The video quickly provided an answer. The lens focused on one of the red figures. It looked nothing like the alluring shape imagined by netizens in later generations. It was a fox standing as tall as a person. It was running upright. Its fur matted in clumps covered in congealed black-red blood. Its elongated eyes glinted with blood light, and its slender tongue occasionally licked the pieces of flesh at the corner of its mouth. On its wrist it was bound with a string of bone chains. Very good, very good. The leader of the blood foxes stared at the bone chains, grinning hideously. Using the bones of the human race to forge demonic artifacts combined with our blood fox's innate talents. These two-legged sheep will indeed not notice. It raised its paw, pointing at its forehead to communicate telepathically. Little ones. The main force will draw their attention, Hedon. All higher demons come with me to disrupt the array to the west. That is the new recruits of the North Border Army. I heard this batch of new recruits is the most talented in 100 years among the human race. I suppose. The blood fox leader's paw rested at the corner of its mouth, licking its tongue. The heart meat of this group of little lambs must be the most tender. Go. Feast. In the telepathic communication, a heated response arose. Yes. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. A large number of low-level blood foxes deliberately exposed themselves, wildly self-destructing in the middle of the Great Wall. Flames soared into the sky. Ding, ding, ding. The grand bells rang throughout the border. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The North Border Army reacted swiftly. The entire war fortress roared into action at that moment. A captain drew his sword and shouted angrily. Everyone, load the explosive arrows. Prepare. Draw the bow, release. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sky full of arrows ignited with flames falling towards the dense mass of blood foxes. Boom, boom, boom. The first round of arrows fell instantly, taking down 30% of the blood foxes. Yet they showed no signs of retreat. The remaining blood foxes climbed wildly over their fallen comrades. An officer watching this scene grew increasingly solemn. Captain, something's not right. Blood foxes excel at mental assaults. How could they let themselves charge the city, Hedon? Indeed, something is not right. The captain frowned, looking at the unmoving beast horde several kilometers away. He gripped the handle of his sword, fury boiling in his eyes. But they have come right to our doorstep. How can we not kill? Have you forgotten that our village was destroyed by this horde? I haven't forgotten. The lieutenant's eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth, still forcing himself to remain calm. Captain, the blood foxes are crafty. Should we request reinforcements? The captain pondered for a moment and nodded. Let the brothers from the west come to support us. The wall there is connected to the mountain with natural defenses, so even if the beasts try a feint, we can return in time. Yes. Everyone pour the hot oil. A new round of offensive and defensive battles quickly erupted. The blood foxes charged forward, seemingly unafraid of death, against various city defense weapons. However, as the reinforcements from the western troops arrived, the blood foxes beneath the wall were soon cleared away. The smell of burnt flesh wafted up to the city wall. The lieutenant looked at the thick layer of beast corpses beneath the wall, his brow never relaxing. Captain, I can't shake the feeling that this is not so simple. The captain, who came from the west to support, patted his shoulder. Don't be too tense. Perhaps there was an internal conflict among those beasts. Once the battle is over, we should return. Roar. A mighty beast roar echoed from afar. The two captains turned their heads simultaneously. Several kilometers away, the previously unmoving beast horde began to advance as a whole. Not good. They are about to launch a full-scale attack. Quickly notify the commander. Activate the Great Formation. Soon the runes on the city wall lit up one by one, and a massive light curtain unfolded, enveloping the border. On the western segment of the city wall, the blood fox leader narrowed its elongated eyes, gazing at the distant glowing runes, and let out a low chuckle. Huh. It seems that group of two-legged sheep has successfully been deceived. Beneath its feet, the array runes had already been stained black by demonic energy. Behind it, several guards lay fallen next to the array center. Their armor was torn, and each had a large hole in their chest, their forms shriveled, having lost all flesh and blood. Yet their fingers still clutched the ropes of the alarm bell tightly. But that bell ultimately failed to sound. The blood fox leader held a heart in one claw and a headless human corpse in the other. Biting into the heart, drinking the fresh blood gushing from the severed neck, it said, "Little ones, have you finished your appetizer?" Leader, one of the blood foxes, disdainfully tossed aside a warrior's heart. Let's hurry up, these old hearts are not— Gag. Damn it. What do you mean by old hearts? I declare I will never watch the Fruity Show again. Is this really what I can watch? The students on the playground reacted similarly to the barrage of comments. The students' faces turned pale, feeling like they might vomit. But when they thought of the pieces of demon general meat in their bellies, they covered their mouths, forcing themselves not to vomit. However, those who had already vomited knew that those truly wanting to vomit could not hold it back. Most just stared wide-eyed as the undigested demon meat slipped out of their throats. No, Lu Ming stood still, his fists slowly clenching. He said nothing, just stared at the sky, memories of a past filled with brutality surfacing in his mind. The soldiers of the National Defense Division gritted their teeth tightly. Though they were not part of the Northern Army, they were soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Watching these beasts slaughter their comrades wantonly, they wished they could return to the past and fight alongside them. In the sky broadcast, the Blood Fox leader raised its claw, pointing towards the new recruits' camp. Go. The hunt begins. Dozens of blood shadows excitedly rushed towards the new recruits' camp. The scene shifted. Inside the new recruits' camp, a group of young soldiers gradually emerged from the barracks. They looked at the erased light curtain enveloping the entire border, each face filled with unease. What happened? Did the demon beasts break in? Let me out, I want to fight. Shut up. The instructor guarding the new recruits' camp shouted angrily. You bunch of rookies think you can go to the battlefield. Do you know what it means for this erased light curtain to rise? The demon beasts are launching a full-scale attack. You haven't even reached the half-step master level. What do you plan to do? Cause trouble for the Northern Army. His words left all the new recruits silent. But soon a calm voice sounded from the corner. Instructor, we also want to contribute. The camera focused. A boy with a buzz cut raised his eyes. At the age of 16 or 17, his face showed little expression, yet his back was straight. It was the young Lu Ming. Ah! A burly new recruit nearby laughed heartily. Lu Ming, the instructor said, this is a full-scale attack by the demon beasts. What can we do to help? Go cause trouble for the Northern Army. As he spoke, his tone carried sarcasm tinged with a hint of uncontainable jealousy. Or do you think that when you're in danger, the National Defense Division you were once part of will suddenly show up to save you? Lu Ming, don't. The instructor frowned, his words unfinished. Suddenly Lu Ming looked up. In the air there was a faint scent of blood and sweetness. In the next second he flashed and appeared beside the burly man. Swish! The dagger at his waist was drawn. The blade aimed directly at the burly man's throat. The instructor's pupils shrank. Lu Ming, what are you doing? The burly man's expression changed drastically. Damn, I was just cursing you a bit, and you actually want to kill me. He cursed angrily, drawing his dagger in preparation for a fight. In that instant, Lu Ming's steady voice echoed in his ear. To the right. The burly man's eyelids twitched. Those selected for the Northern Army were all top talents. In such a situation, how could he not react? Was something wrong? The trust between soldiers outweighed personal suspicions at that moment. He forcefully twisted the blade and stabbed fiercely into the empty space on the right. Poochie! Poochie! The sound of two daggers embedding into flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Immediately afterward, a piercing scream shattered the camp. Screech! Damn two-legged sheep! I will make you die! Two blood fox figures suddenly appeared behind and to the right of the burly man. The one behind raised its sharp claws, aiming directly at Lu Ming's face. Use my strength. Lu Ming's voice resonated again. The burly man instantly understood and bent down sharply, crossing his arms. Lu Ming stepped on him. The burly man exerted his arms, lifting Lu Ming into the air. In midair, Lu Ming's body spun. A crimson blade arc cut through the air. Thud! Thud! Lu Ming landed steadily. Two blood fox heads rolled at his feet. The entire new recruits' camp fell silent. The new recruits stared at him in amazement. The instructor was stunned. The burly man who had just mocked him also froze. He looked down at the blood fox corpses at his feet, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. If Lu Ming had been a second slower, he would have been the first corpse. In the sky broadcast, a slow applause resounded from the camp entrance. Lu Ming looked up. Outside the camp, dozens of half-step demon king blood foxes slowly revealed themselves. Behind them, a demon king blood fox leader stood in the shadows, its narrow eyes fixed intently on Lu Ming. What excellent ingredients indeed. It licked its thin tongue, its voice filled with excitement. At the age of 16, a great martial master, and you can slay two of my half-step demon kings. Eating you will surely make the Northern Army grieve. Inside the new recruits' camp, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Half-step demon kings. Dozens of them. And there was a real demon king. The instructor instinctively stood in front of all the new recruits, his voice heavy. Lu Ming stepped back. The young Lu Ming did not retreat. He simply lowered his head, glancing at the blood-dripping dagger in his hand. Then he raised his eyes, gazing at the demon king. With you lot, you still can't kill me. But when they overheard the skeleton's quiet, self-directed words, all fear dissolved into shame. On the training ground, everyone fixed their gaze on the sky screen. That slash had been impossibly swift. When the heads of two blood foxes of the half-step Yao King realm tumbled to the earth, many had not even processed it. Not until the comment stream erupted did the crowd snap back to their senses. That was Lu Ming at 16, someone asked, voice trembling. Their eyes darted between the screen, and Lu Ming throats bobbed with disbelief. At 16 he killed a half-step Yao King. And it was two of them. Is he even human? With a soft collapse, Wang Hu's knees gave way, and he sank to his face went ashen, lips quivering as if all his strength had been drained. It's over. It's all over. My family, my parents, my life. All gone. Goodbye, mother, great-grandmother. Incoming. People watched him. No one could smile. The scene on the screen before the recruits' camp, dozens of blood foxes of the half-step Yao King realm slowly took shape. Behind them, the Yao King level blood fox commander stood in shadow, its narrow eyes glowing with bloodlight. The falling snow seemed to freeze in midair. The recruits' hands clutching daggers stiffened. It's over. They're all half-step Yao Kings. And there's a Yao King. We can't defeat them. Run. Fear like icy water was poured over every head. Even though Lu Ming had just cut down two half-step Yao Kings, it made no difference. When the full force of the blood foxes appeared, this band of recruits who had never truly seen blood had their defenses torn open. They were only 16 or 17. They had only just entered the camp, had not yet tasted a real battlefield, and now faced enemies led by a Yao King. How could despair not rise? The blood fox leader bared its fangs, bloodlight flickering in its eyes. It did not strike at once, it savored the fear. The more frightened they became, the faster their hearts beat, the warmer their blood ran, and the sweeter they tasted. You wretches. The instructor was a veteran half-step grandmaster, his right leg maimed in battle and withdrawn from the front. He had seen countless beast stratagems. The scene before him was all too familiar. He bit his tongue and roared at the recruits. Don't meet the blood fox's eyes. It's their spiritual attack. The recruits snapped awake. Some immediately averted their gaze, others slapped themselves hard. Shame flushed across their faces. In that instant their minds had been reduced to a single thought: flee. Flee the recruits' camp, flee the northern border, run home. Ridiculous. They had fought tooth and nail to snatch a place in the northern army from their old corps. They had said they would come to the border to kill beasts. Yet just now, with beasts before them, some had wanted to be deserters. The instructor drew the dagger at his belt, its tip leveled at a blood fox. In a hoarse voice he said, "Weren't you shouting to go to the front and slaughter these animals? Now, those dogs are right in front of you. Well, are you afraid?" One recruit clenched his teeth, another, a third. Soon every recruit's expression changed. Not afraid. A surge of blood and spirit swelled within them, their shouts trembling the camp. Good, the instructor said in a low voice. Now draw the weapons at your belts. The recruit selection begins early. The standard to pass, survive. Blades whispered free of their sheaths. The youths tightened their grips, fixing their stares on the blood foxes' throats, chests, and eye sockets. Fervor ignited. Slay. Finish these wretched foxes. Outside the screen, countless viewers also clenched their fists. On the field, the students of Jinling Wuzhong held their breath. The warriors of Jinghua Yishir fell into grim silence. And then in the next instant, the blood fox leader lazily extended its tongue and licked the blood from its claws. Oh, so excited you're warming your hearts. How considerate, worried, well, get cold. How touching. That single sentence chilled the fervor that had just flared both inside and outside the screen to freezing point. The leader narrowed its eyes and let out a low, mocking snort. Ha ha ha. You don't really think desperate resistance will hold until reinforcements arrive, do you? The instructor's face went pale. He shot a look toward the middle section of the wall. The blood fox leader grinned, its smile growing wider. Figured it out. Rest assured, this time the general attack and retreat signal means we'll have eaten every one of you. Like thunder, the thought struck the recruits' minds. Their gazes dispersed again. The fighting spirit they had gathered was torn apart once more. No reinforcements. No support. They would be eaten. The instructor's eyes hardened. He scored his palm with the dagger, the pain keeping him clear-headed. Don't listen to these beasts. Wretches, wake up. He roared again, but this time he could not summon the recruits' fighting spirit. One by one their eyes glazed and faces went ashen. The blood fox leader smiled with satisfaction. It loved that look. Fear. Despair. Resignation. The hearts of these two-legged lambs tasted all the richer in such moods. Crack, and then a crisp, clear impact sounded. Small in volume, yet it seemed to come from the depths of every heart. The recruits instinctively looked up, their unfocused pupils slowly centered, then shrank sharply. That is Lu Ming. Up ahead, the youth Lu Ming had moved. He smashed his foot into the ground, his body becoming a blur as he lunged straight at the blood fox leader. Clang. Daggers met razor claws, sparks flying. Lu Ming's assaults carried no wasted motion. Eye sockets, chest, lower abdomen. Each strike aimed at a vital point. The blood fox leader parried easily. The mockery in its eyes shifted to excitement. Excellent. Wonderful. So young yet so fierce. If I eat you, I will advance further. A blood fox's eyes flickered with greed, and it leapt forward. Leader. They'll help you, smack. The leader slapped it away with a single paw. The fox slammed into the barracks wall, its chest caved in blood at the corner of its mouth. The leader turned eyes cold. Whoever dares take a single bite of him, he'll tear apart first. Yais. It stammered, trembling on the ground. The other restless foxes immediately withdrew. They looked toward the recruits, and that glance made them hesitate. The timidity in those lambs' eyes was fake. They stared fixedly at Lu Ming's figure. It felt as if a blade had been driven into their hearts. The boy who had been silent, ostracized, and never retaliating. Now, as everyone else fell back, he was the first to strike. Knowing he might lose, he still stepped forward. Knowing no reinforcements would come, he did not retreat. He did not shout any grand vows. He simply stood alone to block the Yao King. By his deeds, he told them all, the Northern Army has no deserters. You bastard. Someone ground through clenched teeth, tears gathering. Doing this makes us so ashamed. With a swift motion, a new recruit tightly gripped his dagger. Soon after, the second, and then the third followed suit. The fear in the eyes of all the new recruits was swallowed by something far more ferocious. Brothers, kill. Kill. Whoosh. The new recruits charged towards the blood fox. This time it was the blood fox that was stunned. Had this group of two-legged sheep gone mad? It immediately activated its racial talent as an invisible mental disturbance surged toward them like a tide. The new recruits stumbled in their steps. The next moment, gritting their teeth, they forcibly shattered that layer of mental disturbance and continued to charge forward. The blood fox leader's eyes widened in shock. It saw it. Behind that group of new recruits, vague human phantoms appeared. Wielding spears clad in armor, they charged forward. The will of iron and blood soared to the heavens. The blood fox leader trembled with excitement. The military spirit. The military spirit. This is the military spirit. It laughed maniacally, the sound piercing. Ha! Our blood fox clan is about to rise. Truly a blessing from the heavens for our clan. Kill them. Whoosh. Before it could finish its sentence, a cold light grazed its cheek. The blood fox leader's smile froze in place. It slowly raised its paw and touched its face, finding a hint of crimson at the tip of its claw. Lowering its head, its shoulders shook. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The next moment, it suddenly raised its head, leaning forward, its narrow eyes filled entirely with fierce light. Screech. A shrill scream erupted. It swung its sharp claws and charged towards Lu Ming. You dare to scratch my face? I will peel your flesh piece by piece. Lu Ming's gaze was calm. He drew another dagger from the sheath at his side. One in a standard grip, the other in a reverse grip. Then he advanced. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers clashed violently against the claws, sparks flying. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming fought while retreating, with each step back the ground beneath him cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. This was him applying his martial techniques, inch by inch, directing the immense force of the blood fox into the ground beneath him. The blood fox was not adept at close combat among demon beasts. But this one was after all a demon king. It was 2 whole realms above him. If he did not mitigate the force, he could not sustain a hard fight for long. On the other side, the battle among the new recruits had also fully ignited. They did not charge individually, but formed formations in groups of 100 surrounding the blood foxes that were half-step demon kings. One blood fox sneered. Haha, you little lambs think you can hunt me. Puffed. Blood sprayed forth. Its claws pierced through a new recruit's chest. The recruit's body trembled. The blood fox grinned savagely. Even if two-legged sheep possess ferocity, they remain two-legged sheep. It was about to withdraw its claws when the new recruit let out a furious roar. Kill the wolf. He spat blood, yet his hands clung tightly to the fox claw embedded in his body. Using his last ounce of strength, he shouted, Brothers, kill this beast. The nearby new recruits' eyes turned red in an instant. They bit their lips, gripped their daggers tightly, and charged forward like madmen. Kill. The blood fox panicked. It tried to throw off the new recruit, who was in despair. But those hands would not let go even in death. Get away. The blood fox retreated in panic, waving its claws wildly. Get away. Don't come near. Bang, bang, bang. The difference in realms was too great. As long as a martial artist level new recruit was struck by the fox claws, their sternum would collapse, and they would be sent flying. Yet the fallen would grasp the body of the blood fox at the first opportunity, buying time for their comrades to strike. 1, 2, 3. 1st Division of the Chuan Army, Li Hao. A bloodied new recruit clung to the blood fox's arm. 7th Division of the Gue Army, Sun Jianjun. Another new recruit, dragging his wounded body, pressed down hard on the blood fox's back. 5th Division of the Zhenghua Army, Lu Dazhuang. A young boy with a naive face grinned. Blood flowed from his teeth. Tell my mom. I'm not a coward. Using his last bit of strength, he plunged the dagger into the blood fox's abdomen. Brothers, I take the lead. Kill the wolf for me. The sounds of their howls echoed throughout the recruits' camp. One by one, the youths held back the retreating steps of the blood fox with their dying bodies. The brothers behind them were already in tears. Tears blurred their vision, yet it did not affect their precision in wielding their daggers. The neck, the abdomen, the heart. One stab, another stab. Dozens of half-step Demon King blood foxes were thus submerged in the sea of blood formed by these youths. They had once called them lambs. But at this moment, even lambs could kill wolves. When the blood fox leader regained its senses from its fury, there was no demon left around. The new recruits, drenched in blood with fierce expressions, were advancing step by step toward it. At the same time, whoa! A long horn sounded from beyond. The blood fox leader's expression changed. The demon clan is retreating. How could that be? Lu Ming propped himself up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the blood fox leader, his voice low. Beast, you're not the only one who knows how to scheme. The blood fox leader's pupils constricted. In the next moment it understood. Its chest heaved violently, then it lowered its head, letting out a suppressed laugh. So you mean, you sent out a distress signal before you even attacked me? To actively attack me was to buy. You scratched my face to anger me, keeping me from caring for the other lambs. That these lambs were forced to show their ferocity breaking through my clan's talents was also within your expectations. Ha ha ha. What a clever strategy. What a pity. It lifted its gaze toward the middle section of the city. There the figure of a celestial realm expert was rapidly approaching. Today I could not devour you. Lu Ming tightened his grip on his daggers. He did not explain or boast, he simply watched it calmly. The blood fox leader's eyes were filled with resentment as they swept over the group of youths filled with murderous intent, finally landing back on Lu Ming. Next time, you want to escape. That phrase, Lu Ming calmly met its gaze, should be what I say to you. Boom! The ground trembled. It turned into a streak of blood light, fleeing rapidly toward the outskirts, and in an instant it scaled the city wall. Damn it! Chase! Don't let this beast get away. The new recruits with red eyes were about to rush out. All of you stop. The instructor blocked their path, blood spattering across the face of a new recruit. Look at your current state. Do you still dare to chase after a demon king? With this obstruction, the anger that the new recruits had been holding in finally deflated. They fell to the ground, gazing at the familiar faces beside them that would never rise again. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they could no longer control their emotions, crying out loud. Instructor! Instructor! My brother is gone. Whoa! He's gone. We agreed to achieve greatness together. Ah! The cries of the youths echoed above the entire camp. Just moments ago they had acted like soldiers. Like wolves. Like blades. Yet at this moment they were merely a group of 16 or 17-year-old boys. The instructor squatted down, his hands trembling violently. He wiped the blood and tears from a new recruit's face. But the more he wiped, the more there was. He too was crying. I know. I know. The instructor's voice trembled. I know everything. Outside the sky, on the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, silence reigned. Every soldier of the Zhenghua 1st Division gripped their rifles tightly. They stood straight, yet tears flowed uncontrollably down their faces. They had not experienced that calamity of the demon fox, but now they had seen it. They saw a group of 16 or 17-year-old boys guarding the recruits' camp with their lives. They saw those young names at the age when they should be most vibrant left behind in the northern winds and snow. Lu Ming stood and placed the tiger talisman at his waist, gently swaying. His face bore no expression, but his knuckles had turned white. Yilong silently stepped forward. A loud voice spread throughout the school. All members of the Zhenghua 1st Division, reload, fire a salute, salute, and honor the brothers. Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers simultaneously replaced their ammunition with specially made live rounds. Standing at attention, the rifle was vertically pressed against their right side, right hand gripping the rifle neck, the stock on the ground. The entire area fell silent for 3 seconds. Then swish. They moved in unison to raise their rifles, elevating them forward and upward at a 45 angle. A synchronized series of 3 gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 gunshots reverberated throughout Jinling Martial Arts School. Salute. Schwa schwa schwa. All soldiers of the Zhenghua 1st Division saluted simultaneously. All teachers and students of Jinling Martial Arts School also raised their right hands at this moment. No one spoke, nor did anyone laugh. Meanwhile, in military camps across Dragon Country, soldiers looked to the sky, slowly raising their hands. Northern Border Garrison, Southern Frontier Garrison, Eastern Sea Fleet, Western Barren Border. In military camps across Dragon Country, orders rang out one after another. All members of the Chuan Army 1st Division. All members of the Gue Army 7th Division. All members of the Zhenghua Army 5th Division. Northern Border Army. In the northern border at the recruits' camp, a limping instructor looked at the new generation of youngsters, his voice choked with emotion as he shouted. In the northern border recruit camp, the new conscripts gritted their teeth, tears held back at the rims of their eyes, yet their hands rose to the most exacting position of a military salute. They offered the highest salute to those youths projected on the screen above. In ordinary times, the instructors loved to berate them. You are the worst batch I have ever trained. Every time they heard those words, the recruits bristled. How are we the worst? We were handpicked from the finest wusher who can withstand a half-step zongsher for 10 moves. Is that still poor? At such moments the instructor would fall silent for a long time. He would lift his head, gaze toward the border, his eyes hiding things the recruits could not fathom. Poor. Far from it. He turned, looked at those young defiant faces, and slowly shook his head. I once led the most extraordinary children. They at the wusher level used their lives to hold down a half-step Yao King. They even dared draw blades on a true Yao King. The murmur that followed was low and restrained. No one dared openly contradict the instructor, yet their hearts were unconvinced. Wusher versus wusher still held unbridgeable gaps. To think a wusher could encircle and kill a half-step Yao King sounded impossible. That was a chasm of an entire realm. Moreover, Yao beasts possess formidable physiques. Within the same realm, they are harder to fell than human warriors. Privately, they suspected the instructor's tale was an old story told to humble their pride. Not until this day, not until the screen replayed that battle before their eyes, did they truly understand what it meant to be the most gifted cohort in 100 years of the Northern Border Forces. There are heaven-sand-earth differences even among those of the wusher rank. The screen continued, the camera closing in on a shadow streaking through the midair. He landed outside the training ground with an explosive crash. The frozen earth shattered beneath his feet, blood mist and snow churned together. Damn celestial Yao, he spat through clenched teeth. The fury in his voice was barely contained. Still too late. A cold caption emerged beside the screen. Commander of Zhenghua, 1st Division Yilong. In reality, on the playground of Jinling Martial Middle School, Yilong watched the footage of himself, his shoulders taut and straight. No one beside him dared utter a word. On the screen, Yilong wore a grave expression as he stared at the youths strewn across the snow and at the blood-ruined carcass of the fox they had used their lives to fell. Around him rose the survivors' heartrending cries. Instructor, my brother is gone. We swore we would build merit together. Yilong's lips moved. Words stuck in his chest like knives cutting to the core. At last he straightened his frame. He executed a salute so precise it seemed carved from steel before those bloodied youths. Children, in this engagement you have shown exemplary conduct. I, Yilong, Commander of Zhenghua, 1st Division, on behalf of the Beijing Jun, hereby officially inform you. His Adam's apple worked. Each syllable felt as heavy as 1,000 weights. You have successfully passed the recruit assessment. The new recruits stared in stunned silence. The division commander himself had saluted them and pronounced their success. From that moment, they were formally members of the Northern Border Forces. Had it been hours earlier, they would have roared that sentence hoarse. They would have leapt, embraced one another, boasted that they would soon be on the front lines, that they would slay Yao, that they would. Now their tears flowed all the harder. One boy sat in the snow, cradling a brother grown cold, his voice trembling to a whisper. Why? I cannot feel any happiness. The aching cries finally broke free. Long, brutal combat had drained their last reserves of strength. The youths fell in waves. Some collapsed into the snow, some into pools of blood, some toppled beside brothers with whom they had laughed and traded insults only hours before. Quick! The moment the Beijing army medic rushed into the camp, he froze for an instant. The next second his eyes were rimmed in red as he bellowed to the medical staff behind him. As long as there is a breath left, by any means bring these children back to me. Yes. The medics surged forward like men bereft of reason. As long as there is a breath left, by any means bring these children back to me. Yes. The medics surged forward like men bereft of reason. There is still breathing here. Stretcher now. Do not move him, his sternum is shattered. Pills, bring the life-sustaining pills. Lu Ming watched the scene unfold. With the medic's arrival, those who still lived might yet be saved. His body tensed to the brink, finally loosened. A faint curve touched his lips before he toppled backward. Minger! Yilong sprang to his side and caught him. Lu Ming forced his eyes open and looked at Yilong, his voice nearly dissipating. Teacher, did I meet the standard this time? Yilong probed his body with true qi. In the next instant his eyes flashed with a fierce tremor. On the screen Lu Ming's form blurred, and the full extent of his injuries was revealed. His arms were mangled, the bones misformed. Fractures riddled his body, and traces of internal bleeding stained his organs. Many students on the Jinling playground instinctively covered their mouths. They had only seen Lu Ming keep fighting, keep retreating, keep blocking. Only now did they understand what had sustained him. Past my ass, Yilong ground out, his voice shaking. First you must live. Lu Ming's lids slowly fell. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. If I sleep a little, he'll be fine. Somebody. Yilong's roar rolled over the recruit camp. As the frantic calls rose, the screen went dark. Everyone assumed that this chapter of history had ended. Then from the blackness, two boyish voices suddenly echoed. Xiangga Beijing Jun's training is so... The dark-skinned youth lazily replied, this is just the beginning. I heard there are new recruits being tested behind us. Every year, nearly 70% of them get eliminated. The robust youth suddenly sat up. Is it that terrifying? Will we be eliminated? The dark-skinned youth also sat up and patted his shoulder. Dezhuang, no matter how difficult it gets, we must persevere. Don't forget we are on a path of survival against. If we get eliminated and leave the best place for this road in the entire long country, it will be hard for us to climb back up in the future. The robust youth fell silent. He looked down at his palms. He had once stood out among the 5th Army of the National Defense with these hands, but here in the Northern Army, he was just an ordinary recruit. The dark-skinned youth suddenly smiled mischievously. And also, doesn't your mother always say you have no future? She always compares you to that kid from the neighboring village, saying that kid's mother has already held her grandchild. Changgu. Lu Dezhuang's face flushed. He scratched his head, his voice muffled. I want to start a family, but I am just a martial artist now. Ordinary mothers can't handle me, and those who can won't look at a big soldier. What can I do? Hey. Zheng Chang put his arm around his shoulder. There's an old saying, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Don't underestimate the youth in poverty. Dezhuang, you should know that our Northern Army is the fastest in the entire long country to get promoted and make achievements. Once you become a high-ranking official, who would dare to look down on you just because you're a big soldier? By then, will your mother still dare to say you have no future? Lu Dezhuang's eyes began to brighten. He seemed to truly see that day. He envisioned himself returning to the village in military uniform. He saw his mother standing at the village entrance, smiling brightly. He imagined those who once looked down on him all surrounding him, calling him Lu Commander. Swish. Lu Dezhuang suddenly stood up. His eyes were excited and determined. Changgu, you are right. I want to become a high-ranking official. I want to marry a wife. I want my mother to tell me, child, you have truly succeeded. That's right. Zheng Chang also sat up and reached out his hand to him. Come on, Dezhuang. We must pass the assessment. Let's achieve great things together. Let's become high-ranking officials together. Let's go home and marry wives together. Lu Dezhuang grinned widely. He placed his hand heavily on Zheng Chang's hand. The two pressed down together with force. Achieve great things. Become high-ranking officials. Go home and marry wives. Ha ha ha. The laughter of the two youths echoed far under the starry sky. In that laughter there was nothing but longing for the future. Huh, huh. Above the sky the two pressing hands began to blur. The laughter gradually faded. When the scene became clear again, only one hand remained raised in front of a tombstone. Zheng Chang stood there. He had changed into the uniform of a squad leader, and the badge on his shoulder glowed golden under the sunset. Before him was a small grave. In front of the grave was also a squad leader badge. On the tombstone there was a photo of Lu Dezhuang smiling widely. Zheng Chang looked at that face and suddenly cursed softly. Dezhuang, you little rascal. You are still as cheeky as before. His voice grew thicker with emotion. We promised to achieve great things together. We promised to become high-ranking officials together. We promised to go home and marry wives together. How could you deceive me? Zheng Chang wiped away his tears and snot. He tugged at the squad leader badge on his shoulder, trying hard to straighten his chest. Do you see, Oi? Your Changgu is now a squad leader. I oversee more than a dozen big soldiers. Is that impressive? You tricked me. You were down there. Zheng Chang opened his mouth. That word of envy ultimately did not. Damn. He squatted in front of the tombstone, crying with his shoulders shaking. The camera slowly rose from behind Zheng Chang. One small grave after another covered the entire hill. In front of each grave stood one or several youths crying uncontrollably. They wore new military uniforms. Their shoulders bore new badges. But the ones they most wanted to show off to would never see this scene again. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Ming stood in the wind, silently watching this scene. His fists gradually clenched tight. After a long time, he turned and walked outside the mountain. The wind and snow blew across the hem of his military uniform. The youth Lu Ming did not look back. Only a barely audible whisper remained. Blood Fox, you miscalculated. The bloodiness of the Northern Army has never needed to be stirred up. The sky gradually darkened. A line of text appeared. The chaos of the Demon Fox, concluded. Archive restored, Long Country Military History Department. Funding source, Long Country Military Department. As the credits rolled by, the face of AI Kuan reappeared in the sky. This time he did not smile and start as usual. His eyes were somewhat swollen. Outside the screen, wisps of white smoke drifted. Clearly he had smoked quite a bit during that half hour. The bullet comments were unusually silent for a long time. After a while, someone finally sent the first message. Lingnan by Long accompanies a stick. Lingnan Xuanxi accompanies a stick. Kyoto Zhong Nanhai accompanies a stick. Huqing AD calcium milk accompanies a bottle. Shanxing spicy strips accompany a bag. More and more people use their own ways to relieve the lingering effects left by this AI short drama. I finally understand why the dog host said to prepare more cigarettes. Damn, can you believe it? In just half an hour I finished 2 packs of cigarettes. Don't say anything, I almost choked on my own tears. How many have returned from wars throughout history? Damn, is someone chasing me upstairs? Slams the table. Host, hurry. I want to see the war god lead his brothers to pierce through the demon race and kill those beasts without leaving a trace. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, everyone remained silent. Lu Ming stood straight. He looked at the sky, his face showing little expression, but his hand remained pressed against the tiger talisman at his waist. Lu Changming glanced at him, his lips moved, but he did not say a word. At that moment, he suddenly understood why his labor committee member was so sullen. It turned out that some student's silence was backed by the pressure of an entire mountain. In the sky, AI Cohen took a deep breath. He raised his hand to rub his face, forcing himself back into host mode. Sigh. A long sigh instantly tightened the hearts of all the audience. No way. Dog host, I advise you to leave some sweetness for us. Don't let it all be knives. AI Cohen smiled helplessly. Do you remember the question I asked at the beginning? The illustrious war god. Why did he suddenly transfer to a small Jinling martial arts school? The bullet comments paused for a moment. The next second, dense words filled the sky. Oh, I don't want to know. Please host, don't say it. Damn, the war god won't have the Dragon King possess him, right? A few people tried to ease the tension with jokes, but after sending the words, the screen remained heavily silent. AI Cohen looked at the camera, his voice lowered. Because the chaos of the Demon Fox is just the beginning. The day that truly changes Lu Ming's life is still ahead. Oh, come on. Host, bring out all your tricks. I am not afraid of you. Exactly, long pain is worse than short pain. I have prepared all the cigarettes, alcohol, and tissues. Bring it on. In the future, the bizarre barrage of comments flowed in waves. Yet in the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, no one could laugh. The scene of the Demon Fox's chaos still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Those 16 or 17-year-old boys, those names fallen in the wind and snow, and the echoes of farewell brother seemed to linger in the air. Could there be more knives behind us? Someone said weakly. Being a war god seems less enviable now. The student who spoke instinctively looked towards Lu Ming. He stood tall and straight. Yet for some reason, everyone suddenly felt that his presence was heavier than before. It was as if a person stood at the end of the storm, bearing the weight of the entire northern front behind him. Under the sky, AI Cohen paused for a moment before continuing. After the Demon Fox's chaos, a significant amount of literature went missing. Therefore, the detailed experiences of the war god from great martial artist to grandmaster have become difficult to reconstruct in later generations. We only know that after that, Lu Ming successfully ascended to the position of squad leader in the Northern Front Army. That group of new recruits who initially opposed him spontaneously supported him as their leader after experiencing the chaos of the Demon Fox. It was also from that time that Lu Ming's prestige in the Northern Front Army truly rooted itself in the hearts of every brother. Yet every word he spoke seemed to unearth a segment of old history buried beneath the wind and snow. The audience seemed to see those young boys. They emerged from the recruit camp. Their youthful innocence was gradually worn away by blood and fire. They began to achieve merits, get promoted, sustain injuries, recover, and march into battle once more. From boys to the backbone of the army. From new recruits weeping over their brothers' corpses to later becoming the mainstay of the Northern Front. AI Cohen raised his head, his voice suddenly rising. For 3 years, Lu Ming led that group of brothers into battles beyond the borders 108 times. 108 battles. Not a single defeat. His reputation as a war god truly resounded. On the playground, many students began to breathe heavily. Even the soldiers of the National Defense Academy couldn't help but straighten their backs. 108 times. Not a single defeat. Those 4 words were enough to convey everything. AI Cohen raised his hand and pointed. The sky showed a fragmentary image of the battle report. On the black snowfield, the demon race's army. Young Lu Ming entered deep into the enemy territory, his blade tearing through the blood-red storm time and again. Later at 18, Lu Ming plunged into the enemy camp amidst the chaos of battle, hoping to break through under the pressure of certain death. The demon race naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip away. They immediately dispatched 13 demon kings to surround and kill Lu Ming. Even though they knew Lu Ming was standing here safe and sound, hearing this phrase still made their hearts tighten. Go for it. War god. Kill those bastards without mothers. Lu Ming charge. Northern Front war god charge. The images on the screen suddenly flickered. A ground soaked with demon blood. 12 massive demon king corpses lay scattered across the snowfield. Young Lu Ming stood atop the mountain of corpses, his military uniform soaked in blood, and aura of grandmaster rising high behind him. AI Cohen enunciated each word distinctly. The result that followed was beyond doubt. Our war god won. He successfully stepped into the grandmaster realm with the sacrifices of 12 demon kings. In the end, the former chief of the Northern Front Army voluntarily submitted a request for reassignment to the military department. Military achievements, prestige, and morale all piled up. Lu Ming took over as the chief of the Northern Front Army, and no one could stop him. Thus, the first part of the war god story came to a perfect end. Above the sky, the barrage finally exploded. Congratulations from the capital. Congratulations from Wu City. Congratulations from Mountain City. Wait, don't celebrate too early. We haven't even popped the champagne yet. Yeah, host, how come only 12? What about the last one? Did it run away? I have a bad feeling, what do you think? The one that didn't die shouldn't be the blood fox, right? Hiss. I got goosebumps. If that guy is still alive according to the novel's trope, he must be the ultimate boss. Swish. AI Cohen abruptly closed his folding fan. The atmosphere that had just relaxed instantly fell silent again. He looked at the camera with a serious expression. You guys guessed right. The blood fox that managed to escape from the war god's blade twice is the culprit that changed the war god's life forever. It is also this creature that transformed the name of war god Lu Ming from one admired by all to a taboo subject that countless people argue over later. On the playground, Lu Ming's fingers pressed on the tiger talisman, slowly tightening. He looked at the sky, his eyes showing clear fluctuations for the first time. He had already guessed what would be revealed next. Blood fox. These two words sent chills down the spines of several students nearby. Bang! AI Cohen tapped the table with his folding fan. All right, let's unveil the mystery. Why did war god Lu Ming suddenly transfer to Jinling Martial Arts School and join Class 9 of the 3rd year? Hurry up, you've kept me in suspense for too long. Exactly. Smash the host's head. On the playground, those students were filled with confusion. Hurry up, you've kept me in suspense for too long. Exactly. Smash the host's head. On the playground, why would a war god who was already stationed at the northern front suddenly leave the border and come to an ordinary high school taking on the role of a silent labor committee member? Hey oldie, Yen Song whispered, his face filled with confusion. Why would our labor committee member, so amazing, come to us? Yi Chen glanced at Yi Long, who was not far away. Yi Long was fixated on the sky. That gaze seemed to be waiting for a question buried deep within his heart. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched. I don't know. I don't want to know either. Yen Song looked at him suspiciously. What are you nervous about? Who's nervous? Yi Chen straightened his posture immediately. I'm just respecting the war god's privacy. Yen Song, you better be telling the truth. Under the sky, AI Cohen did not continue to keep them in suspense. He took a deep breath and said directly, the war god transferred schools to find his biological sister. At that moment, the entire live room fell silent for an instant. Immediately afterward, question marks flooded the screen. The playground erupted as well. Sister. Lu Ming has a sister. Did he come to Class 9 to find someone? Lu Changming suddenly looked towards Lu Ming. He suddenly recalled that when Lu Ming first transferred, the section regarding family relations in the documents was completely blank. At that time, he thought it was just a poor child. Now it seemed to be a military secret. AI Cohen raised his hand and pointed at the holographic keyboard in front of him. On the screen behind him, a yellowed page appeared. The corners of the page were torn and the handwriting was crooked. It looked like a very small child had used all their strength to write it out stroke by stroke. Before this, let's add a segment about the war god's origins. This is a fragment of the war god's early relics provided by the War History Department of the Dragon Kingdom's military, which was once sealed in the Northern Front's top-secret archives. Please take a look. The sky screen zooms in. Several lines of tender characters appear before everyone's eyes. Back under the sky bridge, my little sister is so tired that she fell asleep. Mom and Dad, let me tell you, today while rummaging through hotel trash bins, I was chased by wild dogs and even got bitten, but I didn't cry. Moreover, my sister wasn't hurt, hee, and most importantly, we had braised fish. I took a small bite and it tasted really good, just like what you make, Mom. The ink was smudged. It's like the writer tried hard to hold back tears for a long time, but couldn't help but let them fall. So delicious. Dad, I am also a man now. After you became stars, I have been protecting my sister well. Really. I'm not lying. The water stains increased. The later strokes became blurry. Anyway, you can't see me, so we'll cry for a while. I'm still a man. Outside the sky screen, it was eerily quiet. Countless viewers seemed to see it. Under the bridge, a little boy is huddled in the wind, carrying his sleeping sister, gripping a broken pencil in his hand. He had clearly been bitten by a wild dog, clearly trembling with hunger, clearly missing his mom and dad desperately. Yet he chose to write that his sister wasn't hurt first. He wrote that the braised fish was delicious. He wrote that he was already a man. As he wrote, he finally couldn't hold back his tears anymore. But even while crying, he only dared to talk to his parents in the sky for a little while. Lu Ming lowered his eyes, and no one could see his expression. Damn it, my eyes are watering again. Life strikes me, I respond with song, it's the embodiment. But what about the little sister? Why is the god of war looking for her? Did they get separated? AI coincide. Yes. Although later literature cannot confirm the specific reason, it can be confirmed that they got separated later. The brother was retrieved from the river by an old soldier from the National Defense Academy named Li and brought back to the military camp. The sister has since vanished without a trace. We have all seen the might of the god of war, and we have witnessed his invincibility. But very few of us know. When he first held the sword, what was in his heart was perhaps just his sister, who always hid behind him. This sentence fell. Many people on the playground suddenly felt a sting in their noses. Lu Changming opened his mouth. He wanted to say something. But when the words reached his lips, he couldn't say a single word. He had always thought Lu Ming was silent, steady, and reliable. He was a rare piece of mind student in Class 9. It wasn't until this moment that he realized. It turns out that Lu Ming was not born silent. He was not destined to stand in the wind and snow. He just grew up too early. So early that he had learned to protect others before he had the chance to cry. Enough host, I feel sorry for the God of War. God of War, baby hug. God of War, you are the strongest man. AI Cohen took a deep breath, forcibly pulling the topic back. Alright, let's get back to the point. The Blood Fox has experienced 2 failures and has clearly understood that it is very difficult to kill the grown God of War on the front lines. Therefore it chose to strike from another angle. Not good. Little sister. Bad ball. You wicked fox, don't touch my sister. Could it be? How could a fox know about the past of the God of War? In response to the audience's speculation, AI, logically speaking, at that time the God of War had already become the commander of the Northern Army. In the entire ancient Dragon Kingdom, very few people are qualified to review his records. The Blood Fox as a beast is even less likely to access this information. But it didn't give up. It bypassed the northern border and infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom from other borders. After entering the Dragon Kingdom, it did not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, but hid its identity and remained undercover for a long time. It relied on an ancient communication device called a mobile phone and began to crazily learn the knowledge of the human race. At this point, AI Kun's expression became strange, especially on a novel platform called Yangshi. It developed an extremely strong interest in ancient villain literature. By relying on the spiritual talent of the Blood Fox clan, it fasted for 3 months while binge-reading villain literature. In the end, it truly summarized a method to target the child of destiny. Damn, this fox has become a spirit. This is not becoming a spirit, it was originally a monster. And then, how did that Blood Fox do it? AI Kun's face became serious. The Blood Fox learned a concept from villain literature. Fortune. It realized that people like the God of War must possess an extremely vast fortune. To kill such a person, a frontal confrontation would only lead to repeated failures. First diminish their fortune, then cut off their escape route. Only then is there a chance to truly take their life. Therefore it began to strategize against the God of War according to the patterns it summarized from 3 months of villain literature. First, isolate him from the Northern Army, leaving him helpless. Second, let him become alienated and betrayed by his subordinates, damaging his reputation. Finally, strike with lethal force, destroy the corpse, and erase any traces. Absolutely no room for dialogue. Whoa, it's been said that you can learn things from reading novels, right? Some people still don't believe it. Awesome, did this Blood Fox really become something? It could also be that it wasn't shut down. AI Cohen said in a deep voice, the facts have proven that this method learned from ancient novels truly works. And based on experience, if you want to weaken the fortune of a child of destiny, you must first target their friends and family. Following this line of thought, it eventually led the Blood Fox to find the God of War's sister. Everything was proceeding according to its expectations. It's just a pity. He paused. It missed one. Behind Lu Ming, besides the Northern Army, there is also a completely absurd Class 9. The people of Class 9. Yen Sung instinctively straightened his chest. Did you hear that? Completely absurd. Han Li quietly hid his lunchbox behind him. Yi Chen's eyes twitched, pretending he didn't hear. Su Huaying brushed her hair aside, her expression calm. Xing Yao lowered her head, writing a line in her notebook. The Blood Fox misjudged the target's support system. At this point, Yi Chihao looked at the sky screen, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. The content of this update is quite interesting. On the sky screen, AI Cohen closed the document. If I just talk, you might not feel the immersion. So now please watch the second segment of the restoration footage. No way. Here we go again. Quick. Someone bring me the tissue from my Pinduoduo order. The sky screen darkened. Following that, a snow crystal slowly floated down from the top right corner of the screen. The screen lit up again. The wind and snow came rushing in. On the city wall of the northern border, the world was vast and desolate. The snowflakes filled the sky, were swept towards the fortress. One of them landed on the shoulder of a young man clad in a dark cloak. The young man stood at the edge of the city wall, playing with a tiger talisman in his hand. He gazed at the vast white snow outside the fortress, his expression very calm. That was Lu Ming, who had already become the commander of the northern border. Commander. His deputy walked up to the city wall. He was a dark-skinned man, sturdy in build with a steady gaze. The beast has been unusually quiet lately. I suspect they are brewing something big. Lu Ming grasped the tiger talisman, turned, and walked into the city. Zheng Chong quickly followed. Should we adjust our defenses in advance? Zheng Chong. Lu Ming paused, reaching into his chest. Here. Zheng Chong stood up straight. Lu Ming took out a letter and handed it over. This letter contains the arrangements for the upcoming defenses. After I leave, give it to the brothers to read. Zheng Chong stood frozen in place. He stared at the letter for a long while without taking it. Commander, are you leaving the border? Lu Ming pushed the letter forward. Zheng Chong stiffly took it. After a moment of silence, he suddenly looked up. Commander, you are the god of war. You know better than anyone what consequences will arise from leaving the Northern Territory at this critical moment. What if the beasts discover you're not here and they launch an assault? Zheng Chang's voice trembled. We won't be able to hold them back. Lu Ming halted in his tracks. The wind and snow hit his shoulders, but he did not turn back. Zheng Chang's eyes turned red. He stood on the city wall, watching Lu Ming gradually walk into the storm, shouting hoarsely. Commander, even if you leave the defenses behind, the border are countless innocent people. Is there something that requires you to go alone? The wind and snow engulfed Lu Ming's silhouette. He did not respond. The answer was something he could not bring himself to say. The scene shifted. Lu Ming was already seated on a train heading to Jinling. Outside the window, the landscape retreated. The carriage was quiet. He sat by the window holding a mobile phone. That hand which usually held a knife steadily trembled slightly at this moment. On the screen, there was a video. Inside the video was a dimly lit basement. The light flickered. The wall paint was peeling. The camera shook a few times before finally stopping in front of an iron cage. In the center stood an iron cage. Inside the cage curled a battered and frail girl. Her hair was disheveled, her face pale, and there were clear marks of restraint on her wrists. In two nearby cages were two emaciated vicious dogs. They kept ramming against the cages, low growls rumbling in their throats, drool dripping onto the ground. The girl trembled in fear, desperately curling into a corner, her arms tightly hugging herself. Hee hee, a sharp and triumphant laughter echoed from the video. Respected god of war, how are you? A long, thin tongue suddenly protruded from the upper right corner of the screen. Following that, the full figure of the blood fox appeared in the video. On its face remained the scar left by Lu Ming years ago. How's it going? The blood fox elongated its voice, slowly walking up to the iron cage. It extended its slender claw, gently touching the girl's face through the iron bars. Seeing this video early in the morning must make you feel invigorated, right? The girl desperately retreated her back, hitting the other side of the cage. Woof! The vicious dog in the adjacent cage suddenly slammed against the bars. Ah! The girl closed her eyes in fear, burying her face in her knees. Don't come near. Don't come near. Ha! The blood fox laughed with a shuddering body. It raised a paw, slowly gliding over the scar on its face. The other paw picked up a white bone from the ground and casually tossed it into the dog cage. Woof, woof, woof. The vicious dog immediately pounced and began to gnaw. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed clearly in the basement. On the train, Lu Ming suddenly exerted force, his phone emitting a sound of strain. He stared at the screen as bloodshot veins slowly crept up in his eyes. The blood fox looked at the camera, its smile growing even brighter. My esteemed god of war, I will be waiting for you in Jinling. Only one person is allowed to come. Otherwise, it squatted down, its sharp claws slowly tracing the girl's delicate pale face. I can't guarantee that this pretty face of your sister won't end up with an ugly scar like mine. The girl once again retreated to the side, trembling uncontrollably. The blood fox stood up disinterestedly. In the next moment, it turned back to the camera with a smile. Of course, if you think this only relative is not important, or if you believe she is not the sister you've been searching for 10 years, you don't have to come. It's not a loss at all. But the blood fox reached its paw into the adjacent cage. The starving, vicious dog immediately lunged at it. The blood fox grabbed the dog by the neck and pinned it against the bars. My little doggy has been hungry for a long time, brother. At that moment, the girl who had been trembling suddenly looked up. She looked at the camera, tears rolling down her face, her voice torn. Don't come. On the train, Lu Ming's pupils constricted violently. That call of brother was like a knife piercing deep into his chest. He remembered that voice. Even after 10 years, even if it had become hoarse, unfamiliar, and filled with fear. He still remembered. When they were young, his sister hid behind him and called him the same way. Brother. Lu Ming's fingers tightened little by little. The edges of the phone screen had already cracked with fine lines. The blood fox smiled at the camera. He, god of war, I will be waiting for you in Jinling. The scene froze on its sinister smile. In the next second, bang! The video went black and the phone exploded. The roar of the train surged back into his ears. Lu Ming sat in place, half of his face hidden in shadow, shards of the phone flowing down through his fingers. After a long while, he slowly raised his head, the killing intent in his eyes nearly impossible to suppress. Damn it! Do I really have to listen to that demon fox? Clear the situation upstairs. The god of war is already on the train to Jinling. This means the god of war has made his choice. Sigh, no wonder the god of war would leave the Northern Territory at such a critical moment, knowing it would face an assault from the beasts. If it were me, I would probably do the same. God of war. Deep within the Northern Territory military headquarters, a brightly lit conference room. Thousands of figures sat in silence, with only the rows of shoulder patches on military uniforms telling their identities. The attendees were mostly the new soldiers who had survived the calamity caused by the demon fox. Years had passed. They had become the true backbone of the Northern Territory military. In the past 6 months after Lu Ming suddenly left the Northern Territory, the casualties caused by the beast assault had weighed heavily on the army. Many did not speak of it, but deep down resentment lingered. Even those brothers who had fought alongside Lu Ming had felt a thorn in their hearts. But when the video was released that day, all the resentment felt like it was crushed by a strong hand. Only suffocating shame remained. Bang! Zheng Chang slammed his fist on the conference table, his eyes turning red. That guy, doing this again. After such a big incident, he won't say a single word. Just like before, he takes everything upon himself, always at the forefront. Does he still consider us brothers? Bang! Another general suddenly stood up. Damn! Why didn't I chase that damn blood fox back then? Bang! Another person slammed the table, voice hoarse. Lu Ming, you bastard. I wanted to kill it too. Why is it only you who gets to go? Damn! The shouts grew louder, each one more intense than the last. Yet the more they cursed, the faster their tears fell. The tears splashed onto the military uniforms, but no one reached out to wipe them away. There was guilt within them. There was hatred and an indescribable sense of powerlessness. They had once blamed Lu Ming for leaving the northern border at the most critical moment. They blamed him for being a war god, yet abandoning the entire northern border to them. But now, after understanding the whole story, their hatred shifted more towards the blood fox. They hated themselves even more. They hated themselves for misunderstanding Lu Ming in the past. They hated themselves for being oblivious and unable to help when Lu Ming needed them the most. Instructor. Zheng Chang suddenly turned around, looking towards the corner of the conference room. There sat a limping old soldier. He held no high rank in the army, but was the only one in the room who could make these generals bow their heads. Zheng Chang stood straight, his voice hoarse. The students are going to Jinling to eliminate monsters. I respectfully request your approval. In the next moment, everyone stood up simultaneously. Instructor. I respectfully request your approval. The old soldier leaned on the armrest and slowly stood up. Perhaps due to sitting for too long, his body suddenly swayed, and he looked like he was about to fall. Zheng Chang and the others' hearts skipped a beat, and they almost reached out at the same time. But they were too far apart. All their hands stretched out, yet not a single one could truly touch the instructor. Enough! The instructor suddenly pulled out a cane from behind and slammed it heavily on the ground. If I wait for you to come and help, I would have already fallen to the ground. This isn't. Zheng Chang opened his mouth, wanting to retort. But halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. He looked at the distance between himself and the instructor, then at the chairs that had automatically been pulled back due to the stand-up. In an instant, the entire conference room fell silent. The sky was right above them. No matter how many walls separated them, as long as they looked up, they could see it. The old instructor did not speak grand principles. He merely staggered slightly, bringing this group of generals from the northern border back to their places. Zheng Chang slowly sat down. The others also silently returned to their seats. Only a few pure martial generals remained oblivious, their faces filled with anxiety. Old Zheng, why are you all sitting back down? Aren't we going to help the boss? Zheng Chang's face was solemn, his voice deep. Generals have their ranks and soldiers have their posts. When the people leave, the chairs are returned and the positions become vacant. To hold your position is to be the reinforcements. The few martial generals looked on in confusion. Speak plainly. Zheng Chang closed his eyes. Just sit. Just look at the sky. The war gods' matters do not require us to complicate things. On the sky, the final scene of this short film froze on a train about to leave the forest. At the end of the forest, a massive city faintly appeared in the distance. Jinling. The lights connected as one, creating a scene that was bustling and vibrant, yet inexplicably chilling. That city resembled an iron cage that was about to close, just waiting for Lu Ming to walk in. Bang! The screen went black. The short film ended. AI Kuan reappeared in the live broadcast room. Host, don't come up yet. I want to continue watching the short film. Yes, there was obviously more to come. Let's finish watching before we chat. AI Kuan had just opened his folding fan, and a smile instantly bloomed on his face. My dear fans are truly extraordinary. They even guessed there would be a third part. What? Huh. Host, if you don't need your eyes, why not donate them to someone in need? Didn't you see the big exciting things are coming back soon at the end? Ahem. AI Kun's expression stiffened, and he immediately straightened his back. Of course I know. But before playing the third part, I need to give you all some information for better viewing, right? No way, I guess you just weren't paying attention and forgot there was a third part. Exactly. Ahem, come on. AI Kuan quickly opened his folding fan and hurriedly changed the subject. In the last part, it was mentioned that our war god went into the situation alone for the sake of his sister. So next, what methods did that beast blood fox use to turn our war god from a revered figure into one that polarized public opinion? I must say AI Kuan knows how to keep the audience on edge. The viewers who had just been cursing him suddenly had their attention drawn back. Old Deng, hurry up and speak. If you dare to interrupt again, be careful. I come through the internet to beat you up. 199. The future viewers were anxious. The current viewers were even more anxious, especially those living in the northern border. They looked at the sky and suddenly had the same thought in their minds. They had a premonition that they might soon be on television. Ugh, no, they would be on the sky. Ahem. AI Cohen suddenly leaned half his body out of the screen and whispered, "A staff or firewall won't be hacked, right?" A helpless voice came from off-screen. At one. After receiving the assurance that it wouldn't be hacked, AI Cohen immediately straightened his back and a smile returned to his face. Truly, my dear fans, you are simply brilliant. You even guessed that the host would digress. What the day, ahem. AI Cohen shifted his gaze, pretending not to see the barrage, and spoke quickly. Before revealing Blood Fox's conspiracy, we must first mention a key figure. The vice mayor of Jinling, Wei Qinglian. A photo ID appeared on the sky. The man in the photo had a simple face and gentle eyes, looking like an ordinary grassroots official. AI Cohen tapped on the table. If we say that the head of Jinling is flowing water, then he is the ironclad second in command. He was known for his selflessness and care for the people, rising rapidly in his career, and within 3 years he climbed from a grassroots clerk to the position of vice mayor of Jinling. But as an ancient saying goes, success can lead to failure and failure can lead to success. It was precisely because he was too upright and did not bow to any power that he remained in the position of vice mayor, as the head of Jinling changed repeatedly. AI Kun's voice suddenly grew solemn. But no one expected that this diligent vice mayor would later be branded with the crime of treason and collusion with the enemy. Treason and collusion with the enemy. The moment those 4 words were uttered, countless people in Jinling raised their heads simultaneously. And half a minute earlier in Jinling, in the Cold family, the living room was empty. The antiques and furniture that once filled the room had long been sold off by Lung Cece to fill the company's financial gaps. Lung Lan sat on the floor, her hair disheveled, her eyes red and swollen. In the corner, a shattered phone screen still lit up, and the speakerphone was on. On the call interface, 3 words were displayed. Liang Huiji. The voice on the other end was a woman laughing sharply. "Ha ha, Lung Lan, are you feeling bad for losing the Dragon King?" "Ha. Sister, why aren't you speaking? Are you naturally quiet?" Lung Lan bit her teeth hard, her eyes bloodshot, yet she remained silent. On the other end of the call, Liang Huiji seemed to find it boring, her tone lazily dragging out. "How dull. By the way, let me tell you some good news. My family member is about to be promoted soon. Now, to celebrate his impending promotion, our whole family is rushing to another province for a vacation. Don't be too envious or anything. After all, envy is of no use. Get lost." A furious roar from Lung Lan came through the microphone, while Liang Huiji smiled brightly, rolled down the car window, and let the cool breeze flood the car. Yet all she felt was refreshing exhilaration. Today is truly a beautiful day. Lung Lan has lost the Dragon King, and the Lung family is on the verge of collapse. Moreover, her husband is about to be promoted, and the whole family is leaving the city for a vacation tonight. When she looked up at the sky again, even the chatterbox of a host seemed more pleasing to the eye. Until AI Kun's words of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country fell. The smile on Liang Huizi's face instantly froze. In the living room of the Lung family, Lung Lan also heard these words. She was first taken aback. Then her dim eyes, which seemed lifeless, suddenly sparkled. It was as if she had suddenly come to life, and she lunged towards the phone in the corner. "Ha ha ha. Liang Huiji, oh Liang Huiji. No matter how miserable I am, I can at most go bankrupt, but what about you? Isn't your husband, who is about to be promoted, taking you out for a vacation to celebrate? Ha ha ha. I think he is taking you to run away. Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country, huh? Let me check. Oh, even if relatives are unaware, they must accept investigation and all involved assets will be frozen, huh?" On the phone, Lung Lan's unrestrained laughter pierced the eardrums painfully. Slap. Liang Huiji threw the phone out of the car. The phone hit the roadside and was instantly swallowed by the headlights of the cars behind. She suddenly turned her head to look at the driver's seat. Wei Qinglian was drenched in cold sweat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The accelerator was already floored and the speed was increasing. "Qinglian." Liang Huizi's voice trembled. "You?" Wei Qinglian stared fixedly ahead, his eyes bloodshot. "I don't want this either. I don't want this either. It's all the fox spirits. It's all the fox spirits." Liang Huiji bit her lip, forcing back her tears. She turned her head to look at the streetlights retreating outside the window. After a long time, a tear fell onto her hand. "Qinglian, surrender now?" Wei Qinglian's gaze was blank, muttering. "Huiji, don't worry, we're just 2 kilometers away from leaving Jinling. It will be safe then." "Wei Qinglian." Liang Huiji suddenly turned her head and shouted at the sky. "Do you know what you've done it? Colluding with the enemy and betraying the country." Tears streamed down her face, her voice completely breaking down. "How can you let me rest easy? How can you let Xiaodai rest easy?" The mention of Xiaodai made Wei Qinglian's hand gripping the steering wheel tremble violently. Liang Huiji closed her eyes, letting her tears soak her collar. "I forgot to tell you today, I saw the master of the National Guard at Jinling Wuzhou." As a serving official, you can't possibly not know what this means, right? She opened her eyes. In the blurry view ahead, a sea of brake lights appeared. In the distance at the city exit, military roadblocks lay across the road. A squad of soldiers stood armed in formation, completely sealing off the road. Crack, crack, crack. Wei Chenglian gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. Finally, he, like a deflated balloon, slowly released the accelerator. The car gradually came to a stop. At the moment it halted, Wei Chenglian slumped over the steering while crying with trembling shoulders. Huiji, Huiji, I can't go back. Liang Huiji wiped her tears and took a deep breath. Get out of the car. Surrender, I will take good care of Xiaodai. She forced herself to endure the pain in her heart and reached out to pull Wei Chenglian. Just as she touched Wei Chenglian's wrist, a scarlet fox pattern suddenly appeared beneath his neck. Wei Chenglian suddenly looked up, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Find the country. Make sure they save Xiaodai. Liang Huiji was stunned. Chenglian, how could you? Bang! The fox pattern on Wei Chenglian's forehead suddenly exploded. Blood mist splattered onto the car window and also onto Liang Huizi's face. Liang Huiji stood frozen in place. She raised her trembling hand and touched the blood on her face. Then she looked at the body slumped over the steering wheel, now silent. The next second, she lunged forward, her heart-wrenching scream breaking through the confines of the car. Aunt! Someone come! Someone come, husband! Chenglian! Tat tat tat! The soldiers responsible for guarding the checkpoint quickly noticed something was wrong and rushed over. The leading soldier leaned close to the car window, glanced inside, and his pupils constricted in shock as he immediately raised his hand to signal an alert. 0101. Wanted fugitive spotted. A response immediately came through the communicator. 01 received. Please block with all efforts. We will immediately. No. The soldier stared intently at the trace of the fox pattern in the car, his voice tightening. The target has lost vital signs. Suspected involvement of demonic techniques. At the same time, below the Lung Group building, in a blind spot of the surveillance, a figure wrapped tightly in clothing chuckled softly. It looked up at the sky. Under the shadow of the hat brim, a hint of blood flashed in its narrow eyes. Since we've been exposed, then there is no need to continue living. It looked up at the sky and sneered. Even if the entire plan is exposed, what of it? A blatant plot need not be concealed. Then it lowered the brim of its hat and stepped towards the Lung Group building. Meanwhile, on the playground of Jinling Wuzhong, Yilong's phone suddenly vibrated. Buzz. He glanced down at the number, and his expression sank instantly. The next second, Yilong turned and walked to the temporary security line of the National Guard, answering the call. Speak. The voice of the liaison on the other end was urgent. Commander, the suspect Wei Chenglian has been apprehended by our side. Yilong's eyes narrowed sharply. Good, first escort him to the temporary command center of Jinling Wuzhong. I will personally interrogate. Commander. The liaison hesitated noticeably. Yilong frowned. Speak clearly. Commander, Wei Chenglian has lost vital signs. Yilong's steps suddenly halted. Dead. Several officers from the National Guard turned to look at him simultaneously. Yilong's voice lowered. How did he die? Suicide? Or was he silenced? A few seconds of static came through on the other end. Then the liaison said solemnly, neither. According to the information from the scene, a fox pattern appeared beneath Wei Chenglian's neck, then his forehead exploded. Preliminary judgment suggests demonic techniques. Yilong was silent for 2 seconds. Then he slowly exhaled. Indeed, that blood fox is inherently cunning. It wouldn't let us easily catch its tail. The liaison on the other end cautiously asked, Commander, should we bring Wei Chenglian's body back to Jinling Wuzhong? Yilong glanced at the playground. There are over 1,000 students here. Bringing in a body suspected of having demonic traces is too risky. Not bringing it back. Yilong ordered immediately. Send it to the mortuary temporarily managed by the National Guard. Seal off the entire building. The military forensic team, talisman array team, and demonic power detection team must all go there. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to approach. Yes. The call ended. Yilong stood in place, not moving for a long time. Wei Chenglian is dead. This means the blood fox must know it has been exposed. It is very likely that it is now watching the sky, smiling as it enjoys all of this. Yilong's eye twitched slightly. He then raised his hand to signal his aide. Seal off the communication channels around us. Yes. Several soldiers quickly dispersed. Yilong walked alone towards the temporary command vehicle at the edge of the playground and dialed a special number. The phone rang only twice before being connected. The moment the call was connected, Yilong straightened his back, his boots instinctively coming together. The commander of the National Defense 1st Division appeared more dignified than when facing a strong being from the land of the immortals. Master. A calm yet oppressive voice emanated from the receiver. I'm listening, go ahead. Yilong. Master, there's been a change in Jinling. Can you send the 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the National Defense to Jinling as well? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Is one division not enough? Yilong immediately replied, "It's because we're worried that that little brat Lu Ming might run into trouble. Moreover, there are already signs of the demon clan silencing witnesses in Jinling, and the Blood Fox is likely to have further plans. I'm just making adequate preparations for the encirclement of the invading demon clan. Just say whether you can send them or not." The authority in the receiver vanished completely. A furious roar came through. Lu Ming, you keep mentioning Lu Ming all the time. So, is he your biological son? My chainer has been missing for 3 years, and I haven't seen you get this anxious. Yilong was yelled at until his head buzzed. He quickly pulled the phone away. The dignified commander of the National Defense 1st Division had a rare expression of guilt. On the other side of the playground, Yin Song and Yi Chun had returned to the temporary canteen. Hearing the roar vaguely, Yi Chen's fingers trembled violently, nearly dropping his lunchbox. Yin Song looked at him with suspicion. "Old Yi, why are you trembling?" Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. "The dish is too hot." Yin Song glanced at the cold cucumber in his lunchbox. "You call this hot?" Yi Chun. By the warning line, Yilong was sweating profusely, speaking rapidly. Cough, cough. "Dad, the signal here is poor. I'll hang up now. Remember to send over 2 more divisions. You little brat." As the scolding on the other end had yet to finish, Yilong decisively hung up. In Kyoto, deep within the Forbidden City, an old man with frost in his temples and a dignified demeanor stared at the already disconnected phone, his beard trembling with anger. He was the current ruler of the ancient dragon country, Yi Zhenxuan, and also Yilong's biological father. "One after another, they give me no peace." "That's enough," Yi Zhenxuan muttered under his breath. But despite his complaints, his hand had already pressed the red button on the table. "Issue the order. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the National Defense are to proceed to Jinling immediately. Upon arrival, all commands will follow Yilong's unified arrangements." A response quickly came from below. "Yes, master." After the order was given, the hall fell silent once again. Yi Zhenxuan slowly raised his head to look at the sky. A distinct worry surfaced in his eyes accustomed to storms. The appearance of this sky curtain. Is it a blessing or a curse? Meanwhile, the barrage above the sky curtain had already exploded. Treason and betrayal. No way. I've learned a couple of tricks in reading faces. With a full forehead and a square jaw, this deputy mayor doesn't seem like that kind of person. I guess he was coerced by the Blood Fox. I guess so too. Host, please continue. AI Kuan reappeared on the screen. He shook his folding fan, wearing that familiar smiling expression. "You guys are getting smarter." Indeed, with Wei Chenglian's character, he couldn't possibly engage in treason. Unless he had no choice but to do so. "Stop. I already guessed what the host is about to say." 1-1 AI Kuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh. Well, let's wait for the main host to finish and see if you guessed correctly." He closed the folding fan and lightly tapped his palm. "In the previous footage, you've already seen it. After the Blood Fox infiltrated human society, it didn't rush to kill, but instead started learning. Regarding its plans, the host won't elaborate here. We'll mainly discuss how it set up this trap against the war god." The noise on the playground gradually diminished. The students instinctively held their breath. Swish. AI Kuan suddenly opened the folding fan. Speaking of our war god, he was already at the Grandmaster level back then. When the Heavenly Ones don't intervene, no one can do anything. The Blood Fox naturally understands this principle. If there were no reinforcements, even if it lured the war god out of the northern military, it would just be a waste of effort. Therefore, it had to find a way to let more powerful demon clans invade. The screen behind AI Kuan changed. An ancient map slowly emerged, showing the northern border Jinling and the demon clan border. Several scarlet lines extended from the border into the interior of the dragon country. Many students felt a chill down their spines. For the heavenly demon corresponding to the heavenly one level, the Blood Fox couldn't mobilize them. The demon clan wouldn't let a heavenly demon venture deep into human territory. So according to historical records, the first batch of reinforcements sent to the Blood Fox by the demon clan, AI Kuan paused, consisted of 5 great demon kings. A gasp echoed across the playground. 5 great demon kings. That meant 5 powerful demon beings at the Grandmaster level. 4 ordinary students, that was already a lineup that could suffocate them. But AI Kuan suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. "Speaking of which, I need to insert a little story here." "Huh. Host, you'd better really just tell a little story. I have a feeling this old man is starting again." The tense and serious atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by him. AI Kuan completely ignored the barrage and said excitedly, "Speaking of which, the Blood Fox spent 3 months brushing up on villain stories on the ancient novel platform Yangshitsi. It knows that for a person like the war god, fighting beyond their level is as easy as eating and drinking for them. So it was very dissatisfied with the support given by the demon clan. Thus it strongly demanded reinforcements. At first, the demon clan's higher-ups were unwilling, until AI Kuan's expression suddenly became strange. The Blood Fox transmitted human mobile phones over. Inside were downloaded over 100 ways in which demon clan villains were brutally defeated by the protagonists. On the playground, many students had expressions that directly cracked. Yen Tsung's mouth twitched. This fox is quite good at precise feeding. Han Li silently nodded. Summarizing failure experiences from enemy cultural works is very reasonable. Yichen glanced at him. Haven't you done it too? Han Li immediately lowered his head to eat. No. On the sky curtain, AI Kuan continued. At first the demon clan's higher-ups didn't believe it. But after watching for less than 2 days their mindset crumbled. Then remembering how the war god once faced 13 opponents and broke through the encirclement of demon kings. In 3 years he had been dispatched 108 times without a single defeat. With these cautionary tales before them, the more they watched, the more uneasy they felt, the more anxious they became. In the end, they immediately released their most powerful great demon kings. Even feeling uneasy, they also gathered 3 pieces of 8th-level demon weapons. At this point, AI Cohen suddenly leaned toward the camera. Pop quiz. Which of you remember the weapon grades of the ancient dragon country? What kind of level is that? Isn't it just from 1 to 9? The human race calls them warriors while the monster race calls them monster soldiers. I was so scared that I doubted whether I had misunderstood. It seems the streamer made it sound like each realm corresponds to a specific title. Stop wasting time, hurry up, and continue talking. Huh. So my dear ones. Just as AI Cohen was about to get emotional, he caught sight of the barrage, and his smile instantly froze. He cleared his throat and became serious. Ahem, speaking of which, in total the monster race has gathered 14 great monster kings, plus 3 8th-grade monster soldiers. Upon hearing this, the entire playground fell silent. 14 great monster kings. This number struck like a giant stone, causing every ordinary student to feel a chill on their scalp. Streamer, that can't be right. 14 great monster kings converted to human combat power, wouldn't that be 14 grandmasters? I remember that in the history I studied it said that at that time the Dragon Kingdom had no more than 100 grandmasters, right? Wouldn't grandmasters be even fewer? The viewers in the live broadcast were stunned. The students on the playground turned pale. 14 great monster kings, plus 3 8th-grade monster soldiers. With such a grand display, are they here for revenge or to destroy the nation? The ordinary class students were nearly overwhelmed. However, the atmosphere in Class 9 remained stable. Yin Sung was picking his teeth while gazing at the sky. Han Li was checking how much meat was left in his lunchbox. Xing Yao was writing a line on her notebook. 14 great monster kings entering the realm, seemingly indicating that the upper echelons of the monster race were psychologically scarred by novels. That's a good summary. As for the warriors of the National Defense Academy, they were indeed shocked for a moment upon hearing 14 great monster kings. However, after the shock, what ignited in their eyes was actually battle intent. The invasion of the monster race meant tangible military achievements. AI Cohen seemed to have anticipated the audience's questions. He shook his folding fan and said leisurely, "Hey dear ones, you're still too young. There's a saying online about the weapons of the Dragon Kingdom that goes, well, 1 generation produces 1 generation, hides 1 generation researches. Why do we have such habits now? I don't believe it's without some inheritance. The documents in history books can only be taken as references. As for why I say this, let's not mention that much of the historical material was subjectively supplemented by later generations during compilation. Let's discuss the combat power issue of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. The streamer can overturn the claim that grandmasters are a rare occurrence with just 1 sentence. Have you ever thought? Just a single northern monster race can dispatch 14 great monster kings to hunt down the war god. Then what is their true combat power? It must far exceed that number, right? The barrage suddenly decreased. Countless viewers seemed to be awakened by this statement. AI Kun's voice continued. But the ancient Dragon Kingdom not only kept them at bay, but also warded off the sea monsters from the Eastern Territory, and the magical creatures from the Southern Territory, and the poisonous insects from the Western Territory. With each statement, a battlefield appeared on the screen. The Eastern Sea was raging with waves and massive shadows rolled. The Southern Territory was engulfed in black fog with magical creatures roaring. The Western Territory was covered in poisonous miasma with swarms of insects like the sea. Finally, battlefields from all directions appeared simultaneously, while the territory of the ancient Dragon Kingdom stood firm in the center. AI Kuan closed his folding fan, his voice deepening. So dear ones, do you understand now? The live broadcast room fell silent for half a second. In the next moment, the barrage exploded. Hiss! Why didn't I think of that? Write the history book, deceive. The ancestors are amazing. The ancestors are amazing. AI Cohen raised his hand to calm them down. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask. Otherwise, the streamer will have to return to the main topic. Streamer, I have one. AI Cohen smiled and lifted his folding fan. This dear one, please go ahead. Streamer, the phrase grandmasters are a rare occurrence was said by the Holy Master himself, and he is the national champion in martial arts and literature. He can't possibly make such a low-level mistake, right? As soon as this barrage floated out, the eyes of everyone in Class 9 all focused on Lu Changming. Lu Changming's hand holding the lunchbox stiffened, because the phrase grandmasters are a rare occurrence indeed came from his explanation during class. That was content from the textbook. As the national champion in martial arts and literature, he couldn't have taught such basic knowledge incorrectly, could he? What are you looking at me for? Yin Song stifled a laugh and muttered, look at the living textbook. Yin Song. Lu Changming almost threw the lunchbox, but held back when he remembered it contained half a step of Monster King meat. On the screen the barrage continued. Also, if the ancient Dragon Kingdom is really that amazing, why are they still defending? Why not just go out and attack? Right? Why would the ancestors stay cooped up inside? Ai Kuan remained calm. Well, why does the Holy Master believe that grandmasters are already a rare occurrence, right? And why has the ancient Dragon Kingdom been so strong, yet has always remained defensive instead of attacking? Yes. Streamer, I have more questions. You said that the ancient Dragon Kingdom faces threats from all four directions, so how can the concept of foreign countries still exist? I don't know how to say it. What the person upstairs probably wants to ask is, based on your description, the ancient Dragon Kingdom is surrounded like an island in the middle of a lake, then why were there still other islands mentioned when introducing the Dragon King? Yes, that's exactly the point. Ai Kun's lips curled up as if he had been waiting for these questions. He tapped his palm with the folding fan. Don't rush. This isn't just wasting time. If I don't clarify these questions when those legendary figures appear later, you'll blame the streamer for going off topic. You know that. The streamer is very clear about his own understanding. Ai Kuan pretended not to see. Come on, let's explain them one by one. First, why does the Holy Master, being the national champion in martial arts and literature, have such a significant cognitive bias regarding the top combat power at that time? Secondly, since the ancient Dragon Kingdom has the strength to resist the four races, it sounds very strong. Why don't they attack? Lastly, it's your confusion regarding the map outside the borders. At this point, he suddenly shifted his tone. Before answering, let me ask you a question, dear ones. Do you still remember that the war god was once besieged by 13 monster kings, ultimately stepping into grandmaster status, with 12 monster kings sacrificed as a knife? Why did the then Northern War Master immediately request a transfer afterward? The barrage paused briefly. Isn't the war god you mentioned at that time the embodiment of morale and prestige in the Northern Army? Fool. Ai Kuan rolled his eyes. Let's say if you were the chairman and one of your employees brought significant achievements to the company, you would at most promote and raise his salary. It's impossible to transfer the entire company to him, right? Well, that seems to be true. Ai Kuan tapped the screen with his folding fan. The problem lies here. Why is this mentor in such a hurry to leave? Could it be that there's another battlefield where the situation is even more urgent than the northern border? Bingo. Ai Kuan displayed a teachable expression. According to the documents unearthed from the Saint Master's tomb and other ancient records from the Dragon Kingdom, in the era of the Saint Master there indeed existed a place more dangerous than the four great borders. Moreover, that place has existed for hundreds of years. It is said that the Dragon Kingdom has been sending people inside for hundreds of years to prevent things from that place from emerging. At the same time, the highest level of confidentiality is maintained for the world. According to the records of the Dragon Kingdom's War History Department, at least over 60% of the high-end combat power of the ancient Dragon Kingdom has been stationed there for a long time. The remaining less than 40% is stationed at the four great borders. This is precisely why there are so few masters within the Dragon Kingdom. This is also why the national martial arts and cultural champion would have a cognitive deviation. Because what the Saint Master knows is only the martial arts system made public to the world. And the real top-tier combat forces have been erased from the public records since the moment they existed. Boom. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, everyone felt as if their minds had exploded. Not only did the students change their expressions, but even many teachers had their pupils constrict. The martial arts education they had received for decades seemed to be pried open at this moment. Behind the gap was a Dragon Kingdom they had never seen before. Lu Changming stood in place, instinctively clenching his fists. He suddenly realized that the perfect score he had achieved back then might have only been a score allowed for him to see by others. The real examination paper had never been handed to him from the very beginning. Hey, old Yi. Yen Song quietly moved next to Yi Chun and nudged him with his elbow. Give me the inside scoop. Your father is. Yi Chun shot a murderous glare over. In that moment, Yen Song felt a chill at the back of his neck. Yen Song shrank his neck and immediately changed his words. Ahem, as his son you should know, right? Yi Chun turned his gaze back to the sky. He was silent for 2 seconds, his Adam's apple gently rolling. There indeed is such a place. I escaped from there back in the day. Yen Song's eyes widened instantly. What the hell? You escaped from where? With 60% of the Dragon Kingdom's high-end combat power, inside you were thrown in there for training by your father. What else? Yi Chun tugged at the corner of his mouth. Do you think I was joking when I said I was trained to death? Yen Song opened his mouth. In the end, he said nothing, only slowly gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. It's really impressive that you've made it this far. Yi Chuho rested his chin on his hand, looking at Yi Chen with great interest. Xing Yao lowered her head, adding a line to her notebook. Yi Chen allegedly escaped from the source of the Guishu danger level high. AI Kuan continued. Okay, let's proceed to address the anomalies on the map. I can accurately inform the world map from the ancient Dragon Kingdom is basically the same as ours now. There are also other countries. The only difference is that the Sakura country of that time has now become our Sakura province. Then broadcaster, didn't the Northern Border Demon Clan occupy the maps beyond the pass? Yeah, what you're saying doesn't make sense. The existence of the Northern Border Demon Clan is a fact, and the land they occupy is also a fact. They can't possibly exist in a separate space, can they? Hey, AI Kuan pointed at the screen with his folding fan. This treasure guessed it right. These four borders are indeed the special spatial entrances that suddenly appeared outside the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Otherwise, do you think our ancestors would build walls for defense? They would have expanded their territory long ago. Can the broadcaster clarify a bit more? AI Kuan cleared his throat. You all probably know the ancient game term instance, right? However, back then the Dragon Kingdom referred to this thing. The levels were similarly classified by numbers. You can imagine that at the border a special entrance suddenly appeared. It doesn't occupy any real land. But behind the entrance is connected to a complete dangerous space. Inside, monsters, sea creatures, demonic entities, and poisonous insects can all burst out through the entrance. This kind of thing existed not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but also in other countries. However, the luck of the Dragon Kingdom was outrageously bad. For level 9 Gixus appeared at the border. And a Guishu source was also smashed down within its territory. As this sentence fell, a large portion of the barrage on the screen disappeared instantly. On the playground, many students felt their scalps go numb. For level 9 Gixus, one Guishu source. This was not simply being surrounded, it was directly being pressed down by the world. Hiss. Dragon Kingdom, even if I bear the Guishu source needing to suppress the battlefield of the four borders, I am still invincible in the world. The ancestors are indeed tough. I suddenly understand why history books always say that was the most difficult, yet most brilliant era. Many students on the playground felt their scalps go numb. They used to think that the border battlefield was already the greatest pressure on the Dragon Kingdom. It was only at this moment that they realized that those battlefields visible on the surface were not even the most pressing. AI Kuan swiftly opened his folding fan. Alright, the worldview has been supplemented up to this point. The broadcaster is going back to the main topic. Speaking of which, after the Blood Fox received the full support of the Demon Clan, it will definitely find a way to bring reinforcements into the Dragon Kingdom. But there are 14 great demon lords, not 14 cabbages. To make the Dragon Kingdom's border defenses completely unaware is simply a delusional fantasy. Hence the Blood Fox recalled something from when it broke through the Northern Border Army's defenses. The demon artifacts made from human bones have a strong concealing effect on the aura of the Demon Clan. But AI Kun's voice suddenly lowered. The great demon lords cannot be concealed by ordinary human bones. Once the aura of the 14 great demon lords approaches the key point of the border defenses, they will immediately be locked by the Dragon Kingdom's talisman array. Therefore, the Blood Fox has its eyes set on something more special. What is this? Could it be the corpse of a grandmaster? Surely the demonic races would not be so foolish as to hunt down a human grandmaster within Lungwa's territory. Of course not. AI Kuan shook his head, offering no dramatic pause. It is the skeletal remains of emperors from the 6 dynasties, buried beneath the ancient capital of Jinling. What? Our ancestors' ancestors have been desecrated. Damn. Host continue. The bones of the 6 dynasties' sovereigns once bore the mandate of heaven and suppressed the dragon veins. If refined with demonic secret arts into concealment artifacts, they could briefly deceive the border defense arrays. Yet the imperial mausoleums of the 6 dynasties are heavily guarded. For Shuahu, the Blood Fox, to infiltrate them silently is virtually impossible. Through investigation, however, it discovered one man, Vice Mayor Wei Chunlian of Jinling. As the official overseeing restoration and security coordination for ancient mausoleums, he had direct access to the outer defense scheduling of the 6 dynasties' imperial tombs. Thus, Shuehu abducted his daughter. Then, using psychic sorcery, it stirred his decades-long resentment over stalled promotion, his anxiety for his family, and his deep-seated frustration with the status quo. In the end, it dragged this on irreproachable vice mayor, whose integrity had held firm for half a lifetime, step by step into darkness. He himself disabled the outer security seals of the imperial mausoleums. Shuehu successfully stole the imperial bones of the 6 dynasties. Thereupon, 14 great demon lords wielding 3 grade 8 demonic weapons crossed the border undetected. AI Kuan snapped shut his folding fan. The assassination plot against war god Lu Ming has now fully taken shape. The bones of the 6 dynasties. Beneath the celestial screen, silence descended. thick and suffocating. How dare it? Elder teachers trembled with fury. Several officers of the National First-Rank Instructor Corps turned ashen-faced, their eyes blazing with barely contained slaughterlust. Beasts seeking death. Yilong stood beside the cordon-line, fists clenched tight. He was a soldier. He had witnessed too much life and death upon battlefields. His heart should have been unshakable. Yet upon hearing that imperial mausoleums had been breached and ancestral bones defiled, his rage surged beyond control. "Bring me my adjutant." He barked the order instantly to the officer at his side. From this moment the case of Vice Mayor Wei Chunglian falls under military command jurisdiction. Arrest every implicated individual, regardless of rank or position, immediately. "Yes, sir." The adjutant saluted sharply. Well then. On the celestial screen, AI Cohen stowed his fan and gazed directly into the lens. That concludes the background preceding the third video segment. Next we unveil the war god's final fate. His words faded. The celestial screen dimmed to black. A few seconds later, a faint glimmer ignited at its center. Simultaneously, a voice laced with amusement emerged from the darkness. "Have all the demon capitals assembled?" The screen flared fully alight. The camera revealed the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise. Night wind whistled through exposed rebar, moaning like a ghost. Shuo stood at the precipice, surveying the assembly of demons clad in human attire. Some wore oversized trench coats, while others sported sunglasses, still more wore ill-fitting leather shoes. Yet without exception, each exuded the aura of a great demon lord. All present, except the weasel you dispatched earlier. A cat demon lounged on the railing, lazily licking its paw. Its vertical pupils flickered with impatience as it glanced up at Shuo. Elsewhere, a bull-headed demon swished its tail, snorting twin plumes of white vapor from its nostrils. I can't fathom what our chieftain was thinking. To make me take orders from some mere demon lord. Why not send me straight to slay this wretched Lu Ming? Do we truly need so many demons gathered here? Beside him, an old goat demon adjusted its stolen human spectacles. As it spoke, its gaze remained glued to a streaming video of writhing beauties on its phone, drool pooling at its lips. "You clearly haven't read any of those novels humans churn out. Lu Ming fits the upper echelon's description of a protagonist to perfection. We are the antagonists. Caution is only prudent." The old goat demon stared fixedly at its screen, throat rumbling softly. "Looks tender enough. Must burst with juice when bitten. Wipe your drool." The cat demon narrowed its eyes, voice turning glacial. "Don't spoil the plan." At that instant, a streak of yellow blurred across the gap from the neighboring ruin. It was a weasel demon. It wore an ill-fitting suit of magician's top hat and leaned on a cane, playing the part of a gentleman to grotesque perfection. "Naturally, I know." The old goat demon reluctantly tucked away its phone. The cat demon shed its lethargy, pupils contracting to slits. All other great demon lords turned their gazes toward the weasel. The weasel approached Shuo, who removed its hat and bowed slightly. "Commander Shuehu, the message has been delivered to the Jinbei army." "Excellent." Shuehu chuckled darkly. "Hand me your phone." The weasel presented it reverently. Shuehu accepted it and aimed the lens at herself, then pressed record. The image shifted. In the video, Shuehu smiled dazzlingly, yet her fox-like face looming close to the lens radiated such eerie wrongness that chills prickled the spine. "Hello? Warmest regards, war god." She waved a clawed hand at the lens, then pivoted it toward the 14 great demon lords behind her. "To ensure your eminence departs this world with proper grandeur, I've prepared for quite some time. Come now, let everyone greet our esteemed war god." The weasel bowed with theatrical grace. The cat demon extended a claw and traced it lightly across the concrete railing, leaving clean, precise fissures as if slicing through tofu. The bull-headed demon grinned and stomped hard. Boom! Half the rooftop's concrete barrier shattered outright. Twisted steel rebar groaned under the impact. "Oh look, everyone's brimming with enthusiasm. They're simply dying to meet you." Shuehu's smile widened, then she flipped the lens around. "Now, let us introduce our little sister." The camera tilted upward. Suspended midair hung a colossal iron cage, partitioned by bars into 3 compartments. In the center, a frail girl huddled in a tight ball. On either side paced 2 ravenous hounds, eyes burning crimson with hunger. Woof, woof, woof. They lunged relentlessly at the central partition, jaws snapping against the iron bars. The entire cage swung violently, rattling high above the void. The girl clutched her knees tightly, eyes squeezed shut, too terrified even to glance up. Shuehu's voice dripped with saccharine sweetness. "Oh dear, our little sister seems rather shy. She won't even open her eyes to greet her elder brother. Please don't hold it against her, war god. After all, it's been so many years. Natural to feel distant, isn't? Ha ha ha." In the athletic field of Jinling Martial Academy, Lu Ming jerked his head up, blood vessels blooming like scarlet vines across his sclera. The celestial screen's video continued unfolding. Shuehu spoke slowly, deliberately. "War god, Now I grant you one chance to call for reinforcements. Summon those lambs who slaughtered my kin in the northern frontier. Let them come to your aid. Otherwise, woof, woof, woof. A section of the central iron grate suddenly rose. Both hounds thrust their heads halfway through the narrow gap. Jaws snapped wildly at empty air. A foul, viscous saliva splattered into the central chamber. Ah! The girl recoiled violently, her shriek tearing through the entire recording. Ha ha ha. The video ended amid Shuehu's peals of laughter. On the celestial screen, she tossed the phone back to the weasel. Distribute this recording. One copy to Lu Ming, another to the Northern Frontier Command. The bull-headed demon's eyes bulged. Why send it to the Northern Frontier Command too? Are we truly inviting them here? Isn't Lu Ming our sole target? Fool. The weasel took the phone, operating it while casting a sidelong glance at the bull-headed man. Use your bovine brain and think carefully. Back then the Shuehu clan slaughtered their brothers. Now let them know that Lu Ming left the Northern Territory to face our killing trap alone. What will the senior leaders of the Northern Territory Army do when they see this video? The bull-headed man frowned, pondering for a long while. Most likely they will come right. The weasel grinned widely. Once they leave the Northern Territory Army, no one will command the Corps, leaving the Northern Territory as an empty shell. That is when our demon army's chance to break through will come, isn't it? No, they will definitely come. The Shuehu raised a claw, slowly stroking an old scar on his face. Because Lu Ming will certainly guess our intentions. He will not call for them. He will only fight alone. But the more he does not call, the more the Northern Territory Army's lambs will feel he is bearing the burden alone again. They will feel guilty. They will feel angry. They will rush to Jinling recklessly. Moreover, the Zuhis' eyes narrowed, his pupils filled with a sickening delight. Lu Ming will also have to endure another matter. If he does not call for the Northern Territory Army, his sister will be bitten by dogs. This fact will pierce his heart like a nail in advance. Before the battle even begins, his mind is already in turmoil. The Shuehu slowly grinned. In the end, our goal from beginning to end is to kill Lu Ming. It will take at least 2 days for the Northern Territory to arrive at Jinling. During these 2 days, we can strike both the Northern Territory and Lu Ming simultaneously. No matter what choice Lu Ming makes, the Northern Territory will inevitably fall. As these words fell, the night breeze on the rooftop seemed to pause for a moment. The bull-headed man stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. It was the first time he truly grasped how filthy and terrifying schemes could be. In the end, he managed only to utter one sentence: I will follow your lead. Dense barrage comments scrolled across the sky screen, questioning and accusing train choice theory. Northern Territory residents, so we were abandoned. Each question weighed like a stone, pressing on everyone's hearts. Northern Territory. Sister. Lu Ming. The Shuehu had blocked all roads. If he does not call the Northern Territory Army, his sister will die. If he calls them, the Northern Territory will fall. Moreover, even if he does not call, as long as the Northern Territory generals leave, the Northern Territory will still fall. From the start, this game never intended to give Lu Ming any chance of survival. The sky screen offered no explanation. The image suddenly darkened amidst the barrage comments. The next moment, light spread again. The camera cut to a classroom. On the blackboard was a diagram of the human meridians. On the podium, the teacher held a piece of chalk, earnestly explaining a particular acupuncture point. When qi and blood reach this point, forcibly reversing their flow may cause minor meridian damage, or at worst. The chalk tapped crisply against the blackboard. Yet beneath the podium, few raised their heads. Some were sleeping with their heads down. Some fiddled with talisman papers. Others stood their textbooks upright, their phone screens shining glaringly behind them. Some leaned back in their chairs, gazing out the window as if their souls had already left school early. The entire classroom was absurdly quiet and lazily indifferent. Halfway through his lecture, the teacher's peripheral vision swept down, twitching the corner of his mouth. He seemed accustomed to these students' behavior, his chest rising and falling twice before releasing a sigh, as if suppressing a fire. Listen if you want. The college entrance exam isn't for me. Strangely, both teacher and students appeared shrouded in a mist, their features blurred into vague outlines. Until the camera slowly moved, stopping at the first desk on the right side, near the trash bin. There lay a young... At this moment, the image suddenly sharpened. It was Lu Ming. The boy lay on the desk, his shoulders tense like a drawn bow. His hand was concealed beneath the desk edge. In his palm was a phone playing a video. On the screen, the Zuhis' smiling face pressed almost against the lens. Great War God. Now I offer you an opportunity to request reinforcements. The iron cage shook. Fierce dogs barked wildly. The girl's scream pierced like a blade, stabbing into Lu Ming's heart. Crack. Lu Ming clenched his knuckles, the phone's frame beginning to deform. Crack, crack, crack. The harsh, twisting sound suddenly echoed throughout the classroom. The chalk on the podium stopped. The students who had been slacking off one by one lifted their heads. The teacher frowned, looking toward the corner. Lu Ming. His anger flared on his face, but was stifled by the murderous intent surging from the boy, causing his voice to falter. "What are you doing?" Bang! Before the words fell, a burst of fire exploded in Lu Ming's palm, crushing the phone with sheer force. Crash! Lu Ming suddenly stood, desks and chairs clattering harshly. Bloodshot veins spread in his eyes, the long-suppressed killing intent erupted violently. Hoo! The wind rose from the ground. Test papers on the desks were swept into the air, flying chaotically around the classroom. Several sheets slapped against the blackboard, then were torn apart by invisible chi waves. The teacher's face changed. You. He instinctively stepped back. Lu Ming did not look at him. Step by step he approached With each step the classroom's air seemed to thicken. Even the usually lethargic students quieted down. Lu Ming stood upon the podium. His gaze swept across the blurred faces. The next moment he bowed deeply to the entire class. The classroom fell suddenly silent. Moi. In the first row, a boy with indistinct features leaned back in his chair, his voice laced with casual mockery. "Labor Committee member, why such a grand salute to us?" The camera followed his voice. When the image landed on his deskmate, the mist suddenly dissipated. It was Long Outyin. He leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, expression calm. Lu Ming's salute was directed at him, yet his face bore no trace of flattery or surprise. It was as if he deserved this salute and had long seen through Lu Ming's predicament. Lu Ming did not rise, his hands at his sides clenched so tightly they turned pale. His voice was low, but every word clear. "Everyone, I, Lu Ming, hereby earnestly beseech your aid." He paused briefly. In that moment, it seemed some unspeakable words were forcibly swallowed back. His sister was waiting for him. The Northern Territory was waiting for him. He could face death alone. But in this game, the Shuehu never desired only his life. Lu Ming took a slow breath. "Once this matter concludes, I will use my battle merits to promise the Northern Territory Army to owe all present here a personal favor." No one in the classroom spoke immediately. Only the test papers caught in the chi waves slowly drifted down midair. The teacher beside the podium finally snapped back to reality. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? Are you deliberately disrupting the class order?" His face turned pale with anger as he pointed at Lu Ming, berating him. "Oh, the Northern Territory Army. By what right do you represent them? And why would you ask this group of inattentive students to help? Go back to your seat and sit." Before he finished, a boy in the back row stood up. "Excellent." He bent down, hoisted the snakeskin bag beside the table leg onto his shoulder, and sauntered out of his seat. "Remember your words. You owe me a favor. Count me in." Another youth, his hair tied in a Taoist topknot, rose with a yawn. "Haven't stretched my limbs in ages. Time for a proper workout." The flippant youth from the front row also stood up. "I'm no fighter, but I do love spectating." Long Outyin rose slowly. The chair legs scraped faintly across the floor. He adjusted his sleeve cuffs and spoke calmly. "Since this is a request from the Northern Border Military, I have no grounds to refuse." Rustling sounds filled the air, shuffling, rising, unfolding. 1, 2, 3. "I need to restock on talisman materials. I'll go along. I'm buying spicy strips too. 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Got you now. May all proceed auspiciously. I'll assist with documentation." Rustling sounds filled the air, shuffling, rising, unfolding. 1, 2, 3. More and more students stood. Some grabbed bags. Others folded umbrellas. One student crumpled an unfinished exam paper into a tight ball and tossed it cleanly into the trash bin. The teacher stood frozen at the podium, trembling with rage. These youths treated school regulations as mere vapor. The flippant youth strolled to the podium's edge and tilted his head toward Lu Ming. "Let's go. Class rep, lead the way." Lu Ming rose slowly. Blood still lingered in his eyes, yet his spine remained unbent and straight. In the next instant, he raised his arm in salute, a motion clean and sharp as a blade drawn from its sheath. "Lu Mao thanks you all. Trivial matters, trivial matters. Class rep, no need to be so solemn. It's unnerving." "Exactly. Don't forget to treat us later." A group of youths and maidens followed Lu Ming out the door, their steps light and quick. You all." The teacher clutched her chest, pointing at them, breath catching in fury. "Unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Have you reduced school regulations to mere ornaments? Get back here, immediately." No one turned back. Footsteps faded swiftly into silence. The once boisterous classroom emptied in an instant, leaving only one youth slumped over his desk near the rear window, muttering as he lifted his head. His face remained indistinct. Only his hand rubbing his eyes was visible, his voice thick with drowsy lethargy. "Old Lu, what are you shouting about? You've disturbed my nap." A vein pulsed violently on the teacher's forehead. Clatter, clatter, clatter. "Not a single one of you stirred me, not even when the room emptied. Just stay unconscious forever." The youth paused half a second, then dropped his head back onto the desk. "Oh, then I'll keep sleeping." At that moment the scene shifted. On the school grounds, many students nearly broke composure. but before laughter could fully bloom, the sky screen cut to another location. This time Lu Ming did not appear at the derelict building filmed by Xuehu. Instead, he stood atop the teaching building's roof. Dawn wind swept past. The distant city still bathed in soft morning light. At the rooftop's edge stood a solitary figure, back turned to the lens, gazing into the distance. Sunlight bathed him in gold. A wind lifted the hem of his robe, swallowing his silhouette whole in radiant luminescence. His face remained obscured. His voice, true and unaltered, was inaudible. Yet that silent, motionless back evoked an instinctive awe, an unspoken reverence that forbade approach. Lu Ming halted behind him. After a long silence, the figure spoke. "You've come." "Yes," Lu Ming replied, his voice steadier now. The figure did not turn. "This journey may bear peril, but since you insist on going, bringing those youths renders it no longer dire." Lu Ming nodded. "Yes." He opened his mouth, seemingly poised to speak again, yet the words lodged deep in his throat, lingering there unvoiced. He could seek aid from Class 9 because it was to slay demons, to honor loyalty and brotherhood. But the northern border was his duty, his military command, the land he swore to protect. To ask others to guard the northern border in his stead, this plea weighed heavier upon Lu Ming than bowing to beg for help. Wind slipped silently between them. Lu Ming finally lowered his head. His voice held a tremor, barely perceptible, of supplication. "Sovereign Emperor, might I humbly request, could your Majesty safeguard the northern border just for a while?" The figure continued, gazing into the distance. After a pause, he gave a soft, quiet reply. "I will." Lu Ming's eyes shimmered faintly with unshed tears. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply, a gesture of profound reverence. "Gratitude, Sovereign Emperor." As his voice faded, the sky screen plunged into absolute blackness, as if severed at its most pivotal moment. A brief, suffocating silence followed. Then the comment stream erupted. "Whoa, Sovereign Emperor. Even the war god calls him Sovereign Emperor. Could he be the primordial Heaven Emperor?" "Absolutely." "Ugh, why won't you reveal who he is? It's driving me mad." "Exactly. Even his voice is deliberately neutralized. Afraid we'd guess too soon and ruin your future viewership, right?" Contemporary audiences lost themselves in frenzy. Those living in that era were scarcely calmer. On the sports field of Jinling Martial Academy, every gaze converged upon Lu Ming, simultaneously, inevitably. Sovereign Emperor, Primordial Heaven Emperor. Together, these two titles alone could quicken any pulse. Yilong strode forward and whispered urgently, "Ming, do you know the true identity of the Primordial Heaven Emperor?" Lu Ming stood rooted in place, staring at the now blackened sky screen, brow faintly furrowed. After a pause, he shook his head. "The sky screen shows my future self. As for now, I do not know." Yilong studied him for several seconds. Lu Ming's expression remained placid. No trace of falsehood betrayed itself. Yilong could only sigh. "Fine. Let's continue watching." No sooner had the words left his lips than a single point of light flickered deep within the blackness of the sky screen. That speck of light coalesced into a snowflake. Instantly, blizzard winds surged forth. Howling, biting, lashing snowflakes mixed with the frigid gales of the northern border's stinging cheeks, already flushed crimson with cold. On the training ground, rows of officers stood rigid in the snow, uniforms snapping fiercely in the wind. Their jaws clenched tight, their eyes bloodshot and burning. Upon the elevated platform, Zheng Chong stood rooted, military boots buried deep in snow. His fists were clenched so tightly his knuckles blanched white, veins bulged starkly along his temples. He had just watched the footage, the torture inflicted by Xuehu upon his mentor's younger sister, the knife pressed against his mentor's throat, forcing an impossible choice. Zheng Chong's chest heaved violently, as though a furnace of wrath had risen, searing its way up his throat. Then abruptly he threw back his head, and his voice tore through the blizzard. "Brothers, our mentor fights alone in Jinling. Our mentor faces the demon fox alone in Jinling. Our mentor is in grave peril. What shall we do, oi?" For a heartbeat, the training ground fell silent. Then all officers lifted their heads in unison. These men, normally stoic to the point of austerity, now resembled raw recruits reborn. Eyes blazing red, they roared with raw throats. "Kill!" Arms thrust upward, sound waves shattering the wind and snow. "Kill! Kill!" Zheng Chong stood on the stage, watching the brothers below shouting and waving their arms, when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him. The wind and snow continued to blow. The sounds of battle gradually faded away, yet they seemed to grow ever closer. The training ground before him began to distort. It felt as though he was transported back to that day. Snow-severed limbs, blood, and the broken military flag, and the wound in his arms that he could not seem to staunch. Zheng Chong lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Lu Dazhuang lay in his arms, blood gushing from his chest. No matter how hard he tried, it could not be stopped. "Chong, brother Chong." Lu Dazhuang's lips were pale, yet he forced a smile. Sorry, I couldn't be with you." "Dazhuang." Zheng Chang shouted hoarsely, tears splattering onto Lu Dazwang's face, quickly freezing in the wind and snow. Don't talk. You mustn't speak. He frantically tried to pull at his own shirt. His fingers were numb from the cold, the fabric soaked through with blood. It took him several attempts to tear off a strip of cloth. It's coming. He'll bandage you. He'll bandage you right away. But when he looked down, he froze in place. Lu Dazhuang had already closed his eyes. Snow fell on his eyebrows, on his eyelashes, resting on the face that still bore a smile. It seemed as if he had merely fallen asleep. Daz. Zheng Chang's lips trembled. In the next moment, he held the person in his arms tightly, and tears broke free completely. Dazhuang. Kill. Kill these beasts. The cries of battle surged back into his ears. Zheng Chang snapped back to reality. Before him was still the training ground in the northern border. The blank armband on his shoulder had transformed into glittering 2 stripes and 4 stars. He raised a hand to wipe his face. His hand felt icy. He couldn't tell whether it was snow or tears. Then he took a deep breath and raised his arm vigorously. Brothers. To Jinling. Kill the blood fox. The officers below shouted in unison with rage. To Jinling. Kill the blood fox. Let's go. Zheng Chang turned sharply, his military boots crushing the accumulated snow. The whole training ground shook. In a corner, an old instructor leaning on a cane stood in the wind and snow. He looked at the group of readied officers remaining silent for a long while. He simply sighed. In his other hand, his phone vibrated continuously. The screen flashed a name repeatedly. Chief Instructor. Wang Weibing fell silent for a moment before answering the call. As soon as the phone was brought to his ear, a furious roar erupted from the other end. Wang Weibing, what are you doing? Don't you realize that letting those little brats go at this time will lead to the northern border being breached by the demon clan? You've been my deputy for so long. Do I have to come back from the ruins to kick your lame leg? Wang Weibing moved the phone slightly away, his face filled with helplessness. Chief Instructor, do you think I haven't tried to persuade them? Those little brats have been holding back for 3 years. Now that they've exploded, no one can stop them. The anger on the other end of the line intensified. Even if it can't be stopped, it must be. Behind the northern border, there are millions of civilians. If the defenses fall, what will they do? Wang Weibing remained silent for a moment. Chief Instructor, I notified everyone a week ago to evacuate the civilians. Evacuate? The voice on the other end rose sharply. How come I heard that nearly 30% of the people haven't left yet? Wang Weibing closed his eyes for a moment. Those who could be persuaded have been persuaded. Those who could leave have left. There are still people clinging to their homes who refuse to leave. I can't just put a knife to their necks and force them out, can I? The voice on the other end was gasping with anger. Foolish people. What a bunch of foolish people. Outside the sky, inside the northern border city, many residents who had not yet evacuated turned red in the face. Some clenched the ledgers in their hands. Some looked at their own shops, their expressions filled with struggle. After a brief silence, someone finally gritted their teeth and rushed into the house. Lanhua, pack your things, we're leaving right now. The woman panicked. Are you crazy? You took out a loan to... If we leave, how will we repay it? The man slammed the ledger on the table. Money can be earned back. But if we lose our lives, it will truly be gone. On another street, a woman tugged at her child, not even having time to fasten her coat properly. Xiaobao, grab something. No, don't grab anything, just get out of the city now. At the factory gate, the woman shouted at her husband with red eyes. You deadbeat, let's go. Don't worry about your loss-making factory. The man looked at the factory gate, his lips trembling slightly. Finally, he stomped his foot hard. Go. Everyone go. One household after another finally started. If the sky is saying this, if they do not obey the arrangement, then not only will they lose their lives, but after their deaths the whole country would likely send them off with a grand online expose. Wang Weibing pressed the phone back to his ear. Also, Chief Instructor, you don't have to worry too much. Lu Ming sent me a message. He said he has invited a very powerful person to back him up. The northern border cannot be breached. The other end of the line fell silent. Back up. In the next moment, the voice nearly shattered the earpiece. Who can that brat Lu Ming invite to back him up? Yi Long. The national master still needs to handle the various ruins within the territory. Even if Yi Long could spare himself, he's just one celestial being. Do you know how many high-end combat powers the demon clan has on the other side? At least 4 celestial demons. And a demon saint. Back up, Can he handle it? It's all falling apart. Wang Weibing's helpless. The person that brat invited should not be Master Yi. He said it as a classmate of his. The other end of the line was silent for a full 2 seconds. The voice seemed to be choked by the word classmate. Class. Mate. In the next moment, a roar nearly shattered the phone. Has that brat Lu Ming been kicked by a donkey? Forget it. I'll immediately ask the sovereign for a reassignment and bring my old brothers back. Before that, the voice on the phone suddenly became extremely serious. Wang Weibing listened to the orders. The laziness on Wang Weibing's face gradually faded. The wind and snow fell on his shoulders. He tightened his grip on the phone and stood up straight. I demand you in my capacity as the former commander of the Northern Defense Army. Before reinforcements arrive, you must hold the line. Can you do it? Wang Weibing let out a soft laugh. That laugh mingled with the cold wind faint enough to be almost unheard. From the day he enlisted, he had given his life to the northern border. Every inch of land beneath his feet was buried with the blood and bones of comrades. If he said he couldn't do it, the old brothers down below would likely crawl out first, give him a hard slap, and then kick him fiercely for being lame. Wang Weibing tossed the cane into the snow and straightened his back. He faced the northern border's defenses and performed a powerful military salute. I guarantee to complete the mission. Collecting opinions from all readers. I'm not a scumbag, I'm just heartbroken into many pieces, each loving a girl agreeing for the subsequent entry of the war goddess sister as one of the female leads. The sky darkened as his respectful silhouette gradually faded. On the playground, everyone remained silent. But it wasn't long before something happened. In the darkness, a violent sound of coughing up blood suddenly echoed. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Weibing's hoarse roar became the prelude to this scene. Northern Army. There are no cowards. Boom. The scene suddenly lit up. Outside the border, the demon clan covered every inch of land in sight. Wolf demons, bull demons, snake demons, fox demons, rabbit demons. They surged like a frenzied black tide, madly rushing towards the Great Wall. On the city wall, it had already become a slaughterhouse. The human race fought desperately to defend. The demon race charged madly at the gates. With every breath, blood mist erupted. With every blink, someone beside him would fall. No one knew how much longer they could hold on. Wang Weibing leaned against the city wall, spitting blood violently. His right arm had already vanished, leaving only an empty sleeve flapping in the cold wind. He gripped his sword with his left hand, unsteadily rising to his feet. Ahead, a wolf demon bared its teeth, its fangs dripping with human blood. Wang Weibing glared furiously and swung his sword. Beast, die for your grandfather. Bang! The wolf demon kicked him squarely in the chest. Wang Weibing was sent flying, crashing hard against the city wall. His chest caved in instantly. Just as he tried to prop himself up, a wolf claw came crashing down. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. The wolf demon approached with a sinister grin. Crack! It stepped on Wang Weibing's injured leg. The sound of bones being crushed was still piercing on the chaotic battlefield. Wang Weibing let out a muffled groan, cold sweat instantly rolling down. The wolf demon lowered its head, its voice filled with mockery. Old soldier, isn't that leg of yours healed yet? It's been 10 years and you still can't get up. You looked quite impressive when you chased me with your sword back then. Now you look like a pile of mud. Ha ha ha. The soldiers engaged in battle in the distance saw this scene, and their eyes instantly turned red. Instructor, get out of the way. Make way for me. Beast, let go of my instructor. They rushed toward, with blades rolled, arms broken, and their bodies torn by demon beasts. They still charged towards Wang Weibing's direction. Wang Weibing turned to look at them. Those kids came from different batches of the recruit camp. He recognized each of their faces. One batch after another. One by one. On regular days, he always scolded them. The worst batch ever. You're so weak, and yet you still slack off. With your skills, if you encountered a demon clan, wouldn't you be scared to the point of wetting yourselves, eh? Get up. Practice more. But now this group of little rascals he had scolded countless times on the real battlefield, not one of them faltered. With red eyes, they wielded their swords and charged towards the high-stakes battlefield. A tear fell from the corner of Wang Weibing's eye. He smiled. Then he threw his head back and roared. Children, you are not the worst batch. Each of you, in my heart, are the strongest. For the instructor, stay alive. The charging soldiers froze in their tracks. Tears instantly welled up, mixing with the blood on their faces, making their young faces look wretched. In the sky, the battlefield background suddenly faded. A training memory slipped in. In the recruit camp, a group of boys collapsed in the snow, their chests heaving violently, not even wanting to move their fingers. Wang Weibing leaned on his cane, standing beside them, scolding with a cold face. Lying down. You're tired from this little training. When I was young. Hey, instructor, stop bragging. The moment the boys heard this, they immediately scrambled to their feet. We'll get up right now. Wang Weibing glared in anger. With your physical condition, if you encounter a demon you can't defeat, you won't even be able to escape. The boys grinned playfully. But you're here, instructor. The instructor will definitely protect us, right? Wang Weibing's mouth twitched, cursing without anger. Get out of here, no big or small. The boys laughed heartily. Then just say if you will protect us. Wang Weibing looked at them, and for a moment his gaze softened. When that time comes, you better run as far away from me as possible. Even as a coward, you must survive. The memories were torn apart by cries. No, don't. On the battlefield, the soldiers charged forward like madmen. But there were too many demon beasts. They watched helplessly as Wang Weibing was trampled to the ground, yet they couldn't break through. The wolf demon finally sensed something was wrong, and its expression changed drastically. Are you crazy? It attempted to retreat. Wang Weibing spat out a mouthful of blood, grinning as he held onto its leg. In the next moment, his body radiated blinding white light. The true energy from his dantian was pushed to its limit. That was the last resort of a master. Boom! The white light exploded. The demon beasts within a 50-meter radius were instantly turned into blood mist, and even the city wall was shaken, producing a crack over 10 meters long. At the sight, only a half-burned cane remained. Pooh! The wolf demon was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the city wall. It propped itself up, looking at its missing lower body filled with resentment. Damn two-legged sheep. You actually gave up your entire cultivation to perish with me. Damn. A series of voices filled with extreme sorrow echoed in its ears. The wolf demon suddenly looked up. Its pupils constricted. A group of blood-soaked soldiers wielding swords were walking towards it, heads bowed, bodies trembling. Suddenly they raised their heads, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The ones who truly deserve to die. Are you? No. The wolf demon struggled to retreat, shouting madly. Come demons! Come demons! Block them! Quick, block them! But 50 meters away, a group of soldiers had already formed a defensive line, firmly blocking the rushing demons. Dozens of soldiers approached step by step with bloodied swords. Pooh! The first blade fell. The wolf demon howled in agony. The second blade. The third blade. The fourth blade. The blades fell mixed with tears and blood, chopping down frantically. You deserve to die. Scum! Return my instructor. Die! The wolf demon begged for mercy in pain. No! Let me go. The soldiers no longer spoke, only continuing to strike down one blade after another, burying all cries within flesh and blood. Before long, only a pile of flesh remained at the site. The soldiers stood there covered in blood, their eyes hollow. They looked at the half-broken cane in the snow, tears flowing silently. In the distance, a group of rabbit demons darting across the battlefield saw this scene, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. Now's the time. Little ones, unleash your talents on that group of two-legged sheep. Chirp, chirp, chirp. One by one, the rabbit demons leapt up fiercely. The bloody mental shockwave crashed against the soldiers on the city wall like a tide. The soldiers were already exhausted. They had just witnessed their instructor die before their eyes. Their mental defenses were easily torn apart at this moment. Thud! Thud! A large number of soldiers collapsed helplessly to the ground. The demon clan's sharp claws were already swinging before them. Yet in their eyes there was not even a glimmer of resistance. At that moment, bang! A heavy thud of a cane striking the ground echoed in their minds. Following that was Wang Weibing's familiar roar. Little rascals! Get up! That was the voice they dreaded the most when they were pushed to their limits, collapsing. They struggled to lift their heads. Before their eyes, that cold face seemed to reappear. Wang Weibing, leaning on his cane, stood in the wind and snow, scolding with full vigor. Anyone who can still get up, pick up your weapon. Keep practicing. The Northern Army has no cowards. Bang! The soldiers' awareness suddenly returned. In a critical moment, they grabbed their weapons and fiercely defended. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks exploded in large numbers. The demon clan's ambush was forcefully blocked. The soldiers wiped the blood and tears from their faces, looking at the half-broken cane. Within their chests, it felt as if something had reignited, and they responded in unison. Instructor, we are not cowards. We can still fight. As soon as the shout fell, outside the city wall, 4 overwhelming auras of the demon clan simultaneously pressed towards the north. The wind and snow paused for a moment. A gigantic hand slowly pressed down on the gap in the city wall. Bang! A massive palm descended. The city wall, which had withstood countless monstrous beast assaults, suddenly cracked under this strike. Debris flew. The formation patterns shattered. The gap was so large that even from a high aerial view of the entire 10th Mile wall, it resembled a wound that had been brutally torn open. Puff! Where the giant palm struck, whether human warriors or monstrous beasts, they didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated into a mist of blood. A wild wind swept across the city wall. A dozen warriors failed to stabilize their bodies and collided against the rear battlements. Bang, bang, bang. Some collapsed unconscious on the spot. Some had their chest armor caved in, blood continuously gushing from their mouths. Roar! A massive figure climbed over the wall from outside. It struck its chest with both fists and howled to the heavens, shaking the surrounding snow and mist. Only at this moment did the crowd see its true form. A red-haired giant ape. Its entire body was covered in fiery red fur, and its arms were as thick as giant pillars. Its gigantic body nearly occupied more than half of the wall's pathway, with shoulders raised and arms hanging down, its scarlet, beastly eyes filled with brutality. Officer Li Yuan stood up, supporting his sword. Blood trickled down his forehead, flowing into his eyes and turning his vision red. Yet he did not dare to blink. The great demon king. It's still the red-haired giant ape. This is troublesome. With Zhengchang's faction, known as the strongest North Border Army in a century, having left the fortress, the high-end combat power of the entire defense line had been depleted by more than half. The demon clan charged in ahead of time. Reinforcements were still on the way. At this moment, martial masters needed to bear the positions of great martial masters. Grandmasters had to withstand the pressure of great grandmasters. As for the great grandmasters, Li Yuan raised his head. In the high sky outside the city, 4 strands of overwhelming demonic aura hung silently. Those were 4 celestial demons. Li Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly grinned. 10 people above, great martial master. He raised his sword, pointing at the red-haired giant ape. Let's slay this beast together. Yes. The nearby warriors immediately restructured their formation. Some used their flesh to block the attacking monstrous beasts. Some risked being struck by a claw to carve a path for the Grandmaster warriors. In just a few breaths, 11 Grandmaster-level warriors stepped on the bloodied path and surrounded the red-haired giant ape. These individuals were the first batch of new recruits personally led by Wang Wei soldiers back in the day. Now they had become the veterans that must step up in the North Border Army. The giant ape looked down at them. In its crimson eyes, a fury born from being offended surfaced. A bunch of little bugs dared to surround it. Roar! It threw back its head and held its fists crashing down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was violently compressed, creating a piercing explosion. The surrounding wind and snow were sucked and enveloped around its fist. How's he dodged? A nearby warrior shouted hoarsely. The warrior directly beneath the fist also tried to evade, but the pressure had already pinned down his shoulders like a mountain, crushing him. He couldn't move. Bang! The giant fist fell. The ground collapsed into a deep pit. When the red-haired giant ape raised its hand, that warrior lay at the bottom of the pit, bones twisted, covered in blood, already lifeless. How's he? Zhao Hai's eyes instantly turned red, and he rushed forward with his blade. Li Yuan grabbed his shoulder. Stop! Zhao Hai turned around and roared, let go of me. Zhao Hai. Li Yuan's eyes were also red, but he forced himself to suppress the pain. This is a battlefield. The great demon king is on the opposite side. Have you forgotten what the instructor taught us? This shout pinned Zhao Hai in place. His chest heaved violently, his teeth grinding together. A few breaths later, he took a deep breath, forcibly holding back his tears. Commander, please give the order. Other warriors looked over as well. Commander, please give the order. Li Yuan met the crowd's red and silent eyes, feeling as if his chest had been struck hard by a knife. His military rank wasn't high, just a lieutenant colonel, the level of a deputy regiment commander. But now, with those stronger juniors having left the north border, he had unexpectedly become one of the taller figures in this defense line. The sky was falling. He had to bear it. Li Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually cooling. The red-haired giant ape has great strength, speed, and a strong physique. It is one of the most troublesome beasts among the demon clan. But it has one fatal weakness. Its spirit is weak. Bring 5 people. He spoke to this point, his voice full of reluctance, but in the end he still said it. Form a suicide squad to hold it off from the front. The remaining 4 will join me to form a battle formation, condense our military spirit, and slay the beast. The red-haired giant ape was already charging over. The ground shook with its steps. Li Yuan did not urge them on. He only self-deprecatingly pulled at the corner of his mouth. When it came to issuing commands, he truly was not as decisive as that group of brats. He truly was not born to be a commander. I'll go. Zhao Hai was the first to step out. He raised his blade to face the red-haired giant ape, his voice hoarse. I'll seek revenge for Hauzi. I'll go too. Count me in. Me too. 1, 2, 3. 5 members of the suicide squad quickly stepped forward. Others wanted to move forward, but were held back by Li Yuan. He wiped his face, forcing his voice to sound colder. Enough, the number of the suicide squad is already sufficient. We still have our tasks. He looked at the 5 rushing towards the red-haired giant ape, unable to turn his head away. Don't let the brothers die in vain. Yes. 4 warriors held back their pain, quickly spreading out in 5 directions, the formation patterns glowing beneath their feet. Blood-red true energy spread along the patterns, slowly outlining a 5-point star. The sky slowly shifted focus, landing on the suicide squad. Bang! The giant ape smashed down with its fist. Zhao Hai blocked hard with his sword, and his lower body was forcefully smashed into the city bricks. His arms twisted, his tiger's mouth burst open, blood flowing down the blade. Yet he wore a smile on his face. Puff! Blood continuously gushed from his mouth. He looked up at the red-haired giant ape, his smile growing more and more blissful. Die, monkey, come on. Is this all you've got? Ah, Zhao Hai gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. The giant fist pressing down on the blade was surprisingly pushed back a bit by him. Am I scratching your back, Grandpa? The red-haired giant ape's pupils suddenly turned red. Due to its low mental power, it seldom spoke, but at this moment, it was provoked, causing broken human words to squeeze out of its throat. Human, you seek death. Its most proud power was actually mocked by a little bug. The giant ape raised its fist, a whirlwind swirling, aimed directly at Zhao Hai and smashed down. Brothers. Zhao Hai laughed loudly. Make your move. The next moment his dantian glowed with a dazzling white light. Bang! The blinding white light exploded beneath the giant ape's fist. The red-haired giant ape's massive body was jolted back, almost falling over. The scattered warriors in four directions gritted their teeth, with no time for sorrow, and surged forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The city bricks beneath their feet shattered, and four figures shot up into the air. Eyes, throats, back, necks, and cochleas. All vital points were simultaneously locked on. Cluster. Blood-red true energy wrapped around the blade, the power of the Grandmaster separating from the body to form a blade. However, the red-haired giant ape could be called one of the strongest beasts among the demon clan, not just in name. Please see the preview image. Image 1, click Image 2 placed at the end of the chapter review. In the moment before its fall, it forcibly twisted its body and unleashed a punch aimed at the warrior, attacking its eyes. The warrior had no time to change his move. It could only endure. Bang! The true Qi-Long blade shattered on the spot. His body was sent flying by the punch, leaving a blood trail along the city wall that seemed to stretch endlessly. In the next breath, the red-haired giant ape steadied its stance and suddenly shook its head. Its head, as massive as a truck, struck another warrior. The sound of bones cracking mixed with the wind and snow. Immediately after, its enormous body lurched back. Its right leg coiled upward with inertia resembling an overturned mountain, fiercely sweeping two warriors aligned in the same line, smashing them into the cracks of the city wall. The time the Suicide Squad held out was less than 10 breaths. But the battle formation had yet to successfully coalesce. Outside the sky curtain, the students on the playground were silent. Some clenched their clothing tightly. Some instinctively turned their heads away, but couldn't help but glance back at the scene. Heh! Suddenly a sneer echoed from within the sky curtain. Old ape, that little guy from your clan isn't bad at all. In the next moment, a black serpentine pupil filled the entire screen. Cold, slimy, and malicious. That sight, even from behind the sky curtain, sent chills down countless spines. The camera pulled back. A black and gold giant serpent coiled among the clouds, its massive body thick as a tunnel spanning the sky. A lump of flesh bulged atop its head, and as its scales opened and closed, malevolent energy surged. This was a sign of its impending transformation into a dragon. Beside it stood three figures. One was a normal-sized old ape holding a black staff. Another was an upright white tiger with golden blades. The last was a hefty pig demon carrying a rake as large as a mountain. The old ape bared its teeth, revealing ivory fangs. My hand-raised offspring can't be too bad, can they, eh? All right. The white tiger shook the golden blade in its hand. Stop playing around. He'll go kill those larger two-legged sheep. This northern city that has blocked us for hundreds of years should be broken. With that, it stepped forward with its blade, the white light tearing through the wind and snow. The next moment, it landed in the defense line where the human Grandmaster was. Swish, swish, swish. White light swept across one end of the city wall. Several Grandmaster warriors, bearing the brunt of the pressure, felt a chill on their necks. In the next moment, their heads fell to the ground. Before consciousness faded, only one thought remained in their minds. Hold on tight. The defense line cannot break. Snap. The white tiger appeared at the end of the city wall, casually flicking its golden blade. The blood of the Grandmaster splattered on the snow. A mass. A mass. The pristine white snow was stained glaringly. The camera rose higher. After losing the support of the Grandmasters, the beast surged onto the city wall like a black tide. The human defense line was severed, surrounded, and swallowed piece by piece. From a high perspective, the human positions submerged by the beasts resembled splattered blood on the snow. It was so close. Li Yuan watched the approaching red-haired giant ape, his teeth nearly crumbling. Boom! The giant ape leaped mid-run, its fists raised above its head. It opened its mouth, revealing a mocking grin on its furry face. Insect! Insect! Die already! Li Yuan and the four warriors looked up at those giant fists. Their hearts sank simultaneously. Were they going to lose? Li Yuan, kill it for me. At that moment, four furious roars exploded from different directions. Li Yuan's body shook violently. He looked up. The four Suicide Squad members who had just been sent flying were now glowing with self-destruct light hurled towards the giant ape by someone from afar. He suddenly turned around. Behind him, several new recruits who had just taken down a demon wolf maintained the pose of throwing. The next moment, they were completely engulfed by the surrounding beasts. These juniors were also using their lives to buy time for them. Boom, 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 boom. For bursts of white light exploded on the red-haired giant ape. Its descending form suddenly halted for a moment. It was in that instant that the formation pattern beneath Li Yuan's feet completely closed and a 5-point star radiance shot up into the sky. A colossal military spirit wielding a long blade coalesced behind them. Li Yuan tightened his grip on the hilt and turned his head to smile slightly. Brothers, let's go. No one responded. The four warriors answered with their actions. The five of them lined up, charging forward, simultaneously leaping at a single point. At that point of impact, a large pit appeared on the ground. Once, twice. 5 times. As the final foot landed, the ground erupted with a roar. The 5 leapt one after another, their long blades raised above their heads. Draw the blade. Raise the knife. Strike down. Swish, swish, swish. 5 beams of blade light struck down, resembling a blood-red crescent moon. The neck of the red-haired giant ape was forcefully cleaved open, blood gushing forth like rain. The colossal military spirit behind them also swung its blade at that same moment. That blade passed through the giant ape's body before exploding with a thunderous sound. Li Yuan and the 5 landed steadily. Behind them, boom. The city wall trembled and snowflakes flew everywhere. The red-haired giant ape's eyes were hollow, its gigantic body falling powerless. Xiaogang. In the sky, the old ape's smile froze. Oh, the black gold giant serpent flicked its tongue and let out a chilling laugh. Old ape, your little monkey you raised personally seems to have died a bit. Shut up. The old ape suddenly raised its head, fire igniting in its eyes. Whoosh, its figure vanished into the clouds. Buzz. Above Li Yuan and the other's, space suddenly twisted. Roar. The old ape's originally normal body swelled in the wind, transforming into a 1,000-meter giant ape in the blink of an eye. The northern city, beneath its size, was like a fence at waist height. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A massive pillar burning with magma was swung, bending under its force, carrying boundless flames downwards. Before the attack even landed, the clothes, hair, and skin of Li Yuan and the others were already scorched black by the heat wave. One warrior looked up at the magma pillar, obscuring their entire view, his voice surprisingly calm. Commander, the city is about to fall. Where's the support? Li Yuan grinned, his face and flesh charred by the heat wave. They should still be on the way. This is really fucked up. Another warrior chuckled. Should we retreat? Li Yuan retorted. Can we still retreat? The 5 exchanged glances. Then they all laughed together. Then there's nothing more to ask. Li Yuan swung his blade towards the sky. The flames burned across his face, revealing a bone-white hue. Yet he continued to smile. As long as the people are in the city, we can only hold the line. Swish, swish, swish. The other 4 warriors similarly swung their blades. As long as the people are in the city, we can only hold the line. Inside and outside the sky curtain, everyone was bloodshot. The Northern Army has no cowards. The Northern Army has no cowards. The Northern Army has no cowards. On the playground, a student finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. What about that dead wasteland emperor up ahead? The war god told you to protect the North, and this is how you protect it. Exactly. And still laying low. You've dragged it until now. Yi Chuoha stood among the crowd, enjoying the excitement, also filled with indignation. Isn't that right? What could possibly delay things? Saving your wife. Didn't you see the Northern Army has already died out? Showing off at the last moment is of no use at all. Could he possibly bring the dead back to life? Exactly. Yi Chuoha continued to echo. Behind him, Xing Yao looked at his back, her lips gently curving. But in the next moment, as if she thought of something, her face flushed, and she lowered her head. At the same moment, elsewhere in Jinling, another person stood on the precipice, cornered by the celestial screen. Lung Cece sat rigidly upright in her executive chair. Before her, the computer screen blazed with glare. In just half a day, Lung Group's market value had evaporated by 70%. Loan demand letters flooded her inbox. Suppliers gathered downstairs, clamoring for payment. Partners collectively issued termination notices. Several already negotiated projects were abruptly suspended, merely because the Dragon Sovereign Hall had declared a blacklist. Public sentiment continued to boil over. A torrent of vitriol crashed down upon her and the Lung family. Her once proud commercial empire now resembled a skyscraper whose foundations had been hollowed out, on the verge of total collapse. Blood Fox perched lightly on the armrest of her chair, its claws delicately lifting her chin with a serene, predatory smile. Do you see? It murmured. My stratagem. The celestial screen itself has already revealed its verdict. Unsolvable. Lung Cece's eyes burned crimson as she stared unblinking at the desk. With its other paw, Blood Fox flicked a small vial onto the surface, a vessel filled with scarlet liquid. The Lung Group has just suffered disgrace at the hands of the Dragon Sovereign Hall. Now the entire world knows you're a drowning dog. Want to rise again? I can help. It nudged the vial forward. This elixir guarantees human martial cultivators absolute ascension to Grand Martial Master status. And should you desire more, the demonic clans can supply even greater auxiliaries. As Blood Fox spoke, a filament of rose-pink spiritual energy slipped silently into Lung Cece's forehead. The crimson hue deepened within her irises. Leaning closer, Blood Fox whispered, soft as seduction, all you need do is smuggle us out of the city after we eliminate the war god. Well? Lung Cece remained silent, her gaze locked upon the blood-red vial, her fists clenching slowly. Why? Why must she bear the consequences of events not yet born? Why does Long Outyan's title as Dragon Sovereign entitle him to the world's allegiance? Why, after all her relentless striving, must she be trampled back into the mud? Within half a day, her breath grew ragged. The rose-pink spiritual filament dissolved completely within her eyes. In that instant, Lung Cece seized the vial from the desk. I accept. Blood Fox's smile widened, then extended a claw. Director Lung Pleasure in. Its words died mid-sentence. From the depths of the celestial screen, a languid chuckle echoed, oh dear. Running late, very late. Blood Fox snapped its head upward. In the next heartbeat, its pupils contracted violently. Boom. A pillar of incandescent magma descended like divine wrath. That colossal column, capable of obliterating the entire northern section of the city wall, halted 3 zhang above Li Yuan and his 4 companions. What arrested it was but a single finger. Silence fell across both realms, the celestial screen and the mortal world. Snow still fell, but above the battlements flakes hung suspended, held motionless by an invisible force. The camera drew slowly nearer. Within a halo of golden light, a lone figure stood before the breached rampart, his left hand clasped behind his back, his right, casually raised fingertip pressing against the sky-obscuring pillar of flame. Whoosh! Searing heat parted cleanly around his finger, cleaved as if by an imperceptible boundary. The spreading cracks in the wall's formation stilled beneath his feet. Shattered stones hung frozen midair. Even the suffocating aura of death recoiled, pressed back as though sealed by that one slender digit. Li Yuan and his comrades had braced themselves to perish with the city. Yet now they stood paralyzed, their soot-blackened faces lifted, eyes widening slowly. This, Li Yuan's mouth opened, but his throat constricted, voice lost. Is this the reinforcement our instructor mentioned? No one answered. All gazes remained fixed upon that golden silhouette. At the wall's far end, the white tiger with piercing eyes lowered its head, staring at its own arm. Every white hair stood erect. It paused. Then almost imperceptibly its lips curled upward. Merely standing there triggers my body's primal alarm. Truly, it slowly raised its head. Through layers of swirling mist, its blazing, feverish gaze locked onto the golden figure. Too exhilarating. Within the clouds, the black gold serpent reared its vertical pupils. Until now it had coiled lazily amid the strata, regarding the carnage below as little more than tedious slaughter. But now its serpentine body tensed violently, scales flaring outward, its already massive form swelling further. This was the serpent's instinctive response to mortal peril. This human, extremely dangerous. Its forked tongue flickered, its voice for the first time heavy with gravity. Yet the enraged elder ape remained oblivious, fury clouding all reason. Xiao Gang, gazing upon the crimson-furred giant ape's corpse atop the wall, its blood-red bestial eyes nearly wept gore. Black Serpent, contact the Supreme Commander. The mountainous boar demon gripping its rake, tightly, sweat streaming down its bristled brow. Brother Monkey's in danger. I'll go assist. Its words were cut short by the elder ape's roar, tearing through wind and snow. Roar. Scarlet, demonic flames erupted from its fur, instantly vaporizing the hundredly snowfield into churning white mist. The elder ape seized the magma pillar in both arms, then slammed its foot down, ripples of scorching shockwaves radiating outward through the air. Whoosh! Li Yuan strained to lift his head. Through the mist, a vast crimson shadow swept downward, none other than the elder ape's magma pillar, though now angled diagonally, slashing sideways instead of descending vertically. Little before Li Yuan could utter a warning, sharp needle-like pain prickled across his right cheek. 100-meter blade of pure gold tore through the mist, dazzling, searing. The white tiger with piercing eyes soared high, both hands gripping the blade, its face alight with manic battle lust. He. Human powerhouse, take this strike. Simultaneously, the elder ape's bellow crashed down. Insect. Pay for my grandson's life. The magma pillar bore down from the upper left, the golden blade slashed it. Even before impact, the searing heat and razor-sharp chi pressure had already branded that space, predestined as Avicii hell itself. Li Yuan raised his hand, watching his flesh peel away under the blade's edge, instantly charred black by the magma's inferno. He scoffed, feeling his consciousness sink layer by layer. The cries of battle receded, the howl of blizzard faded. Even pain began to dissolve into distance. His eyelids drifted shut, a wry twist tugged at his lips. I suppose I've crossed mountains of blades and seas of fire. Indeed. At that very instant, a thread of golden light pierced Li Yuan's forehead, yanking his fading consciousness back from the abyss. He snapped his eyes open, staring at the golden figure beside him. The magma pillar and golden blade now hovered mere inches away, yet the man stood utterly at ease, as if those two fatal strikes from celestial demons were no more than ants swiping at a dragon. Within Li Yuan's chest, the dying ember of hope suddenly roared back to life. He truly could hold the line. Crack! The response came in the next moment. The person raised both hands. With a finger from the left hand, he met the towering pillar of flames. With a finger from the right hand, he blocked the earth-splitting golden blade. Two fingers effortlessly neutralized the full force attacks of the two celestial demons. What a... The old ape and the white tiger exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, their reactions were surprisingly in sync. Roar! Ow! The furious and excited roars echoed through the heavens. The old ape erupted with demonic flames, and blue veins bulged on his arms. The battle intent in the eyes of the white tiger burned fiercely as its demonic power exploded layer by layer along the golden blade. They pressed down simultaneously. The city wall began to tremble. The entire northern border city wall rumbled. The spectators inside and outside the heavenly curtain felt their hearts tighten. Everyone sensed it. The figure cloaked in golden light seemed to furrow his brow. He was displeased. Then was he pushed back. The two celestial demons saw this, and their murderous intent surged simultaneously. Not good. Is the Emperor of the Wasteland about to fall into disadvantage? That makes sense, after all, the current Emperor of the Wasteland is just a student at most at the level of a celestial being, right? It's understandable to struggle against two demons of the same level. Stop being reasonable. I just want him to win now. Emperor of the Wasteland. Whether pretending or being arrogant, just kill these two beasts first. On the playground, the student who had been cursing the Emperor of the Wasteland clenched his fists tightly, his lips nearly bleeding. Damn the Emperor of the Wasteland. Win for me. That expression resembled someone who curses the national football team as useless, yet hopes more than anyone for them to rise to their feet. In the heavenly curtain, the black golden serpent suddenly twisted its body. Not good. Terror surged in its vertical pupils. Quick retreat. The light in Li Yuan's eyes dimmed in that instant. Did I think too much? Just as hope ignited, it was about to be crushed by reality. But in the next moment his pupils widened, and that glimmer of hope burst through his chest. The golden figure bent his fingers and flicked. Clang. A crisp sound of impact rang out. The entire world seemed to freeze for a moment. The wind stopped. The snow stopped. The roars of the beasts ceased, and the breaths of the warriors halted. In the next moment, the tips of that person's fingers glowed with 2 points of dim light, followed by boom. An endless expanse of golden light erupted instantly, flooding the entire heavenly curtain. Within the heavenly curtain, Li Yuan instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the white mist had dissipated. The pillar of flames was gone, the golden blade was gone, the old ape was gone, and the white tiger was also gone. Even the demon clan that had been slaughtering on both sides of the city wall vanished along with that golden light. The snow began to fall again, gently falling onto the ruined city wall. All the warriors on the city wall stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Their throats felt choked by this shock. Not a word could be uttered. Monkey brother. The fat pig roared angrily, suddenly turning its head. Black serpent, did you notify the president? Nothing. Its voice halted abruptly, and the space beside it was empty. The black golden serpent had long since vanished. The fat pig turned its head again. Only a shadow remained at the edge of the sky. No, no, no. We have to run. We have to run. The black golden serpent twisted its body wildly, bloodlight igniting all over, a secret technique that only appeared when the demon clan burned their essence. It had seen it clearly just now. At the moment that person made a move, the entire space had solidified. With just a flick. 2 8th-level demonic weapons, 2 celestial demons, and tens of thousands of climbing demons were all turned to dust by that single strike. That's right. It was shattered, not smashed apart by martial techniques. What does this indicate? That guy didn't even use any martial technique, spells, or true energy. Pure brute strength. As for that golden light, it was likely just a trace of aura leaking from his body. What? How can we fight? The black golden serpent didn't even have the courage to look back. It had no doubt. Even if the president personally came in front of that person, he would merely be a little bird flying slightly higher. The fat pig looked at the black serpent fleeing into the distance, its facial fat trembling violently. It couldn't care less about the accountability of the president and shouted at the top of its lungs. Sound the horn. Retreat. All demon clans withdraw 100 miles. Woo woo woo. The retreat horn sounded outside the northern border pass. In fact, even before the horn had sounded, the demons outside the city had already begun to flee. When this order spread, the demonic tide completely collapsed. The dark mass of demons fled frantically towards the distance like receding tide. The surviving warriors stood on the city wall, staring blankly at this scene. A young warrior covered in blood knelt on the ground, crying out loud. We won. Did we win? In the next second, the hoarse cries echoed from the city wall. We held the line. The northern border held. Instructor, did you see? We held the line. More warriors knelt down. They held on to their brothers who were still alive beside them, crying like a bunch of children. Some laughed and cried at the same time. Some cried and then started to laugh again. The walls were filled with wind and snow, and the ground was littered with broken armor. They had finally held the line. In the distance, the instructor who had rushed ahead of the main force was frozen in midair. In the blink of an eye, the 2 celestial demons were reduced to ashes. With just one strike, a million demons were scared off. Even the black golden serpent, which he had feared the most during his tenure, was scared into burning its essence to escape. Is this really a power that one person can possess? Instructor. Dozens of Grandmasters, old soldiers, stood on technologically advanced flying swords hovering beside the instructor. They looked anxious. Why have you stopped? Hurry up and get over there. Those little brats are still waiting for us. The instructor took a deep breath. He exhaled heavily. He raised his hands, signaling them to look ahead. The battle is already over. A veteran's face turned pale instantly. Has the city fallen? The crowd looked towards the border. What fell into their eyes was the demon clan fleeing in panic like a receding tide. The demon clan retreated. The veterans were dumbfounded. Did that brat Lu Ming bring in other? The instructor's gaze fell on the golden figure in front of the breach in the city wall. He moved his lips several times before managing to utter a sentence. Lu Ming brought in. It's a classmate of his. Classmate. Dozens of grandmasters followed his gaze. In the next second, everyone was in a daze. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of armed helicopter rotors came from within the border. Before sunset, a figure stood in midair. Dozens of old soldiers stood on flying swords. Further away, armed helicopters filled the sky, arriving slowly. On the city wall, next to Li Yuan, a warrior named Zheng Tai stared blankly at the scene before him. He had not cried at all. When Wang Weibing self-detonated, he did not shed a tear. He did not cry when Zhao Hai and the others perished without a trace. As the new recruits fell one by one under the claws of the demonic beasts, he gritted his teeth, holding back every tear. But now, watching the reinforcements that had finally arrived, and that incomprehensibly powerful golden figure, Zheng Tai felt an inexplicable sense of grievance rise in his heart. That grievance became the final drop of rain that broke the dam. Suddenly, everyone seemed to witness the tears of this strong man bursting forth, streaming down his face, which was marred with missing flesh and a charred jaw. In the next moment, he looked up fiercely, angrily questioning that golden figure. You are clearly so strong. Why did you arrive so late? Zheng Tai. Li Yuan's face changed dramatically as he pulled him back. What nonsense are you talking? The golden figure turned his head. He looked over. Zheng Tai shook off Li Yuan's hand and fixed his gaze on that golden light. In that instant of eye contact, he felt as if he could disappear at any moment. Yet he still did not avert his gaze. He held on, just to seek justice for those who could no longer speak. Could you have come any sooner? Zheng Tai's tears flowed as he pointed to the spot where the red-haired giant ape had fallen. My brothers from the same batch, in order to create an opportunity for us to kill this beast, are now reduced to nothing. He then pointed to the place where the demonic wolf had been turned to mush. Our instructor, in order to send that demonic wolf to hell, self-detonated his Dantian. He pointed again at the surviving new recruits. This group of young brothers who just enlisted. How many died under the claws of the demonic beasts just to prevent our battle from being interrupted? Do you know about all this? Zheng Tai looked around at the golden figure, and then at the arriving instructors and veterans. He choked and shouted. Why couldn't you have come sooner? Why couldn't you have come sooner? The instructor held Wang Weibing's half-broken staff, remaining silent. The veterans also lowered their heads. No one dared to meet the gaze of this junior, whose bones had been charred. This is the battlefield. Everyone who has experienced war understands. Some sacrifices cannot be avenged. Those who survive will forever be tormented by the phrase, if only we had come sooner. The deceased will never be able to stand up and voice their grievances. I hurt. At this moment, the audience, whose hearts were heavy, heard a low and restrained voice coming from within. Zheng Tai also understood that he could not blame anyone, nor did he have the right to. But the brothers who had died needed an explanation. They needed someone to stand up and speak for them. At the very least, they wanted those in the future to have a record of this part and not to be summarized by a cold sentence. The Northern Frontier Defense Line suffered a bitter battle for a day. With heavy casualties, reinforcements arrived, and the demonic tribe retreated. AI Kun's somewhat muffled voice also echoed outside the video. This segment is provided by the Dragon Country War History Department. It is a part of actual history that occurred. Comments flooded the screen. Whoa, Taigu. We saw everything. Instructor Wang, Li Yuan, Zheng Tai, Zhao Hai, Haozi. All your names deserve to be remembered. Don't summarize them with casualty numbers. They are living, breathing people. That's right. Don't let heroes be reduced to just a number. Taigu, you are right to scold these guys. Whoa. Taigu isn't angry that they came late. He is mourning for his brothers. The people who sacrificed were once the children who were scolded and made to train harder by their instructor. They weren't waiting for reinforcements, but for the hope of survival. A historical record filled with the spirits of heroes. Please don't let them die like this in history. The entire sky was weighed down by sorrow. On the playground, countless students had red-rimmed eyes. Some bowed their heads, shoulders trembling. Others gritted their teeth, holding back their cries. Even Lu Changming fell silent. Yi Chuho stood among the crowd, looking up at the sky. He wore an unusual expression devoid of his usual playful smile. Xing Yao stared at his profile for a while. She could see a faint hint of sadness in his eyes, so she quietly slipped under his arm. "My." Yi Chuhao's lips curved slightly as he looked down at her. "What's wrong?" Xing Yao shook her head, raising a small hand in front of him. "Do you want me to reach out my hand?" Yi Chuho asked tentatively. Xing Yao nodded, her eyes sparkling. Yi Chuho couldn't guess what this little stutterer was thinking. He thought she might be uncomfortable in the crowd, so he casually held her small hand, preparing to continue watching the sky. But in the next second, Xing Yao frowned, gripping his hand back. Then she gently placed Yi Chuho's hand on her head. Yi Chuho was taken aback for a moment. Xing Yao puffed out her cheeks, afraid that Yi Chuho would laugh at her, so she turned her head to the side. She stammered a bit. "Class monitor, you are smiling. Fake. Not happy at all," she struggled to say, but still made an effort to finish her sentence. "You forgot. You like. At this point, Xing Yao's cheeks turned slightly red. She encouraged herself in her heart and bravely raised her head to meet Yi Chuho's gaze. "When you are unhappy, touch my head." "Huh?" Yi Chuho chuckled softly. The memories of the other world stirred up by the sky were gently dispelled by this clumsy girl. He lowered his body, leaning towards Xing Yao. They were very close. Yi Chuho suddenly moved closer, causing Xing Yao's palms to sweat and her fair face to turn red at a visible speed. Yi Chuho smirked. His warm breath brushed against her face, making Xing Yao feel shy and want to hide. But remembering her mission, she stubbornly held her ground. Struggling with embarrassment, Xing Yao asked, What are you doing?" Yi Chuho grinned and ruffled her hair, messing it up. Little stutterer, how come you observed me so closely? You even noticed when I was unhappy." Xing Yao bit her lip, finally unable to withstand it, and turned her head away. "Huh?" This time Yi Chuho genuinely laughed. He looked at the sky, his mouth curving in a relaxed arc. "Nothing else. Who invented this little stutterer? It's so amusing." "Humph." Xing Yao secretly raised her head, giving a fierce look to the oblivious Yi Chuho. "Bad person." Though she said this, her body unconsciously leaned a little closer to Yi Chuho. She even happily stood on her tiptoes. Yi Chuho also instinctively continued to stroke her head. Everything felt so natural, amidst the atmosphere of sorrow enveloping the sky, except for the two of them. Suddenly the golden figure within chuckled. Not wrong to scold them. He glanced at those late reinforcements, his tone still languid. But at this moment that languidness was like a knife piercing into the hearts of all veterans. Being late is still being late. What do you call it? Support? Calling it collecting corpses would be more accurate. The instructor and the group of veterans stiffened simultaneously. "You?" A veteran suddenly looked up, his eyes red. "Aren't you also?" Before he could finish, the instructor shot him a glare. That veteran could only clench his fists tightly, swallowing the rest of his words back down. Li Yuan observed the suddenly tense atmosphere on sight, his expression changing. He forced his charred body forward a step. First he bowed to the golden figure. Then he turned to the instructor and the veterans. "Seniors, instructor, and all the older brothers here. This is the northern frontier city wall. The blade should be directed at the demonic tribe, not at our own people." His chest heaved violently. With each word he spoke, it felt as if he were spitting blood. Sacrifices on the battlefield are something no one wants to see. If you must blame someone, blame those beasts for being so cruel. Brothers in battle, and the older brothers who came to help. As long as they stand on this wall, as long as they fight the demons together, they are family. Family shouldn't argue in front of their own brothers' corpses. After these words were spoken, the tense expressions of the veterans finally eased a bit. Li Yuan looked at the scattered armor on the ground, his voice lowering. "After all, once a person dies, they cannot return to life. What we can do is to continue guarding for them." No. The golden figure suddenly interrupted him, still speaking in that lazy tone. "Who said that once a person dies, they cannot return to life?" Li Yuan was stunned. The instructor was also taken aback. The warriors on the wall were all stunned. The golden figure tilted his head to look at Li Yuan. Under the golden light his face was obscured, but everyone felt that he seemed to smile. "You right now? Aren't you also speaking with a dead body? Tomorrow 4 chapters will be released at once. Demon, no, you can't do this. The stored content will be completely gone. Angel, are you going back on your word?" I quietly raised my hand. "I won't go back on my word. I don't have the strength of the Heavenly Emperor. I'm afraid of being minced." The golden figure's words fell silent. Across the entire northern fortress wall, an eerie stillness descended. Only the howling wind and swirling snow remained. Li Yuan's body trembled violently. In the next instant, as if recalling something long buried, he abruptly bowed his head. My hands." His voice quavered uncontrollably. His hands were gone. More precisely, they could no longer be called hands. Only charred wrist bones remained, clad in tattered rags soaked crimson, with blood swaying faintly in the northern gale. Nothing else. Li Yuan froze, then frantically touched his own face. It was rigid. It was icy cold. No flesh. No skin. No warmth either. He could not feel his nasal bridge nor his lips, nor could he even feel the sharp ridge of his own finger bones protruding inward from beyond his eye sockets. Yet there was no obstruction, no pain. Li Yuan's motion stilled. Snow and wind settled upon his skeletal frame, slipping effortlessly through the gaps between his ribs, whispering a soft, mournful sigh. Slowly he lowered his hand and turned to gaze at the four brothers who had fought beside him until the very end. Their fingers repeatedly passed through hollow eye sockets, coming to rest upon blackened jawbones. As they touched, they all stiffened. Silence stretched thick and heavy, until at last the five exchanged glances. They finally saw one another, truly saw themselves, for what they now were. Five charred skeletons, each gripping a blade draped only in tatters stained deep red. Moments ago they had spoken, using these very frames. Spoken to demand reinforcements. Fought the crimson-furred elder ape, fleshless, unyielding. Even until the golden figure pierced the veil, none of them had realized. They had already died. When, perhaps the moment, the ancient ape swung its club against the wall. Li Yuan stood dazed, a bitter laugh escaping his hollow throat. He tilted back his skull, bony exposed, as though enduring tears long since dried up. Zheng Tai and the other three drew near. Five skeletons stood upon the shattered ramparts, behind them scattered armor, before them the retreating tide of demons. Zheng Tai looked upon the stunned veteran reinforcements, his voice hoarse. Sir, it seems that damned relief force never made it after all. He glanced down at his hollow chest cavity and gave a wry self-mocking smile. I was just thinking how to demand justice for our fallen brothers, so their deaths wouldn't go nameless. And yet, we're among them too. The wind and snow hushed, suddenly profoundly still. The five skeletons stood before the breached section of wall. All around them stood living warriors, survivors, arriving veterans, and the golden figure whose mere flick of a finger had obliterated celestial demons. Yet an invisible membrane seemed to separate them from the world. They gazed upon this city, upon its fractured defensive arrays, upon the broken blades strewn across the ground, upon their comrades, those who would never rise again. To them, everything that had just transpired might well have been but a final cherished hallucination, the vision most desired in death's threshold. They wished to see the north frontier hold, to see the demonic clans retreat, to see reinforcements arrive, to see their fallen brothers, finally peacefully, close their eyes. And so they saw it. Li Yuan drew a deep breath. But he had no lungs, no chest, nothing within that hollow cavity. The gesture was absurd, and yet achingly poignant. He looked at his four brothers, each a blackened skull, each utterly scorched. After a long silence, Li Yuan twisted his jaw into something like a grin, and said simply, It's ugly, isn't it? Zheng Tai glanced at him. And aren't you just the same? The other three paused. Then all five burst into laugh. At first rough and grating, the laughter gradually grew brittle, then hollow, until at last the wind and snow swallowed it whole. Li Yuan lifted his sword and turned to walk forward. Let's go. This may well be our last chance to truly behold this northern city. We've lived here half our lives and guarded it with our lives, half our lives. If we don't look now, we'll never get the chance. Zheng Tai and the others fell into step behind him. Five skeletons walked side by side beneath the dying sun, tattered cloth flapping in the biting wind. Charred bones crunched softly over shattered stone. I wonder how those brothers stationed above are faring. What's the point of wondering? We're dead. We can't help them now. Damn it. That brash lot, Lu Ming, Zheng Chong, and those latecomers. If I ever meet them in my next life, I'll kick their backsides raw. Ha ha ha. You'd better secure a next life first. Come to think of it, this is what the afterlife looks like. Quite convincing, this illusion. They passed before the senior commander and the veteran soldiers. Zheng Tai even murmured in quiet awe. Look, even the senior commander is here. Perfectly rendered. Indeed, it's as if we truly waited for reinforcements. At that their laughter faded once more into silence. Oh, I wonder, did the real reinforcements arrive late? On the wall, the surviving soldiers and arriving veterans only now realized, belatedly, chillingly, that the figures who had just spoken with them were five skeletons. Yet none had sensed anything amiss. A cold dread surged up from their heels, flooding their spines. Ghosts and spirits have always inspired terror in mortal hearts. But when they overheard the skeletons' quiet, self-directed words, all fear dissolved into shame, especially among the veterans who longed to strike themselves hard across the face. They had arrived too late. That single phrase pierced every veteran's heart like a blade, sharp, deep. Outside the sky, in the martyrs' cemetery, an elderly woman with graying hair sits beside a gravestone, carefully wiping the dust off the stone. Her movements are gentle, as if fearing to disturb the person beneath the gravestone. In front of the gravestone, a little girl with two bun hairstyles lifts her head, pointing at the sky and quietly asking, Grandma, those skeleton uncles look so ugly. Why is Nuan not afraid at all? The old woman's hand holding the cloth paused for a moment. She reached out her hand towards her granddaughter. The little girl ran over and obediently sat in her embrace. The old woman held her close, gazing at the steadfast photo on the gravestone, her voice soft. Is Nwan afraid of Dad? The little girl shook her head vigorously. Not afraid. In kindergarten some kids said Nwan has no one to love her, but Nwan didn't cry. Because Nwan knows I have a dad. She raised her small hand and touched the photo on the gravestone. But Dad and the uncles here can only be seen when Nwan cries looking for Dad. The old woman stiffened for a moment. She slowly turned her head, tears streaming silently from her murky eyes. There is an old saying that has always been passed down. Children can see things that adults cannot. The old woman muttered softly. Little brat, you come back, but don't let Mom see you. After cursing, she quickly wiped away her tears and touched her granddaughter's head. She pointed at the figures of Li Yuan and the others in the sky, speaking gently. Nwan, these uncles like your dad are heroes who protect us. How could they bear to scare us? The little girl nodded, somewhat understanding. Outside the sky, countless people had red eyes. Indeed, even after becoming ghosts, they are still those warriors who only think of protecting their homeland. How could it be terrifying? Inside the sky, the surviving warriors bit their lips tightly. There was a sour and blocked feeling in their throats. That was the Buddhist reaction when holding back tears. The veteran soldiers who had come to support lowered their heads, and no one spoke. The teacher slowly took off his military cap and stood straight, saluting the 5 skeletons' backs. Swish. No one spoke. The veterans saluted in unison. This salute was for the fallen juniors. It was also for the unbroken backbone of the Northern Frontier Army. The golden figure looked at Li Yuan and the others, who seemed to be taking one last look at the world, and suddenly chuckled softly. His voice was not loud, but it clearly spread across the entire city wall. Hey, are you coming back to eat later? Li Yuan paused in his steps. He did not turn around, only raised his hand and shook it. No, Senior, if this is the illusion you created for us. Thanks. Xingtai also raised his hand, shouting without looking back. Hey, that shiny guy. I just cursed you earlier, it was my mouth's fault. He'll leave the safety of the northern frontier and the brothers still alive to you. The other 3 soldiers also raised their hands. For the safety of the northern frontier, please take care of it, Senior. If there is a next life, we will return to the northern frontier. Next time we will still guard this city. The 5 skeletons walked forward under the setting sun. The charred skeletons, tattered military uniforms, and blood-stained weapons. That figure was so tragic it rendered one speechless. The golden figure watched this scene, arms crossed, and the smile on his face slowly faded away. In the next moment, as Li Yuan and the others stepped out of the boundary enveloped in golden light. Clap, clap, clap. The 5 skeletons suddenly froze, the swords in their hands hitting the city bricks one after another. Immediately after, their bodies fell forward stiffly. Ugh! Li Yuan fell to the ground, a suppressed grunt escaping his throat. Xingtai and the others also fell down one after another. At first they were still holding back, but soon the 5 skeletons began to roll on the ground. Ugh! A cry of pain escaped Li Yuan's throat. Then his entire body curled up. Pain. A pain that engulfed him. Burning, cutting, cracking bones, tearing organs. Even though he only had a skeleton left, countless pains still exploded from his remaining body, as if someone had stuffed back everything he endured before his death. Ah! Xingtai rolled on the ground, his finger bones digging fiercely into the cracks of the city bricks. Damn, it really hurts. The other 3 also beat the ground in pain. Crack, crack. The charred bone fingers struck the city bricks, making the sound of cracking bones. Li Yuan's teeth clenched tightly. He clearly had no eyelids, yet felt darkness closing in on him. His consciousness seemed to be plunging back into darkness. Suddenly the surroundings erupted with shouts. Save them. Where's the medic? Hurry, save them. A medic rushed over, looking at the 5 skeletons on the ground, his hands trembling. Commander, they are just skeletons now. There are no treatment methods. As this sentence fell, everyone's faces turned pale. Li Yuan, listening to the muffled voices around him, suddenly managed to smile. This Senior really created a complete illusion for us. Even the pain feels so real. Step, step, step. Amid the blurred voices, suddenly clear footsteps sounded. In Li Yuan's dimming vision, a ray of golden light fell. He barely saw a pair of feet stop in front of him. In the next moment, his head suddenly felt warm. Someone crouched down and placed a hand on his skull. It is a Senior. Before Li Yuan could think clearly, a warm current had already poured in from the top of his head. The excruciating pain that nearly crushed his consciousness was gradually washed away by that power. On the charred skeleton, faint golden patterns began to glow. In the originally hollow chest, a weak heartbeat seemed to echo again. Once, again. The surrounding medics widened their eyes in shock. There's life. They are showing signs of life. Everyone on the city wall turned to look at the golden figure. The voice that had originally been indistinguishable between male and female, ethereal, as if separated by thousands of years, suddenly gained a hint of warmth. He looked down at Li Yuan and the others, his tone indifferent. This emperor has called you back to eat. Aren't you coming back? The golden light suddenly brightened. On the remains of the 5 skeletons, blood and flesh began to regrow at a visible speed. In the next moment, what? That voice rang out again. Are you trying to defy the emperor's will? Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a heartbeat echoed in the endless chaos. There was no up or down, no front or back, no light, no wind, and even time seemed to have been erased. Li Yuan and the others felt as though their consciousness had been tossed into a darkness from which they would never awaken. They did not know how long they had been drifting. They also did not know if they were still alive. Until that voice fell once more. Are you defying the will of the emperor? Boom. The golden light cleaved through the chaos. 5 scattered consciousnesses gradually solidified within the golden light. First they felt a weight, then a sense of falling. It was as if their entire beings were dragged into deep water only to be suddenly yanked back out by a hand. Splash. The world seemed to be inverted as the 5 consciousnesses simultaneously fell from it. Heavy, painful cold. Along with the bloody wind and snow from the northern city, the sensations slowly seeped back into their consciousness. They saw the crumbling city walls. They saw the military doctors and veteran soldiers surrounding them. They saw the astonished faces of the surviving warriors. They also saw that golden figure looking up, lazily smiling, as if it had known all along that they would return. In the next moment, the 5 consciousnesses accurately returned to their shattered bodies. Li Yuan struggled to lift his eyelids, his vision shifting from blurred to clear. A circle of people surrounded him. The military doctors, veterans, and surviving warriors all stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the most unbelievable scene of their lives. A miracle. A miracle. This is the true living dead flesh and bones. Look, flesh is growing back. Heartbeat. They have heartbeats now. Li Yuan strained to lift his head, and that golden figure the golden light obscured its face. Li Yuan could not see his features. Yet for some reason from that golden glow, he glimpsed a fleeting faint sense of relief. It was as if someone had once stood before a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood long ago. At that time he was powerless. Now he finally had the opportunity to gently press back the old grievances buried deep in time. But that emotion only appeared for a moment. In the next moment the golden figure reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him upright. Zheng Tai and the others were similarly lifted by an invisible force. The 5 of them staggered to their feet. They looked down at their bodies. Flesh was rapidly growing over the charred bones. The burnt skin was being covered anew. In the hollow chest cavity the heartbeat grew stronger. Zheng Tai touched his own face. Warm. There was blood. There was flesh. His lips trembled and his eyes instantly reddened. We are really alive. No one answered. Because everyone on the city wall was watching them. The golden figure chuckled lightly. Do you think you looked very handsome just now? Li Yuan and the others were taken aback. The golden figure crossed his arms, his tone casual. You / the great demon king raised your sword against the celestial demons, stood up for your brothers, and then left heroically. Do you think everything is complete now? The 5 lowered their heads. They had clearly died once. Yet these few words struck them with a sense of shame, as if they were being reprimanded by their elders. But do not forget. The voice of the golden figure suddenly lowered. You are not just warriors. You are also the pillars of a family. Some are fathers, some are husbands, some are sons. Perhaps there are still people at home, keeping a light on, waiting for you to return for dinner. Aren't you going home? Li Yuan's heart jolted violently. Zheng Tai's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. He suddenly remembered the thick cotton socks his wife had stuffed into his arms before he left for duty. She had said it was cold in the north, and that wearing them would keep him warmer. Li Yuan recalled the cured meats his elderly mother sent every year. In every letter she scolded him for being ungrateful, saying she wouldn't send him any more if he didn't return. Yet every time he opened the package sent, it was always filled to the brim, as if she feared he would go hungry. The other 3 fell silent as well. Those concerns they had buried under their military uniforms, hidden beneath their iron-blooded demeanor, were gently uncovered by those words. The golden figure did not give them time to remain silent. A layer of transparent golden veil suddenly spread from his body, enveloping Li Yuan and the others. In the next second his voice suddenly turned cold. Is this city really worth guarding for you? Isn't it enough to retreat if it falls? Can't you fall back and wait for support? On the city wall the surviving warriors clenched their fists tightly. Some had tears welling up in their eyes. They knew this senior had saved the northern realm. They also knew this senior possessed overwhelming strength. But these words were too harsh, piercing their hearts. The celestial dome darkened with this scene, a large circle spinning endlessly as if stuck in loading. What's going on? Main package come out soon. What about the follow-up? Cough, cough. A soft cough came from the darkened. Dear ones, I have encountered some special circumstances here, so please wait a moment. The main package will be back shortly. No. I want to see the follow-up. As the bullet screen clamored for a while, without any response, the content quickly shifted to a debate conference regarding the Emperor of Desolation. Damn it, why is this late support blaming the warriors who fought to the death? Yes, what you said is right, he's the one who killed 2 celestial demons and scared 1,000,000 demon tribes into retreat. What's so impressive about that? Humph. I don't support your view. If I had that kind of strength on the first day, I would protect our blue star. On the second day, I would protect my blue star. On the third day, this is my blue star. Okay. Ah, that's right, if I had even 1% of the Emperor of Desolation's strength, no, even 1,000,000th, I wouldn't eat beef anymore. The bullet screen was filled with comments. Some cursed him for being arrogant. Some defended him. Others stared at that golden veil, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. In the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, there was also a commotion. Hiss. This Emperor of Desolation has a bit of a sharp tongue. Just now I thought he seemed somewhat relatable, not like a high and mighty big shot. But now it seems he's no different from those who look down on the lower classes, hypocritical. The speaker was Tang Fei from Class 3. He was also the one who had criticized the Emperor of Desolation's late arrival the most passionately. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, directly turning to his companion on the right. Old Yang, don't you think so? Old Yang tugged at the corner of his mouth. I think the Emperor of Desolation must have ulterior motives, right? Bullshit. Tang Fei exploded. Isn't it obvious? He just looks down on Li Yuan and the others. What is this? He is trampling on the brave. Old Yang's expression changed, and he covered his mouth, signaling him to look towards the Zhenguai Shi. The faces of those warriors were becoming increasingly difficult to look at. A Fei, brother, dear brother, please restrain your divine power. I don't want to be shocked anymore. Tang Fei recalled the fear from earlier when he was shocked by the electric rifle. His legs instinctively went weak. He pushed Old Yang's hand away and snorted coldly. You and I do not share the same path, so we cannot cooperate. With that, he turned and went to find his like-minded brother, the one who had been cursing the Emperor of Desolation alongside him. Brother, do you think that? Before he could finish his sentence, a small figure suddenly emerged from Yichua's arms. Xing Yao spread her arms wide, standing squarely between Tang Fei and Yichu Hao. She barely reached Tang Fei's shoulder. Her fair, delicate face still held a trace of timidity. Her soft, long hair fluttered disheveled in the wind. Her eyes reddened at the corners, tears shimmering like dewdrops in her almond-shaped gaze. Her whole body trembled with fear. Her knuckles whitened as she clutched her notebook so tightly that its pages crumpled into sharp folds. Yet she remained rooted there, like a fledgling bird trembling with terror, yet instinctively spreading its wings to shield another. Tang Fei gazed upon this girl, clean-browed, timid, and breathtakingly beautiful, and felt inexplicably an urgent protective impulse stir deep within him. The phrase he habitually tossed off, women only slowed down the speed of drawing my blade, nearly shattered into dust in that very instant. The next moment, he shook his head sharply. No, his mother had been right all along. The more beautiful the woman, the more perilous she was. His Dao heart had nearly fractured under her presence. Frowning, Tang Fei demanded, Hey you, what do you think you're doing? Don't block my conversation with this gentleman. Step aside. As those words fell, Xing Yao trembled even more violently. Yet she bit down hard on her lower lip, then summoned every ounce of courage she possessed, and cried out, her voice trembling but resolute. You, don't bully our class monitor. Though her voice was soft, it drew glances from students nearby who'd paused mid-stroll. Beyond the crowd, Yin Song's ears twitched, his eyes lit up instantly. He nudged Yichen beside him. Come on, let's go. There's drama unfolding. Yichen didn't move. His brow remained furrowed, fixed intently upon the sky screen. Yin Song glanced at him, and immediately understood this man was still ruminating over the ancient Heaven Emperor's cryptic words moments earlier. Verdict delivered, a classic case of denial with action. A second-generation military scion through and through. Without hesitation, Yin Song slipped quietly into the gathering crowd. The moment he squeezed inside, he saw Tang Fei roll his eyes at Xing Yao and mutter dismissively, Crazy. Then Tang Fei attempted to sidestep her and approach Yichu Hao. Yin Song's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, how could he insult such an adorable girl? And she was from Class 9. Was this tolerable? Just as he prepared to charge forward, something caught his eye. His extended leg froze midair and retracted. In the center of the scene, Xing Yao stood stunned. Her hard-won courage had been met with a careless, cutting rebuke, and the fragile shell she'd built cracked open. Tears slid silently down her porcelain cheeks. Tang Fei sneered. Humph. Women, you think you can shatter my Dao heart? Not a chance. He strode past her without pause. Xing Yao clenched her lips, straining to shift position once more to block him again. But according to the physical assessment records, both she and Yichu Hao ranked at the very bottom of Class 9 in Chi vitality. And she'd always been timid. That single cry had drained every last reserve of her strength. The moment she tried to move, her legs buckled beneath her. Hey, brother. Tang Fei raised his hand and grinned at Yichu Hao. I've got something to tell you. Mid-sentence. His voice choked off, suddenly utterly as though an invisible hand had seized his throat and crushed it shut. Yi Chuhao stepped forward and gently gathered the collapsing Xing Yao into his arms. He looked down at the tearful, stammering girl nestled against his chest, then lifted his gaze. All mirth had vanished from his eyes. Tang Fei's heart stopped dead. That glance, cold, indifferent, absolute, pierced him like dust observing dust. His Dao heart splintered in that instant, reduced to irretrievable ash. Only one thought blazed through his mind. Mom, you warned me beautiful women were dangerous, but why didn't you warn me that behind every dangerous woman stood a man infinitely more terrifying? Yi Chuhao spoke calm and low. What did you wish to say? The silence restriction lifted. Plop. Tang Fei's knees gave way. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping raggedly for air. Students nearby turned curiously. Hey, isn't that Tang Fei from Class 3? Why is he sitting on the floor? Look, over there, isn't that Class 9's monitor? It really is. The so-called monitor of Class 9. All looks no chi vitality. But wait, didn't those two from Class 9 just say the principal suspects he's the ancient Heaven Emperor? Nonsense. I've got insider intel. The principal tested him personally. He has no meridians whatsoever. Even if he's hiding something, he couldn't possibly be that kind of existence. Oh, I see. So why's Tang Fei terrified like that? Probably made his girlfriend cry, then realized she's Class 9's monitor and panicked. TSK tisk, scared stiff by a useless monitor. He's seriously overreacting. Tang Fei heard the murmurs, and his face burned crimson. Humiliating. Utterly humiliating. Class 9's monitor. The one rumored to be the least likely candidate for a hidden powerhouse. The genuine article of mediocrity. Had he truly been cowed by him? Rage surged through him. Hold on. What exactly do you mean by that? Tang Fei jerked his head up fiercely. Who is she to you? Her crying. What does it have to do with me? You dare glare at me? Halfway through his tirade, Yi Chuhao's icy gaze fell upon him once more, and Tang Fei froze rigid again. He felt himself about to be pulverized into oblivion. Once could be illusion. Twice. Damn it. He'd stumbled upon unbreakable bedrock. This man was absolutely not weak. Others couldn't perceive the crushing pressure directed solely at Tang Fei. They only saw him cut off mid-sentence, speechless. A wave of confusion rippled across the onlookers. Then a hushed voice broke the silence. Psst, stop staring. The tyrant Lu is coming. Faces paled. Eyes snapped away. No one dared intervene. Lu Changming arrived. Ruler's cane in one hand, thermos in the other. At Jinling Martial Academy, Lu Changming wielded authority equal to that of the grade-level discipline director. More crucially, his legendary protectiveness toward Class 9 was known campus-wide. Anyone who maliciously provoked his students faced consequences. Light punishment meant a 30% reduction in martial resources. Severe penalties included mandatory gravity chamber training, mandatory beast dissection reports, and exhaustive martial history examinations, a dreaded triad. As Lu Changming approached his first sight, with Xing Yao weeping softly in Yi Chuhao's arms. His brows knotted tightly. What happened? Silence. His voice dropped heavy and resonant. I asked what happened. Tang Fei found his voice restored, and wasted no time resisting. He scrambled upright, eyes fixed firmly on the ground. It's nothing, sir. I accidentally upset that young lady. I'm sorry, I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, he bowed deeply toward Xing Yao. You upset my student. Lu Changming tightened his grip on the ruler. Which class? Name. Class 3, Tang Fei. Your martial resources will be reduced by 30% for 1 week. Yes, sir. Tang Fei nodded frantically, not daring a single word of protest. All he wanted now was to vanish from that place. But a student nearby bristled inwardly. Was this fair? Could Lu Changming punish students from other classes with a single command? Teacher, this isn't right. A boy stood up, pointing at Yi Chuhai and Xing Yao. I saw it clearly just now. Tang Fei wanted to talk to your class monitor, and that girl suddenly blocked his way. She shouted, "Don't bully the class monitor," and then inexplicably cried. What did Tang Fei do wrong? He just casually called her crazy, right? You actually want to deduct his resources for a week. Is that necessary? And if I remember correctly, our Jinling Martial Arts School prohibits early relationships, right? He pointed at Yi Chuhai and the others. They are already hugging each other. This is a serious violation of school rules. You don't punish them, but rather penalize an innocent student. Where is the justice? Where are the school rules? What is the meaning of you being a teacher? The onlooking student's eyes brightened. How satisfying. In the crowd, Yin Sung shook his head, looking at the boy with pity. TSK. This guy is in trouble. Lu Changming slowly raised his head. What did you just say? He tightened his grip on the ruler, making a creaking sound. You said my classmate Xing Yao was speaking loudly. And then she cried. The boy was startled, feeling a bit uneasy. Teacher, don't take my words out of context. Is that the key point? The key point is that your classmate was in a relationship, and you didn't punish him, but you penalized others. Shut up. Lu Changming shouted coldly. The boy's throat tightened. Lu Changming stared at him, his gaze chillingly intimidating. Do you know what that child is going through? She came to school with severe social anxiety disorder. I spent 3 years gently guiding her. Finally, she dared to look people in the eye. Finally, she dared to talk to her classmates. Today, she gathered the courage to stand up and protect the class monitor. You tell me she was insulted with crazy. Lu Changming's chest heaved violently, and his vision blurred. Did these students from Class 9 really make a fuss from the very beginning? Of course not. Half of them were silent and vacanted when they first entered the class, as if they couldn't see tomorrow. It was him. It took him 3 whole years to gradually pull them out of their corners. He didn't expect them to be some divine emperor, dragon king, or war god. He only hoped that these children could face life bravely as normal people after leaving school. He could see that their fractures were almost mended. Now someone had torn open a new wound in front of him. Lu Changming suddenly looked at Tang Fei. Tang Fei, right. From now until the college entrance examination ends, your martial arts resources will be cut by 50%, effective immediately. Not even the principal can change this. Tang Fei bowed frantically. Yes, I have no objections. Teacher, can I leave now? Lu Changming coldly, get out. All right. Tang Fei felt as if he had received a pardon and turned to run. All eyes turned to the boy who had bravely spoken up. The boy froze. No, dude. I came out to support you. You ran away. You sold me out with such a huge advantage. Damn. The surrounding students also fell silent. Yin Song almost laughed out loud. And you? Lu Changming turned to look at him. You seem very unconvinced. You said those two were in an early relationship, right? The boy's legs felt a bit weak. But having said this much, he couldn't back down. He couldn't retreat. If he backed down today, how would everyone resist Lu the tyrant's unequal treatment in the future? No. Even if he gets punished today, he must stand up. For the sake of a fair world. The student took a deep breath, steeled himself, and said, Is there a problem if I say they are in a relationship, eh? The onlooking students looked at him with admiration. Bro, that's great. Dude, if this works out, you'll be a god in my... Lu Changming looked down and sneered. Good. Very good. Excellent. The next moment, he suddenly looked up. Do you know what their relationship is, eh? They are both orphans. They came from the same orphanage. They are each other's only family. What's wrong with a hug? Did it consume your rice? Is it a violation of school rules for a brother and sister to hug? The student's expression, which was once fearless, froze on the spot. It's over. The last trump card was revealed. With the brother-sister relationship laid bare, what argument could be made? Yi Chuhai. Lu Changming called out, simultaneously winking frantically at him. Come here. Tell him what Xing Yao means to you. Little brat. Don't answer randomly. You can graduate and get married. Right now I'm taking the heat for you against the school rules. If you answer incorrectly, this group of students will really explode. All eyes were on Yi Chuhai. Xing Yao also raised her teary eyes from his embrace, anxiously gripping her notebook. Lu Changming's hint. The despair of the leading student. The curiosity of the onlooking students. And the little stutter's careful anticipation hidden beneath the mist. Yi Chuhai saw it all. He suddenly smiled. He lifted his hand and gently placed it on Xing Yao's head. Lu Changming's mouth twitched. The despair in the leading student's eyes instantly ignited hope. The onlooking students began to excitedly rub their fists. Yi Chuhai looked down at Xing Yao. The little flicker of light in her eyes was gradually brightening. Thus he bent down and picked her up in a horizontal embrace. Aunt. Xing Yao stiffened and hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck. Surrounding students widened their eyes. Lu Changming's expression froze. Xing Yao's cheeks instantly flushed. She buried her head into Yi Chuhai's neck, too shy to look at anyone. Yet in her heart it was as if a little deer was bumping around, making her feel dizzy. Oh, this guy? Truly shameless. But, oh so happy. Quick, say it. Quick. The surrounding students began to chant. They weren't scholars, nor were they offering blessings. They needed a legitimate reason and opportunity to overthrow the tyranny of Lu. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Chuhai's lips curled up. He held the girl in his arms and looked around the crowd. Class 9 Xing Yao is my wife. The scene fell silent for a second. The next moment the sound erupted. Cheers, screams, and applause surged like waves. What the hell? He admitted it. He admitted it. Lu the tyrant. How are you going to protect now? The leading boy covered his eyes and laughed back. Ha ha ha. Lu the tyrant. Look at your students. What brother-sister relationship is this? This is a husband and wife. He abruptly dropped his hands, glaring fiercely at Lu Changming. While casually punishing other students, you favor your class students. You as a teacher are just like that damn divine emperor in the heavens. You treat rules and ordinary people as things that can be trampled at will. You are unworthy of your position. After a brief silence, the playground erupted as more students were swept up in emotion, shouting, unworthy of your position. Unworthy of your position. Unworthy of your position. Virtue unworthy of position. At that cry, the scene ignited like a spark striking tinder. Then the crowd erupted instantly. And students who had moments earlier been mere spectators were now swept up by surging emotion, raising their arms in unison and roaring aloud. Yin Song mingled within the throng, shouting twice before his mind suddenly cleared. His entire body froze. And damn, and what the hell am I doing? His expression shifted instantly. He looked up again. Surrounding old Lu and the other two stood a ring of students tightly encircling them like hunters closing in. It's over. The floor of our class combat capability has been surrounded. And realizing that lingering as a bystander would almost certainly spell disaster, Yin Song didn't hesitate. He plunged headlong against the tide, sprinting toward the temporary cafeteria. Meanwhile, Table 9 had already noticed the commotion outside. And, Yin Song, you little turtle son, what's happening over there? Yi-chan, just returning from gazing at the sky screen, instinctively turned his head, only to find Yin Song's former spot utterly empty. And he scanned the temporary cafeteria once more, but saw no sign of him. Yi-chan frowned slightly and lowered his voice, addressing Luo Ji, the studious class representative buried in a book behind him. Hey Luo Ji, where's Yin Song? And Luo Ji adjusted his black-rimmed glasses without lifting his eyes from the worn volume in his hands. No reply. Naichen was long accustomed to this man's aloofness. With a light cough, he bent low and whispered into the curly-haired mass beside him and his Xiao AI assistant. Zzz. And the curls shuddered wildly, then coalesced into the delicate form of a young girl. Ding. Voice print verification in progress. Ding. Secondary authorization confirmed. Yi-chan, safety commissioner of Class 9. And upon successful verification, the girl immediately planted her hands on her hips, tilted her chin upward, and assumed an insufferably smug expression. Little Yi, speak plainly. What business brings you before Xiao AI, the omniscient, omnipotent deity of the cosmos? And under ordinary circumstances, Yi-chan would have already snatched her from his crown and given her a thorough shaking. But not now. And Yin Song had vanished. And that man was the sole person in class who knew Yi-chan's true identity. And what troubled Yi-chan most wasn't his loose tongue, but rather the dread that in one of his exuberant boasts, Yin Song might accidentally utter something suspicious, something his long-dead father's spectral ear could still catch. That would be catastrophic. And Xiao AI, tell me now, where did Yin Song go? You must address me as Xiao AI. And before she could finish, Yi-chan produced a dagger from nowhere and flashed it with a cold, quiet smile. Would you prefer I dismantle this freshly assembled form back into a tangled mess or perhaps strip you bare again? And the girl instantly covered herself, even though she possessed no corporeal anatomy whatsoever. Fine, fine, fine. He rushed over there to join the loudest mob, and she pointed emphatically toward the epicenter of the uproar. Nai-chen's face darkened, and there a dense sea of students had already sealed off the area completely. Disaster. And had that turtle son truly charged straight in. Just as Yi-chan prepared to bolt outward, a familiar figure caught his eye, emerging from the crowd like a fish breaching water. Yin Song staggered forward twice, then broke into a frantic full-speed sprint as if pursued by a blade-wielding specter. Bang. And he crashed headfirst into the cafeteria, slamming hard onto the stainless steel table, sending every rice bowl rattling violently. Turtle son, what in blazes have you done? And Yin Song's face was flushed with urgency. He gasped heavily. And everyone, grab your weapons. Class leader Xing Yao and old Lu, they've been surrounded by other students. And what? And the entire Class 9 snapped their heads up. And Yin Song had no time to explain. He raised his hand sharply. Clatter, clatter. A cascade of radiant battle weapons materialized midair, crashing onto the table in dazzling profusion, nearly buckling the surface beneath their weight. And hurry, pick one. If we don't move now, our two leaders will be lost forever. And with that, he seized a level 7 war hammer and charged forth, leading the charge himself. Yi-chan stared at the arsenal spread across the table. His eyelid twitched violently. And damn, Naviri's single weapon was level 7, and each would fetch no less than 100 million on the open market. This table alone held well over 100 pieces. And Turtle Son, did you plunder my imperial treasury? And if so, I'll have no choice but to seize your assets, and do it with profound sorrow. While he stood frozen in disbelief, Han Li had already appeared before the table, his hands moving so fast they blurred, snatching weapons with furious speed. Yi-chan jolted awake and roared in, Old Demon Han, you're taking way too many. Leave some for me, you bastard. And the rest of Class 9 surged forward, a chaotic, ravenous scramble. Only Luo Ji remained entranced, lost deep within a tattered book whose cover bore only fragmented characters. Human intelligence, and above him Xiao AI bounced frantically, yet dared not disturb her master. In the next instant, the curly mass whooshed outward, landing as the girl who dashed forward on stubby legs. And hey, you second-class subjects, leave one for Xiao AI, the divine sovereign. And meanwhile, chaos had fully consumed the scene. The youth leading the mob swept his gaze across the faces around him, faces inflamed by his own incitement, before fixing his eyes upon Lu Changming, whose expression had grown steadily darker. He felt his blood surge fiercely toward his skull. In UVE, all played Legendary Pilot and Golden Miner, haven't you? And wasn't it exhilarating? But he could now state with absolute certainty what he felt right now surpassed the thrill of either role by 100-fold. And that euphoric, weightless sensation lifted him high above earth, into celestial clouds. In this moment, he truly believed himself the hero who rose to overthrow tyranny. And he would be enshrined in Jinling Martial Academy's official annals. He would be recounted endlessly by juniors and seniors alike. And he would become the brightest name in today's righteous reckoning. And he closed his eyes slowly, spreading his arms wide, the ecstatic surge in his chest threatening to burst forth. When he opened them again, his face radiated solemn righteousness. He lifted his gaze toward Lu Changming and the others, and thundered in, Lu the tyrant, and now, you will answer for this. The surrounding students echoed his cry, raising fists skyward. In answer. But before that wave of sound crested, a deafening roar exploded from the periphery. Swear your mother. Students at the edge whirled around, eyes bulging like copper bells, as curses flew unchecked. Shit. Damn it. Scatter. Class 9s charging in, with swords drawn. Instantly vast swaths of the crowd scattered in panic. At the vanguard surged a lone figure, swinging a radiant war hammer in a dizzying spinning charge. Nice. Swinging while charging. Spinning and charging, simultaneously. What hellish abomination is that? Onlookers paled, scrambling sideways on hands and knees. Shoo. The youth abruptly halted his spin, leaving a shallow crater in the emerald grass beneath his boots. Then with centrifugal force he hurled the hammer skyward. It arced high, hurtling toward the center of the field. Old Yi, launch me, coming. Nai Chun lunged forward, hurling his spear precisely half a meter behind the youth. Clang. The spearhead struck obliquely into the ground, its shaft vibrating violently. Yin Tsung stamped down, planting his foot firmly atop the trembling shaft, then drove his weight downward. The spear bent instantly into a perfect crescent moon. Whoosh. The next breath he launched himself skyward like a cannonball. Midair he intercepted the descending hammer with flawless precision, gripped it in one hand, grinned, and brought it down in a devastating overhead strike upon the lead student below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. None after another Class 9 leapt, using the spear as a springboard. They executed synchronized pole vaults, clearing the outer ring of students like blue-silver acrobats. Hey, wait for this great Shao AI, the curly-haired girl sprinted desperately forward on tiny legs, dragging a dagger behind her hair, flying wildly in her agitation. Hey, I'm not aboard yet. Her voice shot up in pitch. Nai Chun last to leap, snatched her up in one fluid motion, and pressed down hard on the spear shaft. As the spear rebounded skyward, he yanked it free and vanished with the recoil. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All students looked up. The last sliver of sunset had vanished beyond the horizon, night unfolding gradually across the sky. Pale moonlight and starlight hung high above, while Class 9 soared through the air, each wielding radiant battle weapons perfectly aligned, like a meteor shower rising defiantly against the dying sun. So beautiful. They've come to rescue us. Xing Yao rested in Yi Chu Hao's arms, gazing upward, her eyes shimmering with reflected starlight. Those brats. Lu Changming slowly relaxed his grip on the disciplinary ruler, though his lips twitched faintly upward. Their timely arrival counts as salvation. Nai Chu Hao glanced down at Xing Yao, and a subtle smile curved his mouth. From now on, let's exploit them a little less. The entire venue stood stunned by this sudden artificial meteor shower, except the lead instigator, whose arrogance rapidly dissolved into raw terror. What the hell? What's beautiful about this? They all coming straight for me. Damn. They're trying to kill me. Ni's name was Chun Ming, a senior student in Class 2. At that moment, the flush of adrenaline had yet to fade from his face, while terror erupted deep within his eyes. Chun Ming whirled and fled. Ni's shoe soles skidded violently across the grass, nearly splitting him in two. Yet he cared nothing for dignity. Above him, a cascade of shimmering light had already enveloped his entire body. That was no single person. It was the entire Class 9, wielding grade 7 battle weapons, plummeting down upon him from midair. Ha-ha. Na deranged, booming laugh suddenly echoed from the heights. Students on the playground jerked their heads upward. Their Class 9 had soared to their apex, hurtling earthward at breakneck speed. The laughter emanated from one boy. His clothes rumpled, his hair wild, as if freshly struck by lightning. It's Li Shuiwang, the mad psychological counselor of Class 9. What's he doing? The crowd squinted. The next second they saw Li Shuiwang produce a 7-colored bronze bell from his sleeve. Its hue was unnervingly vivid, strange crooked engravings spiraled across its surface, so unsettling that many felt chills crawl up their spines. Li Shuiwang bared his teeth in a grin. Ha! Run, in, where could you possibly run, in, behold. The honorable you lord summoned to apprehend this wretch. As the words fell, Nei violently shook the bell. Dang! 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 And at the instant the chime exploded, Chen Ming, still sprinting, felt an invisible iron mallet slam into his skull. Yuang, in darkness, swallowed his vision, his body seized up completely. Ni's left foot thrust forward, while his right leg twisted sideways, utterly beyond his control. Thud! Ni's face met the playground's asphalt in a brutal, unmediated collision. In pain jolted him back to awareness. Ha ha ha! In can't run now, can you? No time to dwell on pain. Now arrived the celestial tier cultivation technique of ancient subject physics in SVT. In the 2 seconds he'd been unconscious, Chun Ming instantly deduced that Class 9 had already closed to within 10 meters above him. He flicked upright, pupils contracting sharply, and above him dozens of silhouettes swung radiant, blazing weapons straight toward his head. Damn, and damn. In Chun Ming scrambled backward on all fours, kicking frantically. And all trace of his earlier defiance, his aura as a rebel leader, had vanished. He looked like a mutated zombie. Madman, and the whole of Class 9 is insane. And we only wanted answers. And is it really necessary to mobilize the entire class, each brandishing a grade 7 battle weapon, to hack me down? His jaw trembled, his mind screamed, a raw, unraveling torrent of panic. Yet the more he retreated, the deeper his despair sank. In Class 9's descent was too swift. He stood no chance of escaping their strike radius. Realizing flight was futile, Chen Ming stopped retreating altogether. And he plopped himself onto the ground and gazed upward at the descending legion of Class 9. In that instant his gaze turned desolate, his voice solemn and heroic. Remember this, everyone. I, Chun Ming, perish this day for the sake of toppling tyranny. The surrounding students froze. And then, like tinder catching flame, their emotions ignited. Senior Chun, Brother Chun, we'll never forget you. Rest in peace, Senior. Many shouted until tears welled in their eyes. And truly, Jiahao's crew indeed. To an outsider unaware of context, Class 9 might well seem a campus underworld syndicate. Yen Tsung, suspended midair, heard those words, and burst into furious laughter. Damn. Not even old Long ever posed so grandly, yet this brat dares play the martyr. He raised his massive hammer high, then brought it crashing down toward Chen Ming. Chen Ming's throat went dry, his fingers still quivered, yet he lifted his chin, meeting Yen Tsung's gaze hidden from below. He was gambling, and even madmen of Class 9 wouldn't dare kill. Boom, and the hammer slammed past his ear. Turf detonated. Mud and shredded grass sprayed across Chun Ming's face. Shush, shush, shush. The next breath the rest of Class 9 strikes rained down in rapid succession. Blades sliced past his shoulders, burying themselves deep into the earth. Swordlight skimmed his pant leg. Nan axe crashed beside his feet, jolting both legs numb. Each blow grazed him, yet none truly struck home. Chun Ming's rigid shoulders gradually relaxed, a faint involuntary smile tugged at his lips. Nade guessed right. These were mere theatrics, bluster without bite. They dared not strike in earnest. And he, Chen Ming, not only led students against Tyrant Liu, but now stood defiant before Class 9's full cadre of thugs, unbroken, unyielding. This round, Nade won gloriously. Just as his pride swelled to near bursting, a shrill, piercing whistle sliced through the air. Shum. Chen Ming snapped his head upward. Na's spear descended from the heavens. Ni's scalp prickled, summoning every ounce of speed he possessed. He executed a desperate lightning-fast crunch. The spear pierced inches beneath his crotch, its tip impaling a strip of fabric and pinning it firmly to the ground. Chen Ming froze, cold sweat drenching his back in an instant. Thud. Na figure landed before the dissipating dust cloud. Nai Chen seized the still vibrating spear shaft. Shwaish, and the spearhead flicked upward. The dust parted under the spear's wind. The icy point halted, motionless, mere millimeters from Chun Ming's throat. Nai Chen loomed over him, eyes glacial and cold. You led them in besieging Elder Liu and his men. Frost crept along the blade's edge. The students who moments ago cried out in righteous fury fell silent, abruptly, utterly, as if a hand had clamped shut their throats. Yi Chen spoke each word with deliberate weight. Do you truly believe Class 9 has no one? Upon his shoulder perched a tiny girl woven from hair, clutching a dagger like a great sword, and letting out a fierce, infantile snort. Insolent wretch, do you truly think Class 9 is weak? Chen Ming's blood ran cold, and he swept his gaze around. Class 9 had all landed. Yen Tsung bore his colossal hammer. Zhugo Wangye smiled faintly, twirling a small banner in his fingers. NSU Huang narrowed her eyes, idly spinning a gourd in her palm. N. Each held a luminous battle weapon, eyes burning with dangerous crimson light staring down at him with contempt. In gulp. Chen Ming swallowed hard, dry mouth, and opened his mouth to speak. Yi Chun. Yin Song suddenly roared, hefting his hammer and charging forward. Why waste breath on this turtle sperm? Didn't he proclaim he'd die to overthrow Elder Lu? Then grant his wish. Nai Chen's expression darkened. Yin Song. You fool, don't. Clang. And the hammer smashed squarely into the spear's butt end. Yi Chun, caught off guard, lost his grip. The spear flew from his hands, arcing as a streak of light passed Chun Ming's throat. A thin line of blood sprayed forth. The spear pierced his right shoulder, dragging him backward airborne, until he slammed pinned against the goalpost at the edge of the field. Blood traced down his neck. The spear shaft still hummed with resonance. And the entire field fell deathly silent. Students who moments before had shouted, unworthy of position, topple tyranny, rest in peace, senior, stood frozen, rigid as statues. Their eyes widened, staring at Chun Ming impaled upon the post, minds utterly blank. And they'd cried rest in peace, senior, merely because the mood demanded it. Two instinctive shouts, nothing more. But now, looking at him there, their senior truly seemed ready to depart. In the next moment the playground erupted in screams. Something has happened. Class 9 has killed someone. Run fast. The once united rebel forces quickly fell into chaos. Some stumbled. Some screamed. Others crawled and rushed out. On the door frame, Chun Ming's eyes struggled to move. He squeezed out a wheezing voice from his throat. I am not dead yet. Help. Help me. He raised his hand. He wished that those students who had just shouted would remember him, turn back, and lend him a hand. But no one did. Everyone was too busy escaping. Class 9 went from being revered by thousands to being ignored by all with just one gunshot. Yilong stood with his hands behind his back, quietly observing the scene. The deputy's expression changed slightly. Sir, should we intervene? It seems to have escalated over there. Yilong's gaze remained calm. His perception had already swept over Chun Ming's injuries. The wounds were terrifying, there was a lot of blood, but the vital areas were avoided. That kid swinging the big hammer has some hidden skills. Lin's disciple is over there. He won't be in any danger. The deputy's pupils constricted slightly. Is that the divine doctor mentioned in the sky, Lin Shaoi? Lin Fan had been brought to the National Guardian Academy by Lin Lao when he was about 10 years old. At that time his medical skills could bring back anyone as long as they still had a breath left, nearly bringing a group of white-haired military doctors to their knees in respect. Now 7 or 8 years later his medical skills would only be more terrifying. Yilong nodded slightly. Send a squad to maintain order and prevent a stampede. The deputy immediately stood at attention. Yes. He turned and gave orders. Squad 1. Maintain order. Yes. The soldiers of the National Guardian Academy quickly moved in. Soldiers equipped with stun guns formed a human wall on the outskirts of the chaos. Yilong glanced at Class 9's location, his eyes narrowing slightly. This is a good opportunity to observe Class 9. Just how much did these kids hide? And who was the Emperor of... Moreover, his gaze crossed over the chaotic crowd, landing on the boy with a strange creation resting on his shoulder. Yi Chun was staring grimly at Yin Song. Yilong murmured softly, "You little rascal. Could it be you?" On the other side, the soldiers of the National Guardian Academy had formed a human wall blocking the fleeing students. Halt! The cold reprimand rang out. The panicked students crashed into the human wall, then were forcibly pushed back. "Sir, let us go. Something's happened inside. Class 9 really attacked. They're all mad." Some students cried out, trying to pull at the soldiers' arms. In the next moment, click, a row of stun guns was simultaneously loaded. The soldiers remained expressionless, their gun barrels lowered, yet radiating an air of undeniable intimidation. "This is your final warning. Step back." Swish, swish, swish. As the soldiers of the National Guardian Academy lowered their gun barrels, the students originally crowded in front of them instantly retreated. A full meter. They retreated faster than when the bell rang for lunch. Clearly the psychological shadow of being hit by one of those things weighed heavily on their minds. After all, getting shot by one of those things would likely lead to an immediate loss of control. They decisively chose the former option between potentially losing their lives and definitely losing face. As the saying goes, one can die, but one must not lose face. They would rather stay a bit closer to Class 9 than leave behind an irredeemable black mark in front of the entire school. As the crowd retreated, the center of the playground instantly cleared. The members of Class 9 stood in a circle with their 7th-level battle weapons glimmering in the night. Chen Ming was still pinned to the goalpost. Blood flowed down from his shoulder, his face pale, lips trembling, and the light of overthrowing tyranny in his eyes was gone. He opened his mouth wanting to shout for help, but upon seeing the expressions of the people in Class 9, he forcefully swallowed the words back down. Yin Song was shouldering a large hammer, using his other hand to scratch his ear. Hey old Yi, how should we deal with this kid? Yi-Chen took a deep breath, intending to suppress his anger at this guy's sudden outburst. But the more he inhaled, the angrier he became. In the next moment, he suddenly turned his head, gritting his teeth and roaring. We are here to support, not to kill. I genuinely want to smack Yin Song on the head with a gun. I haven't figured out the ins and outs of Chun Ming's situation yet. If someone actually dies, the justification Class 9 originally had will be instantly torn apart by public opinion. At that point, Lu Changming, Yi Chuhai, and Xing Yao would all be dragged down. Yin Song disdainfully flicked his fingers. Hey, you've just been a second generation for too long, thinking too much and considering this and that. Do we really need to go through the process of mediation? In the end, all we'd get is an apology. What good isn't that just disgusting for us? Old Lu and the class leaders still suffer the humiliation. I hate apologies after the fact. Revenge on the spot is the true principle. That's right, that's right. Zhuge Wang smiled and nodded, gently shaking a small flag in his hand. What the virtuous Yin Song said has some truth to it. No, no, no. Yin Song's eyes lit up and he straightened his back. Look, even the chancellor says I'm virtuous. Yi Chen's temples throbbed. Damn it, what he means by virtuous is just a title the same as how monks call don't. Do you really think that your virtue has increased? He shouldered his dagger, and AI had a face of disdain as she shook her head. Tisk tisk tsk. Lack of culture is truly frightening. Yin Song's smug expression momentarily froze. He cleared his throat and forcibly brought the topic back. All right, let's get back to the main issue. How should we deal with this kid? Long Outyin had left. Lu Ming was still staring at the loading screen in the sky. The class leader was also a party to this. Among the group that rushed over to support, only Yi-Chen, the safety officer, still had some authority. First, Yi-Chen was about to speak when his voice suddenly halted. It was as if he suddenly remembered something, his body stiffening for a moment. In the next second, he lowered his voice, gritting his teeth as he looked at Yin Song. You little rascal. Did you just shout my name super loudly? Yin Song's originally casual stance straightened in an instant. He instinctively wanted to turn back to look at the high platform. Yi-Chan pressed down on his shoulder, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Don't turn back. Cough, I was just excited. I forgot your dad. Forgot that your elder was still up there. Yi-Chen closed his eyes. He genuinely wanted to pin this guy to the doorframe with a gun. On the high platform, his deadbeat father was definitely watching. That shout from Yin Song had likely drawn Yilong. Yi-Chan felt a weight in his heart. This blame cannot fall on me. At the very least, I can't let Yilong continue to focus on me. He waved at a few people in the class who could communicate normally. Yin Song, Han Li, Lin Fan, and Zhuge Wang quickly gathered around. Yin Song hurriedly moved closer. The few of them formed a small circle. Yi-Chen leaned down, his voice extremely low. I have some personal reasons right now, so I can't be in the spotlight. But I have a great idea. Quick, tell me. Yin Song leaned in immediately. Yi-Chen's lips slowly curled up. Let the class leader handle it. Yin Song was taken aback. Huh, we are here to support him. No. Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes. Haven't you noticed a problem? Han Li responded quickly. He is too useless. Yi-Chen glanced at him. A flicker of light passed through Han Li's eyes. He is useless to the extreme. Right. Yi-Chen nodded. So useless that he doesn't even seem useless. Yin Song scratched his head, his gaze clear enough to raise blood pressure. But hasn't the principal verified it? Zhuge Wang shook his head and chuckled. Not necessarily. The world has countless secret methods. There must be one that can conceal the meridians. The group fell silent at the same time. In the next moment, Yin Song gasped in surprise. Hiss. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit like that. Lin Fan's eyes also glimmered with interest. Yin Song, tell us everything that just happened from start to finish. Yin Song immediately recounted the events involving Xing Yao's protector Tang Fei's careless words, Yi Chihao causing Tang Fei to lose his voice twice, and Lu Changming's arrival along with Chun Ming inciting the students. After listening, Han Li narrowed his eyes. The class monitor definitely has issues. Everyone in Class 9 knew. Yi Chihao and Xing Yao were essentially a confirmed pair. Xing Yao suffered from severe social anxiety and was not good at speaking. However, she was very observant. Whenever it was her turn for duty, the usually boisterous Class 9 would instinctively tone it down. She had sat beside Yi Chihao for 3 years and understood him better than anyone. Not to mention, they were childhood sweethearts from the same orphanage. What do you mean? Yin Song still couldn't grasp it. Yi-Chen gave him a sideways glance. Think about it with your girl-chasing brain. When a girl is utterly devoted to you and sees you being criticized, would she be the first to step up? Shh. Yin Song instantly puffed out his chest, waving his hands. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. There's no helping it, my charm. Bang! Yi-Chen's forehead twitched in annoyance as he couldn't contain himself and kicked him away. Yin Song landed on the grass, but sticking up. Ouch! Damn, a bunch of little tune-in. If you're envious, just be envious. Oh, why get physical? Him out. Yi-Chen couldn't be bothered with him and swiftly discussed a strategy before dispersing the group. After Yin Song finished cursing, he looked up and saw everyone had left, quickly getting up to chase after them. Hey, wait for me. Yi Chun approached Yi Chiheo. He deliberately glanced at the high platform, confirming that his deceased old friend was indeed watching. Then Yi Chun deliberately called out in an extra loud and very respectful tone. "Class monitor, how should we deal with that kid who offended you?" With this shout, the surrounding students collectively, "Are they asking about that useless class monitor? No way. This bunch from class 9 actually let him decide. Could he also be a big shot? Got it." In the crowd, old Yang clapped his hands, his face showing a look of sudden realization. People around him immediately gathered closer. "Bro, hurry up and tell us." Old Yang cleared his throat. "Think about it carefully. What was the initial spark that started this, say? Was it when Tang Fei insulted that girl from class 9? That's right." Old Yang clapped again. "I've been in the same pants as Tang Fei for 3 years. Ooh, I know him inside and out." The expressions of those around stiffened. While that description had a bit of flavor, they managed to hold back. And then, oi. Old Yang lowered his voice. "You've heard of the Golden Mop Saint Fighter, right?" The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. That was a campus legend from Jinling Martial Arts School. It was said that in the early stages, Tang Fei was cornered by a senior at the later stages in the restroom. Everyone understood what the mop in the restroom had been contaminated with. In the end, Tang Fei won by crossing 2 small realms with that object in hand. Since then, the mop in the restroom gained an undeserved legendary status at Jinling Martial Arts School. Someone suppressing complex emotions asked, and then, Old Yang continued, "A person like him wouldn't just let it go if he couldn't win. But just now, he knelt faster than anyone else in front of the class monitor of class 9. As he spoke, his voice dropped even lower. Have you ever considered one question? This useless class monitor might not be so useless." The people around felt their scalps tingle. Now that you mention it, I also thought of something strange. It seemed like Tang Fei's words were abruptly cut off twice. Stopping after saying half can still be explained. But twice. There must be a problem here. Damn, that makes sense. Pairs of eyes began to gather on Yi Chiheo. In the center of the playground, Yi Chiheo did not immediately respond to Yi Chun. He looked down at Xing Yao in his arms. "Are your legs still weak?" His voice was very soft. Xing Yao was momentarily taken aback. Only then did she realize she was still being held by him. Class 9 was watching. Other classes were also watching. The teachers and soldiers were observing as well. The blush that had just subsided on her cheeks reappeared in an instant. And no. Xing Yao's voice trembled, but her fingers still gripped Yi Chiheo's collar. Too. Her eyes turned red with anxiety. She wanted to get down, but her legs were still weak. If she really got down, she wouldn't be able to stand. She didn't dare to keep being watched by so many people. If they kept looking, she felt like her head would boil. Yi Chiheo saw her in such a flustered state and chuckled softly. "Su Huaying, come here." The name Su Huaying flinched slightly at her shoulder. She stepped out from the crowd of class 9 and brushed her hair behind her ear. Her school uniform jacket was worn loosely, but her waistline was extremely flattering. Her eyes naturally bore a smile with the corners slightly raised, making her strikingly beautiful. However, when that smile fell upon Yi Chiheo, it clearly bore a hint of reluctance, as if she recalled an unpleasant experience. Su Huaying's fingertips curled slightly as she forced a calm smile. "What business does class monitor have with me?" Yi Chiheo directly handed Xing Yao over. "Help me hold on to this little stutterer for now." Su Huaying shot him a resentful glance. "You really are quite rude." Despite saying that, she still reached out to take Xing Yao. Duong duong. As soon as Xing Yao went over, her cheeks gently bumped into a soft surface. She froze on the spot. In the next moment, she stiffly turned her head. All she could see was a stunningly ample curve right in front of her. Xing Yao bit her lip. She secretly lowered her head and glanced at herself, her expression dimming little by little. She puffed out her cheeks, looking pitifully up at Yi Chiheo. Yi Chiheo seemed oblivious to her little mood as he turned to Yi Chun. He wore a lazy smile, his voice casual. "Safety committee member, you seem more suited to address issues regarding the safety of students in our class, right? Why is this left to me?" Yi Chun slightly bent his waist, returning the smile. "The class monitor is here. How could we, the ones below, dare to overstep our authority?" As the words fell, the gazes of class 9 all turned towards them. Yen Tsung, wielding a big hammer, grinned maliciously. Lin Fan crossed his arms, his interest growing. Zhuge Wang also gently waved a small flag, his smile not reaching his eyes. Xiao Ai leaned on Yi Chun's shoulder, holding a dagger, her eyes darting around. Yi Chiheo and Yi Chun locked eyes. Both wore smiles. Yet at that moment, the center of the playground felt as if an invisible spark had exploded. One sat in the class monitor's position, seemingly indifferent to everything. The other, bending over under the gaze of the entire class, pushed all the pressure onto him. The surrounding students fell silent. The warriors from the National Defense Academy did not make a sound. On the high platform, Yi Long stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deepening as it fell on Yi Chiheo. Xing Yao clutched her notebook, stealing glances at Yi Chiheo. She suddenly felt that at this moment Yi Chun resembled a powerful minister leading hundreds of officials to an audience. And Yi Chiheo seemed like the emperor finally pushed to the dragon throne. In the next moment, Yi Chihao suddenly smiled. Yi-chun, are you trying to force this class monitor to abdicate? Not. Are you peeking at my drafts? I just managed to squeeze out a chapter of drafts. Is it really 1,000 now for updates? Scared you? Are you trying to squeeze the small author dry? Come on, the rules for additional updates remain unchanged. I wouldn't dare. Yi-chun maintained a forced smile on his face. He slightly bent at the waist, exuding an air of utmost respect. But, enough. Yichuo raised his hand, directly interrupting. He leisurely slipped his other hand into his pocket, the hem of his school uniform flapping in the night breeze. Despite his lazy demeanor, as soon as he moved, everyone in Class 9 fell silent. Yi-chun's lips curled up imperceptibly. The plan worked. He truly resembled a minister bowing out from court, stepping aside half a step. The students of Class 9 seemed to have rehearsed beforehand, automatically parting into two lines. Only after Yichuo walked out from the middle did they take half a step back to follow. A group of students wielding level 7 combat weapons walked out under the interplay of night and the playground lights, exuding a ridiculous yet oppressive aura. At that moment, on the right side of the formation, Tong Jingqing pulled out a speaker from somewhere, excitement written all over his face as he hoisted it onto his shoulder. See, the speaker vibrated. In the next second, an inexplicably invigorating prelude erupted. Da-da, da-da-da, riding the winds and waves. I charge at will. All eyes upon me. Riding the winds and waves. I will never look back. Flipping the world upside down. The group from Class 9 charged forward to the rhythm, creating an imposing atmosphere of battle. The neutral students watching the spectacle suddenly brightened their eyes. As they watched this group moving against the light along the edge of the playground, the corners of their school uniforms fluttering, paired with this infectious song, they felt a chill run down their spines. Wow, what do I do if they look a bit cool? It's making me want to join in and walk a few steps. However, unbeknownst to them, the on-sun rescuable leader was hiding behind Chen Ming, trembling legs betraying their fear. What's so cool about them? All they saw were a group of ruthless individuals approaching them, brandishing weapons, and with that eerie music, they felt as if they might wet themselves. Let me go. Officer, let me out. Class 9 has gone mad. They really will make a move. Some were terrified to the extreme, actually trying to ram into the wall of the Zhenghua Yishe, foolishly challenging the authority of the electric shotguns. The Zhenghua Yishe soldiers remained expressionless. Step back. No one listened. Final warning, step back. The students still attempted to push through. In the next second, ZZ. Electric sparks exploded. The first few students screamed as they fell, their limbs convulsing, still shouting. Stop shocking. I'll retreat. Is that okay? The screams intertwined with the passionate music, adding a touch of terror and tension to the atmosphere. The group of students behind Chun Ming crumpled to the ground, let alone him. All his pain, blood loss, and dizziness vanished in the face of the approaching Class 9. He watched as Yichuo stepped closer, feeling his throat go dry. Tap. Yichuo stopped 2 meters away. No words were spoken. Tap, tap, tap. The members of Class 9 closed in. They did not stand directly in front of Yichuo, all taking half a step back. Yet it was this half step that made everyone understand. The one truly waiting to speak in Class 9 was this useless class leader. Yin Song grinned broadly, brandishing a heavy hammer towards Chen Ming. Li Shuiwang tilted his head, a low chuckle escaping his throat, the colorful brass bell in his hand still swaying gently. Zhuge Wang also stood beside them, smiling, the small flag in his sleeve moving as if there were a breeze. The few loyal students left behind, Chun Ming saw this scene, their legs turned to jelly, and they plopped down onto the ground. Pada. They clearly weren't touched at all. Yet that fear had already crushed them. Yichuo tilted his head slightly. Little Yi Chen's eyelids twitched, yet he still smiled and stepped forward. Class leader, you speak. Yichuo's lips curved slightly. Bring me a chair. Yi Chen suddenly felt an ominous premonition growing within him. In the next second, Yichuo leisurely added, go to the principal's office and bring back his genuine leather chair. I want to sit on it within 10 seconds. Yi Chen's smile froze on his face. The principal's office was in the southeast corner. The playground was in the northwest corner. Back and forth, it was nearing 3 kilometers. 10 seconds. Just right at the threshold of the Grandmaster's speed. This was no mere chair move. This was forcing him to reveal his true self in front of Yilong. Yi Chen's hands behind his back cracked as he clenched his fists. Good. Just great. He had just put Yichuo on display in front of everyone, and now Yichuo was turning it back on him. Who would have thought this old rascal held grudges like this? Yichuo still smiled and patted his shoulder. What? Our safety officer can't handle it. He sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. You know me, class leader. If I can sit, I don't want to stand. If there's no chair, this matter probably can't be handled. Yi Chen suddenly interrupted, gritting his teeth. Yichuo's smile was dazzling as he heavily patted his shoulder. Then I'm counting on the safety officer. Hurry back quickly. Yi Chen's chest rose and fell slightly. In the next second, he suddenly turned around. Bang! The turf beneath his feet exploded into a deep pit. Whoosh! His figure was swallowed by the night, vanishing in an instant. What a skill! Han Li squinted slightly. Old Yi is really unfortunate. Yin Sung clicked his tongue, but in less than a second of mourning for his brother it turned into admiration for the class leader. The class leader truly deserves my teachings. The playground fell silent. What just? Dashed out. A student blinked, noticing an empty spot next to Yi Chuhua. It seems to be Yi Chun from class 9, the one who often carries a snake skin bag lingering around Gu Xiaohua. He's also that fierce. How many normal people are left in class 9? On the podium, Yi Long stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on the direction Yi Chun had vanished. His eyes gradually deepened. 10, 9, 8. He counted down in his heart. Yi Chuhua heard the almost inaudible countdown from afar, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He turned around, a smile on his lips, his body already leaning back as if there were indeed a chair behind him. 3. Whoosh. A shadow tore through the night from afar. The genuine leather seat was forcefully hurled over. Squeak. The chair legs slid rapidly across the lawn, creating a trail of sparks. The speed was so fast that the entire chair spun like an uncontrollable cannonball, heading straight for Yi Chuo's back. It's going to crash. A lower year student exclaimed. Is this how seniors interact? Seems a bit life-threatening. Everyone in class 9 witnessed it. No one stopped it. This move was clearly Yi Chen's counterattack. It vented the anger of being outmaneuvered while also testing Yi Chuo's bottom line. Only Xing Yao's eyes turned red with worry. She was being held by Su Huaying, trying to wiggle down. Class leader, be careful. Su Huaying pressed her down, but her gaze also fell on Yi Chuhua. In the next instant, Virum. An invisible wave spread from Yi Chuhua. Everyone present felt a gentle breeze brush against their cheeks. Then the genuine leather seat, flying with sparks, halted abruptly when it was half an inch from Yi Chuo's back. The spinning stopped, the chair back straightened, and the legs touched the ground. It was as steady as if it was meant to be there. Yi Chuhua leaned back, just in time to sit in the chair. Not a moment more. Not a moment less. He leaned against the chair's back, contentedly squinting his eyes. Pretty punctual. With a swift movement, the members of Class 9 straightened their backs almost simultaneously. Yen Sung retracted his frivolous smile. Han Li squinted as he stared at the trajectory of the chair's slide. Zhuge Wang still had a smile on his face, but for the first time the indifference in his eyes had vanished. The small flag in his hand paused for a moment, as if a certain outcome had just been torn to shreds. In the middle of the crowd on the right stood a handsome young man named Luo Feng, his eyes lighting up. A mentalist. Su Huaying, holding Xing Yao in her arms, stared blankly at Yi Chuhang. The confusion in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a renewed brightness. Why did that chair suddenly stop? That's strange. I didn't even blink. On the high platform, Yi Long took a deep breath. His attention, which had originally been focused on Yi Chun, completely shifted to Yi Chuhang. In the next moment, the light beside Yi Chuhang flickered slightly. Yi Chun reappeared, standing next to the chair, his chest still heaving, his voice tinged with an unprecedented hint of suppressed shock. You are a mentalist. Yi Chuhang looked at him, smiling innocently. A mentalist? I suppose so. After all, since I can't practice martial arts, I have to find another way. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched violently. Are you at level 8? The members of Class 9 unconsciously perked up their ears. Level 8. Mentalist. The combination of these two terms was indeed explosive. Yi Chuhang's lips curled into a smile. Yi Chen fell silent. In the distance, Lu Changming clenched and relaxed his ruler repeatedly. Finally, he let out a long sigh. No wonder. No wonder this guy has barely been awake in class since the beginning of school. He looked at Yi Chuhang and suddenly felt an indescribable shame arise in his heart. So he wasn't just lazy. He has been cultivating. A mentalist walked a different path of cultivation, not focusing on chi and blood, not refining meridians. Instead, he cultivated willpower, the soul, and the consciousness that could influence reality. This path had an extremely high threshold. The vast majority of people didn't even qualify for awakening. How many exactly? After seeing the heavenly curtain, he dared not make a judgment. But Yi Chen was quite clear about it. In the entire Long Kingdom, with more than 7 billion people, there were only 65 registered mentalists. Even counting the unregistered ones, it was hard to break 100. A 1 in a billion chance. And Yi Chuhang, at 18 years old, was at level 8. This level of talent within the martial artist system was almost on par with an earthly immortal. Yi Chen stared at Yi Chuhang, feeling a sudden pang of bitterness that made him want to grind his back teeth to dust. If Yi Chuhang truly was at the level of the Emperor of Desolation, he wouldn't even feel jealous. The gap was simply too vast. So vast that there was no thought of chasing after him. But now it was different. They were both 18. One was a hidden safety officer while the other was a true slacker class leader. Usually they sat together in Class 9, goofing off and sleeping. But now when he turned around, this guy had become a level 8 mentalist. It felt like a classmate who used to slack off suddenly pulled out a perfect score paper and casually told you he just didn't care to show his work. To put it another way, it was like a brother you were struggling alongside suddenly showed up in a Maybach to pick you up. As you got into the car, you held onto a sliver of hope and asked if he bought it on loan. But he quickly pulled out a big green book that only comes without loans. How could anyone keep their composure after that? Yi-Chin felt so frustrated he wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Zhuge Wang slightly shook the small flag, a flicker of complexity flashing across his eyes. A mentalist. It seems the class leader has truly hidden himself well. Though he said that his heart secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Warriors and mentalists had always found it difficult to cultivate together. From the terrifying physical body of the Emperor of Desolation, who could annihilate celestial demons with a snap of his fingers, this identity of a level 8 mentalist could instead clear Yi Chuhang of any suspicion regarding the Emperor of Desolation. Yen Song clicked his tongue in amazement. Truly the heavens closed one door for him, but he kicked the wall wide open instead. A level 8 mentalist. Isn't the class leader just 18? As he spoke, his eyes turned red. This talent is absurdly unparalleled. Yi Chuhang leaned back in his chair, lazily glancing at him. Jealous. Yen Song immediately puffed out his chest. Nonsense. I Yen have never envied anyone in the martial world. Just as he finished speaking, he quietly added a line. Unless I really can't help it. Yi-Chin couldn't stand the smug expression on Yi Chuhang's face and forced a smile. Class leader, I've also brought the chair over. This matter should be wrapped up by you personally, right? The smile on Yi Chuhang's face gradually faded. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze falling on Chun Ming. In his eyes, Chun Ming was shrouded in a layer of thick black energy. The group of students who had been shouting the loudest just moments ago were the same. That black energy shared the same origin as the chains within Long Out Yin Yi Chun and the others. It was just shallower and more scattered, like traces left behind after a certain emotion had quietly magnified. Yi Chuhang's eyes narrowed slightly. Can't you hold it in any longer? No one heard what he said. In the next moment, his mental energy fell upon the long spear resting on Chun Ming's shoulder. Click, the spear's tip pushed in an inch. Ah! Chun Ming instantly let out a terrible scream, the veins on his forehead bulging. Blood surged from his shoulder faster. But as he screamed, he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Ha ha ha, let everyone in the school see. See how this class leader of Class 9 faces the facts, and how he resorts to private punishment. I said your homeroom teacher is biased and corrupt. Is that wrong? He allows his students to date openly, blatantly violating school rules. Yet he imposes heavy penalties on students who commit minor offenses. Am I wrong for standing up for the common people? Answer me. With that shout, the group of students who had just been frightened into submission suddenly trembled with dark energy in their eyes. It was as if they had been ignited once more. Unfair. Senior Chen did nothing wrong. Lu Tyrant should have been exposed long ago. Some clenched their fists, their faces flushed with rage. Isn't it just blocking someone in the restroom? We didn't really do anything to him. Lu Changming actually punished me for half a year of martial resources. Isn't that an act of violence? Someone immediately chimed in. Exactly. Isn't it just borrowing martial resources from a Class 9 student for a little less than a month? I asked him. He didn't say anything, so it must mean he agreed. But Lu Tyrant insisted I forced him. I was punished for a year of resources and was made to train extra in the gravity chamber. Another student shouted, eyes reddened. I had it worse. That psychological committee member from Class 9 is always acting crazy. It's a waste to give him beast meat. I helped him out. Isn't that a win-win? But after Lu Tyrant found out, he directly revoked my eligibility to purchase beast meat at the Demon General level. Now I can only buy it from outside at double the price. Isn't that an act of violence? Voices came one after another, growing more excited, yet increasingly off-key. Chun Ming initially thought that the people behind him were supporting him. He even believed that his resolute figure refusing to submit must have seemed quite righteous. But as he continued to listen, his expression froze. Blocking the restroom. Taking someone else's martial arts resources without consent. Seeing Li Shuiwang in poor spirits, did they really decide to rob him of his beast meat? What kind of nonsense is this? Chun Ming turned around with difficulty, the group of students behind still waving their fists and shouting. Brother Chun, we support you. Don't bow down to the forces of evil. The words sounded very passionate. Yet Chun Ming's heart grew colder by the moment. What have I helped with? What exactly did I stand up for? His face gradually turned pale. The exhilaration of being pushed to the clouds dissipated completely, like a receding tide. He turned back in a daze. He happened to meet Yi Chua's gaze, which flickered with a brief glimmer of light. Clearly the students were voicing their hearts because he had used his mental power. Leaning back in the genuine leather chair, Yi Chua lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. He looked at Chun Ming and chuckled lightly. What's wrong? Our great hero, are you not standing up for the people? In the distance on a large tree, Tang Fei, holding onto a tree branch with binoculars, shook his head repeatedly. TSK. Chunming, oh Chunming. Even someone like your brother Fei, who is a once-in-a-lifetime tough nut, has already fled at the first opportunity. Don't you understand the weight of the situation? As he spoke, he shrank his body behind the leaves, afraid that the group of crazy students from Class 9 would suddenly... In the center of the playground, Chunming gritted his teeth. Blood continued to flow from his shoulder, his face pale, yet a final trace of stubbornness lingered in his eyes. He did not want to admit it. He did not want to acknowledge that his earlier cries of resistance had been pushed along by a group of ulterior motives from the very beginning. Even less did he want to acknowledge that his so-called justice had almost turned into a knife aimed at the innocent. Leaning back in the leather chair, Yi Chuhua shifted to a more comfortable position, tapping the armrest lightly with his fingertips, his voice languid. Don't believe it. Chunming remained silent, only managing to swallow hard. Yi Chuhua raised his eyes, looking beyond him at the boy in Class 9, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Disciplinary committee member. Give you 1 minute to find out the records of old Lu handling these students. Li Jufeng's lips twitched. He knew that Lu Changming was protective, but he truly did not expect that old Lu would actually keep track of such matters one by one. Even more outrageous was, how did the class leader know he could check? Li Jufeng adjusted his glasses, about to speak. Yi Chuhua leisurely added, thinking also counts as time, you know. Li Jufeng's temples twitched slightly. The former class leader, who used to sleep in class and left all class duties to them, seemed to have suddenly shed that lazy facade. What emerged was a smiling, authoritarian ruler. Anyone could be struck by his hand, including his own people. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. The moment the screen lit up, several encrypted interfaces flashed by quickly. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Li Jufeng spoke with a cold face. 3 minutes, I want that woman's. It seemed that this time he was not checking for that. He cleared his throat and forcefully corrected himself. 1 minute. I want the detailed records of Lu Changming, the class teacher of Class 9 in the senior year of Jinling Martial Arts School, regarding incidents of bullying over the past 3 years. Send it to my phone. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the call. It felt eerily similar to the situation where one's salary hadn't increased, yet the workload kept piling up. Li Jufeng's expression darkened. Don't be in a daze. Being in a daze also counts as time. Yes. The call ended. In less than a minute, a file popped up on his phone. Li Jufeng glanced at it and leaned down in front of Yi Chuhua. Class leader, here it is. In the distance, Lu Changming's mouth twitched violently. No way. The things stored on his computer were dug out in a minute. Is the school's security system just for show? A waste of 360. Yi Chuhua propped his chin up, casually glancing at it. Let our great hero take a look. All right. Li Jufeng held the phone and walked up to Chunming. Chunming turned his face away, his eyes filled with resistance. Li Jufeng turned back. Class leader, he won't look. Yi Chuhua yawned. Can't you just read it out loud? You still claim to have billions flowing at any minute. If you lack this decisiveness, how can I dare to rely on you in the future? Li Jufeng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Beside them, Yen Song had already raised his phone to start recording. TSK tisk, old long look. After the class leader regained power, even passing dogs have to be barked at a couple of times. Li Jufeng lowered his head, glancing at the phone, and started reading aloud. June 3, 2023. Incident today: Gao Yang was blocked in the restroom by Zhao Kuo from Class 8, bleeding from the forehead and not resisting. When asked about the reason, it turned out that Gao Yang did not give them space while using the restroom, which hurt their pride. The group from Class 8 demanded compensation for emotional distress. Gao Yang ignored them and was subsequently beaten. Punishment: Zhao Kuo and others are to be fined half a year's martial arts resources as a warning. Li Jufeng paused for a moment before continuing to read. Note: I don't know what Gao Yang has been through. He keeps mumbling that love is fake and the world is fake. When I asked him if it hurt, he said it didn't. But his hands kept trembling. This child doesn't like to talk and won't report the situation. But him not speaking doesn't mean he deserves to be bullied. Oh, as a teacher, I must stand up for him. The playground suddenly fell into a hush. In Class 9's team, a tall, thin boy lowered his head, hiding his face in the shadows, his fingers clenching silently. Li Jufeng's fingers glided. The next record appeared. June 7, 2023. Event: during lunch in the cafeteria, I saw Li Shuiwang surrounded by a group of students covered in food, squatting on the ground, picking up rice to eat. When asked for the reason, several students from Class 2 complained that he cried and laughed, grabbing food with his hands, believing that it was a waste for the school to give him beast meat of a demon general grade. Thus, they snatched away Li Shuiwang's share of beast meat for this month and overturned his rice bowl. Punishment: cancellation of the involved students' eligibility to purchase beast meat as a warning to others. Li Jufeng's voice paused. He saw the last line. Note: even if Class 9 is somewhat useless, it doesn't mean others can bully them. Whatever is abnormal, whatever is insane, just get away from me. In my eyes, they are just children who need to be slowly. Li Shuiwang stood among the crowd, the colorful copper bell in his hand suddenly stopped shaking. He still wore a smile on his face, but that laughter was stuck in his throat, unable to come out. There were still many more. 1 record. 2 records. 3 records. Li Juefeng read them one by one. The toilet was crowded. They seized martial arts resources. They took pleasure in the shortcomings of Class 9 students. They mistook silence for weakness. They mistook non-resistance for acquiescence. Every record matched the words those students had been forced to confess by Yi Chuho earlier and was even more vicious. The students who had just been filled with anger seemed to wake up from a cold splash of water. Their faces turned pale one by one. No, it's not like this. Slander. It's all slander. Brother Chen, don't believe them. They looked at Chun Ming in unison as if they had grasped the last lifeline. Brother Chun, say something. All of this is slander. How could we possibly do such a thing? Shut up. Chun Ming roared angrily. His voice trembled from blood loss, yet it overpowered all the arguments. He raised his head, his eyes red. You bullies from the stinking ditch. You think you can stand high and bite back at others. The group of students froze. Chun Ming staggered to stand upright. The gun barrel still pierced through his right shoulder, and with every breath pain surged, raising the veins on his forehead. He turned his head with great difficulty, meeting Yi Chuho's gaze. The boy sitting on the chair remained lazy, but his calm gaze sent chills down people's spines. Chun Ming's chest heaved violently. After a moment, he spoke in a hoarse voice. This matter, I was wrong, I take responsibility. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the levels-even dagger at Li Juefeng's waist. I need to borrow this dagger. Li Juefeng was taken aback for a moment. He instinctively looked at Yi Chuho. Yi Chuho, who had been sitting lazily, finally sat up a little straighter. Give it to him. Li Juefeng drew the dagger and handed it to Chun Ming. Chun Ming took it with his left hand, biting the hilt with his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. The surrounding students seemed to realize what he was about to do, and their faces changed in unison. Chun Ming, are you crazy? Chun Ming did not answer. In the next moment, oh, he roared, his body suddenly jerking to the left. Puffed. The sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. Chun Ming forcibly pulled his right shoulder off the gun barrel, tearing away a large amount of flesh and blood. Blood gushed out instantly, staining half of his school uniform red. Drip, drip. Blood dripped from his trembling fingers onto the grass. All sounds at the scene vanished. Even Yin Tsung stopped smiling. Yi Chuho looked at Chun Ming seriously for the first time. The position where the long gun pierced Yin Tsung had intentionally avoided the meridians and bones. As long as it was pulled out and Lin Fan treated him, he would recover quickly. But Chun Ming's tear meant he had essentially ruined his own right arm. For a martial arts student in the early stages, this was almost like destroying his own future. But he did it. Just like earlier, he truly believed that when Liu Changming was unfair, he dared to stand up for those students. Foolish, impulsive, easily agitated. But this sincere heart was also real. More importantly, in Yi Chuho's eyes, the black energy behind Chun Ming was actually dispersed by his own will at that moment. He did not possess the fortunes of those in Class 9. No fate to protect him. No favor from the heavens. He was just one among countless ordinary boys. Yet with sheer will, he forcibly broke free from the external corruption. He was just an ordinary boy. He could be passionate. He could be swept away by emotions. He could make mistakes. But he also dared to own up. Dared to take responsibility. Dared to bring back the polluted heart in his own way. Heh. Yi Chuho leaned back against the chair. Lin Fan, take him down for treatment. Lin Fan nodded with a complex expression and stepped forward. But at that moment, the group of students behind Chun Ming panicked completely. The flag that had blocked them fell. They could no longer hide. Chun Ming, on what grounds do you say you were wrong? Someone with darkened eyes pointed at Yi Chuho with a twisted expression. Isn't it a fact that he is in a relationship too early? Isn't it a fact that he violated school rules? Even if we bullied students from Class 9, so what? Isn't it a fact that Liu Changming did not treat everyone equally? What about that desolate heavenly emperor? Isn't it a fact that he criticized soldiers who refused to retreat in a death battle? On what grounds? On what grounds are we just things in a stinking ditch? On what grounds can they look down from above and judge us? Voices rose one after another. The black energy surged in their eyes. The smile on Yi Chuho's face completely vanished. The air around the playground suddenly thickened. Everyone in Class 9 raised their eyes simultaneously. The soldiers of the National Defense Academy instinctively tightened their grips on their electric guns. On the high platform, Yi Long's expression darkened. At that very moment, the circle that had been stuck on the sky for a long time finally began to stop gradually. The dark screen lit up again. AI Kun's voice, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, once again spread across the land. My dear ones, thank you for waiting. Let's continue. The fourth chapter is presented. The War God arc is about to conclude. The Dragon King is about to return briefly. The reasons for the protagonist's delay will soon be revealed, and the reason for the sudden interruption of the sky curtain will be disclosed. Also, Cough cough my dear, the main package is waving a white flag. Is it okay to update 3 times a day in the future? I'm afraid that if one day I break through 2,000 requests for updates, I will have to write 10,000 words a day. Today that damn line chief didn't even let me ask for leave, so I found a reason to say I wanted to get my wisdom teeth pulled before she let me go. By the way, shouldn't Chun Ming's character be considered as not forcibly being redeemed? The sound filled the sky, yet the scene had yet to unfold. Yi Chuhai squinted, his mental power suddenly spreading out. The students who had just been shouting by what right found their voices abruptly choked in their throats. Their faces turned pale, hands desperately clutching at their necks, as if trying to tear away the invisible hand. Yi Chuhai stood up. The lazy aura around him vanished in an instant, and his sharp edge burst forth like a knife. Still shouting. The moment the words fell, the air on the playground felt as if it had been compressed. Whoosh! Dozens of the loudest students were yanked off the ground by his mental power, flipping in midair before crashing heavily to the playground. Bang bang bang. The dull thuds of knees hitting the ground erupted one after another. The turf was forcibly knelt into a hollow, and the cracking sounds of dislocated bones sent chills down one's spine. That group of students was firmly pressed to the ground by mental force, kneeling in unison toward Class 9. A hush fell around them. Even the distant onlookers instinctively held their breath. After completing all of this, Yi Chuhai finally withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards Su Huaying. The coldness on his face dissipated the moment he saw Xing Yao, his brows arching as he softened. Come here. Xing Yao had long wanted to emerge from Su Huaying's embrace. Upon seeing Yi Chuhai extend his hand, all notions of shyness and fear were instantly forgotten. She wriggled out of Su Huaying's arms and dove into his embrace. Su Huaying stood still, her gaze distant, her lips moved slightly, but ultimately said nothing. Yi Chuhai looked down at the person in his arms tightening slightly, as he lifted her up, chuckling softly. Have you missed me so much after just a little while without a hug? Humph. Xing Yao's face flushed bright red. She lifted her eyes, huffing angrily. Humph, you don't care about. As soon as she finished speaking, she buried her face in Yi Chuhai's embrace, not daring to lift her eyes. Yi Chuhai chuckled lightly, holding her as they walked back. At this moment, Yi Chun had thoughtfully turned the leather chair around. Lin Fan also approached the Daimid Chun Ming, applying his exclusive God-level healing ointment. Yi Chuhai returned to the crowd of Class 9, sitting down with Xing Yao in his arms. He casually leaned back against the chair, his gaze drifting over to the group of students still kneeling on the ground. As the mental force relaxed, the moment the bindings were released, that group of students gasped for air like fish stranded on land. Among them, one student suddenly looked up, his face filled with unwillingness. Yi Chuhai. Yi Chuhai's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and waved. At the same time, a mental force formed an invisible palm, slapping toward them. Smack! A crisp sound of a slap echoed. His head jerked to one side, half his face visibly. Slap, slap, slap. The slapping continued in sync, a series of orderly slaps, not a single one missed. The kneeling group instantly had swollen left cheeks, blood at the corners of their mouths. Yi Chuhai. The first student to curse was Zhao Qua, who had blocked Gao Yang in the restroom, caught in Lu Changming's first record. He turned his head sharply, his eyes filled with resentment, wanting to curse again. Yi Chuhai waved his hand again. Slap. This one was even harsher. Teeth mixed with blood flew out, and Zhao Qua was left dazed, stars swirling before his eyes. Chuhai. Under the powerful slaps, Zhao Qua surprisingly managed to speak, but his companions couldn't take it anymore. You spoke, why are we all being hit? Zhao Qua, can you shut up? Someone's going to die. His companions on either side cursed fiercely with their mouths. Zhao Qua choked, his two toothless jaws snapping shut, ultimately silencing himself for fear of being beaten to death. Yi Chuhai had no intention of letting this group of rats off the hook, but he wasn't in a hurry to continue the assault. He lazily leaned back against the chair, looking down at the person in his arms. Xing Yao's face was still red, but her eyes had secretly lifted, just colliding with his gaze. What? Still not daring to look at me? He reached out and pinched her face, feeling pleasantly warm like a piece of heated jade. Xing Yao shrank back slightly, her gaze evasive, not daring to look around, stuttering as she spoke. I am shy. Yi Chuhai couldn't help but chuckle softly. Why are you so amusing? I'm not a toy. Xing Yao puffed out her cheeks, protesting, yet didn't dare to swat his hand away. Yi Chuhai's mood lifted even further as he pinched her cheeks, squishing her little face like a small goldfish. Then will you let me play with you? Xing Yao was pinched to the point where she couldn't form complete words, nodding her little head. The students around them, seeing this scene, mostly wore amused smiles. Oh my god, what do I do if I'm a bit in? Sigh. The top young mental energy master and his stuttering little darling. Sigh. Of course, this group mostly excluded those from Class 9 and Zhao Qua's group. Yi Chen stood to the side, frowning, utterly perplexed. This guy slacks off all day, and now he's infatuated with girls. How on earth did he reach level 8 of mental energy master? Yin Tsong stroked his chin, feeling a wave of emotion. System, oh system, look at him. You started so well with such good resources. Look at the targets you initially picked for me. What a mess. What? Each one of them is an old pickle. If it weren't for my great willpower, if you had bound someone else, they would definitely have been useless. As he muttered, a notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. New bindable target detected. Current target return multiplier, 100. Yen Song's eyes brightened, and his tone of thought immediately shifted. Hey brother system, look at the mess this is causing. It's all the little brother's fault. Su Huayin crossed her arms, creating an impressive curve, staring blankly at Yi Chuhai's doting smile. Her eyes dimmed for a moment. Turning her head away, she forced herself not to let her eyes water and not to look again. But for Zhao Kuo and the others, Yi Chuhai and Xing Yao's interaction was not just feeding them dog food. It was like pouring salt into their wounds. It was as if they were saying, how about I trample on the school rules you used to attack me right in front of you? Hey, you don't like me dating early? Then just take it. Zhao Kuo's chest heaved violently. He wanted to struggle to get up, but his shoulders felt like they were crushed under a mountain, and moving even a little made his vision go dark. Just as he was about to speak, the two companions beside him, with veins popping on their foreheads, immediately covered his mouth despite the excruciating pain. Zhao Kuo, can you just shut up already? We're gonna die? Yi Chuhai observed this, seeing a slow smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand, gently tapping Xing Yao's face. Let me show you something fun. After speaking, he casually waved towards Zhao Kuo. Smack! The crisp sound of slaps erupted again. Zhao Kuo and the others' heads simultaneously turned to one side, blood streaming from the corners of their mouths. Yi Chuhai smiled brilliantly. So do you want to play? Xing Yao looked at their miserable state. Her heart softened for a moment. But as she raised her eyes and caught sight of Zhao Kuo's gloomy and resentful gaze, her compassion immediately vanished. She gritted her teeth and suddenly grabbed Yi Chuhai's hand. No, don't. The two companions beside Zhao Kuo looked on in despair. In the next moment, Xing Yao closed her eyes and swung his hand fiercely. Letting you bully the class monitor. The crisp sound of slaps echoed. The group of kneeling people were slapped to and fro, their faces swelling worse by the moment. Piss! The watching students all took a step back, gasping. Xing Yao cursed with her eyes closed, seeming to get more into it, as she spoke without stuttering. While hitting it was as if she was releasing the pent-up breath from her chest. So what if I like the class monitor? What can you do to me? We are all over 18, and according to Longwa law, we can get a marriage certificate. Why do you use early romance to bully my class monitor? Why do you use early romance to accuse my homeroom teacher? Today I, Xing Yao, will tell you. I will always be with the class monitor. Even if the sky falls, I will be with the class monitor. No one can stop us. After saying all that in one breath, Xing Yao stopped shaking Yi Chuhai's hand. She now felt as if all her pores had opened, and her Dao heart was clear. Xing Yao opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Yi Chuhai's mischievous smile. The curve of his lips rivaled that of the class vice president's crooked grin. Whoosh! Xing Yao's face turned red again, and upon returning to her senses, she reverted to being that little stutterer. Well, what did I just say? Xing Yao suddenly looked around. The group of kneeling students had now collapsed on the ground, their faces swollen to twice their size, and they could faintly be heard mumbling, "Woo. Don't hit me, sister-in-law, may you be together forever. If you're going to hit someone, hit Zhao Kuo. Why should we who didn't even speak be punished too?" Ugh. Xing Yao was so stiff that she didn't dare to move. Yi Chuhai held her with one arm, and pressed his hand on the back of her head, chuckling so much that his shoulders trembled lightly. Very good, the class monitor is quite pleased with your attitude. You. Xing Yao looked at the teasing expression on his face, biting her lip, feeling shy enough to float away. Just then the surrounding students erupted. Woohoo! Seeing your sister so brave. Hao Yao forever. It was unclear who shouted first, but in the next second the whole playground erupted in excitement. Hao Yao forever. Hao Yao forever. Hearing those cheers, Xing Yao felt herself nearly catching. She buried her face deep into Yi Chuhai's embrace, continuously rubbing her head, her body wriggling like a little caterpillar. Throughout this whole process, Yi Chuhai's smile never faded. The teachers and warriors on site witnessing this vibrant scene of youth were filled with emotion, yet their lips involuntarily curled into smiles. Yi Chuhai looked ahead, and under the chaotic flailing of the little stutterer's palm technique, the group of students, shrouded in dark energy, had mostly been dispelled and fainted. In the arena, only Zhao Kuo lay sideways, forcing his eyes open just enough to gaze at the sky, as if holding his breath, wanting to witness that last glimmer of hope. He was still waiting for the scene that could turn his fortunes around. The sky screen gradually became clearer under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Baby, can you see it? The sky screen gently swayed before stabilizing. AI Kun's familiar face, after more than half an hour, finally reappeared before everyone. The barrage that had just been heatedly debating was almost instantaneously unified. Dog streamer, you're finally back. Quick, tell us what you were doing just now. Don't ask, what about the latter part of the video? I want to see. Ahem. AI Kun raised his hand to clear his throat, smiling mysteriously. This baby is right. Let's watch the video first. As for why the streamer left, we'll discuss it properly after the live stream ends. As he said this, he flicked his wrist. Whooshed. The folding fan opened, blocking half his face, revealing only a pair of mischievous eyes. It's a big scoop. As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh. AI Kuan vanished from the screen, leaving behind a flurry of snowflakes. The sounds of laughter on the playground were silenced at that moment. Just a second ago, the students had been chanting, "How Yao forever." In the next second, the cold wind from the sky screen seemed to blow out, rendering them silent. The northern winds blew over the broken city walls. A thin layer of white snow fell again on the snow-dried ground. Shattered armor plates pressed into the snow, a broken blade slanted into the crevices of the city bricks, the hilt still wrapped in a darkened cloth. The camera slid over a flurry of snowflakes across the city wall. Crossing the collapsed battlements and the charred bricks, it gently landed on Li Yuan's bloodstained shoulder. In that instant, everyone returned. Back to that northern city in the snowstorm. Back to that near heart-crushing defense. Is this city really worth defending for you? Can't we retreat if it falls? Can't we fall back to await support? The camera slowly rose higher. At this moment, all the viewers' perspectives were drawn behind the golden figure, as if they too stood in that golden light, personally asking those three questions. Both inside and outside the sky screen, everyone held their breath. Especially Zhao Kuo. Half of his face was swollen to the point where he could barely open his eyes. Blood still dripped from the corner of his mouth, yet he was still fixated on the sky screen. Within his gaze lay the last trace of morbid anticipation. Speak. Cuss him. Argue back. As long as Li Yuan and the others turned against him. As long as the northern warriors also believed that the wild emperor was high and mighty, then he would still have a chance. All his resentment and unwillingness from before could still find an outlet. In Yi Chuhai's embrace, Xing Yao instinctively tightened her grip on his clothes. She lifted her little face and stole a glance at him. The boy's face still bore that familiar light smile. No rush. No panic. Still carrying a calmness as if he already knew the answer. Xing Yao froze for a moment. The tension in her heart suddenly began to dissipate. She snuggled further into Yi Chuhai's embrace, finding a comfortable position, and continued to gaze at the sky screen. Inside the sky screen, Li Yuan was silent for a few seconds. He did not get angry, nor did he rush to defend himself. He simply lowered his head, looking at the snow-covered ground below the city wall, soaked in blood. There lay their recently lost comrades, as well as the city they almost failed to defend. When Li Yuan finally spoke, his voice was not loud. Yet every word landed on the heart with heaviness. Senior, you are right. If it falls, we retreat, fall back to wait for support. That's military strategy, reason, and the optimal solution. He paused, raising his head, his gaze sharpening gradually. But what is behind us? It's 1 million civilians in the northern city. They haven't even had the chance to evacuate. If we take a step back, the demon race takes a step forward. Retreat. Where can we retreat to? As warriors, do we really have to retreat behind the civilians? With this line, many people's eyes on the city wall became red. Li Yuan, however, did not stop pointing towards the city. You say we are father's husband's sons. Right. We are. But every single person in the city aren't. They someone else's father, husband, son. We stand here. It has nothing to do with whether this city is worth it or not. It's simply because behind this city there are countless people worth protecting. Beside him, Zheng Tai raised his head. His eyes were still red, his voice hoarse. Senior, I just cursed you for being late. It was my fault. But since you want us to retreat, I want to ask you a question. He lifted his head, his gaze colliding straight with the golden figure. Did you ever retreat in the sea of corpses and blood back then? The golden silhouette remained silent. Snow and wind fell upon him, evaporated silently by the golden light. Li Yuan suddenly smiled, the smile tinged with bitterness. It's not that we don't want to go home. It's that we returned home only to find it gone, and we might as well die here. At least if we die here, our family still has a chance to escape. If we manage to run out, then there is still a home. He finished speaking, bending down to pick up the knife. The blade had already suffered several chips. Yet it was as if he held something most precious, thrusting the knife heavily into the city bricks, supporting himself to stand tall. So it's not that we cannot retreat. It's that we cannot take a single step back. Li Yuan looked up, his voice suddenly rising sharply. Without a nation, how can one have a home? On the city wall, the remaining 4 warriors looked up simultaneously. In their eyes there still lingered the days of having returned from the dead. But at this moment the confusion dissipated. Only one thing remained. That was the answer of the guardians of the city. The golden silhouette fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. Is this your answer? Yes. The 5 spoke in unison. In the next moment they exchanged glances. They all bowed respectfully to the golden silhouette, bending down to receive their orders. If our answer does not satisfy the senior, feel free to take our lives at any time. What a joke. The golden silhouette flicked his sleeve, his gaze turning to the outside of the city. What does this emperor care for your lives? He slightly tilted his head, his tone still indifferent. Keep them for yourselves. Whether you wish to keep them for the city or dedicate them to time, it is entirely up to you. The 5 of them trembled simultaneously. Moments later they bowed even deeper. Thank you, Senior. Just as they straightened their backs. Puff. Streams of golden light surged up from within the 5 of them. The wind and snow rolled back. The bloodstains on the city wall were illuminated by the golden light, and the broken armor pieces buzzed and trembled. The chaotic chi and blood within the 5 began to converge as if being gathered by an unseen hand. The newly formed flesh and blood roared. At that moment the sound of their heartbeats even drowned out the wind and snow. Dong! 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 The 5 auras rose sharply. Mid-stage master. Latest-stage master. Perfected master. Finally it was as if 5 blades simultaneously severed the invisible shackles. Boom! The pressure of a grand master surged into the sky. The remaining snow outside the city sank, and the military flags on the walls fluttered violently. What the hell? Someone on the playground cursed first, and then the entire crowd erupted. They just broke through. A grandmaster. Why do I feel like just one glance would make me enlightened too? At that moment a steady voice tinged with a hint of sourness suddenly resonated from the sky. Li Yuan and his group of little brats are indeed lucky. I wonder what the little senior is thinking. With his ability to preserve shattered souls and reconstruct bodies, shouldn't the flaws between the soul and the newly formed body be easily erased? Why bestow such a grand opportunity? The students on the playground were stunned. Who? Which old and sour kid is talking? It doesn't sound like Iquan either. In the next second the camera suddenly shifted. It directly focused on the expressionless face of the head teacher. Everyone. No way. You a teacher at the Celestial Realm, NV5 Juniors breaking through to Grandmaster. Does the opportunity of the Master Realm even matter to you? Truly shameless. It was as if they could hear the collective complaints of everyone. The head teacher's face remained stiff, but his inner thoughts continued to spill out. This is the mirror of reflection. It's a top-tier opportunity for enlightenment that can't be sought after on par with the insights gained from the Dragon Field. One of the few immortal realm beings at the forefront of the return to the Void Source, one of the founding masters of Longhu Mountain, is said to have broken through a session of Dragon Field enlightenment. And now this top-tier opportunity for enlightenment is just being casually presented by this classmate invited by Lu Ming as a reward. In the shot the head teacher's eyes grew increasingly sour. That sourness almost overflowed through the sky. Should I muster the courage to ask? Perhaps I could finally break through the celestial realm that I've been stuck at for 10 years today. Senior, I'm starving, can I have one too please? As the last sentence fell, the playground at Jinling Martial Arts School fell silent for a second. The next moment laughter erupted. Puff. Did you really just say, Senior, I'm starving? Is that something a teacher should say? I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts, ha ha ha. The students collapsed with laughter. Even the soldiers from the 1st Guardian Division stationed outside struggled to contain their laughter, their shoulders shaking. On the high platform, Yilong remained silent for a moment, then quietly took out his phone. He sent that recording to the real-life head teacher. Senior, I'm starving, can I have one too please? On the other end a reply came back immediately. Yilong. Aye. Yilong satisfactorily put away his phone and looked back at the sky. The atmosphere on the playground finally relaxed completely. Everyone understood. The Emperor of the Wild had not humiliated the Northern warriors. He was inquiring within himself. He was also bestowing upon them an immense opportunity. All the previous curses, doubts, and grievances turned into jokes at this moment. Of course, except for Zhao Kuo. He lay sideways on the grass, his eyes fixed on the sky. When he saw Li Yuan and the others break through and the entire crowd cheer for the Emperor of the Wild again, the last glimmer of light in his eyes completely extinguished. How could this be? He couldn't finish his sentence. Zhao Kuo's head tilted and he fainted completely. No one paid him any mind. No one wanted to glance at him again. Yi Chuho leaned back in a leather chair holding Xing Yao, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Xing Yao took a deep breath of the air on his chest. The worries that had built up in her heart finally dispersed little by little. She quietly looked up, gazing at the overly calm face of the boy. The more she looked, the more irritated she felt. Humph, you only know how to smile. Truly, a big bad guy. Yi Chuho looked down at her, the smile in his eyes deepening. He extended a finger, gently poking her soft cheek. You've gotten bold, little stutterer. Xing Yao stared at that long finger, her throat trembling slightly. Bite it. Her face grew increasingly red, but in her heart, she began to bolster herself. A bite is just a bite. Who told him to always be so mischievous, making her worry so much before? Moreover, they had already made their relationship public. He called her wife. She had also said she would always be his. So what if she bit him? There's nothing wrong with that. No. Xing Yao's gaze gradually firmed. Suddenly, she bowed her head, cautiously leaning towards Yi Chuho's finger. Yi Chuho noticed her little movement, chuckled softly, and did not dodge. That finger remained suspended in the air, allowing her to inch closer. Xing Yao had merely intended to try it out, but as she got closer, she became flustered. Her eyelashes trembled gently as she encouraged herself. In the end, she opened her mouth and bit down on a small section of his finger. It was a light nibble, like a feather brushing against her, or like a kitten tentatively touching with its paw. Yi Chuhao's fingertip paused slightly as he looked down at her. Finished biting. Xing Yao's ears turned bright red, yet she still pretended to be calm, putting on a fierce expression. I just bit once. Yi Chuho indulged her a smile of approval on his face. You can bite as many times as you want, but for now, let's continue watching the show. He raised his eyes, looking back at the sky. Within the sky, Li Yuan and the others suddenly opened their eyes, feeling the abundant power within them. In the next moment, they knelt on one knee, shouting in unison, "Thank you for the senior's reward." The golden silhouette looked at the outside of the city, responding casually, "Thank what? This is what you deserve." His gaze focused on the broken human corpses outside the city as he stretched lazily. Alright, I promised Lu Ming to protect you northern warriors for a while, but it's also a fact that I arrived late as compensation. Swish. The moment that happened, everyone on the northern city wall stared intensely at the golden silhouette. Li Yuan felt his body tremble, electric currents coursing through him, trembling as he spoke. Senior. Do you mean? The golden silhouette raised his right hand, chuckling softly. Of course I mean for them all to come back. All of them are coming back. Li Yuan's voice caught in his throat. On the city wall, the swirling snow and wind, which had just been rolling, seemed to be forcibly stilled by this one sentence. He had thought that the predecessor could pull the 5 of them back from hell, which was already an unfathomable feat. But now the predecessor spoke of all the northern army that had fallen in this battle. All the brothers who died in this battle. That wasn't just 1 or 2 corpses. That was hundreds of thousands of lives. That was hundreds of thousands of people who could never return home. Li Yuan's fingers trembled uncontrollably. He lowered his head to glance at the area beneath the city wall. There were charred corpses, remnants of armor shredded by demon beasts, and snow that had been soaked in blood and were frozen. Among these people, some still had relatively intact bodies. Some couldn't even find a nameplate, and others had long been turned to ash by demon fire. Li Yuan's knuckles turned white. He wanted to ask, "Predecessor, do you know what you're saying?" But this question caught in his throat, and he swallowed it back down with difficulty. Inside and outside the sky, all sounds paused for a moment. The next second, the barrage of comments erupted like a tide, instantly covering the entire screen. No way, there must be a limit to resurrection, right? At least the corpses of the 5 of them are still intact, and one could say that their souls were forcibly detained by your immense power. As long as the essence of soul and body still exists, I can understand resurrection, but don't scold me for speaking harshly. How many of the hundreds of thousands of dead northern army could leave behind a complete corpse? Not to mention the souls. If there are indeed places like the underworld and the Bridge of Helplessness, which are merely legends from ancient times, then after all this time the warriors probably have already drunk the Mengpa soup and are preparing for reincarnation, right? How could they be saved? Could the Emperor of the Wild really pull people back from the underworld? The barrage became increasingly rapid. The voices of doubt nearly drowned out the entire sky. In the playground of Jinling Martial Academy, the students who had just been chanting How Yao Jiu instinctively clenched their fists. Hundreds of thousands of people all coming back. These few words were too heavy. So heavy that they didn't even dare to hope too loudly. Yi Chuho leaned back against his chair, his gaze still calm. Xing Yao nestled in his arms, secretly glancing up at him. She didn't speak. She just slowly tightened her grip on the corner of his clothing. Yi Chuho noticed her little movement, looked down at her, and smiled. What are you afraid of? Xing Yao's ears turned slightly red, and she stubbornly huffed. I am not afraid. She said that, but her grip tightened, even more. Class leader. Her voice was very soft. Will they really come back? Yi Chuho looked down at her and smiled. Just watch. Just 2 words. Yet Xing Yao felt an inexplicable sense of calm settle in her heart. At that moment, a barrage floated by slowly. The screen full of text suddenly went blank for a moment. Brothers, what do you think? What if the Emperor of the Wild really could pull people back from the underworld? The barrage paused for a moment, and then everyone gave the highest praise among men. Then that would be impressive. He's impressive. He's impressive. On the city wall of the northern region, facing the countless curious gazes behind him, the golden figure only chuckled lightly. He spread his right palm. Within his palm, a mass of chaotic light slowly emerged. Everyone held their breath in unison. Countless gazes were fixed firmly on that mass of chaotic light. That ball of light was initially only the size of a fist, but in the next breath chaos surged. The sun and moon rose and set. The galaxy unfolded. Mountains and rivers rose from the ground. Rivers flowed along the lines of his palm. Flowers and grass grew in the mountains and fields, and clouds and mist slid down from the peaks. A complete world gradually took shape in his palm. The teacher's pupils suddenly constricted. As a being of the celestial realm, he had seen far too many grand scenes. But at this moment, even his fingertips began to tingle. To build the return. Ruins by hand. His voice trembled severely. This term was the terminology of the military in the Dragon Kingdom. If the group of old fellows from the Tao sect were here, they would probably call it by another name on the spot. The world in his palm. The teacher's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his scalp tingled. He had dealt with too many returns, and had been to the outskirts of the source of the returns. But he had never seen anyone able to hold a return in the palm of their hand. Moreover, looking at the predecessor's demeanor, it seemed as easy as casually playing with a chess piece. Crack! A loud noise suddenly echoed from the firmament. A crack of light split open above the northern region. The entire sky transformed into a curtain of time, completely reflecting the current scene of the northern region city. Li Yuan suddenly looked up. In the next moment, he froze in place. The golden figure pointed in the void with one hand, and casually pushed back. The scene in the firmament began to rapidly rewind. The images in the curtain began to retract. Scattered blood flowed back into the wounds. The collapsed bricks were rebuilt. The roars of the dead returned to their throats against the wind and snow. The emperor questioned the human heart, reviving 5 people, questioning the emperor's tardiness. The emperor's tardiness saved the day. The old ape was furious. Blood-battling giant ape. Self-exploding demon wolf. Scenes flew backward rapidly. Finally, the image stopped at the moment when the demon clan gathered millions of troops, and the northern region's border was on high alert. Li Yuan's Adam's apple moved as he stared intently at the firmament. There he saw his past self, even the voice was exactly the same. Instructor, when will reinforcements arrive? In the image. On the city wall, Li Yuan looked serious as he gazed at Wang Weibing. Wang Weibing leaned on his cane, but his posture was as straight as a spear. The demon clan has launched an early attack. I have already sent a message to the teacher. They are rushing over with all their might. But the fastest will take at least 5 hours. This statement fell, and only the sound of the wind remained on the city wall. 5 hours. But the demon tide outside had already begun to move. The Li Yuan in the image looked at the dense mass of demons with dry lips. 5 hours. How to hold on. Bang. Wang Weibing's cane struck heavily on the city wall's pavement. How to hold on. By sacrificing our lives. Masters will go up after the Grand Masters finish. The Grand Masters will go up after the Martial Masters finish. In short, Northern Region City must not fall. Li Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly saluted. Yes, woo. The grand sound of the horn ripped through the wind and snow. The demon clan began to charge the gates. Millions of demon beasts trampled the snowfield, and their roars shook the city wall. Wang Weibing raised his hand and shouted loudly. Everyone, prepare explosive arrows. Swish swish. One by one Northern Region warriors drew their bows. The killing intent weighed on the city wall like a string about to snap. Zheng. Wang Weibing's hand suddenly fell. But that word fire got stuck in his throat. He stared intently ahead. A golden figure appeared between the Northern Region's border and the charging demon clan. He stood with his back to Northern Region City, facing millions of demons. Then he raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Boom. A sliver of golden radiance emerged first. In the next instant, it unfurled into a luminous wall that spanned heaven and earth, towering higher than the entire northern border outpost. Faster than the advancing demon tide, the golden wall, majestic and unconquerable, bore down upon the million-strong horde. Whoosh! The golden light swept across. The beasts at the forefront did not even have time to emit a roar before they disintegrated into layers of ash. Demon lords. Demon kings. Great demon kings. No matter their cultivation, any creature struck by the golden light met the same fate. No agonized screams. No struggle. Only ashes carried away by the bitter northern wind. For heavenly demons in the rear had barely lifted their heads before fear could spread across their eyes. They were swallowed by the golden light. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 demons vanished without a trace. Beyond the northern border outpost, there was emptiness. Within the celestial curtain's reality, the golden figure finished the flick of a finger. Everyone stood stunned. Li Yuan's eyes went vacant as he stared fixedly at the golden figure's finger. The finger the elder had snapped had struck the northern border outpost at that past moment. Was the elder rewriting that battle? Was he tearing deaths that had already occurred out of the flow of years? In the image, the golden figure dissolved into motes of light. Li Yuan of the past and Li Yuan of the present reacted almost identically. His eyes were wide as gongs, his voice trembling. Instructor, is this reinforcements? Wang Weibing silently looked up at the firmament. He gave no answer, but seemed to perceive something. In the next instant, whoosh. In the image, those hundreds of thousands of northern soldiers who should have died in the future suddenly saluted the heavens alongside Wang Weibing. Their movements were precise, silent, yet that moment rang louder than any shout. On the wall, those like Li Yuan who still survived in the future stood frozen in place. They did not understand why their brothers would salute the heavens. Within the celestial curtain, over the northern border, the golden figure raised a hand and gently clenched toward the saluting soldiers in the firmament. Then swoosh. Threads of gold poured from the curtain of time, diving into the tiny star-spinning cosmos in his left palm. One thread, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. At last the golden light fell like rain flooding into the microcosm held in his palm. No one dared utter a sound. They feared that even a heavy breath might disturb this rescue that spanned time and space. Outside the curtain at Jinling Martial School, the training ground was deathly silent. The students did not dare even to blink. Soldiers of the Jinghua 1st Division gripped their weapons tightly, the fingers on their rifles whitening. They watched those streaks of gold, as if witnessing names that should have been buried in the martyrs' cemetery being struck from the roll of the dead and given back to life. Yilong stood upon the high platform, his expression heavier than ever. Reversing the years. He murmured so softly only he could hear. Can this truly be the work of mortals? At the Guishu source, Zhang Daoling, the founding patriarch of Longhu Mountain, raised his hand and split the air with a palm thunder. A writhing Tian Renriam monstrosity lunged and exploded into black mist on the spot. Yet Zhang Daoling's gaze remained on the celestial curtain, which could manifest even at the Guishu source. To alter ordained history, to remake the time to come. Zhang Daoling murmured. To turn death into life, to disturb the river of years, to rewrite the destinies of hundreds of thousands. Such causality has already crossed the limits that heaven and earth can tolerate. His eyes dimmed. The heavenly Tao will mete out punishment. No sooner had he spoken than within the celestial curtain the golden figure drew in those threads of light. Who? The entire northern border abruptly dimmed. The vast cloudless blue sky was in an instant smothered by inky calamity clouds. Violet tribulation lightning churned within. With every flash the soldiers on the wall felt as if a heavy hammer struck their hearts. Plop! A great martial master could not withstand it and dropped to one knee. Then a grandmaster. Then a supreme grandmaster. Even Li Yuan and the 4 others who had just broken through felt as if a mountain pressed upon their shoulders. Li Yuan's jaw clenched until it creaked, veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to stand upright, but his legs trembled by instinct. It was not fear. It was the irresistible suppression that a life grade faces when the laws of heaven and earth assert themselves. The head instructor's face changed drastically. Though Tian Renriam chi surged within him, the instant that oppressive will descended without exception, he too sank to his knees. The heavenly Tao. The head instructor stared fixedly at the firmament. The will of the heavenly Tao. The formation runes on the wall dimmed, inch by inch banners ceased to flutter, wind and snow hung motionless in midair. The whole northern border city felt as if an invisible gargantuan hand had pressed it into an abyss. Thunderclouds roiled and finally congealed into a vast face whose features could not be discerned. That face spanned 10,000 miles, formless, emotionless, voiceless, looming over all living things. In the next instant it snapped open, its eyes myriad tribunal lightnings leaping and churning within those pupils. A voice majestic to the verge of indifference detonated from the firmament. Its gaze alighted upon the lone golden figure still standing upon the northern wall. Who are you? The voice's aftershock caused many on the wall to bleed from nose and ears. Some gritted their teeth to endure, yet could not even lift their heads. On the real training ground, students at Jinling Martial School grew pale under the pressure. Though separated by the curtain, they felt as if those eyes had swept over them. Chun Ming's wound, freshly bandaged by Lin Fan, began to seep blood once more. Even Zhuge Wanye's face for the first time utterly lost its habitual indifferent expression. Yichin clenched his fist. This thing, his throat worked. Can it be fought? No one answered. The heavenly Tao's formless visage gazed down upon the northern border. From the depths of the thunderclouds, violet tribulation lightning condensed into chains that descended toward the golden figure's location. You dare to overturn causality. Today I shall bring down heavenly punishment and erase the source of your rebellion. The voice had not yet finished. HM. The golden figure finally looked up. He gave a light, languid glance to the formless face forged from 10,000 mile thunderclouds. Heaven and earth fell into a dead hush. The myriad lightning chains halted midair. The golden figure spoke calmly. You just said you intended to do something today. What was that? The sound did not genuinely resonate. Yet at that moment, everyone inside and outside the heavenly dome felt a profound sensation. The formless face of the heavens, which spanned thousands of miles, split open upon seeing the golden figure. In the previous moment it had arrived with clouds of calamity, purple lightning like an ocean, and chains hanging from the sky, forcing countless warriors in and around the northern border city to kneel. In the next moment, they suddenly realized that the chains of calamity hanging above the golden figure's head began 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. It retracted faster and faster. Finally, those chains of calamity seemed to be scalded, desperately burrowing back into the depths of the calamity clouds. And Master, the majestic and indifferent voice of the heavens suddenly trembled. All the students on the training ground of Jinling Martial Academy were stunned. Huh? Who was just speaking? The Tao of Heaven. What did it just call the Emperor of Chaos? The barrage of comments froze for a moment. Then a flurry of messages exploded. Master, my ears aren't broken right. That thing that was going to bring down the punishment of heaven now calls the Emperor of Chaos Master. In this river. This is too much. I told you the Emperor of Chaos could fight. In the heavenly dome. The golden figure retracted the last strand of golden light drawn from the curtain of time, and within his palm a small world of stars revolved, mountains and rivers fluctuating. He looked up and let out a cold laugh. What's wrong? Do you have an issue with where I am? No, no, no. The chains of calamity which had originally hung down now flailed like panicked hands desperately shaking in the air. The voice no longer carried the earlier indifference and authority. You can naturally go anywhere. It's just that the lives and deaths of these hundreds of thousands of people have been reversed, and the causality of this realm has already been thrown into chaos. If I do not appear to stop it given the current state of the Tao, it will. His voice suddenly grew urgent. It will collapse. The causality will collapse. The order of this realm will collapse. As his words fell, the entire northern border city fell into an eerie silence. Li Yuan and the others knelt on the city wall, their bodies pinned down by the pressure of the Tao, unable to move, yet their fingers dug tightly into the brick crevices. They understood. The senior wanted to save their fallen brothers. But the burden of causality that this rescue entailed was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Hundreds of thousands of lives reversed. The Tao could not stop it. The great Tao would descend personally. Li Yuan's throat tightened as he struggled to raise his head. He wanted to say senior enough. Being able to save those 5 was already enough. But that sentence stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. He did not dare to refuse the opportunity for those fallen brothers to return home. Even less did he dare to say enough for them. The golden figure, however, seemed not to hear the Taoist's advice. He merely cast a faint glance. Then, stepping through the gap in the city wall, his feet found no bricks, only the wind and snow blowing in midair. Senior. Li Yuan instinctively reached out, wanting to remind him. But as his hand lifted halfway, he became frozen in place. Buzz. Beneath the golden figure, golden ripples spread out in circles. He did not use any force. There was no fluctuation of blood energy in the air. With just one step forward, he stood upon the void. With the second step down, he had already crossed the highest tower of the northern border. With the third step down, the sea of clouds lay low and the thunder of calamity roared open. That formless face of the heavens was shaken to pieces, leaving only a palm-sized golden phantom curled up in the depths of the clouds, not daring to lift its head. The golden figure appeared before him, lowering his gaze to the small world in his palm. With a single glance, the stars within were inverted, the sun and moon revolved, and the phantom of mountains and rivers rapidly collapsed and reformed. In the next moment, pop, that small world shattered like a bubble. Countless golden lights flew from his palm, showering down upon the northern border city below. Inside and outside the northern border city, beams of golden light shot up to the sky simultaneously. Some came from the collapsed city walls. Some from the charred, snow-covered ground. Some from the trenches soaked in demonic blood. And others came from the ruins that had already been turned to ashes by demonic fire. Wherever a light rose, it marked the spot where a northern border warrior had fallen. After doing all this, the golden figure stood with both hands behind his back before the small golden figure of the Tao, watching the golden light, bound by causality, his voice indifferent. The great Tao. What does it matter if I save this group of juniors? Boom. As this sentence fell, a vibration deeper than thunder suddenly resounded from the depths of the sky. Visible lines of causality descended from the void, entangling the northern border city, entangling those golden lights that had just returned. Black patterns spread along the fissures of the sky, as if something older and larger had been awakened by this sentence. At the Jinling Martial Academy training ground, Yilong suddenly stood up straight, his face changing for the first time. That is, his voice tightened. A rule deeper than the Tao of Heaven. It's not calculable. Even taking a glance at this level could lead to disaster. Yi Chuho leaned back in his leather chair, cradling Xingyao in his arms, his expression still languid. Xingyao heard that sentence from Zhuge Wang, instinctively tightening her small hand around Yi Chuho's clothing. She peeked up at him. Yi Chuho lowered his head and poked her cheek. Are you scared again? Xingyao's ears turned red, and she said fiercely in a small voice, too am not. Yet after saying that, she shrank back into his embrace. I'm just a little worried. In the heavens, a golden figure took another step. The remnants of the tribulation clouds in the sky were completely swept away, restoring the boundless clear blue. The small golden figure of the heavenly Tao instantly made way, curling into a ball, not even daring to lift its head. It was as if the one who had just looked down upon all beings was not it. Yet the golden figure did not even glance, but continued to ascend. White clouds were trampled beneath its feet. Thunder was left far behind. The surroundings became increasingly empty, until at a certain moment above the sea of clouds a colossal shadow slowly sat up. Its eyes hung beyond the heaven's shoulders, supporting the galaxy, its body occupying the entire sky. Strands of black patterns entwined around it resembling chains, also like decaying cracks. It lowered its head, gazing at the golden figure smaller than dust. The great shadow of the Tao spoke, its voice resonating throughout the universe. If you wish to reverse life and death, there are myriad causes and effects. Its words had not yet finished. The golden figure suddenly let out a soft laugh. So light, yet it interrupted the voice of the Tao in midair. The golden figure raised its gaze, its expression calm to the point of indifference. I appreciate the will of these juniors. Today, in the name of the wild, I command the Tao of this realm to protect the northern border troops. If there are causes and effects, add them all to me. It paused for a moment. The voice suddenly suppressed. Can you accept the order? Boom. The entire universe trembled violently. On the walls of the northern border, countless soldiers were left with only that one sentence in their ears. All causes and effects, add them to me. At this moment, no one could speak. Li Yuan stared intently at the golden figure in the sky, his eyes instantly reddening. He recalled the words he had just spoken. They stood guard here because there were worthy people to protect in the city. But now there was someone standing above the heavens declaring to the Tao that he would protect the northern border troops. That feeling was like something had violently crashed into his chest. It left him numb all over, almost unable to breathe. The great shadow of the Tao raised one hand. In an instant, the galaxy rolled back and the lines of causation tightened. Above the northern border city, the newly risen golden lights trembled in unison, as if they would be dragged back into the depths of death at any moment. Li Yuan's eyes instantly turned red. The teacher tightly gripped the broken staff, biting down so hard that blood emerged. All the soldiers of the northern border looked up, watching the confrontation above that they could not intervene in. But the hand of the great shadow of the Tao only rose halfway before stopping. The golden figure's gaze fell upon it. In the next breath, the black patterns entwined around its body all retreated. The great shadow of the Tao fell silent. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The universe felt pressed into a dead silence. Finally, that towering figure slowly lowered its head. It brought its hands together and bowed to the golden figure. I obey the order. As this voice fell, the lines of causation throughout the universe simultaneously loosened. Whoosh! Below, above the northern border city, the bound golden lights exploded apart with a thunderous sound. The golden light landed and figures appeared in the places where they had once fallen in battle. Kill! The moment the soldier opened his eyes, he remained in the posture of pouncing towards the monster. He swung the broken blade fiercely, but only struck a gust of empty wind. He was stunned. Looking down at his chest, where he should have been pierced by a monster's claw, there was only intact armor remaining. Did I not die? Clang! The broken blade in his hand fell to the ground. Immediately after, clang, clang, weapons fell from the hands of the revived soldiers of the northern border. They looked around in confusion. The city walls were shattered, the battle flags stained with blood, and the living comrades knelt all around. There were even those who in their memories were still rushing to reinforce them. He, along with a crowd of veteran masters, knelt on the city wall. This is the battle over. And the gigantic shadow in the sky. What was that thing? Enemy. The royal guard supported himself with a staff, standing straight. His eyes were red, yet his voice still rang out like it did when summoning troops. All northern border troops, rise. The hundreds of thousands of recently revived soldiers instinctively straightened their backs. The royal guard looked up at the golden figure above the heavens. His voice choked for the first time. This gesture is not for military orders. It is for the lives of the hundreds of thousands of us in the northern border. Kneeling in gratitude for the seniors' saving grace. Upon finishing, bang. The royal guard was the first to kneel, deeply bowing to that golden figure in the sky. The northern border troops, Wong weaving, thank you for your saving grace, senior. In the next moment, on the city walls, in the snowy plains, and the trenches beside the ruins, hundreds of thousands of newly returned northern border troops all knelt in unison, deeply bowing to that point of golden light in the sky. The northern border troops, Zhao Hai, thank you for your saving grace, senior. The northern border troops, Wang Hao, thank you for your saving grace, senior. Voices gathered together, rising from the broken city walls, soaring towards the clouds. Finally transforming into a roar from hundreds of thousands of voices. The northern border troops, thank you for your saving grace, senior. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, countless students had red eyes. The soldiers of the National Defense Academy gripped their rifles tightly, their chests heaving violently. Yilong stood on the platform, saying nothing for a long time. Xingyao looked up at the heavens, and then secretly glanced at the calm Yichiheo. She suddenly felt that the corner of her garment she was holding was somehow more reassuring than the entire world. And above the heavens, the Tao still bent down. The heavenly Tao shrank within the remnants of the thundercloud, not daring to move at all. The golden figure stood between the two, looking down at the northern border troops kneeling across the city wall. After a moment, it let out a light laugh. Enough. Your lives have been returned to you. You need not kneel to me." As it spoke, the knees of the tens of thousands of northern border soldiers were gently lifted. "You must remember, we human beings possess proud bones and heavy knees. We do not bow to the heavens and earth, nor do we kneel to gods and Buddhas, only to our parents who raised us, willingly bowing in gratitude. You guarded the northern border, but your families at home still need you to protect them. If you have nothing to do, you can report peace to your families, so they won't worry, and there are still matters of mine that are not finished." The golden figure turned to look at a certain spot below, its voice slightly turning cold. "That blood fox is a member of your demon race, right? Let my first order be to blow it up. You are quite brave." Here are 4 chapters offered to tell my dear ones a piece of good news. Due to the performance of this book, Wei Li Gu is so the little author has been dismissed from the line. Should be able to leave on the 30th of this month. Next month will resume, with additional update rules also. Many people scold the little author for being sentimental, talking about dying in battle and love. It feels too deliberate. In the future, should we reduce the interaction plot between Hao Yao? Also, the main package saw a picture on Douyin that fits Yi Chen's childhood plot. Click. Wang Weibing's forehead was still pressed against the cold city bricks. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a gentle yet irresistible force supporting his body. It was not just him. On the city walls and the snowy plains, and within the trenches, hundreds of thousands of soldiers from the northern frontier were slowly being lifted by that force. They had not completely awakened from the confusion of being reborn when a faint voice echoed in their ears belonging to a golden figure. "You have defended the northern frontier well, but at home they are still waiting for you to guard it." Upon hearing this sentence, Wang Weibing's eyes suddenly turned red. He had lived for most of his life witnessing countless strong individuals and many lofty figures. Yet he had never seen someone like this. This elder had just forcefully pulled hundreds of thousands of those who had perished back from the brink of certain death. He could make the heavenly Tao shrink in a corner and make the great Tao bow down to listen to orders. He had lifted them up. He acknowledged their sacrifices and recognized their achievements in defending the city. However, in the face of the northern frontier soldiers kneeling, he did not accept it. "I do not kneel to heaven and earth, nor do I revere the gods." Wang Weibing's voice became hoarse as he murmured, "Only parents can accept gratitude." Li Yuan, standing beside him, could no longer contain his tears, and he hurriedly raised his hand to wipe them away. Yet the more he wiped, the redder his eyes became. He had clearly died once. He had shown no fear when facing the tide of demons and the pressure of the heavenly Tao just moments ago. But at this moment it felt as though something was blocking his chest, making it so painful that he trembled even while breathing. Zhang's lips moved, his voice hoarse beyond belief. "What virtue or ability do we have? What a noble heart. How fortunate is the human race to have such a..." On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, many students fell silent. The crowd that had just been laughing and joking now had red eyes one by one. The soldiers of the National Defense Division gripped their guns, their knuckles turning white. Yilong stood on the high platform silent for a long time. He knew that this gesture would be remembered by the northern frontier soldiers for a lifetime. The Dragon Kingdom would also remember it for a lifetime. Xing Yao nestled in Yi Chua's embrace, clutching the hem of his clothes. She secretly looked up at the calm side profile of the young man. Her heart felt both sour and soft. This bad guy, he could clearly make heaven and earth bow down, yet he was unwilling to let those soldiers who fought desperately for the city kneel before him. Yi Chua noticed her gaze and looked down at her. Peeking again, Xing Yao's ears turned red and she stubbornly murmured, "Tu didn't." After finishing her words, she shrank further into his embrace. But in the heavens that warmth lingered only for a moment. The golden figure had already turned around. His gaze crossed the walls of the northern frontier, looking toward the edge of the horizon. Demon race. The 2 words fell. The sorrow from the entire northern frontier army almost instantly transformed into killing intent. Wang Weibing abruptly turned his head. Li Yuan and the others also raised their eyes in unison. In the distance at the edge of the snowy plains, a black mountain pig demon as massive as a mountain shrank its neck, carrying a 100-meter-long 9-toothed rake on its shoulder. And behind it, there was a giant bird with a completely azure body. Its wings were folded, yet its form still towered thousands of meters high. Cold air emanated from each feather, and the mountains beneath it were frozen white. Demon race's demon saint. The teacher's pupils shrank as his tone grew heavy. Ice Phoenix. The camera in the heavens suddenly focused on the teacher's grave face. In the next moment, a steady narration echoed in the ears of all the spectators. The Dragon Kingdom has conducted research on the ruins over the years, deducing a conjecture that left all the higher-ups in silence. The ruins that have appeared across Blue Star may not have appeared out of thin air, but rather returned. They originally shared the same origin as Blue Star. It was just that in ancient times they were stripped away by some unimaginable force. And this Ice Phoenix before us might very well be the only demon saint preserving the bloodline of the ancient phoenix in the world today. Even the founding master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Dowling, once commented, If he were to face the Ice Phoenix deep within the ruins, he would not have absolute confidence in victory. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, many students gasped in shock. Ancient Phoenix bloodline. Zhang Daoling didn't have confidence. Is this demon saint that outrageous? Inside the heavens, the teacher's face grew increasingly grave. He instinctively glanced at the golden figure in the sky, just as he was about to open his mouth to warn. In the next second, smack. The teacher raised his hand and slapped himself, his mouth twitching as well. What was I just thinking? He looked up at the small golden figure hidden within the remnant shadows of the thundercloud. Then he glanced at the great Tao giant shadow still bowing down, not daring to rise. The teacher's eyelids twitched fiercely. His mind must have been muddled by the thunderstrike just now. The heavenly Tao dared not utter a word, and the great Tao bowed down to listen to orders. He was actually worried that an elder would be harmed by a little bird. The bullet screen went wild with laughter at this moment. Puff. The teacher's reaction is a bit slow, and it is not unreasonable. Ooh, did you not hear the narration? This demon saint may well be the last remaining bloodline of the ancient phoenix in the legend. It is quite impressive. Oh, what if this beast is like a Taoist capable of summoning a deity? That would be quite dangerous. Worrying for the Emperor of the Wilderness is normal. Upstairs, do you guess why the title of the Emperor of the Wilderness contains the word Emperor? What deity can hold more weight than the title of Emperor? Huh. The camera in the heavens quickly shifted back to those two formidable beings of the demon race. The Ice Phoenix, which had just been praised as nearly invincible by the narration, now had its two stout bird legs trembling like a pile driver. The ground beneath its feet had already been stomped into two deep pits. The azure feathers had lost their luster, sticking wetly to its body. There was no longer the slightest trace of the majesty of a demon saint. It looked more like a drowned chicken that had just been fished out of the water. Suddenly the heavens flashed. The scene cut back to a moment earlier. Deep within the demon race's ruins, a giant ancient forest rose up, with each ancient tree being 100 meters thick, their crowns intertwining to form a nest that obscured the sky. The Ice Phoenix was lying in the center of the nest. One of its wings wrapped around a giant pillar. At the front end of the pillar, a touchscreen pin used by humans to tap the screen was tied. Below there was a glowing smartphone screen. On the screen, a dense stream of text was scrolling. It was evident that while the demon race and the Northern Frontier Army were fighting fiercely, this demon saint was lying in the back, engrossed in reading a novel on the phone brought back from humans by the Blood Fox. And she was completely absorbed in it. Until that Black Mountain Pig demon came rolling in. Commander, something's wrong. The Ice Phoenix, still focused on the phone, spoke impatiently. Speak. In the next moment, the Ice Phoenix suddenly spread its wings nearly 10,000 meters wide, overshadowing the entire ancient forest. Two gusts of cold wind swept forth, freezing the ancient trees that stood 100 meters tall. You say my millions of demon clans have emerged, knowing that the human race's reinforcements are still on the way. The highest combat strength of the city defense is just a group of grandmasters. Yet in this situation we still returned in utter defeat. Moreover, the old ape and Xiaobai are dead. The cold wind spewed from its massive beak blew the pig demon fully covered in ice and snow. The pig demon dared not hide, trembling as it spoke. Commander, someone has arrived. Glowing all over with golden light, we cannot defeat them. Golden light. The Ice Phoenix's killing intent surged. The sword cultivators of the Wangchuan family. The pig demon quickly shook its head. Commander, you've got it wrong. The words were left unfinished. Whoosh. The Ice Phoenix had already soared into the sky. Crash. Those ancient trees, frozen into ice crystals, instantly shattered into powder in the storm it stirred up. Commander, the pig demon shouted towards the vanishing blue light in the sky. It's not the Wangchuan family behind that dead old thing from the former Northern Border Army. It gritted its teeth and hurriedly dragged its nine-toothed rake to chase after. Seeing this scene, the comments suddenly became lively. Ha ha ha. The director of this short film is simply a genius. I can't wait to see the expression on this big bird's face when it sees the Emperor of the Wasteland. Wangchuan family. Streamer, I want to ask you something. Is that person known as the First Sword of Heaven and Earth also from the legendary class in the 9th class? Ikuin did not answer, and the screen shifted. The Ice Phoenix burst out of the demon clan's ruins. The overwhelming demonic energy wrapped in cold currents surged towards the northern border's frontier. Its massive form overshadowed the sky, and goose feather snow began to fall. Snowflakes landing on stones immediately froze, and those landing on grass and trees instantly turned into ice sculptures. In that moment, a surge of killing intent filled its eyes. But in the next breath, the Ice Phoenix's wing flapping motion froze in midair. It saw something. Above the northern border city, that golden figure defied the heavens. With a single step, the tribulation cloud scattered. Even the heavenly Daos tribulation lightning, which made it tremble at a glance, was forced back deep into the clouds by that step. The Ice Phoenix's eyes nearly bulged out. Commander. Behind, the pig demon finally caught up. One hand gripped the nine-toothed rake, while the other wiped away cold sweat from its brow. As soon as it looked up it saw that scene. The pig demon felt a chill run through its entire body. Clang! The 100-meter-long nine-toothed rake fell from the sky, crashing down and flattening a hill. The ice phoenix's massive body began to tremble rigidly, turning its head. Fat pig, why didn't you tell me? This golden fellow senior can step on the heavenly Tao. The pig demon swallowed hard, making a sound more pitiful than crying. Commander, I didn't know he was this powerful. The ice phoenix suddenly turned its head. Where's the black snake? The pig demon shivered slightly. Ran away long ago. The ice phoenix fell silent for a moment. The black snake was the most intelligent demon among the demon clan. Even it had fled. Was there any need to ask further? At that moment the last shred of luck in the ice phoenix's heart shattered. Revenge. To hell with revenge. Surviving is already a blessing from the ancestors. Run. We also run. The ice phoenix suddenly twisted its body, flapping its wings frantically, turning to dash into the depths of the ruins. Commander, wait for me. The pig demon, watching the ice phoenix, which was fierce on the way in and panicked on the way out, was so frightened that it didn't even dare to pick up its weapon. It directly returned to its original form, 4 hooves on the ground galloping after it. At that moment 2 sounds that shook the heavens resonated through the world. What does the great Tao matter? What if this emperor saves this group of juniors? In the sky the golden figure took another step. The remaining tribulation clouds of the heavenly Tao were directly dissipated into a clear sky by that step. The 2 powerful demons fleeing for their lives were merely swept by the aftermath. Boom, boom. The ice phoenix and the pig demon simultaneously crashed down from the sky. The ground trembled violently. They were pressed into the snowfield by an invisible immense force, unable to lift their wings or hooves. At that moment the scene returned to the moment the golden figure loomed over them. That blood fox. Is it from your demon clan? The heavens began to tremble. The surrounding light gradually dimmed. The darkening sky lacked the grandeur and majesty of divine punishment, yet it elicited a chill deep within the bones. The ice phoenix's throat rolled. It wanted to explain. It wanted to plead for mercy. It wanted to say that the foolish blood fox had nothing to do with it. But the moment locked by that gaze, it couldn't spit out a single word. What? What is that? A northern border warrior suddenly raised his hand, pointing to the sky. Everyone followed suit, looking up. They saw a purple light suddenly appearing all over the void. One by one closed purple eyes slowly squeezed out from the cracks. Those vertical eyes were densely packed, hanging over the sky, the snowfield, the mountains, and the entrance to the ruins. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Countless purple eyes filled that sky. The purple light descended. It sealed the ice phoenix, the black mountain pig, and the demon clan's ruins behind them into an invisible world. That light bore no hint of sacredness, only an eerie pressure that chilled the very soul. The warriors on the northern border city merely glanced at it, and their spines instantly turned cold, even their breathing slowed down by half a beat. On the playground of Jinling Martial University, the students who had just been mocking the ice phoenix for being drenched paused their laughter. In the 9th class crowd, Zhuge Wang's face abruptly changed, and he shouted loudly, "Don't look too long. That's not an ordinary eye technique." Yi Chuho leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm. Yet Xing Yao tightened her grip on his sleeve. She could feel that the pressure from those eyes opening was even stronger than when the heavenly Tao descended earlier. Yi Chuho looked down at her. Afraid? Xing Yao bit her lip and said softly, "A little bit." Yi Chuho smiled, reaching out to cover. "Then don't look too closely." In the sky, thunder rumbled. The golden figure looked down at the 2 powerful demons pressed into the snowfield. "This emperor's first order let you blow up the single. You are quite brave." As these words fell, the ice phoenix's feathers stood on end, and the terror in its eyes completely exploded. "No." It managed to squeeze out a single word. In the next moment, all the purple vertical eyes in the world trembled simultaneously. Clearly no one could see the golden figure's features. Yet everyone simultaneously had a thought in their hearts. "Senior, you have opened your eyes." At the same time, in the void above, those tightly closed vertical eyes also opened at that instant. The purple light covered the sky. The golden figure's voice resonated through the heavens and earth. "Double pupils. Open the heavens." At this moment, everyone inside and outside the sky was holding their breath. There was no sound of wind, no barrage of comments. Even the recently revived warriors atop the northern border city seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible hand. All gazes were fixed intently on that golden figure. He slowly lifted his eyes, and in the next moment a second pupil materialized in each of his eyes. Dual pupils, a natural phenomenon. The left eye shimmered silver-white, like moonlight cascading down, revealing the rise and fall of mountains and rivers, the revival of flora and fauna. The right eye was pitch black, resembling an abyss of darkness where stars crumbled and all things returned to the void. Within his eyes there was a golden ring encircling the pupils. Faint gold silver-white, and deep black light alternated and flowed. The sun and moon rose and fell, while the starry river flickered out of existence. Chaos and mist churned within the depths of his pupils as runes and chains of order danced and flickered, as if the laws of heaven and earth were forcibly inscribed into those eyes. Merely opening his eyes caused a weaker warrior on the northern border's wall to grunt, blood surging backwards, spilling from the corner of his mouth. Teacher Zhang stared fixedly at the golden figure, his pupils contracting violently. His inner voice erupted uncontrollably. Dual pupils, a natural phenomenon. This is the manifestation of an ancient holy emperor. In the next moment he trembled all over and shouted out loud in front of everyone, dual pupils, a natural phenomenon. Senior, it's the ancient holy emperor of the human race. As his words fell, the massive bird face of the ice phoenix in the scene twisted, completely filled with terror, despair, and disbelief. Its gigantic body was locked by purple light, unable to move even a feather. Boom! All sounds in the world were simultaneously crushed. Inside and outside the sky, countless people felt their minds go blank, their ears filled with a continuous high-pitched ringing. The ice phoenix was devoured. The northern border city was engulfed. Even the massive shadow of the Tao that still bowed its head in the sky lost its outline in an instant. The entire sky was left with nothing but boundless and blinding purple light. On the playground of Jinling Martial School, thousands of students stood frozen in place. No one dared to speak nor blink. They even felt that if they breathed too heavily, they would attract the attention of that purple light. Sizzle! Suddenly a tearing sound erupted from the depths of the purple light, as if something had forcefully ripped apart the sky itself. In the next instant, a gigantic heavy pupil appeared in the center of the screen. It slowly turned devoid of emotion and sound. Yet at that moment, everyone outside the sky felt the same sensation. That I was watching them, transcending 5,000 years. Across the sky, across reality and image, it swept slowly across their faces. Oh my. In Jinling Martial School's playground, Yin Tsung's large hammer clanged heavily against the ground. In the next second, he had already leaped onto Yi Chen, clutching his neck tightly. Old Yi, that ghostly thing, is it about to come out? Yi Chen's mouth twitched violently. He wanted to kick Yin Tsung off. But at the moment that heavy pupil swept over, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. You? Get down first. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. The little AI, squeezed into a ball by Yin Tsung's arm, was now struggling wildly on Yi Chen's shoulder. Second-class citizen, let this little AI down. I'm about to be crushed. Hey, oh no. Only then did Yin Tsung remember that there was a small creature on Yi Chen's shoulder. He hurriedly let go and jumped down. Whoosh. Little Ace's body twisted quickly, transforming back into the form of a little girl. She placed her hands on her hips, her curly hair standing on end with rage. Stinky Yin Tsung, what are you doing? You crushed this little AI. She glared at Yin Tsung and shouted fiercely, what did you see that scared you into such a dog-like state? Yin Tsung's face turned pale as he pointed toward the sky. Look, you see for yourself. Little AI had just received the message from her master Luo Ji and hadn't paid any attention to the sky. With a defiant expression, she braced her waist and looked up. You'll see. This little AI wants to see what could scare you like this. But before she could finish, little AI looked up and saw the heavy pupil in the purple light. A scream erupted instantly. Little AI lunged onto Yin Tsung's face, transforming back into a mass of curls that covered his entire face. Hey, get off me. Yin Tsung retreated while frantically pulling at the curls on his face. Little AI had already completely lost her human form. The mass of curls flashed and began emitting urgent alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Detected the arrival of a trans-dimensional observation source. Combat power detection system has crashed. Database matching failed. Current target danger level cannot be calculated. Dimensional safety protection has failed. Causal firewall has been breached. Suggestion: immediately disconnect from the network, shut down, play dead. Yin Tsung's actions froze. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched. He knew about little AI's intelligence, ever since the awakening of martial arts technology had been set aside by countries worldwide and had not developed for nearly a century. Luo Ji was one of the few who still adhered to the path of technology. Moreover, little AI was his proud creation. Yi Chen had covertly checked, and little AI was no less impressive than the artificial intelligence he had seen in the top technology parks in the Dragon Country. So, just how terrifying was that to make even a top-tier artificial intelligence crash? The entire sports field of Jinling Martial Arts High School was now devoid of ease. Students' faces had paled to ash. Some clutched their chests, gasping for breath. Others collapsed weakly onto the grass. Even the elite warriors of the National First Division instinctively tightened their grips on their rifles. Yet not a single barrel dared rise toward the sky screen. That was no enemy, nor was it a demon clan. It was something far beyond the capacity of mortal will. Even the thought of resistance dissolved before it. On the observation platform, Yi Long stared unblinking at the sky screen, brow deeply furrowed. He had witnessed celestial demons of the demon clans, beheld abominations from the abyssal void, and felt the crushing aura of heaven-transcendent cultivators in their final desperate moments. Yet this single glance, shattered all his understanding. This was not the emanation of it was the indifferent gaze of an entity standing infinitely above all life, peering across time and through the veil of the sky screen, as though idly glancing at a recording made by descendants millennia hence. At Class 9's designated zone, Yi Chuhao remained reclined in his leather armchair, utterly unruffled. Xing Yao nestled quietly in his arms, her eyes shielded by his hand. Still she glimpsed, through the narrow slit between his fingers, the heavy-lidded concentric pupils bathed in violet light. Her tiny fist instinctively clenched his sleeve. She could not name the fear gripping her. That I had not moved against her, yet its gaze was unbearable. Though separated by the sky screen, it felt as if something unseen had crawled along that line of sight, burrowing straight into her heart. An instinctive urge seized her, to bow her head, to flinch away, to vanish entirely. Yi Chuhao sensed her trembling and glanced down. Gently he stroked her hair. His touch was feather-light, his voice softer still. "Don't be afraid." Xing Yao's breath caught faintly. She lifted her gaze, stealing a look at him through his fingers. His eyes crinkled with quiet amusement, languid, unhurried, utterly composed, as if that colossal twin-pupiled eye which had silenced the entire field were nothing more than ordinary scenery. Her rigid frame gradually softened. She nestled deeper into his embrace and whispered, So long as her class leader stood beside her, she feared nothing. After all, he would never harm her. Above them, the sky screen still held the twin-pupiled eye suspended within its sea of violet radiance. Slowly it swept across the expanse. For the first time, the comment stream fell into absolute silence. Across Futura live streams, countless viewers covered their eyes. Even those who had turned away still felt that gaze lingering, fixed deep within their minds. Click. Suddenly a faint crack echoed across the surface of the sky screen. Crack. A hairline fissure appeared at the center of the violet glow. Then another. And another. Countless fractures spiderwebbed outward in every direction. Crack, crack, crack. The image of the concentric eye began to warp. The violet light pulsed violently. The entire sky screen shuddered uncontrollably, as though buckling beneath the weight of that gaze. Students of Jinling Martial Arts High School instinctively stepped back half a pace. Someone cried out in terror, "The sky screen is shattering." Yi Long snapped his hand upward. The National First Division instantly formed ranks. But then, boom, the sky screen's projection layer exploded outright. Light vanished. Silence swallowed the world. For several long seconds, only blackness remained. Gradually brightness returned, frame by frame. AI Kuan reappeared on screen. This time his smile was frozen, his lips bloodless, his folding fan hanging limp unopened in his hand. A fine sheen of cold sweat glistened on his forehead. The moment he reappeared, the comment stream erupted like a dammed tide breaking its banks. Streamer. Holy hell, I nearly wet myself. Why do I feel like that I was staring directly at me? Babuda. Bless me, bless me. I saw nothing. Spare me from this karmic burden. Exactly. I've been wondering. Why did none of us notice anything amiss before Li Yuan and the other four were declared dead by the desolate Heaven Emperor? Yet the instant he revealed it, we all jolted awake. But we're watching from a Godseya view. How could our perception and reaction mirror those trapped inside the footage? Same here. 1199. A torrent of doubt flooded the screen. AI Cohen raised a hand, attempting as always to regain control with a smile, but his lips twitched twice, failing to lift. Silence hung thick over the Jinling Martial Arts High School field. All waited, holding their breath, for his explanation. AI Cohen swallowed hard, his face was pale. "Friends," he began, voice strained. "Do you recall why I vanished so abruptly earlier?" "Friends," he began, voice strained. "Do you recall why I vanished so abruptly earlier?" The barrage of comments paused for a moment. This time no one urged or questioned, because everyone was puzzled. Why did AI Cohen suddenly disappear when the Emperor of the Wasteland questioned the warriors who fought to the death? At that moment, the entire world's audience was eagerly anticipating what would come next. As a global live stream, the viewership should have overshadowed everything. To cut the footage when the audience's emotions were at their peak was akin to pushing the heat into an abyss. Such a thing would never happen as long as someone had their wits about them. Yet AI Cohen inexplicably vanished. Moreover, he disappeared without any warning. In front of the screen, countless viewers stared at AI Cohen's pale face, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition. AI Cohen fell silent for a moment and took a deep breath. Everyone must have heard of the 749 Bureau, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the barrage hesitated. Then a few scattered comments floated in. The 749 Bureau. It really, actually exists. Is it the 749 Anomaly Containment Investigation Bureau? No way. Wasn't it just a folk rumor? Streamer. What's going on with the 749 Bureau? Did they come looking for you? AI Cohen nodded. This time his face no longer bore the usual playful grin. Yes, the director of the 749 Bureau personally came looking for me. The streamer was just invited over for a chat. The barrage fell silent once more. Countless viewers felt a chill run down their spines. They vaguely realized that what would be revealed next might become the first crack of a new era. And now everyone watching this live stream would become witnesses. So, what did they want with the streamer? Finally, one viewer asked this question. AI Cohen did not answer him. His fingers hovered above the holographic keyboard, hesitating to press down. Half a second later, he opened the backend files where a line of small red text marked the top right corner. Classified documents of the 749 Bureau. AI Cohen looked at the line of text, swallowing hard. Before I answer, could you all please watch a video? This video was recently provided by the director of the 749 Bureau, Chin Ping. His voice lowered slightly. The person appearing in the video is likely the legendary figure we revealed in the first episode. Dragon King, Long Aotian. As soon as AI Cohen's words fell, both the current and future audiences were covered in goosebumps. Simultaneously, a thought exploded in their minds. 5,000 years. The Dragon King has lived for 5,000 years. He is not dead. In Jinling Martial Arts School, Yin Sung trembled as he held his phone. The chat box on the screen still lit up. Long Aotian had just replied, "Oh, even a passing dog has to be bitten twice. Does this mean that when I return the class monitor will dare to slap me across the face?" Yin Sung's reply lingered below. "That's hard to say. He might tear your mouth apart before you can laugh." Yin Sung stared stiffly at those two lines of the next second. Whoa! He howled, and the phone flew straight into Yi Chen's face. Smack! The phone, revealing Yi Chen's grim face. He slowly looked up, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Yin Sung, you little turtle, do you really want to die today?" Yin Sung awkwardly laughed and took half a step back. "Huh. Old you know I'm a coward afraid of. I just suddenly heard that old dragon hasn't died in 5,000 years. What if he comes back as a zombie and bites me? How creepy and painful would that be?" Yi Chen took a deep breath. In the end, he chose not to continue quarreling with Yin Sung, because this guy was not completely rambling this time. As of now, within the known martial arts system, the Earth Immortal realm is the apparent peak. However, the lifespan limit of an Earth Immortal is only about 1,000 years. Even using all kinds of precious materials and longevity secrets, this limit does not surpass 1,296 years. This number is an ironclad rule established by the end of countless powerful beings, through ancient and modern records, without exception. Yet the future streamer on the heavenly curtain said their vice glass monitor Long Aotian possibly broke through this limit. From the present world, he lived into a world 5,000 years later. What actually happened in between? Ding. AI Cohen silently clicked on the video, his figure slowly fading away. In its place was a scene of violently shaking footage. The image was dim. The noise was grating. In the distance, a black pillar of light pierced through the heavens and the earth as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. Report. Report. A young and urgent voice came from the screen. "I am the leader of Group 3 of the 749 Bureau. Tang Lin. I have entered the myth-level ruins, Godslayer Abyss." Repeat. "I have entered the myth-level ruins, Godslayer Abyss." Tang Lin was panting heavily. The camera shook several times before barely focusing on the front. In the footage, the scene seemed corroded by some force, flickering with fine snowflake noise. Then a desolate wasteland appeared in the blurred image. It was a stretch of gray-black land with no end in sight. Wind blew from deep within the wasteland, yet not a single sound of wind could be heard. For there was no grass, no trees, and no living beings. The ground was littered with shattered bricks, broken stone pillars, and weapons corroded to black. Every few steps one could see a corpse half buried in the dust. Those corpses were in various postures. Some maintained a charging stance. Some were curled up on the ground, seemingly trying to grasp for something before dying. Some skeletal remains still bore tattered black uniforms. The golden dragon pattern on the chest had long since faded. Yet even separated by 5,000 years, the audience could still recognize it. That was the emblem of the Dragon King Hall. Other skeletal remains were draped in hooded robes. On the back of the robe, an angel with folded wings was embroidered. But that angel was already soaked in dark red blood. The wings seemed glued to the fabric with blood, leaving only an unspeakable chill where the once holy design had been. Tang Lin's camera slowly panned. No one spoke. In the livestream room, no one dared to send comments. They stared at the wasteland as if witnessing a war relic buried for 5,000 years being gradually dragged out from the dust. Suddenly, Tang Lin's camera slowly lifted. In the next moment, everyone's pupils simultaneously constricted. Above the sky, a palace was actually suspended. A group of inverted palaces. Under the dim sky, a series of dilapidated western palaces were connected together. All were in a state where spires pointed down, colonnades were broken, and domes were shattered. Those buildings looked as if they were violently pulled up from the earth by some force, then nailed upside down into the sky. They hung silently there, silent, ruined, yet carrying a sense of oppressive weight that transcended time. The perspective continued. Finally, the crowd could see clearly that in the center of the palace complex, a massive statue of an angel was suspended upside down. The statue was originally meant to be pure white, because on several spots where blood had not covered the stone surface, remnants of an almost sacred white could still be seen. It should have been stretching its arms wide and spreading its wings, looking down upon all beings with a compassionate demeanor. But now, its arms were severed halfway, its wings were incomplete, and the entire statue was soaked in dark red. It was as though over a long period it had been soaked through with blood layer by layer. The camera focused on the angel's face. Those stone eyes hung hollowly. Below the corners of its eyes, 2 black streaks of tears had actually congealed. The tears flowed down its cheeks, defying gravity, and fell into the dried blood beneath its feet. It was as if some deity had wept before dying. Thud. Many viewers were chilled to the bone upon witnessing this scene, their hair standing on end. Some later viewers dove under their blankets, their fingers pressed firmly against the screen, clearly terrified, yet unable to suppress their curiosity to continue watching. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, almost silent. Even though it was the height of summer, the students on the playground seemed to crawl, as if a chill had clung to their spines. Old Yi. Yin Sung swallowed hard, stiffly looking at Yichun. Do you think Old Dragon might have fallen? Not sure. Yichun replied with a grave expression, slowly shaking his head. But it shouldn't be this time. All right. Yin Sung patted his chest, forcibly calming himself. Earlier, the Heavenly Realm said that Old Dragon had been dragged by that bitch from the Lung family for 3 years, and the Divine Alliance had recovered their strength, which was why they exhausted all the old members of the Dragon King's Hall. It hasn't been 3 years yet. Mid-sentence, Yin Sung suddenly froze. Wait a minute. Now there seems to be less than 2 months left until the 3 years are up. He widened his eyes, suddenly slapping his thigh. Old Dragon was busy showing off. Do you think it's possible that the Divine Alliance was already prepared, their state fully restored, just waiting to strike the Dragon King's Hall? And then Old Dragon, leading a bunch of remnants, boldly shouted, I will slay the gods, and went straight to hack at them. This is simply a lamb walking into a tiger's den. What's the difference between this and a half-dead monkey striking a fully healthy Liu Bei? It's over. Old Dragon is really about to get into big trouble. Yichun continued to shake his head. Long Out Yin is not that foolish. At this moment, Zhuge Wang also joined in, tossing the copper coins in his hand, unusually serious. I have seen his aura before. He harbors a dragon's energy within him. Yin Sung was taken aback. Yichun continued, his choice of the red dust-breaking realm method isn't due to a lapse in judgment. Yin Sung's throat moved slightly. So, Zhuge Wang grabbed the copper coin, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. A hidden dragon in the abyss, to transform into a soaring dragon in the sky, must undergo trials beyond what ordinary people can endure. Now his hidden dragon shackles have been broken. But to truly soar in the skies, he still needs to face a trip. Yichun looked up at the upside-down palace, pausing for a moment before speaking heavily. Perhaps from the very beginning he regarded the Divine Alliance as the tribulation he had to transcend. Yin Sung opened his mouth. I. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable word. In the end, he could only give a thumbs up and choke out a sentence. Damn, Old Dragon is impressive. But as soon as he finished speaking, he looked back up at the weeping angel statue in the heavenly realm. The worry crept back onto his face. Then why did that person in the future say that Old Dragon might be inside? Yichun did not answer immediately. He gazed at the upside-down divine kingdom on the screen, at the scattered bones of the old members of the Dragon King's Hall, and a hint of gravity appeared in his eyes. After a moment, he shook his head. We will know if we keep watching. As soon as he finished speaking, the camera in the heavenly realm dropped, turning towards the towering black pillar that was first seen upon entering the abyss of divine death. At this moment, all eyes both inside and outside the heavenly realm from the present and the future were firmly drawn to that towering black pillar. No one spoke. No one blinked. Because the camera was slowly moving down along that towering black pillar inch by inch. The black light pierced through the heavens and the earth. The further down it went, the denser the noise in the image became. Tang Lin's breathing grew heavier, each breath urgent enough to make one's heart tighten. Ziz. Ziz. The edges of the camera flickered continuously, as if some invisible entity was gnawing at this segment of the footage. Finally, the camera passed through the outer layer of the black pillar, coming to a halt in the center of the earth. There a gigantic altar stood tall. The altar resembled a pyramid with a flat top, entirely pitch black, its surface covered in cracks. Stone steps extended downward on all 4 sides, disappearing into the gray mist. Each step was weighed down by corpses. Some bones were draped in decayed black uniforms, with the golden coiling dragon on their chests already faded. Some skeletons wore tattered robes with the angelic emblem on their backs, smeared into a mess by blood. They were still the remnants of the Dragon King's Hall and the Divine Alliance. Two colossal entities that once ruled the underground world seemed to have been buried here together. The camera continued upward. At the very top of the altar was a pitch-black platform. The towering black pillar erupted from the center of the platform. The black light made no sound. Yet everyone felt a dullness in their eardrums, as if something indescribable was breathing lowly deep within the black pillar. The next second, the camera zoomed in. The breaths of all the viewers came to a halt simultaneously. In the center of the platform stood a black throne dozens of meters high. The throne was enormous and cold, with the armrests carved with incomprehensible ancient patterns. Upon the throne sat a figure of a person. The figure was very thin, so thin that only a withered skin covered its skeletal frame. The black pillar shot up into the sky behind him, as if the darkness of 5,000 years was pressed down under his single figure. Crack! In the dead silence of space, a sudden dry cracking sound echoed. The sound was like dislocated bones. It also resembled rusty chains forcefully pulled by some power. Tang Lin's camera jolted violently. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, Yin Tsung's scalp instantly exploded. Damn! Before he could finish his sentence, his voice got stuck in his throat. Because everyone saw, the figure on the throne slowly raised its head. The dust of 5,000 years seemed to awaken at that moment with a single motion. Tang Lin was clearly startled as well. The camera shook violently, the edges flashing with large amounts of snowflake noise. After quite a while, the image finally stabilized again. Hiss! At this moment, countless viewers inhaled sharply in front of the screen. Yet when the camera refocused on that person's face, the fear rising in everyone's hearts was quickly suppressed by another emotion. Sourness, heaviness, and an indescribable feeling of suffocation. It no longer resembled a living person, more like a history that had been gnawed down to mere bones by time, yet still refused to collapse. His flesh and blood were almost completely dried out, leaving only a layer of withered skin clinging to the bones. His hair had long since fallen out, his teeth were exposed, and his eye sockets were sunken murky to the point of being nearly devoid of light. Yet even in such a broken state, he still sat upright on the throne. His back remained straight, like a decayed king still blocking an unopenable door for the world behind him. He seemed to want to raise his hand. That withered finger had just moved an inch away from the throne's armrest. Boom! The black pillars behind him suddenly deepened. The black light surged as if something in the abyss had sensed the disturbance and was frantically crawling out. The bones beneath the throne trembled in unison. The camera in Tang Lin's hand emitted a harsh noise. The figure on the throne paused for a moment, ultimately lowering his arm slowly. However, it was precisely this raised hand that revealed what was on his finger. A black ring. Rough. It had no brilliance. In fact, it looked ugly, like a piece of black iron that had been roughly polished. But the moment it was seen, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. The Dragon King's ring. That was the Dragon King's ring. On the playground of Jinling Martial Academy, Yin Tsung suddenly turned to Yi Chun, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence. In the sky revealed earlier within the Sacred Master's tomb, there had clearly been a Dragon King's ring unearthed. How could there be another one here? Was the one that was unearthed a replica? Or was it a relic replicated from the future? This thought only flickered through everyone's minds for a moment. The next second, a hoarse voice that was nearly broken came from the throne. Later generations. You have come. Each word seemed to have been ground out from a dry and cracked throat. Very slow, very heavy, yet very clear. Tang Lin seemed to finally come to his senses, abruptly lowering the camera. His voice trembled, yet he still tried his best to maintain respect. Junior group leader of the third group of Bureau 749, Tang Lin. I have met the Dragon King Senior. The figure on the throne fell silent for a moment. 749. He lifted his withered head, looking toward the ruined palace group hanging upside down in the dome. A fleeting hint of remembrance suddenly flashed in those murky eyes. This bureau was built by Lin. Jiyue right? Tang Lin immediately responded, yes. The first director of Bureau 749 is indeed Senior Lin Jiyue. Ah. The figure on the throne let out a gentle sigh. The sigh was long and low, yet it felt as if it had blown from 5,000 years ago to 5,000 years later. Suddenly the wind rose in the depths of the wilderness. The wind swept through the altar, rustling over the corpses of the old Dragon King's followers. The tattered black garments flapped loudly. The faded golden dragon patterns flickered in the dust, like an organization that had died 5,000 years ago, still bowing to their king. Tang Lin's eyes turned red. The hand that held the recording device began to turn pale at the knuckles. At this moment, he seemed to forget he was still on a mission. He also forgot that the person sitting in front of him was a legendary figure debated by countless historians. He only saw one person. A predecessor from the Dragon Kingdom, trapped in the abyss for 5,000 years alone. Tang Lin's voice softened as if afraid to disturb the souls of the battlefield. Dragon King Senior. We have come to take you. He swallowed hard before finally uttering the last two words. Home. The moment those two words fell, it felt as if something had struck everyone's chest. The figure on the throne did not answer immediately. He simply repeated softly, home. Those two words seemed as if they hadn't been heard in a long time. Falling into his hollow eyes, they momentarily lit up the murky gaze. But soon that glimmer extinguished again. He lowered his head, the cracked corner of his mouth curling into a bitter smile. In his voice, there seemed to be both laughter and tears. We cannot go back. Tang Lin's hand, gripping the device, trembled violently, causing the camera to tilt. Senior, the figure on the throne slowly spoke. The time has not yet come. If I leave this seat, this place will open. He spoke slowly. With each word that fell, the black pillars behind him trembled in response, as if countless invisible entities were lurking in the depths of darkness listening to his voice. You wait. Go. Whoosh. A gust of wind carrying a decayed aura suddenly rushed toward the camera. The edges of the frame were instantly covered in black noise. Tang Lin's eyes turned completely red. But Senior, we have already found you. Bureau 749 can deploy personnel, can allocate resources, can summon the National Lord's office, can request the Guardian Army. We can find a way. You cannot stay here forever. Senior. Dragon King Senior. Zzz. The harsh white noise suddenly exploded. The screen began to shake violently. The throne. The black pillars. The altar. The corpses. That frail figure that had sat for 5,000 years gradually blurred in the flickering. In the final second, everyone vaguely saw the figure on the throne seem to lift his gaze and look at the camera. That glance was very calm, so calm that it was unsettling, as if he had long since grown accustomed to solitude, and had long since accepted that he could not turn back. Zzz. The screen completely went dark. The video ended. In the live broadcast room, AI Kun's figure reappeared. The bullet comments did not surge out as usual. The playground of Jinling Martial Academy was left with only the sound of the wind. Even Yin Song did not speak any more nonsense. Everyone was waiting for AI Kun to speak. In the live broadcast room, AI Kun took a deep breath. But after inhaling, he paused for several seconds before finally speaking. After watching this video, everyone should know. The Dragon King is not dead. This sentence fell. The bullet comments remained silent. Everyone knew that this was no longer just a question of whether a legendary figure was alive. This was the first true contact between the present world and 5,000 years ago. It was also the first time the official future had told the world. Those who were written into myths, who were enshrined in history, and who became legends might still be guarding something for humanity in some unknown place. AI Kun paused for a few seconds. Then he raised his head to look at the camera, his voice low. Not only that, the 749 Bureau and our production team now have an even more terrifying guess. Like the god of war, the divine Doctor, the night watchman, the father of all races. He paused here, swallowing hard. Even the legendary figures like the desolate emperor, very likely, have survived. For a long suspended moment, not a single chat message appeared in the live stream. Before countless screens across the globe, every viewer stood frozen, pinned in place by those two words, there's no going back. Too many questions choked their throats. No one dared speak first. Often when truth is laid bare before you, it means you have already stepped into the heart of the game. Why would the state reveal a secret of this magnitude to ordinary citizens, now of all times? They did not know. They only felt a suffocating weight pressing upon their chests. That heaviness did not stem from fear. It arose from helplessness. In that instant, the image of Long Out Yin flickered vividly across the minds of countless viewers. In the restored photograph, he stood defiant and untamed, his brows sharp, his gaze imperious, as though he were a young true dragon who would never bow his head. Back then he was Lord of the Dragon Sovereign Hall, a legendary figure spoken of by millions as arrogant, domineering, and hopelessly romantic. Yet now in the video, just shown, he sat emaciated and hollowed, skin stretched taut over brittle bone upon that black throne. Nothing left but the sorrowful dignity of a king at twilight. What had he endured? What burdens had he borne? What horrors had he shielded them? The very younger generations who once hurled insults at him in this very live stream. From no one knew. All they knew was that they could offer no aid. That helplessness cut deeper than fear. In the future Long Kingdom, inside a rented apartment, a tall man slammed his fist onto the table with a thunderous crack. Tears fell one by one into his cold, congealed pig's trotter rice bowl. Gritting his teeth, his fingers hammered the keyboard. Sharp staccato bursts. Almost instantly, the first chat message pierced the blank void of the live stream. Damn it. Host, tell us. What can I do to help? At the moment this message appeared, it struck the silence like a boulder dropped into a still lake. Then, chat messages exploded across the screen. Wherever you need me, I'll charge. Even through blade. Damn it. Watching our own ancestral patriarch suffer, and being utterly powerless to assist, it truly burns. 1. Walwat 99. A dense cascading tide of messages flooded the screen. AI Cohen stood before the camera watching each line scroll past, his lips parted slightly. This time he did not smile, nor did he fan himself as he usually did. He drew a deep, deliberate breath, and slowly rose to his feet. Dear viewers, since everyone seeks answers, we now invite Director Chen Ping of the 749 Bureau to address you personally. With that, AI Cohen turned and walked off camera. At the edge of the frame, he paused briefly. The lens captured only him and another figure stepping into view. Two men exchanging a quiet, solemn nod. The next second, AI Cohen stepped aside. Chen Ping fully entered the live stream. He wore no flamboyant ceremonial attire, only a dark, austere uniform. His shoulders were level, his stride steady. His brow ridged, sharp, his eyes bright and unwavering. That bearing evoked in the minds of countless viewers a single phrase. A pillar of the nation. On the sports field of Jinling Martial Academy, Yen Song abruptly twisted his head. His gaze lingered for a moment on Chun Ming's wounded face, then shot upward, fixed on the sky screen. He scanned it again and again. The longer he stared, the wider his eyes grew. Damn it. In 3 quick strides, he closed the distance to Chen Ming and delivered a hearty slap to his shoulder. Brilliant, lad. Your descendant has risen high indeed. Chun Ming winced. The blow jarred his wound, tightening his brows, but he uttered no curse. His eyes remained locked on the sky screen, on the man who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself down to the finest detail. And the dullness that had clouded his gaze after his own failure now began imperceptibly to kindle anew. It was a feeling difficult to name, as if a man buried deep in mud had suddenly glimpsed at the very end of his bloodline a radiant flower blooming. Within the sky screen, Chen Ping strode forward, faced the global audience, and raised his hand in a crisp, precise salute. Every motion clean, decisive, without a trace of hesitation. Then he seated himself upright, spine straight, shoulders squared. Good evening, viewers. I am Chen Ping, the 101st Director of the 749 Bureau. The live stream held its breath for one suspended heartbeat. Then a wave of timid greetings rippled through the chat. Dear Director, good evening. How many ordinary people typed those words with trembling hands? Day after day, they were simply workers, students, mortgage bearers, casual scrollers. People for whom such towering figures existed only in distant news reports. To be saluted directly, not even in a broadcast, but to them across the screen, was unimaginable. Even catching a prolonged glance at such a person in official footage felt like gazing at a star light years away. Yet now, Chen Ping sat before them. He represented not merely the 749 Bureau, but the Long Kingdom's government itself, revealing, publicly for the first time, the hidden door concealed for 5 millennia. Chen Ping watched the scrolling chat in silence, then spoke measured and calm. You have surely learned from the broadcast just concluded that our ancestor Long Outyen has not perished. Those words landed like stones, pulling viewers from the tension of official presence back into the heavy, aching reality. That black throne, that towering column of abyssal darkness piercing the heavens, that skeletal sovereign, still refusing to rise from his seat, all reappeared vivid and searing in every mind. Director Chen, may we ask, what exactly does the Dragon Sovereign guard? And what as descendants can we possibly do? The same questions surfaced once more. Chen Ping studied those 2 messages and drew a slow, deep breath. His expression gradually hardened, his gaze descending like a shutter. He guards against the uncanny and the unholy. He safeguards humanity and peace. 2 sentences. Silence fell again, deep, reverent, absolute. Chen Ping's voice continued. As for us, SHHRRK. He surged upright. His chair scraped violently against the floor, a harsh grating sound. Simultaneously, a golden dragon emblem flashed into existence in the upper right corner of the livestream. At the moment it appeared, every interface element flickered, briefly dimmed, as if a higher-level authority had seized control. Chen Ping saluted the camera once more. Citizens, our investigation is now complete. The extra-dimensional realm known as Guishu, first recorded 5,000 years ago, is manifesting once more. Based on the current condition of the Dragon Sovereign, our forebears have stood silently on the front lines, guarding us unacknowledged for 5 full millennia. His voice resonated, deliberate, each syllable weighted. Each word struck like a hammer against every heart. Through reconstructed visions, we have witnessed Long Outyen's defiance, the war god's solitary courage, and Huang Tian Di's invincibility. Yet we have also seen war's brutality. We have witnessed the savagery of demonic beasts. And we have seen warriors, shattered, dismembered, choosing self-immolation rather than retreat. On Jinling Martial Academy's field, many students' eyes instantly brimmed with tears. They remembered Wang Weibing. They remembered Li Yuan. They remembered the Northern Frontier Army, soldiers torn apart by demon swarms, yet still locking arms with their foes in final blazing detonations. Chen Ping's voice echoed from the sky screen, growing heavier, darker. With the excavation of the Sage Master's tomb, and with anomalies multiplying across our era, you have likely already surmised it. 5,000 years ago, that age bequeathed far more than martial glory. It left behind a fractured chronicle, written in blood and tears, sacrifice and vigilance. And now, Chen Ping paused. His Adam's apple moved. For that fleeting instant, he seemed to summon immense resolve, before speaking the final devastating truth. They may soon reach their limit. These words fell. In the live stream, countless viewers felt their hearts tighten. They could barely hold on any longer. The Dragon King had sat on the throne for 5,000 years. Those legendary figures may have guarded certain places for 5,000 years as well. Now Chen Ping informed them. The ancestors could hardly endure any longer. Chen Ping suddenly raised his head, his voice rising sharply. Can we, the younger generation, just stand by and watch our predecessors suffer on the front lines? Can we enjoy the everlasting peace that our ancestors have fought for with their lives, eh? The scattered comments paused for a moment. Immediately after, like a mountain flood bursting its dam, countless viewers with tears in their eyes typed the same message at the same time. We can't. We can't. We can't. The overwhelming "we can't" nearly drowned the entire live stream. Chen Ping looked at the flood of replies, and his eyes began to redden. He was the director of the 749 Bureau. He knew he couldn't lose control, but at that moment he still couldn't fully contain himself. He looked at the camera as if he was gazing at the ancient predecessors of the ancient dragon nation who had perished guarded and remained nameless 5,000 years ago. His voice suddenly dropped. Predecessors of the ancient dragon nation. Our ancestors. Can you see? We have not forgotten you. We have not forgotten your achievements. We have not forgotten your sacrifices. Nor have we. Chen Ping clenched his teeth tightly. In the next moment, he almost shouted the final words. We cannot lose your courage. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, everyone strained their necks upward. In this way, tears wouldn't fall so easily. At this moment, they were students. Some were teachers. Some were but in the mouths of the descendants, 5,000 years later, they shared the same identity. The predecessors of the ancient dragon nation, their ancestors. Everyone. From the high platform, Yi Long suddenly shouted. Attention! Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone on the playground stood straight. Even Yi Chihao pulled Xing Yao to stand up. Xing Yao's eyes were red, her fingers still gripping the hem of his clothes. The two looked towards the high platform together. Yi Long's voice boomed, echoing throughout the Jinling Martial Arts School. Everyone. It seems that the battle has not ended with our generation. We may even require the descendants 5,000 years later to finish it for us. He scanned the playground, glancing over Class 9, over those students who were too young to have truly seen the battlefield. Answer me. What should we do? In the next second, countless voices erupted. Let the war and suffering end with our... The students waved their arms, the warriors gripped their steel guns tightly, and the roar nearly shattered the entire playground. Only in the corner of Class 9, Yen Song looked at the group of passionate youths and battle-ready warriors around him, shrinking his neck. His voice was so low that almost no one could hear. What's good about fighting? People die, and it hurts. In the end, one or two may not return. Yi Chen, standing beside him, heard this. He turned his head to glance at Yen Song. Yen Song had already lowered his head as if that previous statement was merely a casual remark. But a flicker of contemplation flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Within the celestial dome, Chen Ping lowered his salute. His emotions had been reined in, and his voice regained its steadiness. Dear viewers, the golden dragon emblem in the upper right corner of the live stream is the Dragon Nation's official launch of the Dragon Soul Project today. This project will conduct unified screening and allocation based on your profession's skills, physical qualities, mental resilience, and cultivation talent. Registrants will be assigned to different sequences, including frontline, reserves, exploration of the ruins, logistics, transportation, medical rescue, and other positions. Not everyone needs to go to the front lines, but everyone can become part of protecting the human realm. Chen Ping paused for a moment, his voice serious. I Chen Ping guarantee here. For those selected for the Dragon Soul Project, the nation will cover training, medical care, pensions, family placement, and lifelong guarantees. The basic allowance will not be less than 30,000. 10 dangers and 10 goals will be implemented simultaneously. If any part dares to skimp even a penny, the 749 Bureau will investigate thoroughly. As soon as the statement was made, in the live stream, many people drew in a heavy breath. This was no longer just a passionate call. This was the nation placing responsibility before everyone. If you dare to step up, the nation dares to back you up. With steadfast eyes, Chen Ping continued, everyone. Our ancestors have guarded us for 5,000 years. We, the younger generation, cannot lose face for them. With these words, there were not too many grandiose declarations in the live stream. The viewers simply raised their hands, pointing to the golden dragon emblem in the upper right corner. In the next second, a series of system notifications began to flood the screen. User Sean He Yong and has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Li Jiapai Lao Ban has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Long Wang Bi Pa Walai Lu has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Inai Jiochong Ba has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Huan Ji Su Lai 0. Huan has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Yuzhong Xian has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Jingshun by Beta Ao Taiman Ji Mu has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. User Han Yuan Jian has registered for the Dragon Soul Project. The system notifications became faster and denser. In the end, it was almost impossible to see the names clearly. In just an instant, the number of registrants surpassed 100 million, then 200 million, 500 million, 1 billion. The numbers continued to jump wildly. Every second, hundreds of thousands of people pressed the registration button. Chen Ping stood in front of the screen watching the back-end data, soar, his gaze fluctuating violently. Ultimately, the number of registrants settled at more than 2,300,000,000. The moment this number appeared, the entire live stream fell silent. Chen Ping took a deep breath, for he understood what this number meant. Today's blue star was no longer the peak era recorded in ancient texts. Long years, ruins, disasters, and the fracture of civilization had caused the population to plummet from the peak of over 7 billion to 86 billion. And at this moment, the peak online number was just over 2,600,000,000. More than 2,300,000,000 registrants almost equaled everyone who could see this live broadcast pressing that button. Among them were people from the Dragon Nation. There were also people from other countries on Blue Star. After the catastrophe 5,000 years ago, the old era's various nations collapsed one after another. Only the ancient Dragon Nation preserved the last spark of civilization and migrated, diversified, and rebuilt over the long years. Later, the world had different country names, different systems, different beliefs. All adhered to the saying, would the lords and nobles have the right to choose? No one was willing to put themselves behind anyone. They never considered themselves as anyone's vassals. Yet at this moment, national borders, languages, ideologies, and past disputes were all temporarily set aside, because they finally realized, deep within their veins flowed the same blood of the ancient Dragon Nation. They were all of one lineage. Under the heavenly dome, Chen Ping gazed at the frozen number on the backstage screen, his eyes reddening once more. He then took a step back and saluted again. Swish. Chen Ping, on behalf of the official Long Nation, I thank all of you, my compatriots. And I also thank every individual willing to take up the torch of our ancestors. With that remark, Chen Ping slowly withdrew his salute and turned to leave the live broadcast room. After the dark uniformed figure vanished at the edge of the camera, the bullet screen remained blank for a long time. It wasn't until AI Kuan returned to the camera that the audience began to recover from that intense and heavy emotion. My dear ones. He raised his hand to rub his stiff face, then dramatically opened his folding fan and forced out a familiar mischievous grin. Brothers who have successfully registered, remember to check in at the nearby registration point at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, there will be staff to conduct tests to see which positions suit you best. He deliberately cleared his throat at this point. Of course, let's not discuss that for now. The War God chapter has officially concluded here. Dear ones, do you have any? As his voice fell, the audience's attention was gradually drawn back to the story of the archaeological legend. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room began to fill with sparse comments. I have a question. I'm very curious about one point. Why did the Grandmasters who came to support carry technological flying swords under their feet? Not to mention, our ancestors' martial arts were impressive, but how come their technology seems not weaker than ours now? Yes. My question is, what are the Tao and the Great Tao? Do they really exist? Why can't we see them in our... I also have a question. Why was the Emperor of the Wild late? Host, I want to ask, is the War God chapter really over? I haven't seen the War God rescue his sister yet. Yes. I feel it won't be perfect until I see the War God slay the Blood Fox. It feels like something is missing, unsatisfactory. Smack. AI Cohen raised his hand to slap his forehead. Hey. I almost forgot the last Easter egg of the War God chapter. He shook his folding fan, smiling mischievously. The two questions the dear ones asked can both be found in this Easter egg. The bullet screen exploded instantly. Damn it. Are you one right, host? If we hadn't asked, would you have wanted to keep the ending to yourself? Really, AI Cohen pretended not to see those auto-muted comments. Swish. He opened the folding fan and directly shifted the topic. Okay, let's first look at this dear one's question. Why did the Grandmasters come to support on technological flying swords? Our ancestors clearly walked the path of martial arts, so why is technology also ridiculously strong? AI Cohen shook the folding fan, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide. Not just strong. According to the latest internet memes, the technology of the ancient Dragon Nation back in the day could definitely be described as terrifyingly powerful. He tapped his palm with the folding fan. As for the technology we take pride in now, that's just we finished it. The live broadcast room paused for a moment. In the next second, a flurry of question marks appeared on the screen. Wait a minute. Host, don't just speak nonsense with your eyes open. You said our ancestors' martial arts are impressive. I have no objections to that. But you say their technology was stronger than ours. Isn't that ridiculous? Controlled nuclear fusion, the South Heaven Gate project, the Dyson Sphere project, the Orbital Ring project. Which of these plans that our ancestors abandoned have we not realized? And the antimatter weapon array, aircraft carrier groups, stellar particle cannons, miniature black hole projectiles. Which of these second-level civilization weapons have we not mastered? To say something a bit arrogant yet proud, if we exclude the Emperor of the Wild, who is an exceptionally powerful ancestor. I believe that the power we possess now is already stronger than theirs. 199. The moment these comments appeared, the emotions of the later audience were instantly ignited. For them, these plans were the most dazzling medals of current Long Nation technology. In terms of martial arts, they acknowledged that the ancient Dragon Nation was extraordinarily strong. But technology, they did not feel they were losing. In Jinling Martial Arts Academy, on the high platform, Yilong looked at the heavenly dome, initially stunned. Then a complex sense of comfort surfaced in his eyes. The South Heaven Gate project. The antimatter weapon array. He murmured these words softly, the corners of his mouth moving slowly. It seems that our generation has not only left suffering and war for future generations. At the very least, the invisible blockade that had weighed down on technology was broken open by the future generations. A few officers from the National Defense Army nearby changed their expressions slightly upon hearing this. They all knew what their commander was referring to. The awakening of martial arts began in the first year of the Common Era. It has been 2026 years since then. At that time, the modern technological system had not yet taken shape. Yet the ancestors of the ancient Dragon Nation had forcibly allowed martial arts and technology to develop side by side. Martial artists soared through the air to slay monsters. In the laboratories, some also cast their gaze towards the starry sea. But around 100 years ago, technology suddenly hit an invisible wall. A large number of physicists collapsed at the same time. They flipped through the formulas they had written themselves, as if they had encountered some incomprehensible monster. Before going insane and committing suicide, almost all of them left behind the same phrase. Physics no longer exists, it has disappeared. Since then, no matter which direction technology charged towards, it was firmly stuck at the threshold from first-level civilization to second-level civilization. Even more bizarrely, it began to regress. Yes, regress. Those cutting-edge weapons that were once just a step away, such as the antimatter array mentioned in the Heavenly Dome, completely came to a halt after that anomaly. As those physicists passed away one by one, that cutting-edge knowledge also began to vanish from the world. Those frontiers formulas that had already been derived. Those technical documents stored in highly classified databases. Those experimental records written on paper all exhibited anomalies. The files on the computer turned blank. The antimatter weapon array mentioned by the future audience in the Heavenly Dome had become mere fragments. The antimatter weapon array mentioned by the future audience in the Heavenly Dome had become mere fragments of terminology in this era. No one knew its true technical path. No one knew how it ignited, how it stabilized, how it arrayed. To describe that eerie feeling, it was as if a deity governing technology was dying. Thus all words, formulas, and memories related to it were buried with it. Meanwhile, in the temporary dining hall, Luo Ji closed the tattered ancient book in his hands, looking up at the sky with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Antimatter. He rubbed his bald head. From their tone, it seems like something to be proud of. After saying this, he pulled out a hefty ancient book from under the table. The book was missing more than half its pages. Many words seemed to have been scraped off the paper by some force, leaving only patches of blank space. Even the cover had only a few blurred characters left. Zero model. Manual, yet despite this, he was still engrossed in it. In the sky, AI Cohen looked at the questioning barrage of comments and shook his head with a smile. My dear viewers, if this was before the latest excavation progress of the Holy Master's tomb was made public, I might think the same way. But, he let out a long sigh. One can only say that the prowess of our ancestors far exceeds our imagination. What do you mean, streamer? Is the legendary figure revealed in the next episode related to technology? AI Cohen nodded, and then shook his head, grinning slyly. The comparison between the technology of the ancient Dragon Kingdom and the current Dragon Kingdom will indeed involve a legendary figure. The only issue is that his information is too chaotic. The production team has not fully organized it yet. Thus we can only discuss this figure at a later time. Here the streamer won't reveal too much. At this point, AI Cohen suddenly leaned forward, his face almost. That mysterious expression instantly piqued the curiosity of all the viewers. As for the question from the previous viewer, based on the information currently in the streamer's possession, the source of our current Dragon Kingdom's technology very likely comes from a certain excavated. He lowered his voice. Ancient Dragon Kingdom cyborg. The live chat exploded in an instant. What? What are you talking about? I don't believe it. Does that cyborg have a name? Swish. AI Cohen opened his folding fan, directly covering half his face, pretending not to see. Alright, let's move on to the next question. What are the Tao and the Great Tao? Do they really exist? Why can't we see them now? The barrage was momentarily silent at AI Cohen's ambiguous question. Then the screen was filled with similar ellipses. AI Cohen continued to feign blindness, shaking his fan as he spoke. Regarding this viewer's question, the streamer can guarantee and confidently answer. They exist. The live chat fell silent once again. After witnessing the Empress of Chaos stepping on the Tao and the Great Tao bowing down, no one dared to treat these two words as mere legends. As for what they are, AI Cohen closed his folding fan, propping his chin as he thought. Based on the information currently released by Bureau 749 to the production team, they are closer to a type of higher dimensional life, or rather the will of higher dimensional rules. Of course, the streamer's understanding is limited and can only reach this point. As for why we can't see them, at this point AI Cohen looked at the camera, revealing a slightly dumbfounded expression. You are not the Empress of Chaos. Do you think an ant would notice that a human is passing by? No. They would only feel a gust of wind rising from the ground. But that gust of wind might just be someone taking a... It seems to make some sense. Wait, hold on, streamer, did you just insult me? Exactly why do I feel like your gaze is off? Cough, cough. AI Cohen quickly averted his gaze and coughed lightly. My dear viewers, you must have misinterpreted. How could the streamer insult family members? The streamer loves you all the most. As soon as he finished this sentence, the barrage scrolled even faster. AI Cohen quickly continued. Oh, by the way, regarding the question of the Tao and the Great Tao, it will be revealed in the next episode, featuring the legendary figure father of all races. Everyone remember to click the reservation in the upper left corner. He smiled as he raised his hand and waved. So let's leave it at that for today. We will see you in the next episode. Dog streamer. Where's my Easter egg? Dog streamer. Where's my Easter egg? Dog streamer. Where's my Easter egg? AI Cohen raised his hand and slapped his forehead. Cough, cough. This time his smile was noticeably more awkward. I definitely remember, I was just teasing you all. Haha. You should see whether we believe it or not. Hurry and release it. Hurry and release it. It's coming, it's coming. AI Cohen awkwardly smiled while tapping a few times on the virtual keyboard. His figure began to fade away bit by bit. The lighting in the live broadcast room dimmed. In the next second, in the center of the black screen, a line of blood-red titles emerged. Final Easter egg of the God of War arc, Blood Fox execution file. In the next second, the screen lit up. A sound of footsteps suppressed to the extreme echoed in the lens. Tap, tap, tap. At the end of a dark corridor, a blood fox chained through its limbs was being dragged towards the execution ground. Budui. Stroking chin, didn't I say that the new rules for additional updates would start next month? Why are there already 3 or 4 chapters now? Swish. The author rushed in from a distance, sliding to a kneel in front of you. Bang. 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 3 loud knocks echoed on the ground. With a pitiful expression and a hoarse voice, he shouted, Ah? Adoptive father and mother, Yenzu, Ife, brothers and sisters, please urge for updates. Please give gifts. Please leave good reviews. Tap. 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 In the corridor, the footsteps drew closer. A slender figure emerged from the darkness. The military boots landed steadily. Yet the back of his hand gripping the chain showed bulging veins, and his shoulder trembled slightly. Finally, step. He stepped out of the corridor. The cold and rigid face of the war god Lu Ming appeared against the sky. Blood spattered his cheek, and he dragged a thick black chain. The other end of the chain remained hidden in the darkness of the corridor. No. No. Don't. A piercing scream suddenly echoed in the dark passage. The chain instantly tightened. The iron ring crashed against the stone wall, producing a sharp sound. Lu Ming halted his steps. He turned slightly, his gaze coldly directed towards the depths of the corridor. There. 2 blood-red glows flickered in the darkness. Like a demon dragged into the sunlight, still attempting to retreat back into the gutter. Lu Ming's eyes turned icy. In the next second, he yanked the chain violently. Clang. A blood fox was forcibly dragged out of the darkness and harshly thrown onto the central execution ground. Its current miserable state was fully exposed to the sunlight. Its scapula was pierced by 2 black iron hooks, and blood dripped down the chain. Its hind legs twisted at bizarre angles, the fur, charred black, nearly unrecognizable. And on the fox face, which it had once cared for the most, a large character was carved, crime. At the moment many viewers saw that character, they felt their frustration dissipate considerably. The Blood Fox clan adored beauty. They liked to wear human skin, feast on human hearts, and disguise themselves as the most harmless and clean beings. And now, the face of this Blood Fox was permanently marked with a crime. This caused it more agony than having its hind legs severed. As the Blood Fox was dragged out of the darkness, the execution ground resonated with long-suppressed roars. Commander, kill it. Kill this beast. The circular viewing platform was filled with high-ranking generals who had come from the northern region. It was Zheng Chong and his group. At this moment, they all stared fixedly at the blood fox in the center of the execution, ground their eyes red with anger. After being exposed to the sunlight, the blood fox's first reaction was to curl up its body, desperately covering its face. Its claws trembled violently, as if it wished to tear the character crime off its face. But after hearing the roars around it, its body suddenly, in its throat, it first squeezed out a few broken low laughs. Then the laughter grew louder and sharper. Ha ha ha. It slowly lowered its claws. The fox face marked with the character crime was completely exposed to everyone. It looked at the distorted faces around its lips, gradually curling into a grin. Ha ha. What are you a bunch of two-legged sheep shouting about? Its voice was hoarse, but carried a piercing pleasure. No matter how loudly you shout, can those little sheep we once opened up be resurrected? Oi. By the way, the blood fox licked the blood at the corner of its mouth, its gaze intoxicated. By the way, those little sheep's hearts were indeed delicious. Soft, warm. They would tremble when bitten. Ha ha ha. It clutched its stomach, laughing until its whole body shook. Kakaka. The sound of clenched jaws echoed across the viewing platform. The killing intent in the eyes of the northern generals was nearly palpable. I want to kill it. A particularly hot-tempered northern general suddenly stood up, raising his foot to leap off the viewing platform. But just as he moved, Zheng Chong appeared at his side, firmly pressing down on his shoulder. Zheng Chong. The general spun around, his eyes red, as if they were about to bleed. You're stopping me. Zheng Chong's teeth clenched tightly, his chest heaving violently. The hand pressing on the general's shoulder also trembled slightly. He too wanted to rush down. He too wanted to personally chop the blood fox into pieces. But he had already failed once. The northern region nearly tore apart because of his impulsiveness. This time he could not let anger drive everyone forward again. Zheng Chong fixed his gaze on the blood fox in the center of the execution, ground, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Leave it to the commander to resolve. Yes. The blood fox smiled sinisterly. This is the kind of gaze. Anger. What a beautiful emotion. Its voice grew softer and more deranged. Anger will make you lose your sanity. Anger will make you leave the northern region. Anger will make my plans. It laughed and laughed, then suddenly choked on its own voice. The crimson fox pupils gradually turned cold, the madness fading to reveal deeper resentment. It had already seen that battle report outside the execution ground. The Demon Clan's southern army was completely annihilated. The smile on the blood fox's face finally twisted utterly. The sarcasm on its face began to crack, and its voice gradually rose. Why, oi? Its claws dug into the ground, its voice sharp to the point of distortion. Clearly you brainless two-legged sheep were all lured away from the northern region by my schemes. Clearly Lu Ming had entered the game. Clearly 3 pieces of 8th-level demon soldiers and 14 great demon kings were all pushed into Jinling. It suddenly raised its head, locking its gaze onto Lu Ming. The demon tide should have broken through. The heavenly demons should have entered the borders. Your city walls should have collapsed. Your banners should have fallen. You two-legged sheep should have knelt among the corpses and cried. It suddenly turned its head sharply, locking its gaze onto Lu Ming. The madness in those blood-red fox eyes completely exploded. Why, oi? Why did the Demon Clan lose? Why did my plan shatter? Why is your sister still alive? Why? Why? Its voice completely tore apart. In those fox pupils, hatred, terror, unwillingness, and collapse intertwined. In the end, all transformed into a hysterical roar. Why? Why are you still alive? As if to answer the blood fox's question, in despair the sky in the next second. The sunlight of the execution ground faded, replaced by a blurred neon light shadow. The camera refocused. The image gradually clarified. The perspective seemed to be perched atop a skyscraper. In the distance, there was a cluster of abandoned, half-finished buildings. Deep within the buildings, flames flickered in the night. The camera began to zoom in, inch by inch through the night. Finally, it settled in the center of that half-finished building. It was the scene after a battle had ended. Dozens of Demon King corpses lay sprawled between the ruins. Some had crashed through the floorboards. Some were nailed to the steel bars. Some had their half-bodies buried in the concrete rubble. Demon blood flowed everywhere. The stench almost seeped through the screen. And amidst the heap of corpses, a boy carrying a snakeskin bag was excitedly weaving through the ruins. He squatted beside each Demon King's corpse, his hands quick with the knife. Snake, gall, bear paw, demon, pill, beast, sinew. Any material that could be exchanged for money, he missed not a single one. Cutting, digging, slicing, bagging, his movements were so familiar, it was painful to watch. The live-stream audience fell silent for a moment. Who is this? With this level of skill? What exactly did he do before? The ancestors finished off the Demon Kings, and their first reaction is to collect materials. I don't understand, this is called frugality. But this is not the end. On the other side of the ruins, another boy carrying an oversized backpack flickered between the buildings. The flash of a blade fell. Beast teeth, fur, claw bones, and tail bones were categorized and stuffed into his backpack. His movements were as practiced as if he were restocking supplies. Yet what puzzled the audience was that he didn't even glance at the Demon King's demon core. Instead, he deliberately focused on these scraps. It seemed that in his eyes these items were worth more than the demon core. The camera continued to pan. In the next scene, the viewers from the future who had just been proud of the current technological advancements of the Dragon Nation collectively widened their eyes. In midair, a boy was suspended. He was clad in a black and red streamlined mech, golden patterns flowing slowly across the surface of the armor. Below, 3 unfinished buildings had already collapsed into ruins. Beneath the rubble, a body that had been hacked to the point of losing its demonic form could still be seen. The boy lowered his head for a glance, his voice cold. The death sentence has been carried out. As the words fell, he raised his hand with a flick. From below the ruins, 3 golden, curved blades howled back. Countless blades assembled, bit, and recombined in the air. Ultimately, they returned to his palm, transforming into a uniquely shaped golden long knife. This scene was very cool, very wild, and also very oppressive. However, what truly made the viewers from the future's scalps tingle was not the battle stance of the mech boy, but rather the annotations that appeared beside the video. Black God Suit designation, mass-produced single-soldier mech from the mid to late stage of a level 3 civilization. Material millimeter-level liquid metal capable of nanorecombination and adaptive fitting to living beings. Core functions: direct neural connection, invisible storage, shape reconstruction, self-repair, unique DNA binding. Defense effect: reduces 90 of physical kinetic impact. Note: entry-level equipment for elementary cosmic civilization cannot be replicated by current Dragon Nation technology. In Jinling Martial Academy, there was a moment of dead silence. Countless viewers in the future were also silent. Level 3 civilization. Mid to late stage. Mass production model. Entry-level equipment. Current Dragon Nation technology cannot replicate it. These few lines felt like several slaps alternating on the faces of the viewers from the future. Just moments ago, they were boasting in the bullet comments. Controlled nuclear fusion. South Heaven Gate project. Dyson Sphere project. Orbital ring project. Antimatter weapon arrays. Stellar particle cannon. Micro black hole projection shells. Each of those words had once made them feel they were standing at the pinnacle of civilization. But now, the ancient Dragon Nation could casually produce a set of single soldier armor to crush them. No way. Host, you must have edited this right. You must have edited this right. Tell me this is edited. Whoa. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. The following scenes continued to flash back rapidly. A mad boy pounced on the Demon King's body, tearing at it. A girl with a gun manifested with 3 heads and 6 arms, taking on 5 with ease. Moreover, a demon beast had just rushed in front of a girl, holding a notebook, only to be struck down by heavenly lightning, turning to ash. But no one had time to scrutinize these scenes. Only a few words remained in their minds. Level 3 civilization battle armor. This feeling was reminiscent of the exhilaration of finally meeting the cutoff score for a prestigious university and excitedly running to boast to an unemployed father. Dad, I can get into a prestigious university now. His father merely responded blandly. Not bad, keep working hard. You felt a surge of discontent. You were a bit annoyed in your heart, so you questioned him. Hey Dad, that's a prestigious university. Do you understand the value of getting into a prestigious university? My grades are in the top 10% of the province. Your father just shook his head and told you to eat properly. You never understood. You never accepted it. Until the day you packed your things to prepare for university. You inadvertently flipped to an admission notice from Tsinghua University. The name on it was exactly your father's. Moreover, it was even titled National Top Scholar. Can you believe it? Can you accept it? The viewers from the future felt exactly this way. They finally understood what AI Cohen meant by ancient Dragon Nation technology is explosive. It was not an exaggeration. It was conservative. Just as the bullet comments were collapsing, a burst of maniacal laughter suddenly echoed in the video. Sharp hoarse intermittent. That voice was like a sharp blade, instantly pulling all the viewers from the future back from their shock. They all turned to look at the screen. Blood Fox lay amidst the rubble covered in blood, a series of intermittent crazy laughs escaping its throat. Its hind legs had been broken, leaving behind a large trail of stench-filled blood. Lu Ming stood before it, his expression indifferent. Drops of foul demonic blood were still dripping from his fist. A girl in a hood was holding another girl battered and unconscious. That was Lu Ming's younger sister. Blood Fox glanced around. 14 corpses of great demon kings lay lifeless in the ruins. 3 level 8 demon soldiers were also broken on the ground. It then looked at Lu Ming. In its fox eyes, resentment, shock, and unwillingness mixed together. Lu Ming's gaze was exactly the same as it had been in the recruit camp years ago. Indifference cloaked a hidden killing intent. Calmness suppressed anger. Blood Fox suddenly found it laughable. Years ago it failed to kill Lu Ming. Now it still failed to kill Lu Ming. But back then it could still escape. It could still hide in the shadows and plan anew. It always believed it was the hunter. But now the carefully crafted hunting ground lay in ruins. They were the most favored tribe under Lord Tianxi. They were the smartest hunters of the demon race. They should be able to toy with the human race at their fingertips. How could they lose? How could they lose? How could it lose to a mere bipedal sheep? Ha ha. Blood Fox suddenly raised its head, its eyes shining red. Lu Ming, did you really think you won? On the railing, a boy dressed like a Taoist was lazily tossing copper. In the next second, his expression changed drastically as he gripped the copper coins tightly and hurled them at Blood Fox. Not good. This beast still has a backup plan. Almost simultaneously, Lu Ming's sister, cradled in the hooded girl's arms, suddenly awoke in pain from her coma. A piercing scream tore through the ruins. Blood-colored patterns emerged beneath her skin, crazily writhing and swelling like living creatures ready to explode at any moment. Blood Fox. Lu Ming's composure shattered for the first time. You're seeking death. He swiftly drew a dagger, his body darting forward, the blade aimed directly at Blood Fox's head. Yet Blood Fox calmed down. It watched the dagger approaching closer and closer, gazing into Lu Ming's finally uncontrolled eyes, its mouth slowly curling into a smile. The demon core within it was stirring all the Blood Fox patterns. Regardless of death, regardless of fainting, regardless of enemies or pawns. In this moment, they were all activated. The entire scene seemed to slow down to an extreme, the blade's edge merely half an inch from Blood Fox's neck. The blood patterns on Lu Ming's sister swelled to their limit. The copper coins tossed by the young Taoist still hung in midair. Lu Ming's dagger had already brushed against Blood Fox's neck, yet it merely grinned, its mouth stained with blood, and softly chuckled. Hee were God, you lost too. In the next moment, blinding blood light erupted from the chest of the Blood Fox, instantly engulfing the entire. Everyone knew that this video was in reverse order. Yet when the blood light exploded, countless viewers in the live stream gasped instinctively. The explosion sound had barely begun to resonate. Suddenly it felt as if an invisible hand pressed down, halting the sound in midair. The live stream's bullet comments froze for a moment. Following that, everyone witnessed an extremely bizarre scene. The already exploded blood light began to reverse inch by inch. The debris retreated to its original position. Dust settled back to the ground. The steel rods that had been flung away were reinserted into the broken wall. The entire ruin seemed to have been forced to rewind by some irresistible power. The camera zoomed in on the reversing blood light. When all the viewers finally saw the changes in the scene, a chill ran down their spines. Everything in that space had come to a standstill. Then an invisible hand forcefully pushed everything back to the starting point. The bronze coin thrown by the young Taoist gradually flew back into his fingers. The dagger that Lu Ming had plunged into the Blood Fox's neck was also being pushed back to its original place by that force. The girl in the hooded girl's arms had the blood markings beneath her skin, which were about to explode, sinking back, and one by one, even being erased. Even more chilling was the Blood Fox itself. Its shattered demonic body was flying back piece by piece. Flesh and blood were reassembling. The bones returned to their places. The exploded demon core began to gather from all directions, re-entering its dantian. Even the manic and arrogant smile on the Blood Fox's face gradually re-emerged. With a crack, it was as if an invisible mirror had shattered in the void. In the next moment, all scenes reverted to 1 second before the Blood Fox's self-detonation. Everything returned to its original state. The only thing that remained intact was the agony caused by the recent self-explosion, which was fully retained in the Blood Fox. Ah. A heartbreaking scream instantly tore through the entire dilapidated building. The Blood Fox curled up in pain, rolling frantically on the ground. Its claws scraped across the concrete rooftop, leaving behind numerous claw marks. It wanted to detonate the demon core once more. But deep within its dantian, it felt as if an invisible seal had locked it away. No matter how it urged, the demon core remained motionless. The connection of the Blood Fox's markings had also completely severed. It could no longer sense any pieces. It could no longer drag anyone down with it. In the live stream, countless viewers felt their scalps go numb. What the hell? What kind of technique is this? Time reversal? No, wait, how does it still remember the pain? But in the next second, another scream suddenly overwhelmed the Blood Fox. Ah. The voice was exaggeratedly sharp, filled with genuine pain, yet carried a ridiculous grievance. The audience was stunned. The camera immediately swept across the ruins, searching for the source of that scream. It passed over Lu Ming, who had already turned to look at his sister. The girl in the hooded girl's arms fell into a deep sleep again, the blood markings beneath her skin completely disappearing. Lu Ming's tightly tensed shoulders finally relaxed imperceptibly. The camera shifted again. The young Taoist sat on the broken wall, holding the bronze coin that had flown back, with a slight raise of his brow. The hooded girl simply held the girl in her arms tighter. The viewers in the live stream were even more confused. The three closest to the Blood Fox's explosion were not the ones. Then who was it? In the next moment, the camera abruptly froze. At the edge of the ruins, a young man was covering his finger, jumping up and down in pain. Oh, damn, Blood Fox. It hurts like hell. He raised his hand. There was a drop of blood on his fingertip. Very small, so small that it would dry quickly with a single gust of wind. But upon seeing that drop of blood, the young man exploded. A flash of light. A radiant hammer appeared in his hand. Bang! The concrete rooftop instantly cracked like a spider web. The young man soared into the air with the hammer, his eyes turning red. Damn beast! How dare you make my finger bleed? Die you! The live stream fell silent for a moment. The viewers who had just been shocked by the time reversal suddenly couldn't hold back. Who is this legendary ancestor? Cause of the blood fox's death: self-detonation. No kill by the god of war. No, because it made a drop of blood from the hammer ancestor. Yes. Haha. On the sports field of Jinling Martial Arts School, students were twitching at the corners of their mouths, stifling laughter that shook their shoulders. Although the faces of that group of people were covered by the sky curtain, they recognized Yin Song at a glance. Thus the entire school's gaze turned towards him, intentionally or unintentionally. As for why no one dared to laugh out loud, just now this guy swung a hammer and almost nailed Chun Ming as a specimen on the sports field. Whoever dared to laugh at this moment would likely be disrespecting their own life. What are you looking at? Yin Song felt the stares around him, and instead of feeling any shame, he puffed out his chest. Haven't you seen a handsome guy afraid of pain? Everyone's mouths twitched. Yin Song became even more brazen. And you all broken through to the Grand Martial Master. How can you laugh? At your age, how can you laugh if you haven't broken through to the Grand Martial Master? Have some ambition. The students were left speechless. This punch struck them into silence, precisely hitting their most vulnerable spot. Just as the atmosphere on the sports field was about to run completely off course, a sound of metal clashing suddenly echoed from the sky curtain. Clang! Everyone immediately looked up. In the ruins, sparks flew. Lu Ming turned around, casually raising his dagger to block the radiant hammer that was smashing down. The wind from the hammer exploded beside his shoulder, causing half of the broken wall behind him to collapse. The hammer boy glared at Lu Ming, furious and starting to speak nonsense. You damn beast! How dare you disguise yourself as my teammate? Seeing his attack blocked, he couldn't avenge his finger injury and immediately raised the hammer again. Enough! Lu Ming twisted his wrist, pressing the dagger against the hammer's handle. The hammer boy's arms exerted tremendous force, yet the handle felt as if crushed by a mountain, unable to rise even an inch. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the blood fox, his expression impassive. This beast cannot die so easily here. His voice was steady, but the audience could hear the barely contained fury within. Its life carries not just my grudge, but also that of my brothers. So it can't die, at least not before the Northern Army arrives. Fine. The hammer boy released his weapon, looking displeased. As long as I don't kill it right. He agreed readily with his mouth, but his body had already unsteadily walked up to the blood fox. The audience could not see his face, but everyone could feel it. He was smiling, and it was a deeply sinister smile. To prevent this beast from self-detonating again, I will kick its demon core. This should be fine, right? No. The blood fox suddenly raised its head. Clearly still enduring the pain of the self-detonation, it somehow squeezed out a plea for mercy from its throat. It was scared, really scared. In that brief moment, it had clearly succeeded. The demon core had exploded. The blood fox's markings had been activated. These two-legged sheep should have died with it. But now everything had been pulled back to the starting point. Only the pain of the demon core having exploded once still tore through its body repeatedly. If at this moment the demon core was wasted, the powers of the demon king cultivated over 100 years would be lost, then it would have no last hope. No way. Lu Ming walked over. The hammer boy thought he would still stop him. However, in the next second, he saw this usually cold and indifferent young man reveal a smile. What? You say that was a sinister smile? Then let me ask you, is this not a smile? The young Taoist sitting on the railing looked at the two, shaking his head. These two truly are low mountains and foul waters meeting their soulmate, twin stars of poverty and misfortune. Lu Ming did not respond. He moved to the blood fox's side, stepping on its chest. His other leg slowly lifted. The moment the military boot left the ground, the ruined building beneath him suddenly sank. Cracks exploded from where he was standing in all directions. Before that foot even landed, the demon core in the blood fox's chest began to tremble wildly. It struggled frantically, but was firmly pinned in place by Lu Ming's foot. Hey! The hammer boy immediately became excited. He raised one leg, synchronizing his movements with, at the same time, both feet aimed at the blood fox's dantian. The blood fox squeezed out a broken scream from its throat. No, ugh, ah. Lu Ming looked down at it, his eyes devoid of pity. The hammer boy grinned, his voice resonating through the ruins. Die, you beast, take our brotherly combo attack. In the next instant, boom. Both feet landed simultaneously. The entire dilapidated building collapsed with a roar. Cough. Puffed. The blood fox crashed into the deepest part of the ruins, its chest caved in, and the demon core within its dantian shattered for the second time. The pain felt like thousands of burning iron needles piercing inch by inch into its bones along the meridians. Dust swirled between the collapsed floors. It lay on its back at the bottom of the collapsed building, blood frothing from its throat. Its limbs no longer obeyed its commands. The resentment in its elongated fox eyes was gradually fading. After reaching the peak of pain, it instead became numb. Through the swirling dust, it saw several young figures standing on the fractured remnants of the building in the night wind. There a group of boys and girls gazed down at it. Some wielded large hammers. Some were clad in mechas. Others stood on fiery wheels. Some held notebooks. Some wielded swords, others brandished blades. They looked incredibly youthful. Yet at this moment, in the eyes of the blood fox, they appeared even more terrifying than the most ferocious monsters of the demon race. 14 great demon kings. 3 pieces of 8th grade demon weapons. It had laid down a deadly trap with the demon race's hidden cards, only to be forcibly crushed by this group of youngsters still wearing their school uniforms. The pupils of the blood fox gradually dilated. Suddenly, it could no longer distinguish who the real monster was. Was this massacre aimed at Lu Ming, or was it directed at its demon race? A broken sound escaped from the blood fox's throat. For the first time in its life, it was forced to shed tears. Damn it. No one told me that the chosen one was surrounded by all these destinies. And what the hell is this? A despairing howl, distorted in pitch, erupted from the depths of the ruins. The camera lifted along its dazed line of sight. It passed through the dust. It swept past the broken buildings. It soared over the neon lights of half of Jinling. Finally, it came to a sudden halt at the top of a distant skyscraper. The night was deep. The bright moon hung in the sky. The stars were quiet. Yet at the top of the skyscraper, a corner of golden light gently fluttered in the wind. In front of the screen, countless viewers' breaths halted simultaneously. What is that? The camera zoomed in rapidly. It zoomed in again. But all that everyone had time to see was a corner of a golden figure's garment fluttering as it turned. That person did not look back, did not speak, nor did they leave a clear view of their face on the battlefield. But that was enough. Just that corner of the garment overshadowed the entire night sky. Everything made sense. The blood fox that had been forcibly rolled back had self-destructed. The demon core that had just been sealed. Lu Ming's sister, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death. The answer the moment that golden corner appeared, no further questions were needed. Everyone who had watched the rebirth of the northern region, seen the Tao bow down, or witnessed the opening of the heavenly eyes recognized that aura in an instant. It was the Emperor of the Wild. It must be him. The camera failed to capture the person's face. In the next moment, the image returned to the battlefield of the collapsed building. The night wind swept across the ruins. Those boys and girls he had protected appeared one by one on screen. On another building's roof, the boy with the hammer hoisted it onto his shoulder and waved vigorously towards the skyscraper. A grin stretched across his face as if he couldn't help but shout out in admiration. In midair, the boy in the mecha retracted his battle blade, the surface of his black-red battle armor dimming slowly. But his grip on the blade tightened. In his eyes there was reverence mixed with uncontainable battle intent. On the other side, the girl with 3 heads and 6 arms cradled the girl with the notebook, her fiery wheels slowly rotating beneath her. She gazed in the direction where the golden light had vanished, her expression somewhat complex. The girl holding the notebook said nothing. She simply clutched her notebook tightly, staring blankly at the direction where the golden light had disappeared. As if there were many things she wanted to say. At the edge of the ruins on the other side, the tall and elegant girl with dual swords gently closed them. The sword light converged, ultimately transforming into a folding fan. She slowly waved the folding fan, a playful glint in her eyes, as if she had seen something particularly amusing. In the end, the camera focused on Lu Ming. He stood in the center of the ruins, his face still smeared with demon blood. After his sister was rescued, his shoulders, which had been tense to the point of rigidity, finally began to relax little by little. He gazed at the distant skyscraper for a long time. A long time. There were some words he could not bring himself to say, nor did he have the right to say much at this moment. So he slowly sheathed his blade. In the end, he deeply bowed in the direction where the golden light had vanished. A bow that conveyed everything. At this point, the video briefly went dark. In the next second, the live stream's bullet comments exploded. Whoa, that must be the Emperor of the Wild. Absolutely him. Dressed in a flowing robe, he concealed his accomplishments and fame. Such a strong sense of security. Just a corner of that man's garment feels terrifyingly powerful. The importance of reporting to parents before going out. Blood Fox breaking down JPG, my real dad. Even self-destructing brought me back. I've tried my best, okay? The Blood Fox's awareness and actions were maxed out, yet the opponent turned out to be a cheat. Oh no, the production. It really can't fight. The bullet comments had initially been playful, but soon some glaring comments mixed in. Is this the reason the Emperor of the Wild arrived late? What the hell did my Northern Region army do to deserve this? Damn it. What do you mean by forcing a fight? Let me say something harsh. If the Emperor of the Wild had that kind of strength, saving would be a favor, not saving would be his duty. You can go bind your morals elsewhere. Exactly. Originally, the war god sought the Emperor of the Wild to protect the northern region. Did he ever say he would guarantee that all the soldiers would be safe? Moreover, the Emperor of the Wild was willing to bear countless fates to reverse life and death for the sake of saving the northern region army. Isn't that enough? Huh? Tell me. As the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly tense, AI Kun's figure suddenly reappeared on screen. Clap. The folding fan struck the table heavily. The sound reverberated through the sky like a muffled thunder. Administrator. First silence the chat. Immediately someone outside the screen responded. Okay. In the next second the flood of comments was instantly cleared. The entire live stream fell silent, startlingly so. AI Cohen sat in front of the camera, his face devoid of the usual mischievous grin. He stared at the screen, his gaze incredibly cold. Dear viewers, allow me to say a word. In the previous discussion, everyone understood. The reason the Emperor of the Wild arrived late was that he was covering for the students of Class 9. He lowered his voice slightly at this point. If he had not been present at that moment, the war god's sister would have died. On the sports field of Jinling Martial Arts, Hai Lu Ming raised his head. His usually cold and hard eyes trembled violently. The live stream was muted. No one could respond. Yet countless viewers already harbored the answer in their hearts. AI Cohen took a deep breath. His martial heart will be shattered. He will be unable to recover. He might even go completely insane. His fingers lightly tapped the table, each word deliberate. What does this mean? Do you all know? No one answered. But at that moment, the hearts of countless people in front of the screen began to race. AI Cohen slowly lifted his head. This means that in the future of their realm, the defense line guarded by the war god will no longer have the war god. These words fell. The playground of Jinling Martial Arts School fell silent in an instant. Yilong's expression darkened sharply. The officers of the National Defense Division also changed their faces. They understood all too well what it meant to lose a commander of a defense line. It was not just losing one person. It meant countless cities, countless soldiers, and countless civilians pushed to the edge of the abyss. AI Kun's voice grew heavier. I can tell you this very seriously. Based on the increasing number of documents unearthed, the ancient Dragon Kingdom was able to survive that calamity, which left no name. It relied not just on one person. It relied on generations of warriors who fought to the death. It relied on the Northern Frontier Army. It relied on the Dragon King's palace. And also on those ordinary soldiers who couldn't even leave their names behind. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharp. However, the key pivot that held up that era was this legendary class. If any one of them falls, it could cause a defense line to collapse, triggering a complete rout. If it really comes to that point, you won't even have the chance to type in front of the screen. He mimicked the tone of the previous barrage, letting out a cold laugh. Hey, the Emperor of Ruin doesn't save the Northern Frontier soldiers. Hey, he is biased. Hey, he treats everyone unequally. Bang. AI Cohen slammed the table hard, standing up immediately. Damn it. Is it about pulling others down, eh? Is it about bias? He suddenly pointed at the camera, his voice turning completely cold. Come. The host is biased today. Administrator, permanently ban all those accounts that stirred the pot, incited opposition, and spread lies just now. A voice immediately came from off-screen. Yes. AI Kun's chest rose and fell violently. He wanted to suppress his anger. But the more he suppressed it, the heavier the rage in his eyes became. Bang. He slammed the table once more. Damn. Those who cursed just now, I really want to rip your heads open to see if there's history inside. A small mouth opens, a small hand strikes, and the charges are set. Standing online, you're cleaner than anyone else. Come. When you encounter danger to your family in reality first, who would you save first? Off. He stared at the camera. His gaze seemed to want to pierce through the screen and pull out those hiding behind it. Can you bear to carry the burden of karma after saving your family? Oh, karma is something you single-cell beings might not understand. Let me put it another way. Would you be willing to sacrifice your own lifespan to save a group of strangers carrying an everlasting curse? How many people can do that? Being an ordinary person is fine. Being a selfish person is also fine. Everyone has their own closeness and distance. Everyone has those they want to protect the most. But to demand others to possess boundless love while you yourself cannot do it, don't enjoy the peace that others fought for with their lives while judging that person with your keyboard. He paused. The last hint of humor in his eyes disappeared. You are truly like rats in a gutter that cannot see the sunlight. Ugly. AI Cohen shouted his last sentence. The entire live stream room fell into a dead silence. The mute was still in effect. Yet countless people in front of the screen instinctively lowered their heads. They recalled the Northern Frontier. Remembered the soldiers who cried on their knees after revival. Also remembered that golden hymn. Saving lives is an act of kindness. Carrying karma is a great righteousness. But now there are still juniors standing behind the screen accusing him of not coming early enough. Even they found such words harsh. On the playground of Jinling Martial Arts School, Yen Sung's teeth were grinding, pointing at the sky, and started to speak in riddles. Ma Lu Ji Bai. On the other side, Yichuho looked relaxed as if he had heard nothing. But Xingyao tightened her grip on the hem of his clothes. Yichuho glanced down at her and suddenly smiled. Don't look at me like that. I haven't suffered loss. Xingyao bit her lip and said nothing. She just tightened her grip on his clothes a bit more. Seeing her still feeling guilty, Yichuho suddenly lowered his body, looked straight into Xingyao's eyes and chuckled. Besides, didn't our wife just vent for me? As soon as Xingyao heard the word wife, it seemed to trigger some mechanism. She immediately pulled away from Yichuho's embrace, her face flushed, and she angrily pounded his chest. Humphy, you just know that's fine. Ha ha ha. Yichuho was in a good mood, straightened up, and hugged her back into his arms. He looked up at the sky as if he didn't care at all about the controversies surrounding him in later generations. After all, hadn't he gotten used to such matters long ago? At that time, no one stood behind him, yet he still managed to persevere right. Now, with a little fool steadfastly standing by his side, what was there to be upset about? Xingyao leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, silently whispering in her heart, I'm not afraid. Even if the whole world stands against you, I will always stand by your side. AI Cohen stared at the blank barrage area, his chest still heaving. After several seconds, he slowly exhaled. The fingers gripping the folding fan also gradually loosened. After venting just now, he felt as if all the fire that had been blocked in his chest had been released. Refreshing. Really refreshing. He looked back at the camera, his eyes still carrying remnants of anger. Later, when the mute is lifted, anyone who dares to stir up trouble again will be personally sent to the permanent black room by the host, understood? In front of the screen, countless viewers instinctively nodded. At this moment, no one felt that AI Cohen was irritable. They only felt exhilarated. It was all that group of little trolls' fault. They almost prevented them from watching the final surprise. AI Cohen raised his hand and tapped on the virtual screen. All right, administrator, lift the mute. As soon as the words fell, the live stream room, which had been filled with blanks, finally started rolling again. It has come back to life. The host is handsome. Brother Cohen, I will always be your true love fan. 199 AI Cohen shot a glance at the barrage. Stop this act. Just now, when cursing, each one was more excited than the other. Alright, cherish this last bit of video. After this segment, the host will disappear for at least a week. Oh, is the next live stream really in a week? We need supplements. The barrage wailed in despair. However, AI Cohen did not say more. His figure gradually faded. The light in the live stream room dimmed again. In the next moment, the scene of the execution ground reappeared before everyone's eyes. Kill that beast. Revenge. Avenge our brothers from back then. The roar of fury surged like a tsunami, crashing into everyone's ears. On the circular execution platform, a soldier from the northern region stood up with red eyes. All eyes were fixed on the blood fox in the center of the execution ground. There, the blood fox was still pinned by chains through its peep of bone, awkwardly lying on the ground. The character for guilt on its face was even more striking, soaked in blood. I clearly tried so hard. The blood fox stared intensely at Lu Ming, its fox eyes filled with despair. Why won't you die? Lu Ming did not respond. He merely tightened the chains in his hand. The black iron hook tugged at the peep of bone, turning the blood fox's laughter into a scream. Ah, the excruciating pain jolted it awake. It struggled to lift its head. Surrounding it were the soldiers of the northern region. In front of it stood Lu Ming. Yet the fury that had been suppressed for far too long in his eyes was slowly rising. The blood fox's body stiffened and began to tremble. It finally realized that it could not escape today. But after all, it was a cunning creature of the demon race. It had once stirred up chaos, and Jinling ripped apart the northern region and forced the war god to enter alone. Even at this point, it still wanted to preserve its last bit of dignity. It gritted its teeth tightly and forced its head up. Lu Ming, I admit defeat. If you are the war god of the northern region, then give this fox a go to hell. Once again, it started with a familial tone accompanied by a familiar rhythm, was a size 42 foot that suddenly swept across the blood fox's face. Whoosh, the fierce wind howled. The shouts of killing on the execution ground seemed to be suppressed by this kick. The blood fox's narrow eyes turned laboriously. The next moment, bang, a tremendous force kicked in. The blood fox's entire face slammed into the execution ground. Shattered stones flew everywhere. The ground was instantly blasted into a pit. Oh ho! After the hammer boy landed, he casually struck a signature pose reminiscent of an ancient martial arts superstar with the surname Lee. Then he waved towards the edge of the execution ground. Come on, bring the props up. After saying that, he swayed next to Lu Ming and patted his shoulder. Hey brother, I have prepared the props as you requested. This beast must not be allowed to die too easily. Lu Ming glanced at him and remained silent for a moment. Then he nodded. The next moment, he suddenly yanked the chains. Puff! The blood fox was pulled out of the pit like a rotten wooden stump. The chains rose. Its entire demon body was tossed into the air. The demon king's vitality was incredibly strong. Such an injury would not take its life. But in midair, the blood fox struggled to open its eyes. The next moment its fox eyes suddenly narrowed to a line. Several soldiers from the northern region pushed a gigantic iron cage onto the execution ground. Inside the iron cage were dozens of vicious dogs. They were so thin that their ribs protruded, their eyes bloodshot, and their claws scratched incessantly at the iron bars. The stinking drool dripped onto the ground, forming a wet stain. The low growls that rolled from their throats grew more and more desperate. No! The blood fox's voice suddenly changed. Bang! It was violently thrown to the other side of the execution ground. As soon as its body hit the ground, it disregarded the pain and frantically crawled backward. No, no, no. Its voice had completely changed pitch. Lu Ming. This time it couldn't care about the pain. It also couldn't care about the dignity of the cunning demon race. It struggled to rise, its forehead smashing heavily into the ground. Bang! 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 Lu Ming, I beg you, give me a quick death. Don't drag those beasts over. Lu Ming lowered his head. Suddenly, a low, hoarse laugh rolled from his throat. Heh! That laugh was suppressed low, as if squeezed out from the depths of his chest. He raised his hand to take off his military cap and handed it to a nearby soldier from the northern region. Then he tore open his collar and slowly stretched his neck. Ha ha ha! The laughter grew louder and more frenzied. The blood fox stared at him, feeling a chill for the first time from this opponent. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming did not answer. He suddenly tightened the chains. The blood fox was once again yanked into the air. Bang! It smashed to the left side of the execution ground. The ground exploded into a deep pit. Bang! It was flung to the right. Shattered stones flew and demon blood splattered. Bang! 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 Lu Ming no longer suppressed that fury. The chains swung repeatedly. The blood fox was dragged and smashed in all directions. With each strike, a deep pit was created. With each strike, a dazzling bloodstain exploded. Soon the execution ground beneath Lu Ming's feet was pounded into a circle of scarlet. For the soldiers of the northern region, with every landing of the blood fox, their eyes reddened even more. They remembered the new recruits in the blizzard. They remembered the brothers who had their hearts ripped out. They remembered the countless tombstones scattered across the mountains. Bang! The final blow fell. The entire execution ground fell silent for a moment. The blood fox lay at the bottom of the pit, its limbs twisted, unable to even lift its head. Only a breath remained still hanging in its throat. Give me a quick death. It looked through its blurred vision at the blood-soaked young man. Its voice had dropped to the point of being nearly inaudible. Whoosh! The chains were wound back by Lu Ming. The blood fox was also dragged closer to the iron cage. Quick deaths! Lu Ming chuckled hoarsely. With his other hand, he heavily slapped the iron cage. Blood fox, do you know why I want to shatter every bone in your body? The blood fox's pupils trembled. Inside the cage, the growls of the vicious dogs grew increasingly close. Lu Ming leaned down, his eyes red. The heart is soft. It's warm. It will also burst with juice. Ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily, but tears gleamed in his eyes. You said that. You said it so joyfully. I haven't forgotten a single word of what you said. I want to see if those vicious dogs will make your body burst with juice when they take a bite. With each sentence he spoke, his fingers tightened a little more. The iron cage creaked under his grip. On the viewing platform, the soldiers of the northern region gritted their teeth one by one. Some could no longer help but turn their heads away. Some had tears falling onto their armor. They had not forgotten. No one had forgotten. No. The blood fox finally understood what Lu Ming intended to do. He was going to smash himself into a soft, warm, juicy heart to feed the dogs. No, no, no. It desperately kicked against the ground. But its bones were nearly shattered, and nothing could stop its desperate wailing. Woof, woof, woof. Inside the cage, two of the vicious dogs barked the loudest. The blood fox glanced at them, and its body froze completely. Those were the two it had captured to threaten Lu Ming, placed next to Lu Ming's sister. No, don't. Lu Ming. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Slap. Even as it begged desperately, it was still dragged closer. Lu Ming lifted it up, and then puff. The two iron hooks were forcefully pulled out. Ah! As the blood fox cried out in agony, its neck was tightly gripped by Lu Ming. It looked at the young war god in front of it, whose face was still stained with demon blood. Two streams of tears rolled down from the fox's face, marked with the character for guilt. Within them were fear, regret, and an inescapable despair. Lu Ming did not look at its tears. He raised his head, gazing at the blinding sunlight. In that moment it seemed he saw many people. Lu Dazhuang, Li Hao, Sun Jianjun, and countless young faces that had fallen in the northern region's snow. They stood in the sunlight, smiling at him as they had back then. Lu Ming's throat moved, his voice soft, yet resonant across the entire execution ground. Everyone, rest in peace. I, Lu, have avenged you. He lowered his head and spoke coldly. Open the cage. Several soldiers from the northern region immediately pushed over a ladder. A soldier stepped up, pulling open the cover of the iron cage. Below the iron cage, dozens of vicious dogs were already completely restless. The blood fox looked down at them, its entire face contorting. No. Lu Ming. Please. Don't. Lu Ming took one last look at it. The next moment, he released his grip. The blood fox fell into the iron cage. Bang. The iron cage shook violently. The low growls of the vicious dogs, the crashing sounds, and the blood fox's intermittent screams instantly merged into one, blood exploding everywhere. Lu Ming did not look again. He turned to face the northern region. His back straightened. His right hand raised. All soldiers of the northern region. Salute. Swish. Lu Ming saluted. The sunlight fell on his blood-stained military uniform. At that moment he still appeared young, yet there was a newfound steadiness. Brothers. Safe travels. Swish, swish, swish. On the viewing platform, all soldiers of the northern region stood up simultaneously. With red eyes they saluted in the direction of the northern region. The roar shook the heavens. Brothers. Safe travels. The camera rose higher and higher. The sounds from the iron cage gradually faded away. The figures on the execution ground became smaller and smaller. Only the salutes remained unwavering. In the end the scene faded to darkness, and in the center a line of large characters slowly emerged. The legend of the war god. The end. After the celestial screen faded to black, not a single chat message appeared in the live streaming room for nearly 2 or 3 minutes. Countless viewers stared at the blank screen, fingers hovering over their input boxes, yet no word could be typed. Only much later did a single message finally drift across the screen. Tinged with lingering sorrows, could it be over? That lone message seemed to flip a switch. The silent, empty stream slowly filled once more with voices. I guess. Yeah, it's only been 2 hours, but why does it feel like an entire lifetime has passed? Of course it feels that way. We've just witnessed the first half of the war god's life. Blood Fox is dead. The war god triumphed. Even the fallen brothers of the northern frontier lost in that conspiracy were resurrected by the desolate heaven sovereign. Then why does my heart still feel hollow? Perhaps because De Zhuang's ancestors, their generation, will never return. Come on upstairs, let's light one for them. Blacklands how? Yeah, Yin Yin one for me too. 199 across the screen, one for them spread softly line upon line. No one argued anymore. No one cursed. As if spanning 5,000 years of time and frost, they offered those youths who fell beneath blizzards a cigarette, long overdue. At that moment AI Kun reappeared on screen, not as usual launching into antics. He leaned lightly on the desk, watching the chat flow in silence for a long while before letting out a quiet, gentle laugh. Alright darlings, every last detail of the war god arc concludes here officially. As those words settled, the chat fell silent once more, as though everyone understood it was time to part. AI Cohen drew a deep breath, then tapped his folding fan softly against his palm. His tone, previously somber, now regained its familiar mischievous lilt. The next legendary figure we'll explore wears many titles. For instance, Electric Shock Boy, the most pain-averse being in history, the heavenly Tao's chosen pawn, and the most human among all beings. He paused, deliberately spinning the fan once in his palm. Of course, his most renowned, most celebrated epithet remains. Then he lifted the fan and rapped it lightly upon the desk. The father of 10,000 races. The moment those 4 words rang out, the audience, still immersed in the war god's lingering resonance, was instantly pulled back into the present. I want to watch the father of 10,000 races right now, but it's a whole week away. Wah. I got so hyped watching the Dragon King, I accidentally signed up for the Dragon Soul Initiative. A week. I don't even know if I'll still be alive. Who cares? Fear is instinct, but courage is humanity's anthem. Just feed me well enough, and I'll flip the bird at any demon beast. Hell, even some rogue primordial deity won't get respect from me. You talk so fiercely. I half expected you'd charge straight up and swing your sword. AI Cohen chuckled, glancing at the chat. Just before signing off, he raised his hand, as if remembering something. Oh right. Darlings who registered for the Dragon Soul Initiative, remember to report tomorrow to the location sent via your comms device. And if any of your ancestors practiced special professions, such as Taoist priests, martial arts academy masters, or caravan guards, please declare them truthfully during registration. Your benefits will increase significantly. Got it. See you next week, host. I'll even buy double portions. Watching the Dragon King made me cry so hard. I couldn't even finish my braised trotters. See you next week, host. Everyone, please come back next week. Alright. AI Cohen waved cheerfully toward the lens. May every one of you in this stream return next week. None missing, none left behind. The moment he spoke, the stream went utterly dark. Simultaneously, the colossal luminous curtain suspended above Earth 5,000 years ago flickered and faded into silence. At Jinling Martial Academy, students still stood frozen on the training ground, heads tilted skyward, unable to emerge from the emotional tide of the war god's turbulent youth. Some had reddened eyes. Others bowed their heads, wiping tears. Still others gazed silently at a distant figure, mouths opening and closing yet uttering no sound. Lu Ming remained motionless, spine erect, shoulders squared, resembling both the young war god from the celestial screen and the small boy beneath the bridge carrying his sister on his back, declaring himself a man. Of course, not everyone had time for sentiment. Take Wang Hu, brute of Class 8, who had knelt without moving for 2 full hours. His face twitched uncontrollably. His lower body had long since gone numb. Had he merely knelt, his latest-stage martial cultivator physique would have borne it for days, no trouble at all. But the problem was this: that killing god, or rather that war god, stood beside him. For 2 hours. Entirely still, utterly silent. Wang Hu didn't need to glance at the celestial screen. Each time the invisible pressure on his shoulder intensified, just slightly, he knew Blood Fox had just been mentioned again. He'd passively awakened the all-seeing awareness technique, truly, just as he thought he'd endured it all. Crack. That pressure he'd painstakingly adapted to suddenly surged, tenfold. Wang Hu's eyes bulged. His lips trembled. In the next instant, thud. He collapsed flat onto the ground, forehead pressed to earth, limbs paralyzed, unable to lift even a finger. Brother. His voice warped beyond recognition. I truly didn't mean to provoke you just now. No one dared step forward to help him. A pair of military boots passed slowly beside him. As that figure walked away, the suffocating aura weighing upon Wang Hu vanished, like a dam breaking. He lay there drenched in sweat, gasping like a fish hauled from water. And in that same instant, every person on the training ground lifted their gaze. They all felt it, the fleeting, bone-chilling aura of a grandmaster. Lu Ming walked head down toward the podium where Yi Long and Lu Changming, who'd somehow slipped up there unnoticed, stood waiting. He moved unhurriedly, but with each step forward the crimson vortex swirling around him deepened, growing heavier, denser. Students and teachers alike instinctively parted left and right along his path. The soldiers of the National Guardian 1st Division snapped upright, tightening their grips on steel rifles. Without command, they automatically formed 2 precise ranks, clearing a solemn path for the war god of the northern frontier. Over at Class 9, Yin Song had been leaping and shouting toward the sky moments earlier. Hey, what do you mean electric shock, boy? Defamation. Blatant slander. The most pain-averse being in history. You brats of the future, get back here. Get back here, right now? He was mid-rant when in the next second Lu Ming's aura swept across the playground. Yin Song's voice faltered. He turned his head toward Lu Ming's retreating back, first stunned into silence. Then a grin spread across his face, less cocky than usual, layered instead with something ineffable. TCH, the Labor Committee representative, off to accomplish something momentous. He hoisted the massive hammer onto his shoulder and flicked his gaze leftward. Yi Chun had already drawn his long spear. With his other hand, he slung the snakeskin sack over his shoulder. The sack bulged ominously. No one dared guess what absurd contraption it now held. Further behind stood him, the legendary slacker, the sovereign of provocation, the supreme dispenser of romantic flower. And beside him, the seasoned-old 6th class monitor, freshly confirmed as a level 8 spiritual mind cultivator, a title steeped in legend. He rose languidly from the leather sofa, one hand tucked lazily in his pocket, the other firmly holding Xing Yao's hand. Xing Yao kept her head bowed, cheeks faintly flushed, but she did not let go. As Yi Chu Hao stood, she stepped forward in quiet unison. Farther still, a youth with eyes wrapped in black silk gently rotated his white cane. A sliver of cold light glinted within its grooves. Yin Song's gaze lingered on him for a fleeting moment. Lin Jui. This boy had appeared far too often upon the celestial screen just moments ago. Rumors claimed he'd once shared a psychiatric ward with Li Shuiwang. They say genius and madness are separated by but a hair's breadth, and this boy's eyes remained tightly bound. Could those bandages conceal the legendary purple, double-pupiled eyes of the Chaos Emperor himself? Yin Song shuddered involuntarily and swiftly averted his eyes. To the right, Han Li bent low, lifting his school uniform hem to affix unknown talismans to his torso. Zhuge Wanya draped an arm around a handsome youth clad in white robes and smirked. Senior brother Jiang, shall we depart? The white-robed youth stood solemn, one hand forming a mudra, the other gripping a luopan compass. Indeed, to slay demons and expel evil. This is our sacred duty. Your Mount Maoshan sect certainly loves flowery rhetoric. The white-robed youth corrected gently. Brother Zhuge, our sect is now known as the Sanjin Taoist order. Same thing. Zhuge Wanya waved dismissively. Behind them stood Su Huaying and Lu Ruyan, both tall, poised, mature women whose outward styles seemed nearly identical at first glance. Yet closer inspection revealed stark contrast. Su Huaying's allure and elegance were carefully cultivated, a polished shell concealing an unmistakable, unyielding matriarchal presence beneath. Lu Ruyan was different entirely. Her grace and charm flowed effortlessly, innate and absolute. Each gentle sway of her folding fan stirred the soul like whispered incantation. Lu Ruyan, shall we test ourselves? Su Huaying slipped her phone away and cast a sidelong glance. Arms crossed, her formidable silhouette shifted subtly, radiating dominance that eclipsed all else. Lu Rian chuckled softly, fan fluttering. Little sister cannot compare to elder sister after all. If little sister steals elder sister's spotlight, won't elder sister fall ill from sheer vexation? Click, click, click. Su Huaying drew a deep breath, her knuckles cracked sharply. Fine, you may test. Lu Rian's eyes flickered. Then she stretched her voice into a teasing drawl. Ah. Class monitor. The words had barely left her lips when Su Huaying's expression shifted. She lunged forward and clapped a hand over Lu Rian's mouth. Yen Song turned his head, just in time to see Xing Yao's ears twitch. Suddenly, like a fiercely protective kitten, she bit her lip and flung her arms wide before Yi Chuhao. Yi Chuhao lifted his gaze toward the sound. Ahem. Su Huaying released her grip, instantly smoothing her hair, with practiced nonchalance, striving to project poise and refinement. Ahem. Merely friendly peer-to-peer exchange. Lu Rian's eyes crinkled with mirth, shoulders trembling with silent laughter. Every detail captured clearly by Yen Song. His grin widened. Then without warning, he swung the colossal hammer high. Oi! That single shout seized every student's attention in Class 9. Wielding the hammer aloft, Yen Song laughed boldly. Everyone. Class monitor. What's the word? In unison, every gaze in Class 9 snapped toward Yi Chuhao. Yi Chuhao looked down at Xing Yao standing steadfast before him, and smiled. Gently he reached up and ruffled her hair. No need to shield me. Worried I'll be spirited away. Xing Yao's face burned crimson. I most certainly did not. Yet even as she spoke, her fingers quietly laced with his, gripping tight. Yi Chuhao chuckled softly, slid his free hand into his pocket, and stepped forward with effortless ease. His eyes rested on Lu Ming's distant back, his lips curved upward. Let's go. 3 words, and Class 9's eyes ignited. Woo! Yen Song raised the hammer high and charged forth with a roar. Go, go, go! Yi Chen surged forward, spear gleaming. Han Li silently pressed 2 more talismans onto himself. Zhuge Wangye grinned and formed a sealing hand seal. Jiang Mingxi strode forth, sleeves billowing. Su Huaying and Lu Ruyan walked side by side, one on the left, one on the right, neither conceding an inch. Lin Jui moved quietly at the edge of the formation, cane tapping softly. One by one, students of Class 9 rose from the playground, not chanting slogans, not asking destinations, only following Lu Ming. Following the silent labor committee representative who walked steadily toward the dais. Across the campus, teachers and students watched, breaths deepening inexplicably. When one stands alone, all stand together. Online, such loyalty draws only smiles. But in reality, who wouldn't yearn for classmates willing to rush headlong into chaos for you? Beside Yi Long on the dais, Lu Changming tightened his disciplinary ruler. In the next instant, beyond Jinling City, the shrill wail of sirens tore through the night. Whoa, whoa! Every face in the school paled simultaneously. Lu Ming halted. Slowly he lifted his gaze to Lu Changming. Homeroom teacher. His voice, low yet resonant, stilled the entire playground. I request 1 night's leave to bring my younger sister home. Permission granted. 5,000 years later. The live stream had been dark for a long time. In a cramped rental apartment, a burly man with the username The Brightest Diamond of B-Clan sat in front of the virtual screen. The bowl of pig trotters had long gone cold. The broth mixed with tears sticking to the edge of the disposable container. He glanced down, fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly stood up. Just a moment ago in the live stream, he was the first to type "How can I help?" He was also one of the first to sign up for the Dragon Soul plan. Yet after clicking the sign up, he felt an emptiness in his heart. Slap. He tossed the container into the trash bag. He grabbed the bag of uneaten pig trotters and pushed the door to go downstairs. As the door opened, the night wind filled with neon lights rushed in. Before him stood towering skyscrapers that seemed to reach the sky. Transparent sky tracks crisscrossed through the buildings. Glass-like roads hung in midair, connecting different levels of living districts. Various flying vehicles moved along the light trails in an orderly manner. In the distance, the advertisement screen continued to loop the registration announcement for the Dragon Soul plan. The burly man stood outside the building looking up. That black throne from earlier in the live stream reappeared in his mind. The Dragon King had sat there for 5,000 years. The ancestors were nearing their limit. He felt a heaviness in his chest and raised his hand to toss the trash bag towards the smart recycling area at the street corner. Whoosh! Just a second after letting go of the trash bag, a round cleaning drone darted out from the corner. It opened its mouth. Whoosh! A powerful suction force erupted instantly. Thud! The entire bag of trash was swallowed cleanly without a drop of broth hitting the ground. The burly man, unfazed, turned and walked into the 414th level living district. At the corner there was a small stall. The stall was not big and the sign was old. It read a few characters: ancestral glutinous rice, fried rice. The burly man sat in front of the stall, his voice booming. Boss, give me a portion of glutinous rice, fried rice. Alright, wait for me to finish this one for you. The boss was a middle-aged man wearing brown round-frame glasses. He wore what looked like a nightgown as a robe with flip-flops on his feet. One hand tossed the pan, while the other used a spatula made of copper coins to stir-fry the glutinous rice. While waiting for the food, the burly man glanced into the stall. Inside there was a shrine with the inscription, "Everlasting, all laws, immortal Lord." He had never heard of it, and didn't know which deity it was. Above the shrine there hung a dusty compass. He suddenly spoke up. "Boss, I heard your ancestors were Taoists. Who told you that?" The boss didn't even lift his eyelids. "Everyone on the street knows." The burly man chuckled. "Have you signed up for the Dragon Soul plan? Let's go sign up together tomorrow. It's more fun with company. Don't waste time on this fried rice. How much can you earn from fried rice?" The Dragon Soul plan starts at 30,000 a month plus 10 dangers and 10 golds. For those whose ancestors held special professions, the benefits can be even higher. The boss paused his frying action. Then he snorted with laughter. "Sign up for what? The glutinous rice passed down from my family is now all used for fried rice." The burly man. The boss served the portion of glutinous fried rice into a porcelain bowl and pushed it to the empty table nearby. That table was empty. However, a pair of chopsticks had already been placed neatly on the table. The boss called out to the empty seat. "Hey, come on, Sister Zung, it's time to eat the glutinous rice and get on the road." As soon as he finished speaking, the pair of chopsticks trembled gently. The burly man twitched at the corner of his eye. Huh. He looked at the empty seat, then at the boss. "Wait, boss, isn't your business pretty familiar?" The boss, "Familiar my ass. These lonely spirits and wild ghosts just come for a meal and leave. You want me to sign up for the Dragon Soul plan? That's just sending me to my death." The burly man scratched his head. "By the way, boss, aren't you Taoists good at dealing with zombies? What if one of those ancestors turns into a corpse? Wouldn't your expertise come in handy?" Huh. The boss seemed to have heard some ridiculous joke. "Zombies. My great-grandfather's generation still talked about them. By my grandfather's generation, they had never been seen. By my father's generation, at most they would show people feng shui. By my generation, I occasionally see a few lonely spirits and wild ghosts just to persuade them and offer a bowl of rice." He pointed at the glutinous rice in the pan. "See this? The greatest use of glutinous rice is to make fried rice." The burly man still wanted to argue. "But doesn't this prove that the ancestors haven't died? Maybe you really are useful." "What use is that?" The boss tapped the spatula against the edge of the pan. "How am I supposed to deal with zombies of that level? With the broken 5-element compass passed down from my ancestors." The burly man looked again at the compass, which was rusty and dull with the 5-element patterns almost indistinguishable. It looked like something from a garbage dump. The boss complained while continuing to fry rice. "I haven't seen it turn in years. I really doubt whether my ancestors passed down a fake item. It's truly useless." As I was saying, it was written in the family tree in an exaggerated manner. It said that when encountering the most and evil things, the 5-element compass would rotate and the Chinkoan disc would open. He spread his hands. "Wow, just a few days ago the ghost soldiers passed by my face, and it didn't even turn." The burly man looked at the old antique on the wall and thought seriously. Maybe it's really broken." Just as he finished speaking, a thudding mechanical sound suddenly came from the wall. Click, click, click. The words in the burly man's mouth got stuck. The boss' spatula also froze in midair. That 5-element compass, which had hung for who knows how many years, actually began to unfold before their eyes little by little. The outer wooden shell slid open. The dark copper plate inside began to rotate slowly. 5 dim symbols gradually lit up. The burly man stretched out his hand, pointing at the wall. "Boss, it's turning." The boss turned around abruptly. He looked at the rotating compass, his lips trembling. It isn't broken." The compass spun faster and faster. The clattering sounds of the copper pieces filled the air as if something that had been asleep for thousands of years was being forcibly awakened. The boss swallowed hard. "No, wait. It turned." In the next second, he felt a chill run down his spine. Damn, it really turned. And 5,000 years ago, under the same starry sky in the top-level conference room of the Lung Group, a group of great demon kings also felt a chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of demonic energy tore through the night. Great demon kings of various shapes appeared one after another beside the blood fox. The conference room was dimly lit. The heavenly curtain had already extinguished, but the images from earlier were still etched in their minds like knives. The northern border revived. The double pupils opened the sky. The blood fox's self-detonation was reversed. The 14 great demon kings of the demon clan were annihilated. Each scene pressed heavily upon them, making it hard to breathe. Blood fox. The Minotaur was the first to explode. It snorted 2 streams of white air from its nostrils, kicking the nearby guest sofa to pieces. "What did you say before calling us here? You said you could trap the war god in Jinling. And what happened?" It pointed fiercely at the window where the heavenly curtain once lay. In that video from those two-legged sheep above, old bull was being dehorned and dismembered. It touched its pair of horns atop its head, snorting out 2 streams of white air. You all. It pointed at every demon present. "All of you are dead. The expressions of the great demon kings in the room turned extremely grim. An eagle demon flapped its wings, its eyes filled with gloom. The cat demon crouched by the window, its tail sweeping the ground as its claws extended. A weasel dressed in an ill-fitting suit irritably tugged at its tie. It stared at the blood fox. Blood fox, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Explanation. The blood fox slowly turned its head. Bloodlight glinted in its eyes. That originally cold and cunning face now bore a hint of madness after breaking down. How do you want me to explain it to you? Quack quack dropped the amount. Where have all the people gone? Have they gone to school? Please give a 5-star review. It suddenly raised its head, its voice nearly tearing through the air. In the class where Lu Ming is, there are only monsters. Did you not see? I did my utmost. I used all my means. I kidnapped his sister, disturbed his mind, cut off his escape route, lured him into the game alone. I even tempted you to bring in demon soldiers ready to tear apart both Jinling and the northern borders. But with that group of monsters around, how can we fight? Tell me, how to fight? This near-hysterical questioning silenced all the great demon kings in the room. They pondered deeply. This younger generation, the Blood Fox, had indeed done his utmost. If they had been in his position, they might still be outside the northern borders contemplating how to charge Hedon. The Blood Fox was different. It bypassed the borders. It infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom. It studied human military strategies, learned from villainous novels, and figured out how to cut off the life of the Son of Destiny. This scheme, under normal circumstances, should have led to Lu Ming's demise. It should have caused the northern borders to fall. It should have allowed the demon race to breach the defenses of the Dragon Kingdom. But damn it, the human race had that thing called the desolate Heavenly Emperor. The celestial demons and demon saints could resurrect the dead at will. Hundreds of thousands of deaths could be undone at a whim. Even self-detonation could be reversed by the flow of time. How on earth could they fight? For a moment, even a great demon king had an absurd thought in its mind. What if we just surrender? Just as the entire conference room fell into silence, a female voice suddenly echoed from a corner. I have a method that can help you escape, while also severely crippling Lu Ming. Swish, swish, swish. All the demon kings turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. In an instant, all the eyes of the demons were fixed on her. The speaker was Lung Cece. She sat behind the desk, her complexion still somewhat pale. Yet when she raised her head, there was an uncontrollable madness in her eyes. Human race. The Minotaur's eyes turned red. Who? 2 streams of white vapor burst from its nostrils. Stepping forward, its fist the size of a bucket came crashing towards Lung Cece. Bang! The weasel extended its staff. The tip of the staff precisely blocked the Minotaur's fist. Boom! The violent wind from the punch surged towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Cat spirit! The weasel shouted. The cat demon by the window flickered and instantly appeared in front of the punch's wind. Swish, swish, swish. In the darkness, several cold lights flickered, slicing the punch's wind into fragments. However, the residual pressure still swept towards the window. Crack. The entire specially tempered glass was instantly covered in cracks. The weasel's expression darkened. If this foolish bull caused a scene, it would mean revealing to those searching the city that they were in the Lung Corporation building. It pushed the staff forward. Let her speak. The Minotaur's chest heaved violently. Moo. It huffed out 2 puffs of white vapor and ultimately refrained from attacking. Lung Cece stared at the enormous fist less than half a meter away from her back already soaked with cold sweat. In that moment, she nearly thought she would really die. But after the weasel blocked the Minotaur, the fear deep within her was quickly suppressed by another feeling. A sense of control. This group of great demon kings capable of tearing apart a city was now waiting for her to speak. This feeling made her self-esteem, which had been crushed by the Dragon King's Hall, swell bit by bit. Long Outyin had left. The Dragon King's Hall had sealed off the Lung family. Everyone had been watching her as a joke. But now, these great demon kings who could crush Jinling with a single step still had to listen to her right. Lung Cece slowly crossed her legs. She turned her chair and swiftly operated on the computer. The projector lit up. A map of Jinling appeared on the screen. But this was not an ordinary public map. Instead, it was the underground pipeline, abandoned projects, and old city renovation data left by the Lung Corporation during the years it participated in municipal engineering. Lung Cece picked up the laser pointer, pointing at several exit points. Highway exits. National roads, provincial roads. High-speed rail stations, airports, ports. You won't be able to escape through these. The National Defense Army will definitely have strict controls in place. Several great demon kings' expressions darkened simultaneously. A hawk demon flapped its wings. What about the air route? Can't I just fly out? Fly, eh? Lung Cece scoffed. Although the technology of the Dragon Kingdom hasn't truly advanced in a long time, the Heavenly Eye system is still operational. Right now the nation's attention is focused on Jinling. If you dare to fly, it would be like a glaring target. The hawk demon's wings stiffened. In the conference room, the great demon king's hearts sank once more. But in the next moment Lung Cece's tone shifted. But all the Demon King's eyes brightened slightly. Lung Cece switched layers. On the screen vast dark lines emerged. Jinling is an ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. It is riddled with secret passages, hidden channels, and old city drainage systems. You have stolen the bones of emperors, so you should know these places. The weasel squinted its eyes. Lung Cece continued, these secret passages are interconnected. The National Defense Army might think of the underground routes, but a single division cannot guard all exits. She pointed the laser pointer at a blue water line. This is the Yangtze River. It flows to Yangzhou upstream and Tongling downstream. There are countless tributaries in between. With your strength as great demon kings, as long as you avoid the main shipping routes, it is not difficult to sneak out of Jinling. A glimmer finally appeared in the eyes of several great demon kings. The water route. This was indeed another good method. And here, Lung Cece switched layers again. The laser that landed on the mountains and forests on the outskirts of the city, abandoned air defense works, and several reserved industrial passages. The mountains and forests can conceal your figures. The air defense tunnels from the war years are interconnected with numerous branches. There are also abandoned reserved ramps for the bypass highway. The surface is sealed, but the underground pipes are still intact. These are all routes for you to escape Jinling alive. Who? The previously restless Minotaur's breath became lighter as it exhaled white vapor. It had thought it was being forced into a dead end. Now it realized that there were so many exits hidden beneath Jinling. It immediately stepped forward. Quick, tell me, which route is the best? The weasel, however, did not rush to speak. Leaning on its staff, it looked at Lung Cece with cold eyes. Miss Lung, what do you gain from helping us like this? Lung Cece looked at it. Do you suspect there is a trap? The weasel did not deny it. During this time it had read quite a bit of human military strategies. The more it read, the more it felt that these two-legged sheep were endlessly cunning. No profit, no early rise. No merit, no greed in the dark. This woman had no reason to help them for no reason. Lung Cece scoffed softly. If I really wanted to trap you, how much time would I have to warn you when the sky curtain was playing just now, eh? Did I do it? The weasel's gaze remained tense. Then what exactly do you want? Reason. A hint of unhealthy madness flickered in Lung Cece's eyes. The Dragon King's hall has closed off all paths for the Lung family. That foolish fox of yours promised to continuously provide me with supportive potions that could turn the Lung family around. I just don't want this cooperation to end before it even begins. Supportive potions, eh? The weasel glanced at the small red bottle on the table. The liquid in the bottle was thick, giving off a faint fishy smell. Its corner of the mouth twitched imperceptibly. That thing was at most blood that had been stimulated by demon arts, capable of making ordinary people excited for a while. It was worlds apart from the so-called supportive potion. How could this brain be so bold as to call the blood fox foolish? The weasel chuckled coldly, yet its face wore a gentle smile. I see now. It leaned on its staff, slowly walking to the projection screen. Then Miss Lung, what you just said about making Lu Ming fall into despair. What is it? Damn it. Oh, the issue that was supposed to come out tomorrow has been released today, without a schedule. The gazes of countless mighty demon kings filled the chamber, all fixed upon Lung Cece. Demonic energy rippled across the floor like a churning tide. It's simple, she said softly, tapping the tabletop with a fingertip, her voice quiet, yet instantly silencing the entire conference room. You're still holding another woman, aren't you? The weasel demon's eyelid twitched. That deputy mayor's daughter. Lung Cece did not answer immediately. She merely lifted her gaze, slowly locking eyes with the weasel demon. Her beauty was extraordinary. Even among humanity, she stood out, striking and unforgettable. Yet in that moment the weasel demon saw something familiar flicker across her face, slyness. Calculated, ancient, unnerving. The deliberate pause before her words. The faint knowing curve at the corner of her eye. Even her serene composure, while probing another's deepest wound, sent a chill down the weasel demon's spine. It was too similar, uncannily identical, to that blood fox driven to madness. Instinctively the weasel demon glanced toward the corner. There the blood fox remained hunched low, curled deep within shadow. Its mouth murmured broken, fractured incantations. Its demonic heart utterly shattered by the vision of its own future execution displayed across the celestial screen above. But then the weasel demon looked back at Lung Cece. She sat with eyes half-flitted, lips curved in quiet amusement, hands resting loosely on the table. Upon that human face an eerie, distinctly demonic coldness shimmered, subtle, undeniable, chilling. That expression, so like, too like. The weasel demon's pupils contracted sharply. In the next breath it barked, blood fox. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. Every mighty demon king in the room recoiled as one. Huff! The ox-head demon snorted twin plumes of white vapor, nearly swinging its fist in panic. Weasel, what are you shouting for without warning? Isn't the blood fox already raving over there? The weasel demon ignored them entirely. Its gaze never strayed toward the blood fox. Instead, its eyes remained locked, unblinking, on Lung Cece's face. Silence hung heavy in the chamber for a single suspended breath. Lung Cece appeared startled by the sudden cry. Then in the next instant her smile vanished, frost hardening into icy stillness. Slap. Her palm struck the table. She surged upright, glaring fiercely at the assembled demon kings. Blood this, blood that. Don't dare compare me to that foolish fox. As her words fell, several demon kings' expressions darkened instantly. The Oxhead demon stepped forward half a pace, but Lung Cece did not retreat. Her gaze swept coldly across the demon's fury smoldering deep within her eyes. If you distrust my plan, or wish to silence me permanently, you may strike now without hesitation. Several demon kings' eyes flickered, shifting, calculating. Oomph. Lung Cece let out a sharp, scornful laugh, sinking slowly back into her chair. Beneath her calm, raw, unyielding madness eclipsed fear. But let me remind you of one thing, I was once the nominal wife of the Dragon King. Do you truly dare wager he holds no lingering sentiment for me? Lung Cece smiled, a slow chilling curve of the lips. You've already provoked a war god. Now you'd risk provoking a Dragon King as well. Humph. Tell me, how many lives do you believe you possess to be severed by both of them? The words landed like stone. The Oxhead demon froze mid-step, its forward motion arrested in place. The Dragon King. The name had just moments ago been inscribed upon the celestial screen, standing sentinel over the abyss of fallen gods for 5,000 years. Clearly, this human's destined ascension would rival even that of the war god. The wrath of a single war god was already formidable enough to contend with. To invite the Dragon King's enmity as well. The faces of the demon kings grew markedly grimmer. Uncle Huang. The cat's spirit appeared beside the weasel demon, without sound, her tail brushing silently across the floor. Her expression was grave, her voice lowered to a whisper. Our most urgent priority now is evacuating Jinling. Huff. The weasel demon held Lung Cece's gaze for a long measured moment. After several seconds it finally withdrew its cane. Continue. Humph. Lung Cece straightened in her seat. The trembling at her fingertips, just moments before, steadied, vanishing completely. She folded her hands beneath her chin. In that instant her aura transformed, shedding every trace of the desperation she'd worn during the Dragon King sect's siege and suppression. Only a pathological absolute hunger for control remained. The paths I outlined earlier, you will take them separately. She activated the projection map. Underground aqueducts, abandoned air raid shelters, derelict urban drainage systems, industrial conduits, tributaries of the Yangtze River, all lit up simultaneously. Each route shall be led by the strongest demon king present. Remember, do not congregate. Maintain distance between groups. Should the vanguard encounter disaster, the rear units retain the chance to retreat and choose alternate routes. Of course, it's equally possible the vanguard escapes, while those behind are sealed in. She raised her eyes, voice flat and detached. Whether you escape or perish is entirely a matter of fate. The Oxhead demon snorted smoke from its nostrils. What do you mean, a matter of fate? Lung Cece's glacial stare swept over it. If you believe survival is guaranteed after the National Defense Army seals the city, then disregard everything I've said. The Oxhead demon choked, its fury abruptly strangled in its throat. Silence descended once more. Only then did Lung Cece resume speaking. As for neutralizing Lu Ming, her fingertips settled upon the crimson marker. His sister must have her life force severed before your departure. The Oxhead demon blinked in confusion. The cat spirit's expression shifted too. The weasel demon frowned deeply. Yet Lung Cece continued, unmoved by their reactions. But Lu Ming must not discover it immediately. First direct a formation to conceal vital essence, suppressing the death chi. Then administer delayed bone-dissolving powder so she appears alive, for a short time, despite being dead. A sudden unnatural chill seeped into the chamber. Demon kings exchanged glances. Creatures who feasted on flesh, yet now felt a primal shiver crawl up their spines. Lung Cece's voice flowed on, calm and precise. Next, place both individuals inside sackcloth bags. One bag holds the deputy mayor's daughter. The other contains his sister's corpse. Both sacks must be warded with formations masking vital essence. She lifted her head, her lips curling upward, slow, deliberate, predatory. Then, one team carries the deputy mayor's daughter, the other carries his sister. Let Lu Ming choose which one shall he save. The Oxhead demon blurted out, but his sister is already dead. What's there to choose? Lung Cece smiled. Bathed in dim light, that smile radiated pure, unadulterated cruelty. Precisely. She is dead, so that choice is illusory, a phantom option. What remains is an unsolvable paradox. Whichever he chooses. His sister is already gone. Tell me, when he finally tears open the sack only to find his desperately rescued sister reduced to a pool of liquefied remains, what expression will cross his face? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed hollowly through the chamber. Not a single demon king dared respond. Gulp. Somewhere in the shadows, a throat convulsed. Their stares upon Lung Cece had irrevocably changed. Humanity, it seemed, possessed depths of ruthlessness beyond even demonic imagination. The weasel used to say this when they still had demons that did not believe. Now they do. Even an ordinary woman can devise such a vicious plot. How terrifying would the true strategists of the human race be? Uncle Huang. The cat's spirit spoke softly. The Minotaur also lowered his voice to speak. Weasel, give us an answer. How should we proceed? All the great demon kings turned their gazes toward the weasel. However, the weasel was still watching Lung Cece, observing her interlocked hands, watching her slightly upturned lips, noticing the fleeting flash of red in her eyes. After a long while, the weasel took a deep breath and turned to walk outside. Do as she says. The great demon kings exchanged glances and quickly followed. Lung Cece sat in the main seat, not turning around, but simply smiling softly. Pleasant cooperation. Just as the weasel reached the door, its footsteps suddenly paused. It did not look back, only coldly threw out a remark. Don't die. This cryptic statement left the other demon kings looking confused, especially the Minotaur. It scratched its head and glanced back at the blood fox still curled up in the corner, mumbling deliriously. Hey weasel, aren't we taking the blood fox with us? The weasel did not slow its pace. It has already left. The Minotaur widened its eyes. Left? Isn't it still breathing? What I mean by left is that it has already exited the city ahead of us. The Minotaur was even more bewildered. Huh? What do you mean? Isn't it still right there? Fool. The weasel was too lazy to explain further. The footsteps of the great demon kings gradually faded away. The conference room fell silent again. Only the blood fox remained curled in the shadows, muttering intermittent phrases. I obviously tried so hard. What? Why are they all monsters? It's all fate how to fight. Out, the neon lights of Jinling streamed through the broken floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the conference table. Lung Cece still maintained her pose of interlocked hands supporting her chin. Half of her face was in the light. The other half was swallowed by darkness. A trace of scarlet suddenly flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, all the sounds in the office fell silent simultaneously. The sound of wind ceased. The sound of electricity disappeared. Even the blood fox's delirious mutterings abruptly stopped. It stiffly lifted its head. The originally vacant fox eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot veins. Crack. Crack crack. Its bones emitted a sound that sent chills down one's spine. The blood fox's body began to convulse. Its fur tore apart. Crimson light burst forth from the fissures, writhing in the air like living creatures. Lung Cece closed her eyes. She did not evade. Not even her fingers trembled. Those crimson lights surged toward her, penetrating her brow, eye corners, lips, and palms. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A wind suddenly rose in the office. The documents on the desk were swept into the air. The projection map flickered. Lung Cece sat in the wind, her hair blown back. She slowly opened her eyes, a slight smile on her lips. Her fingers suddenly tightened, and her nails scraped 5 deep scratches on the table. Outside the window, dark clouds rapidly pressed toward the Lung family's skyscraper. Boom! The thunder exploded. A flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, lighting up the office for that brief moment. Behind Lung Cece, a giant fox shadow slowly lifted its head. The instant its blood-red fox eyes opened, her smile aligned perfectly with that of the fox. Woo! Woo! The piercing alarm resonated outside the city of Jinling. Homeroom teacher. I need to take a night off to bring my sister home. Request for approval. Lu Changming tightened, and then relaxed his grip on the ruler. He looked at the boy in front of him. Lu Ming stood straight, spoke little, and acted steadily, making him one of the few students in Class 9 that brought him peace of mind. More importantly, among the group of kids in Class 9, they usually called him Old Lu or Homeroom teacher. Only Lu Ming, this battle-hardened god of war from the north, was still addressed as Homeroom teacher. Lu Changming swallowed. He wanted to say it was dangerous outside. He wanted to say he was only 18. He wanted to say such matters shouldn't be burdened by a student. But once he thought about how he was the god of war from the north, and that his sister was still in the hands of the demon clan, the words of advice reached his lips, but were swallowed back down. Behind him, Yin Tsung turned in a circle, anxious, carrying a large hammer. Hey old Lu, give us an answer. 1 second of delay means 1 second of danger for our classmate's life. Just say it, let us out quickly. Lu Changming's lips twitched. As soon as this kid spoke, the heaviness he felt was almost shattered. Under normal circumstances, he would have given Yin Tsung a ruler first. But now he simply took a deep breath and waved his hand. Go. Go, go, go. Approved. He suddenly raised the ruler, pointing at the members of Class 9. All of you come back alive. Lu Ming slightly bent forward. Thank you, homeroom teacher. By the time he straightened up again, the youthful spirit in his eyes had completely faded, leaving only the cold light forged on the battlefield. He turned to Yilong. Uncle Yi, lend me the National Defense Army's tiger talisman for a bit. Yilong squinted, showing no hesitation. He took a golden tiger talisman from his waist and directly threw it over. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the National Defense Army have already stationed in Jinling. All city gates are under their control. Tonight their combat command authority is also handed over to you. Lu Ming caught the tiger talisman closing his palm. In the next second, he turned to face the playground, his voice cold as a knife. 1st Division of the National Defense Army listened to orders. Swish, swish, swish. On the playground, all the soldiers stood straight, shouldering their steel guns, their combat boots thudding on the ground. 1st to 3rd Regiments live ammunition for all. Deploy in units to secure residential areas, hospitals, schools, and transportation hubs. Encountering demons does not require consultation, eliminate on the spot. The 4th Regiment will guard Jinling Wuzhou. Protect all teachers and students. Yes, the response shook the night. Many students turned pale. At that moment they truly realized. The curtain of destiny had fallen. But the real night in Jinling was just beginning. After arranging the National Defense Army, Lu Ming's gaze crossed the crowd, landing on the front of Class 9's team. Yi Chuho still stood lazily holding Xing Yao's hand, as if the alarms outside had little to do with him. Lu Ming glanced at him. Class leader. You speak. Yi Chuho replied casually. Lu Ming said sternly, you're a mentalist, and can fly. Take Su Huaying, Luo Feng, and others who can also fly, and seal off the sky above Jinling. Be ready to support various battlefields at any time. Yi Chuho yawned. I'm sure. He waved his hand to the crowd. Those called come over here. Luo Feng's eyes lit up as he was the first to walk over. Su Huaying quickened her pace slightly. The flicker of joy in her eyes was quickly suppressed. She looked at Su Huaying as she approached. Xing Yao puffed her cheeks, quietly tightening her grip on Yi Chuho's hand. Yi Chuho looked down at her. What's wrong? Xing Yao said softly, I want to go too. Yi Chuho smiled, holding her hand back. Follow me. Lu Ming's gaze continued to scan the crowd. Jiang Mingzi, the young man in the white robe, stepped forward. Please speak, God of War. Can you pinpoint the location of the demon tribe? Jiang Mingzi flicked his dust whisk, lowering his eyes to the 5 elements formation disc in his hand. I can give it a try. As long as they are still within the Jinling underground veins, they cannot escape the formation's perception. Then you are responsible for providing the locations of the demon beasts to others. Jiang Mingzi put away his smile and waved his dust whisk. I obey the command of the God of War. Hey, Yin Song had been listening for a long time and finally couldn't help but jump up. What about me? What about me? Lu Ming's gaze paused on him for a moment. The images in the sky, along with his observations over the past year, made one thing very clear to him. Yin Song had many hidden cards. But in terms of direct combat power, he might be the weakest among this group in Class 9. This time the enemy was both the same and different from those in the sky. Those great demon kings had already foreseen the future. They knew the original kill zone would fail, and that Class 9 would take action. So they would only become more frenzied. To break out of Jinling, they would spare no cost. For Yin Song to block a group of frenzied, great demon kings hidden. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment. You will guard Jinling Wuzhou. Yin Song's expression froze. What? Lu Ming continued, there are students from the entire school here, as well as teachers and the injured. If the demon tribe lures the tiger away from the mountain, someone must hold the line in the back. Uffed. Yichen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yin Song turned his head sharply, his eyes nearly popping out. No, you little bastard. What do you mean? Yichun turned his face away, his shoulders shaking. Nothing. Cough, cough, nothing. I just thought of something funny. Lu Ming continued to call out names. Tong Jinsheng, Li Juefeng. You two will also guard Jinling Wuzhou with Yin Song. Okay, no problem. The two nodded. In fact, they did not react as strongly as Yin Song. But Yin Song was feeling unwell. He was the living committee member. Just now, when the entire Class 9 was deployed, he was the first to bear the hammer and respond. Now he had become a Styathome child. The rest. Lu Ming was about to continue arranging. Suddenly, a high-pitched girl's voice exploded from outside the crowd. Hey, hey, hey. Wait. Wait, Lord Xiaoai. Everyone instinctively made way. A mechanical figure only as tall as a child's calf, resembling a bundle of hair, rushed over with short legs. Its short legs were moving like a whirlwind. Hoo. It rushed to Jiang Mingzi's side, hands on its hips, looking up at him. Hey, second-class citizen, little Taoist. Take me with you. Take what? Yin Song holding back he squeezed Xiaoai's face like he was needing a doll. I'm staying behind to guard the house. What can you do, you little brat? Xiaoai was nearly squished apart. Mortal, dare you look down on me, Lord Xiaoai? Clap. Xiaoai struggled to snap its fingers. Buzz. All the students instinctively looked up. In the next second, their pupils suddenly constricted. In the night sky, next to the bright moon that originally dim, stars suddenly lit up. Boom. A dazzling white beam of light precisely struck the playground of Jinling Wuzhou. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep, unified sound of wings flapping spread from the beam. The students were stung and closed their eyes. When they opened them again, their scalps instantly felt numb. Splash. Xiao AI suddenly broke free from Yin Tsung's hands. With a backflip, it landed steadily on the back of a large black bumblebee, laughing maniacally. Yahaha! Mortal, do you see what this is? My role is very significant. It flew up with the bump. Everyone looked up. In the sky above the playground, countless mechanical bumblebees hovered in formation. The black bumblebee wings reflected the moonlight, resembling a slowly descending layer of steel clouds. The deep, unified buzzing sound made everyone's eardrums tingle. I can cooperate with the little Taoist to provide you with a city-wide view. Also, I control the NB swarm on behalf of my master. The ordinary bees are responsible for reconnaissance, tracking, and marking. The core bees, once self-destructed, possess the power equivalent to a full-force strike from a late-stage grandmaster. Those beasts won't be able to escape once discovered by my bee swarm. It sat atop the bumblebee, looking down at Yin Tsung. Just this, you say I'm useless? If I'm useless, wouldn't that mean you're holding us back? Yin Tsung's face turned red. I curse you, you little brat. Am I holding you back? He waved his hand angrily. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of colorful flashes lit up. The people around hurriedly dodged. In the next second, a colorful small mountain 5 or 6 meters high crashed down in the center of the playground. War supplies, pills, spiritual materials, vital blood, spirit stones. All sorts of items were there, and they were all level 7. Yi Chen's gaze followed the resource mountain upward, his atoms apple rolling. In the end, he froze completely. I can't believe it. He turned around sharply to look at Yin Tsung. Turtle. The word turtle bastard had barely escaped his lips before he abruptly changed direction. Adoptive father. Are you really that wealthy? Yin Tsung's expression twisted as he realized he had just poured out a mountain of level 7 resources. A hint of pain flashed across his face. But when he saw Yi Chen's expression, which seemed ready to kneel, he couldn't help but break into a wild grin. It was finally his turn to show off. Huh. Yin Tsung desperately suppressed the corners of his mouth, patting Yi Chen's shoulder. Be low-key. Come on, everyone participating in the battle can take whatever they want. Don't let those beasts think we're poor. Oh, Yi Chiheo chuckled softly. Living committee member, I remember the demon tribe brought 3 level 8 demon weapons. He glanced at the colorful small mountain. Your pre-battle mobilization resources seem to all be level 7, right? Isn't that a bit shabby? Yin Tsung's smile froze on his face. Yi Chen's eyes lit up and the hand resting on Yin Tsung's shoulder tightened subtly. Yes, living committee member. This pile of items is quite good, but they are all level 7. The beasts on the other side have level 8 demon weapons. You see this matter? TSK. We can't lose face, can we? Yin Tsung closed his eyes, his teeth gritted together. Then he forced a smile. Well, that definitely. The next moment he gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Buzz. 5 more dazzling rays of light erupted simultaneously. The pressure of the level 8 war weapons spread out, causing the surrounding students to retreat half a step. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled frighteningly. Woof. He jumped up, tightly hugging a silver spear. Mine. Han Li Zhugo Wanya Wang Quan Yuechu, and Lu Ming also caught the other 4 items. Whoosh. Zhugo Wangya tossed the level 8 town seal in his hand, grinning widely. This item is fated to be with me. Wang Quan Yuechu, who usually had low presence, caught the long sword, lightly brushing his fingertip over the blade, his eyes brightening. This sword is nice. Han Li said nothing, silently stuffing the gourd into his bosom. Afterward, he discreetly stuck 3 breath-concealing talismans onto the gourd. Lu Ming looked down at the blood-red broad blade in his hand. The blade was heavy. The moment he grasped it, the killing intent that had been suppressed in his chest finally found a target. He raised his head and spoke coldly. Yi Chen Han Li Zhugo Wanya Wang Quan Yuechu. The few people called by name straightened their expressions. You will each lead a team and immediately head to the Yangtze River, the suburban forest, the abandoned civil defense works, and the industrial reserve passage. Discover the demon tribe. Kill them on the spot. The few raised their heads simultaneously. Understood. As for Xiao AI, Lu Ming looked up again. The mechanical bumblebee swarm turned simultaneously, dense red lights illuminating. Xiao AI sat atop the large bumblebee with hands on her hips, shouting, this Xiao AI is here. Cooperate with Jiang Mingzi. Bring each of those beasts out for me. Action. Yes. Crying. Charge, charge, charge. Little Taoist, let's go, let's charge. The alarm echoed in the night over the training ground of Jinling martial arts. Xiao AI sat atop the mechanical bumblebee, gripping its antennae tightly, with its short little hands excitedly flailing its stubby legs. It waved frantically at Jiang Mingzi. Hurry up, second-class citizen Taoist. This Lord Xiao AI is about to open up the city's view. Jiang Mingzi chuckled lightly. All right. He formed a hand seal with one hand. And in the next moment, whoosh, a small pouch at his waist trembled slightly, releasing a waft of fragrant burnt wood. Immediately after, a stream of light entwined with delicate lightning patterns burst forth from the pouch. The stream swirled around Jiang Mingzi, the sound of a sword ringing clear, with faint lightning flickering in its depths. Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Damn, this aura. Buzz. The stream of light suddenly plunged towards his feet. Jiang Mingzi stepped forward. The stream of light unfolded beneath his feet, transforming into an ancient peachwood sword. Jiang Mingzi stepped onto the sword's body, his white robe billowing in the night wind as he soared into the sky. Woo! Xiao AI let out a strange cry, gripping the two antennae of the mechanical bee tightly, as its body tilted violently to the side. Let's go! Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the training ground, the mechanical bee swarm, resembling dark clouds, suddenly changed direction. Countless red lights lit up simultaneously. In the next moment, the end of days bee swarm followed Xiao AI, like a tide of steel pressing down upon Jinling. Jiang Mingzi led the way on his sword. Xiao AI rode the bee behind. One person and one machine dashed into the night. TSK. Yi Chen looked up at the two figures disappearing into the distance, filled with envy. An 8th-level peachwood sword forged from the Thunderstrike would have Maoshan Town over a millennium. And this damned end of days bee swarm is worth at least 2 or 3 8th-level battle weapons. He grew increasingly sour. Relying on the Taoist authority is indeed pleasant. What does it matter if one must be in the celestial realm to fly? In front of these rich folks, it's merely decoration. At the side, Wang Quanyuechu glanced at him while holding the sword, pursing his lips. It seemed he wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent. At that moment, thud, 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 a rapid low-frequency sound of propellers slicing through the air resonated above Jinling martial arts. Wang Quanyuechu looked up while holding his sword, only to see numerous red beacon lights flashing in the darkness, maintaining formation as they flew towards Jinling martial arts. Those were armed helicopters. As they descended above the training ground, the white strobe lights at the rear suddenly erupted. A large number of students immediately raised their hands to shield their eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind descended. The treetops at the edge of the training ground swayed violently, and the students' uniforms rustled in the gust. Dozens of armed helicopters hovered low, and Special Forces soft ladders were thrown down from the hatches. Clatter! The soft ladders swayed in the wind. Before the students could recover from the spectacle, a stern shout rang out. First Company. The commander of the National Defense 1st Division stepped forward abruptly. All personnel salute. Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers of the 1st Company instantly formed a line, their gun barrels lowered, moving in perfect unison as if they were one person. Form teams according to combat organization. Board the ladders immediately. Target all crowds in the northern area of Jinling. Mission. Protect the people, exterminate the evil. Action. Yes. The soldiers roared in unison without a hint of hesitation. Groups of people rushed towards the soft ladders, grabbing ropes, stepping up, and climbing with movements so swift that the students were dazzled. 2nd Company. 3rd Company. On the other side, the leaders of the 2nd and 3rd Companies stepped forward simultaneously. All personnel salute. Quickly move towards the vehicle convoy at the school gate. Board the vehicles immediately. Target all crowds in the central and southern areas of Jinling. Mission. Protect the people, exterminate the evil. Action. Yes. In the next moment, 2 streams of people diverged in different directions. The 1st Company boarded the ladders and entered the cabin, the helicopter generating a wake as it flew towards the northern Jinling. The 2nd and 3rd Companies maintained their combat formation, swiftly rushing along the edge of the training ground towards the armored vehicle convoy at the school gate. The sound of treads, the roar of engines, the sound of gun clashes, and the sharp commands that cut through the air, all mixed together, making this group of students truly feel for the first time how close war was to them. Damn. A boy's eyes turned red, his fists clenched tightly. This year I'm going to enlist in the military school. Another student nearby shouted in agreement. Me too. Count me in. I'm going too. Ha ha ha. The commander of the 1st Company was the last one to board the ladder. He heard the shouts behind him, suddenly turned around, and flashed a bright smile at the group of students. Young lads, we have high hopes for you all, he said, raising his hand to make a gesture of a gun. He tapped his own temple and then pointed towards the students. Bang. That gesture was light, but it felt like it struck a chord with many. Go. We'll definitely go. Officer, wait for me to join the military school. The students yelled back, the entire place filled with excitement. One after another, the flame of the Dragon Kingdom's spirit was vividly manifested at that moment. Of course, this surge of fervor did not infect everyone. Beside the flag-raising platform, Yenzong sat on the platform, his legs swinging listlessly. A heavy hammer casually tossed aside. He held up his phone, capturing the images of the helicopter's armored vehicles and the mobilization of the 9th class, sending them all to the other end of the video. Old Dragon. Whoa, damn it, I'm feeling miserable. Yenzong pretended to cry, heartbroken. Look for yourself. Everyone is deployed. I'm the only one left behind. On the other end of the video, Long Ao Tan stood on the deck of a giant cruise ship. The sea breeze lifted his black hair. In the distance, a snow-capped volcano loomed at the end of the night. That was the mountain of the gods as referred to by the North Americans. At this moment, Long Ao Tian listened to Yin Zhong's wailing, his expression twitching slightly. Get to the point. The crux is that little brat Yi Chun tricked me. Yin Zhong slapped his thigh. He had to test whether the class leader was the emperor of the wasteland. But he wasn't even close. But damn it, he's not a complete waste either. Yin Zhong grew more and more agitated, his voice turning higher. 8th level mentalist. An 8th level mentalist at 18. Isn't this worth more than a few hundred-year-old terrestrial immortals? Yin Zhong's pain deepened. Sigh. I've truly been miserably tricked by that little brat. After the class leader regains power, truly, anyone will get a slap in the face. That brat just robbed me of everything with a single line. He clutched his chest. 5 8th level battle weapons. It hurts my heart. Long Ao Tian's pupils constricted slightly, the rest of the words fading from his mind. Only that phrase remained in his head. 8th level mentalist. He fell silent. Images of Yi Chuho sleeping on the desk, joking around, and being carefree floated in his mind. That thing. An 8th level mentalist. Had he stepped out for less than half a day, and the power dynamics in the class had already changed. Long Aotian's fists clenched tightly. Once he successfully underwent the Dragon Chi tribulation and transformed into a true dragon, he believed he would be no less than Lu Ming. But that deadbeat class leader Yi Chuhong was just sleeping all day. How did he suddenly transform into an 8th level spiritual master, a status comparable to that of an earthly immortal? This was something he found hard to swallow. Damn it, was he really being suppressed? No way. He had to quickly become a grandmaster. Long Outyin turned and said coldly, Zhu Ke. Not far away, Zhu Ke slightly bowed. Dragon King. Long Outyin gazed at the distant white volcano. Get ready. Tonight we will enter the mountain of the gods. Zhu Ke smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. All right. Whatever the Dragon King says, Aunt K will follow. She bowed gracefully and turned to leave. What? On the other end of the phone, Yin Song was still chattering when he heard this, almost jumping off the flag-raising platform. Old dragon, has your head been kicked by a donkey? What do you mean, entering the mountain of the gods? Can't you see your own fate on the heavenly screen? Sitting in that dark latrine for 5,000 years. Can't you wait until we finish here and then go together to solve it for you? Long Outyin did not answer immediately. He turned his gaze towards the distant volcano. Look over there. Yin Song squinted at the screen. Huh, what's that black thing on the mountaintop? A UFO. At the summit of the snow-covered volcano, there was a horizontal black vortex. From the side, it did resemble a black UFO hovering at the mountain's edge. Long Aotian's voice grew serious. I can't wait any longer. The closer I get to there, the more agitated my dragon chi becomes. If I force a delay, it will damage my foundation. Yin Song scratched his head, unsure how to express his frustration. After a few seconds, he asked dejectedly, how long will your tribulation take? Long Outyin pondered for a moment. If nothing unexpected happens, just one night. By then I should be able to reach the late stage of Grandmaster. What the hell? Yin Song immediately lost his composure. Late stage of Grandmaster. So amazing. Damn it. Arrange one for me too. Listening to his shocked and envious tone, the frustration that Long Outyin had felt earlier finally dissipated. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. It's just average. You don't have Dragon Chi in you, so I can't arrange it for you. Yin Song clicked his tongue. Hearing Long Aotian's boastful tone, he immediately looked away. It's impressive. What a pity. Compared to the class leader, there's still a slight gap. Long Aotian's smile vanished instantly. Yin Song felt a sense of satisfaction upon seeing this. He chuckled, I'm not teasing you anymore. That's it. If you don't report to me by 8 tomorrow morning, I'll drag the class leader and the people from class 9 to save you. No need. Long Outyin sneered. It's just a minor calamity. Long Outyin can handle it effortlessly. TCH. Yin Song looked unconvinced. Meanwhile, on the other side of the playground, Yi Chuhong raised his hand to form a sword gesture. A heavy sword flew out of the colorful resource hill, hovering steadily before him, and Xing Yao. Let's go. His voice was casual, as if he were just taking a stroll. However, Xing Yao did not move. She stared blankly in Yin Song's direction, her gaze fixed on his phone. The next second, a glimmer of silver flashed deep within her pupils. Black vortex. Inverted sky. Falling figures under weightlessness. Fragments of shattered images crashed into her mind. Xing Yao let out a muffled groan, her body nearly going limp. Yi Chuhong was quick to react and pulled her into his embrace. Xing Yao's forehead glistened with fine sweat, her complexion paling significantly. Yi Chuhong looked down at her, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. The taste of time. Had this little stutterer seen the future? Quite intriguing. See class leader. Xing Yao clutched his clothing, her eyes reddening with urgency. 2. The more anxious she became, the more her tongue seemed to tie itself in knots. The images flashed intermittently in her mind. Black vortex. Weightlessness. Falling. And those people from the Dragon King Hall behind Long Outyin turning into blood mist in the silent reversed space. She wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Yi Chuhong raised his hand to rub her head. It's okay. Don't you have a notebook? Just write it down. Xing Yao was taken aback. Then her eyes brightened. Oh, C-class leader is really smart. She immediately flipped open her small notebook, the pen racing across the page. Her handwriting was somewhat hurried, with several places even tearing through the paper. After finishing, she tore off that sheet and handed it to Yi Chuhong. For the vice-class leader. All right. Yi Chuhong flicked his finger. The spiritual energy lifted that note, sending it flying directly towards the flag-raising platform. Yin Sung was still complaining into his phone. Go ahead, go ahead. Everyone is busy. It's better to be busy. Hanging up won't disturb your breakthrough to Grandmaster. He was about to hang up the video call. Suddenly a note floated in front of him. What is this? Yin Sung looked up and saw Xing Yao gesturing urgently at him. Raising an eyebrow, he reached out to take the note. The moment he glanced at it, his expression changed. Wait, old dragon! Yin Sung shouted. On the other end of the video, Long Outyin had already prepared to disembark, startled by Yin Sung's shout. After you disembark, immediately gather dozens of reinforced hot air balloons. No gas. Remember, no gas. And stash some heavy items like iron blocks and stones in the spatial treasure. These things could save lives. Long Outyin frowned. What items? Hot air balloons. Yin Sung felt a headache coming on. I don't even know if my explanation is correct. This is what Xing Yao asked me to tell you. He brought the note closer, squinting to read it again. What she wrote was reverse space hot air balloons, no gas, heavy cargo, save lives. Anyway, just these keywords. Long Aocean's brows furrowed deeper. Yin Sung quickly added, hey, you know Xing Yao's eyes. She can precisely tell old Lu where you crawled out from, even while sitting in class. Better to believe it than to doubt it. Just prepare. Even if you don't use it, your subordinates can benefit from it. Long Outyin fell silent, memories flooding back to a past incident. Just the day before, he had crawled out from the back wall of the school to deliver herbal medicine to Lung Cece. The next day, that dog hole was precisely blocked by Lu Changming. Xing Yao is a truly mysterious person. A few seconds later, Long Outyin said in a deep voice, understood. It's fine, I'm hanging up. All right. Beep. The video cut off. Yin Sung raised his hand to signal okay, shaking it towards Xing Yao, indicating that the message had been delivered. Done. Phew. Xing Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the next second, she completely slumped into Yi Chuhang's arms. In Jinling City, the alarm still blared. Woo. Yi Chuhang looked up at the almost vanished Jiang Mingzi, then lowered his gaze to Xing Yao in his arms. Her face was still a bit pale, clearly showing signs of mental exhaustion. How about you rest at school for a while? Xing Yao was about to speak. Beside her, Su Huaying's eyes brightened slightly. She quickly stepped forward, her voice softer than usual. Little star, you should rest for a bit. It's so chaotic outside, it would be too tiring to follow along. Leave the demon slaying to the class leader and us. After saying this, realizing she was being too enthusiastic, she immediately tossed her hair and shifted her gaze aside. Yi Chuhang glanced at her. Su Huaying's lips curled up slightly, then she forcibly suppressed it. Meanwhile, Luo Feng observed this scene thoughtfully. He looked at Yi Chuhang, then at Xing Yao and Su Huaying. His gaze grew increasingly profound. Could it be? Was the mental power cultivation reaching level 8 related to having women around? And was it also related to emotional stimulation and the strength of bonds? Was this a special cultivation method? Could he imitate it? If that were the case, should he also look for someone? Luo Feng fell into deep thought, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Yin Sung, who was lazily lying on the flag-raising platform, engrossed in his phone. He usually had the most resources, maybe. Find a time for him to take me to try it out. Yi Chuhang withdrew his gaze and looked back at Xing Yao. Little stutter, you. No. Xing Yao glanced at Su Huaying, then looked up at Yi Chuhang. Her eyes carried a hint of stubbornness. The class leader said, Take me with you. Yi Chuhang chuckled. Remember that. No matter. Xing Yao turned her head away. This was her first time throwing a small tantrum in front of Yi Chuhang. Her cheeks were puffed up, yet her ears were reddening intensely. Yi Chuhang found it amusing and placed his hand on her head. A gentle surge of power flowed from his palm into Xing Yao's sea of consciousness, gradually replenishing her depleted mental energy. All right. He'll take you. Xing Yao's body trembled slightly. Her previously pale complexion slowly returned to color. But in the next second, she looked up again. Yi Chuhang raised an eyebrow. What's wrong now? Xing Yao opened her mouth, but nothing came out. She looked down at the heavy sword suspended before her. The sword was broad. It could accommodate 2 people. But with the strong night wind above, Jinling, her legs felt a bit weak. What if she couldn't hold on and fell? She secretly glanced at Su Huaying. Wouldn't she embarrass herself in front of that bad woman? That couldn't happen. She couldn't lose face in front of anyone, especially not her. She had to think of a way. During the process of contemplation, in a fleeting moment, Xing Yao's eyes lit up, but her little face gradually turned red and her hands instinctively clenched the hem of her clothes. I. Su Huaying's gaze fell on her. Luo Feng also instinctively looked over. Even Yin Song not far away perked up his ears. Xing Yao felt herself burning up, and after a glance at Yi Chuhang, as if facing death, she gritted her teeth, suddenly closed her eyes, as if she had gathered all her courage for this one sentence. You, hug me. The playground suddenly fell silent for a moment. In the next second, wow, Yin Song's strange shout was the first to break the silence. Class leader, you're awesome. Going out to slay demons while bringing your girlfriend along. Yi Chuhang was stunned for half a second. Then he chuckled and bent down to pick Xing Yao up completely. Xing Yao's body stiffened, her face buried in his embrace, unwilling to lift her head. Su Huaying's smile froze on her face. Luo Feng's gaze deepened further. As expected, this method of cultivation was probably quite extraordinary. Yi Chuhang held Xing Yao as they stepped onto the heavy sword, turning to look at Su Huaying and Luo Feng. What are you still dawdling for? Let's go. With a slight tremor, the heavy sword ascended. In the next second, the sword light shot into the sky. At the moment the sword light soared, Su Huaying's smile momentarily froze. She watched Xing Yao, who had her face buried tightly in Yi Chuhang's arms, her fingertips unconsciously clenching. In the next second, she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Boom! 2 balls of crimson flames erupted from beneath her feet. The flames entwined around her palm, forming a fire cherry gun that shimmered with light. Whoosh! The wind and fire will spun rapidly beneath her feet. Su Huaying lifted her gun, and her entire figure transformed into a stream of red light, chasing after the heavy sword in the night sky. Luo Feng also moved. He didn't say a word, just bent down to lower his center of gravity. With a sudden burst of strength in his legs. Bang! The ground trembled slightly. Luo Feng shot up from the ground. Clang! In midair, palm-sized golden curved blades and dark armor plates shot out from his wristwatch. They seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, instantly catching up with Luo Feng's body. Click, click, click. The armor plates locked together. The curved blades returned to their place. In the blink of an eye, a set of coldly angular black mecha had covered his body. Whoosh, boom. 2 tail flames shot out from the back of the mecha. Luo Feng's figure suddenly accelerated, disappearing into the night in an instant. Tisk, everyone is showing their powers, huh? And we have to sit in a helicopter, honestly. Well, let's go see you later. Yi Chun enviously murmured, grabbing the special forces rope ladder that was hanging down, waving to the side. No one from Class 9 who hadn't left paid him any attention. Han Li was still squatting in front of the dwindling 7th-level resource mountain, frantically stuffing things into his almost overflowing small bag. Zhuge Wang was also wearing round-frame glasses for some reason, grooming his slicked-back hairstyle in front of a mirror. Only Wang Quanhua looked at him seriously before leaving. Be careful. Yi Chun inexplicably shivered, the corner of his eye twitching. Damn, could this... The buzzing sound filled the air as the 3 regiments of the National Guardian's 1st Division and the members of Class 9 gradually departed from Jinling Martial Arts School, leaving the entire playground considerably empty. Yilong walked to Lu Changming's side and gazed at the departing helicopter, expressing his admiration. Master Lu, your students truly are a remarkable bunch. Lu Changming chuckled bitterly, his gaze falling on Lu Ming, who had yet to leave. If I had a choice, I would hope for their safety, free from so much prejudice and suffering. At that moment, the students who thought the show was over suddenly realized that the protagonist of this extermination mission had not yet departed. Why is Lu Ming still here? I thought he had already left. No way, sending the others from Class 9 to deal with the monsters, and he alone. Shoo, don't say that. As the crowd below buzzed with speculation, Lu Ming also withdrew his gaze and approached Yi Long, cupping his hands in respect. Uncle Yi, could you please ask the 2 seniors guarding the campus, as well as the masters of the 2nd and 3rd divisions, to work together and set up a formation that covers the entire Jinling? Yi Long was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. So you want to completely cut off the last chance for those beasts to escape, capturing them like fish in a barrel? When dealing with beasts, that is the way to go. Indeed. Why leave them any room to maneuver? With that, Yi Long flicked his hand, sending a blood-red light sphere into the sky. The blood-red sphere split into 4 streams of light in the air, each descending towards the 4 corners of Jinling. Soon Lin Lao and the old master from Longhu Mountain appeared in midair. They nodded at Yi Long, then swiftly darted towards the eastern and southern directions of Jinling. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lu Ming bowed again, then turned his attention towards the temporary cafeteria. The crowd was still puzzled as to why he had not left. In the next moment, they felt a blur in front of them. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure vanished from the high platform and appeared outside the temporary cafeteria. He bent down and clasped his hands towards the only person left inside. Classmate Luo Ji, could you tell me where that blood fox beast is now? A wave of confusion washed over the students. A battle god from the northern border asking that bookworm, who had been sitting in the cafeteria, reading the whole time, for help. Is it in the river? But as soon as this thought emerged, they forcefully suppressed it. They had been slapped in the face so many times that it was wise to play it safe. After all, among this group of students from Class 9, who had already been proven to be monsters, even a slim chance was still a chance. Until there were results, they couldn't easily jump to conclusions. Oh, not bad, there's progress. Yin Sung had somehow moved in front of them. With his hands behind his back, he walked with an air of authority, as if on a school inspection. Snap! The students were infuriated, yet dared not strike this person. After all, even if he was regarded as the useless one left behind by Class 9, he was still a lofty genius that they could only look up to. I endure. Seeing this scene, Yin Sung's eyes lit up, feeling immensely satisfied. Hiss! No wonder old dragon loves to act like this in front. It truly elevates one's spirit. The corners of his mouth rose wildly as he deliberately shook his head. Since you all don't want to know why, then I want. The students who had been holding back their frustration were taken aback. In the next moment, they surrounded him in unison. Bro, please just tell us. Just asking isn't enough. Yin Sung grinned widely, extending his finger. Immediately, a student understood, looked around, and painfully produced a soft Chinese cigarette, placing it between his fingers. Yin Sung reached out again. Another student quickly pulled out 2 long-preserved rare cigarettes. Snap! Yin Sung tossed the cigarette into his mouth, then lowered his head as a spark ignited. He took a deep drag, slowly exhaling the smoke swirling around him, giving him an air of mystery. Yin Sung pointed at a dim star beside the moon, a smirk appearing on his lips. You all saw just now how that little brat brought that swarm of big hornets into being, right? The students looked up. They came down from the sky. Exactly. You all know that over 100 years ago technology stagnated and even regressed, right? Yes. Since then, no country on Blue Star has been able to launch rockets into the sky. Maintaining satellites and such is all done by land deities flying up to tinker with them. You all know this, right? Yes. The students nodded repeatedly. Yin Sung pointed at the stars above, then toward the temporary cafeteria. Since technology has been stuck for so many years, who sent that swarm of mechanical hornets up just now? The playground suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned towards the cafeteria. They happened to see Luo Ji putting down the book in his hand, calmly replying, I can. Yin Sung chuckled lightly. So do you now understand why Lu Ming wanted to find him? The students swallowed hard. No one spoke. The corners of Yin Sung's mouth slowly lifted. What you see before you is the only one who has continued to advance in nearly a century of technological blockade. A monster capable of hanging its eyes in the sky. Luo Ji. As soon as his words fell inside the cafeteria, Luo Ji raised his hand and gently pointed into the void. A virtual screen appeared before him. Buzz. The next second, the dim star above Jinling completely lit up. For chapters delivered. Let's add another chapter as a bonus for Xuan Xuan, shall we? I admit it excited me. Daily updates of 100,000 words, monthly income of 1 million, marrying a rich beauty. Oh, by the way, that little brat who gave me the holy light cover got it reported and taken down. My holy sword. On my holy light. Close your eyes. And on the edge of the schoolyard, a boy shouted at the top of his lungs. Not only after shouting did he realize everyone around him had already tightly covered their eyes, leaving him alone, foolishly standing exposed to the blinding light. Damn! A searing white beam erupted once again from the star-like point beside the moon. In boom, and the entire sports field of Jinling Martial Academy flared into daylight bright clarity. Whoa! And another new deployment. Yin Sung, without warning, slipped on a pair of sunglasses, shoved his hands deep into his pockets, and stood with unruffled calm, more composed than anyone else. While others shielded their eyes from the glare, he tilted his head skyward, murmuring in quiet awe. And beside him, a boy whose vision had just been scorched wept uncontrollably. Yet curiosity still overpowered pain. What is it? And senior, what is that? And look for yourself. And Yin Sung impatiently pried apart the boy's fingers, shielding his eyes. And the boy's eyes burned crimson like a rabbit's. Slowly his sight emerged from the blinding white void. Then he froze entirely. And hovering above the sports field was a spherical mass. But it was no single sphere. It was countless silver-white microspheres, each no larger than a thumbnail. They clustered densely in midair, floating, rotating, splitting, like a metallic cloud compressed to its absolute limit. Naviri's student stood utterly dumbfounded. What black-tech sorcery is this? In another swarm. No, it's different. These spheres have no wings. Outside the temporary cafeteria, Lu Ming did not glance at the microspheres. Ni's gaze remained fixed solely on Luo Ji. Blood Fox. Where is he? Ni's voice was low, taut as a bowstring drawn to its breaking point. Luo Ji sat calmly at the table. Let me locate him. He raised a finger and tapped lightly on the holographic interface. HUM. and the silver-white microspheres scattered violently, then reassembled perfectly aligned within a single second. They coalesced into a colossal double-sided screen suspended in midair, and the screen ignited, and dozens, then hundreds, of small windows flickered into existence densely packed like constellations. Streets, and underpasses, and the river surface, and shopping mall facades, and the entrance to an underground passage, and each frame unfolded across the display. A city laid bare as if Jinling itself had been surgically dissected and displayed before them. Oh, that's the snail rice noodles shop off campus. And, wait, isn't that my neighborhood intersection? And, holy hell, that's the North City Zoo. Students gasped in unison, and for every image shown was unmistakably familiar. Streets they walked, daily malls they shopped, and intersections they crossed, apartment blocks they called home. Yet these locations spanned every corner of Jinling, from south to north, east to west. Someone swallowed hard. And did this bookworm just seize control of every surveillance feed across Jinling in one breath? And no one answered, because Luoji's finger kept scrolling, and the images shifted at lightning speed, and the municipal headquarters, and the transport hub, and the perimeter of a hospital, the old city drainage outlet, and the vicinity of Cold Group Corporation. And then, a crimson targeting arrow suddenly blazed into view on the screen, and like a nail driven through reality, it leapt rapidly across dozens of windows. Finally, it locked onto Cold Group Corporation, and Luoji zoomed in. In the shadowed corner of the street, a figure wrapped in a long coat paused, and slowly lifted his head. Half his face vanished beneath the upturned collar, and the other half revealed the sly, chilling profile of a fox. NTCH. And isn't this Cold Group Corporation? Has Blood Fox allied with Cold Group? And this is treacherous, deliberately provoking War God and Dragon King into open conflict. Chill. Don't say it. Don't say it. And Lu Ming's eyes turned glacial. And can you access Cold Group's internal surveillance feeds? Luo Ji swiped once. Windows cascaded open. And black screen. And black screen. And still black. And he studied them for several seconds, then shook his head. All internal surveillance feeds were selectively disabled before Blood Fox entered. And the method was immaculate. Full preemptive clearance. Understood. And Lu Ming nodded. And thank you. And he turned, locking eyes with Yin Song. And Yin Song. And what's up? Can you still reach Long Out Yin? And I'll try. And Yin Song pulled out his phone and dialed Long Out Yin. Beep, and no answer. Long silence. And Yin Song shrugged, and must have already entered Mount Olympus of gods. And Lu Ming remained silent for a single measured breath. The next instant, and whoosh, and he vanished from where he stood. And reappearing instantly at the edge of the sports field, he gripped a broad, blood-red blade, its edge hanging low, killing intent rippling across the ground like frost. He glanced sideways, voice steady and grave. And tell Long Out Yin, if Lung Cece was coerced, I will bring her back for trial. If she betrayed us willingly and harmed others, I will show no mercy. And afterward, I will personally visit his residence to atone. NAS, the words faded. And whoosh, and Lu Ming dissolved completely from Jinling Martial Academy. Yin Song blinked, stunned, and then his eyes lit up fiercely. And he pressed the voice memo button, his mouth curling upward, but his tone dripped with theatrical sorrow. Old Long. And your ex-wife has committed treason against the state. This is catastrophic, and the students nearby stared speechless. And Yin Song grew more animated by the second. Our labor committee, under extreme duress, must apprehend her immediately. But you know how it is, if the suspect resists arrest, or worse, attacks outright, and then for self-preservation, neutralizing her on site would be entirely justified, wouldn't it? He sniffed deeply, voice thick with gravitas, as if delivering a eulogy. And Old Long, and don't worry. I've already pleaded with Lu Ming to spare her for my sake unless absolutely unavoidable. So rest easy, and at worst, she dies. And you're finally freed from your last earthly intent. Then your martial cultivation shall be pure, your Dao heart unburdened by inner demons. And truly a most auspicious outcome. And the students recoiled in unison, hair prickling along their spines. Who exactly trained this man? Ni's comprehension and transmission were catastrophically inverted. Yet Yin Song's grin widened brighter and brighter. And Lu Ming promised, if she is killed, he'll bear thorns and beg forgiveness in person. And we're classmates after all. And an ex-wife is an ex-wife. Just do me this favor. Don't make things difficult for him afterward. Voice message sent. Yin Song nodded in satisfaction. Li Juefeng glanced at him, his lips twitching. You truly aren't afraid of Long Out Yin returning to behead you? Afraid of what? Yin Song puffed out his chest. I'm helping him build psychological resilience in advance. At that very moment, whoosh. A corner of the microsphere screen hovering above the sports field detached and soared higher. Bang! The fragment detonated high in the sky, Countless silvery microspheres burst outward like fireworks in all directions. Luo Ji did not look up. He continued tapping the screen. Within less than a minute, space-based nodes in low Earth orbit were sequentially awakened. Above major cities of Longwa, silvery microspheres illuminated one after another. Then, one became two. Two became three. Three multiplied into countless. Dense clusters of spheres assembled, extended, and rendered images across the urban skies. Finally, they coalesced into square real-time broadcast platforms. Longwa citizens who had just settled down to rest snapped upright once more. Damn, there's more. What is this thing? Did the sky screen just change its form? No, it's different. Every time the sky screen initiates, it radiates an overwhelming, awe-inspiring presence. But whatever appeared just now carried none of that grandeur. So what is this? UFO? No idea. Hey, footage is coming through. Watch. ZZZT. All four screens flared to life simultaneously. The image materialized high above central Jinling. Night wind howled. Jiang Mingzi stood cloaked in a white robe, billowing fiercely in the gale. Beneath his feet hovered a thunder-patterned peachwood sword. In his hands, a five-element formation disc spun rapidly. Li Palace Wu Mountain. Abnormal demonic energy moving at high speed. Xiao AI sat astride the mechanical yellow jacket, yanking one antenna and instantly turning it into a microphone. Xiao Yezi, bearing south-southwest sector 3 old air defense tunnel. Target accelerating rapidly. Acknowledge. Yi Chen's voice crackled instantly over the comm. Acknowledged, acknowledged. En route now. I'll intercept before they exit the tunnel. Good. Xiao AI waved her tiny hand. I'll dispatch nearby endgame hornets to seal off their retreat. Jiang Mingzi watched the trembling compass needle brows faintly furrowed. Between Geng and you, the target has veered off course, seemingly aiming for a tributary. Xiao AI immediately switched channels. Xiao Zhuge status on your end. From the other end of the line, Zhuge Wangye's voice carried a gentle smile. Acknowledged. I've already located them. They won't escape. Students watching the live coordination on the sports field stood utterly transfixed. That earlier student, who'd seemed rather unremarkable, was now coordinating with Jiang Mingzi with astonishing professionalism. Target reporting, flow interception, route sealing, channel relaying. Each step flowed seamlessly. None of the earlier unreliability remained. Meanwhile, on another split-screen Class 9's class monitor sat atop a colossal sword, cradling his girlfriend and yawning. This is a camera. A silvery microsphere drifted toward him. Yi Chiheo perked up, raising a hand. Hello, is anyone seeing this? By the way, it's pretty chilly up here. He lowered his head, resting his chin against Xingyao's shoulder, smiling lazily. Lucky I've got my wife to keep me warm. Xingyao's ears flushed crimson as she buried her face deep into his chest. The students on the sports field stared silently. Damn it. Who asked you? Damn it. That exasperation didn't last long. For the next second, the broadcast feed abruptly cut. Before the Yangtze River tributary, the river flowed in serene silence. Moonlight shimmered coldly upon its surface, scattering fragmented silver light. Zhuge Wangye strode across the water, wearing round-framed spectacles and a slick pomaded pompadour, his expression benevolent, almost amused. In his palm rested the 8th rank pacification seal. With each step he took, concentric formation patterns rippled outward across the water's surface. He gazed calmly upon the still water, speaking in a mild, measured tone. Ladies and gentlemen, you have trespassed upon Longwa's borders, excavated the imperial bones of Jinling's 6 dynasties, and abducted family members of Longwa civil servants. Given your repeated offenses and irrefutable evidence, I, as chief of the Yangtze Battlefield Enforcement Team, hereby notify you. His voice turned glacial. Appeals are invalid. Immediate execution is ordered. In the next breath his smile returned, warm, inviting. Come now, no need to fear. Step forward and accept your punishment. Those who cooperate well may even qualify for a merciful, painless passing. Ripple, ripple, ripple. Water flowed on undisturbed. No reply. Beneath the surface, the demonic energies accelerated deeper into the tributary. Sigh. Zhuge Wangye shook his head. The next instant his smile vanished. Then, with a single effortless motion, he pressed the pacification seal gently onto the water's surface. Boom. The entire tributary shuddered violently. Countless formation sigils blazed to life beneath the water, chains of light sealing every hidden current. Zhuge Wangye lifted his gaze, peering deep into the water's abyss. Since he refused to heed the law, this humble Taoist shall demonstrate a modest understanding of Taoist arts. As his words faded, roar, a terrified demonic roar erupted from the river's depths. The next second, the entire Yangtze tributary inverted and surged upward. The scene rewinds 2 minutes back. Deep within a tributary of the Yangtze River, the water appears murky and the current is icy cold. A massive crocodile demon king, still over 20 meters long even after retracting its body, swiftly glides along the riverbed. On its back, several demon figures are lying in wait. Above the river, a gentle voice belongs to Zhuge Wanya. Execute the death sentence immediately. Quickly come out to receive your punishment. I can still negotiate a painless death for you. Several demon kings underwater show grim expressions. A purple-scaled snake as thick as a water barrel swims close to the giant crocodile, its cold eyes fixated on the shadow above the water. Old Croc, what should we do? Should we kill that human up there? The giant crocodile raised its eyelid, nearly unable to restrain itself from whipping its tail. Fool. Our priority now is to escape from Jinling. The purple-scaled snake flicked its tongue. But that two-legged sheep seems to have noticed us. Noticed? The old Croc sneered. Ahead, a cerulean water bead was silently rotating. The outer layer of the water bead spread out fine ripples, completely enveloping the auras of several demon kings. Our clan's escape from Calamity Pearl has helped our ancestors evade disasters multiple times. Does a human grandmaster have the right to see through us? He is most likely trying to deceive us. You just witnessed the cunning nature of the human race. The purple-scaled snake fell silent for a moment. It recalled the poisonous scheme devised by Long Sisi earlier, and its snake eyes slightly narrowed. Indeed, humans are cunning. We must not be deceived. Moreover, the old Croc's confidence is not without reason. In the past, when the demon clans competed for the position of the supreme leader, many internal conflicts erupted, causing untold suffering and rivers of blood. But every time a war broke out, the crocodile clan seemed to vanish without a trace. No clan could find them until the battles ended, and only then would they re-emerge, relying on this 8th-level demon soldier. Thinking of this, the several demon kings lying on the crocodile's back felt a bit more at ease. So what do we? A tiger demon holding its breath was about to speak. Suddenly, crack! A faint cracking sound came from the front. The tiger demon's spine chilled. It looked down at its arms, seeing its coarse hairs standing on end. In the next second, its expression changed drastically as it roared, "Not good! Quick!" But before it could finish its sentence, a clear yet heavy voice thundered down from above the water. Formation, activate. Boom. The entire tributary shook violently. The demon kings felt the undercurrent beneath their feet suddenly reverse, and a terrifying sense of weightlessness engulfed their bodies. Splash. The water pressure suddenly vanished. The icy night wind struck against their demon bodies. The bright moon and twinkling stars instantly filled their vision. The several demon kings were stunned for a moment, then their scalps went numb. They were actually hurled from the depths of the water into the air along with the river. Viewers across the nation were on the edge of their seats. What the heck? Can a student really do this? Everyone in this class is a monster. On the screen, Zhuge Wanya, wearing small round glasses and slick-back hair, stood on the water's surface, still smiling gently. One hand pressed down on the 8th-level seal, while the other gestured upward. In the next moment, the wide river several dozen meters across was actually pinned down by a seal and whipped into a water whip with a flick of his finger. Under the moonlight, in the center of the tributary, 7 or 8 demon kings were trapped in the water, resembling dazed fish just pulled out of the water. The old Croc stared intently ahead. The escape from Calamity Pearl, which had protected the crocodile clan for thousands of years, now had a fine crack appearing on its surface. Its mind buzzed. Broken. An 8th-level demon soldier that has lasted for thousands of years, broken in my hands. I'm going to be killed by the clan leader when I go back. Killed. What? The purple-scaled snake twisted its body, angrily transmitting sound. Can we even go back now? Damn, old Croc. You said we wouldn't be discovered. Damn it. When the water whip reached its peak, Zhuge Wanya with a forced smile spoke. Gentlemen, it seems you wish to refuse capture and flee. The old Croc's eyes turned blood red as it opened its massive mouth. Human brat. Zhuge Wanya raised a finger. Shoo. Next is the time for punishment. Oh, please do not speak. As his voice fell, he grasped the air, forming a long water whip in his palm. In the next second, he suddenly yanked downward. The water whip enclosing the several demon kings crashed towards the riverbank. Whoosh. The sound of the wind howled. Boom. The ground on the riverbank was struck into a massive chasm by the tributary. The terrifying recoil transmitted through the water, causing the bones of the several demon kings to crack. Puff. Several demon kings with weaker physiques spat out blood on the spot. Old Croc. Find a way to break. The purple-scaled snake tightened its scales, struggling against the water pressure, its voice trembling. Zhuge Wanya slightly tilted his head. Oh, still thinking about refusing capture? He sighed lightly, his expression benevolent like a little Taoist priest descending to save the masses. Truly stubborn. Then let me purify the sins upon you. Don't worry, it will be quick. Bang. Bang bang. Zhuge Wanya's water whip lashed up fiercely. The sealing seal in his palm spun rapidly, strands of mysterious yellow energy, falling into the water whip layer by layer, increasing the internal water pressure. Boom boom boom. The tributary was pulled by him, bombarding the riverbank wildly. The riverbank crumbled. Debris flew. The entire Yangtze River ferry terminal was forcibly widened by a factor of 2. Bang bang bang. Inside the water whip, blood flowers exploded. The few demon kings with weaker bodies could no longer hold on. Their bones twisted, their organs ruptured, their entire demon bodies deformed by the water pressure. Old Croc, the purple-scaled snake, let out a roar. Quickly self-destruct the demon soldier and break this formation. Otherwise we will all die here. The old Croc's eyes flashed with extreme pain. In the next second it gritted its teeth and activated the escape from Calamity Pearl. A dazzling blue light erupted from within the pearl. The violent energy was forcibly compressed into a beam, crashing into one side of the water whip. Boom, splash. A massive gap was explosively created in the water whip, formed by the formation and sealing seal. The few surviving demon kings immediately seized the opportunity to rush out. Bang! Zhuge Wanye's sealing seal was knocked back half a foot. The water whip in his other hand also dispersed. Bang bang bang. Several demon kings landed heavily on the riverbank. Roar, you dead humans. You seek death. As soon as the old Croc landed, it roared angrily at Zhuge Wanye on the water surface. I want your life for my demon soldier. At this moment, all reason and thoughts of escape were forgotten. It only knew that its ancestral treasure had been destroyed in its hands. In an instant, its body swelled. 20 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Countless water droplets fell. The 100-meter giant crocodile tore through the water curtain, its bone-white teeth descending the foul wind, hitting Zhuge Wanye's face first. Old Croc, the purple-scaled snake, roared from behind. It wanted to remind the old Croc that the priority now was to escape Jinling and not to delay here. But the old Croc could no longer hear. Its ancestral demon soldier had been destroyed in its hands. This was harder to explain than dying in battle. It had seen a joke about a dish being knocked over online, saying that even spilling a dish would make it hard to show its face in the village. What it destroyed was the 8th-level demon soldier passed down in the giant crocodile clan for thousands of years. Go back. What face does it have to return? Damn it. The purple-scaled snake demon, seeing this, narrowed its snake eyes and turned to the surviving tiger demon, turtle demon, and frog demon, sternly saying, attack. 5 against 1, we have the advantage. Kill him within 10 breaths, then retreat from Jinling immediately. All right. The fierce light in the eyes of the several demon kings surged simultaneously. Having been tossed around by a little Taoist priest, they had long been filled with anger. If they did not tear this human to pieces, they might even cultivate an inner demon in the future. 5 against 1, you have the advantage. Zhuge Wanye calmly raised his head, looking at the 100-meter giant crocodile, charging at him, the corners of his lips curling slightly. So you mean? He adjusted his round glasses, raised his hand, and the sealing seal that had been knocked away returned to his palm. Are you trying to bully a lonely Taoist priest? Drip. It was like a drop of water fell on an invisible chessboard. Zhuge Wanye took a step forward, placing himself in the center. Green light spread from under his feet, engulfing the entire riverside in an instant. Formation activate. The 8 gates of Qian, Kanjin, Jun, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui lit up simultaneously. The 4 formations of heaven, earth, humanity, and deities unfolded at the same time. The complete Chiman Bagua formation was established. Wuho Chiman formation. In the back, the purple-scaled snake demon rushing forward suddenly narrowed its eyes. Not good. He is from the Zhuge clan. Quickly retreat. Forget about the old Croc. Retreat. Zhuge Wanye chuckled lightly, his right hand forming a seal, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Chaotic golden tua. Crack. As the spell was cast, all the demon kings rushing in and attempting to flee suddenly froze in place. The 100-meter giant crocodile hung in midair, maintaining a pouncing posture. Its massive mouth was less than 10 meters from Zhuge Wanye's head, but it could no longer descend. Like a clay statue nailed in midair, only a pair of terrified eyes continued to spin wildly. The tiger demon, turtle demon, frog demon, and purple-scaled snake were all frozen in place. Zhuge Wanye cast a glance at them before leisurely bending down to press the tactical headset. Hello, Lord Xiaowai, it's me. Right, him, little Zhuge. I've caught a few big demon kings here, but I can't hold them for long. He looked up at the 100-meter giant crocodile, suspended in midair, his tone a bit aggrieved. They said they wanted a 5 against 1, clearly showing a tendency to bully the weak. Can you send a few more classmates over to help me handle this legally? Okay. All the viewers across the nation watched him in disbelief, their mouths twitching in unison. Damn, this Taoist is enlightened. Truly, skills cannot compare to achievements. Taoism cannot compare to national law. Huh. Little Taoist, I want to improve too much. Of course, at the end of techniques lies the administrative building. The little author is currently typing up 6,000 words after midnight. Speaking of which, it feels quite comfortable to enjoy the sea breeze while watching handsome guys and beautiful girls on the beach. Hee hee.